Rockets coming out to play.
Oh, we're going to be playing that a lot in the coming days, in the coming weeks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is Joe Spadoni, and it's not Joe Shasky today. No. We got another Paisan in the building. And
hey.
No, I'm not talking Steven Risotto in the back, producer extraordinaire. No, we got Mark, don't call him Narc, Grandy in the building, ladies and gentlemen. 4-1 Joe Shasky. Where's my applause? There we go. Where's my DJ horn? Mark Grandy in the house.
Happy Thursday. How you doing, Spadone?
I'm doing great. I actually had a great night's sleep last night.
There you
which
go.
is, for this job, as you know, it's very difficult to do. I went to sleep like at 8:30 and slept like a baby.
Well, what is difficult is when you're pinch hitting for a day or 2 days like I am today.
Yeah.
You don't have the benefit of being tired from the early wake-up call the day before. So you try to go to bed at like 9, and you're like, well, I'm not tired yet.
Right.
But I fell asleep kind of early. Went to bed, I think, like 10:30. So I got a decent amount of sleep.
You gotta go work out, man. Your roommate's with Evan Giddings, right? Mr. Workout Master. Come on, you guys go hit the gym. Go put it in the bed now?
I'm going to go home and take a nap.
Okay, that's fine. No. Well, there is a thing with this shift, like, and Sam can attest to this. You got to be careful with the naps when you get home, because if it bleeds into an hour or like 2 hours, then you're going to be lethargic. Then your sleep's going to be all messed up. Got to do 20, 30 minutes, all right? Then you get a workout. Then you get some lunch. And then you got to do what you got to do. But we got Mark Grandy in here today and cannot wait to break down this series against the Houston Rockets. And there is so much baked into it. But before we even get to there, I do want to pick your brain, Mark, because you've been covering this team all season long. You and Evan doing a hell of a job with Warriors pre- and post-game live. Obviously, you filling with Warriors this week with Dan Devone. You've known this team throughout this entire season, front to back. Are you at all surprised to find this Warriors team in this spot, given everything that took place, whether it's the last couple months, the start of the year, the Kyle Anderson saga, the Dennis Schroeder saga, the DeAnthony Melton saga, the Lindy Waters saga, if you can even call it that, right? All of that, and then you find yourself with Jimmy freaking Butler the last couple months. We didn't know how it was going to be. You saw what took place in Miami. Him and Pat Riley going at it publicly. It was ugly. It was messy. And then he comes here. How's it going to work with Steph? How's it going to work with Draymond? Those two personalities. And man, for now anyways, and we'll wait for a couple years and maybe it blows up. But for now, I could not think of a more perfect fit. And even my wildest dreams, did not expect this team to be in a first round scenario against the Houston Rockets. Now, the destination ultimately is good. How we got here the last couple weeks has been a little hairy, but ultimately, if I were to tell you 2 months ago, Mark, that this team would be a playoff team and facing the Houston Rockets in round 1, I think you'd take that.
Oh, absolutely you'd take that. If you told me before the Jimmy Butler trade happened or right after the Jimmy Butler trade went down, the Warriors would be hosting the Memphis Grizzlies in the 7-8 play-in game, and the winner gets the Houston Rockets, and then maybe gets the Lakers in the second round and avoids OKC, I would absolutely jump at that the split second after you got done offering that to me. Like, this is legitimately the dream scenario for the Warriors, like realistic dream. Like, okay, maybe getting to the 4 and having a home court, like maybe you would think that would be better. But like realistic scenarios, I don't think it could have possibly played out better for the Warriors. Now, it is a little weird the way it happened because you beat the Spurs at home. That Clippers game on Sunday doesn't even matter, and you're the 6 at the worst. And yeah, you probably would have not wanted to deal with the risk of the play-in. But now knowing what we know, I don't think the end of the season, just based on the matchups, could have really played out better for the Warriors. And they've played now 83 games, 82 regular season games, and the play-in game. It feels like we've lived through 3 different seasons already, Spadoni.
That's a good point.
The 12-3 beginning, when the Warriors could not do anything wrong. You mentioned the Lindy Waters saga. He was starting early in the season. I remember Tuesday, October 29th, the random game, second home game of the year versus the New Orleans Pelicans. Lindy Waters came off the bench that game and scored like 25 points. And all of Dub Nation was wondering, who the hell is this guy? And then Steve Kerr said after that, you know what, we're going to start him. And the Warriors rode that to a 12-3 beginning. And then all hell broke loose after that. They fall to 500 just 15 games later. They went 3-12 after going 12-3, and that downward spiral continued. Ultimately, they get Jimmy Butler. They rack up like an amazing amount of wins ever since he was acquired. They kind of trip up a little bit down the stretch, but we've lived through like legitimately 3 different seasons, and it feels like forever ago when this season began. The long and winding road, shout out to the Beatles, that got us to this spot, Spadoni. I don't think, I mean, it was a crazy path to get here. I don't think there can be anyone in Dub Nation though who's upset with where the destination ultimately became. Now we'll see how the postseason ends up going. But, I mean, considering everything that has happened, I don't know how you could have asked for much more than this.
What did Stephen Curry say a couple months ago? All he wants is some meaningful basketball.
He has it.
That's what he wants. And he has a series at the very least, and I think it would be disappointing to be one and done. But also, there has to be some perspective on how this season has gone. And to start of the season, quite frankly, I think everyone wanted just to be a playoff team. Like, let's take a step back here and just realize where this team was at in the summertime. You whiffed on Lauri Markkanen, you whiffed on Paul George. How serious were those talks? Like, who do you believe? Who do you not believe? Let's just say they wanted to get a big boy.
Thank God they missed on Paul George.
Right? In hindsight, yes, absolutely.
And maybe Markkanen too. Who knows?
Right? And then there was the Klay Thompson stuff, right? And Klay Thompson, by the way, going off yesterday as the Mavs blow out.
Way to go, Klay.
And that had to feel good for him. Yeah, we will. Good job, Klay. Because this time last year,
Golden One center.
Well, a year ago yesterday, he was over. That was his last game as a Golden State Warrior.
Remember
a year
him staring up into the stands after the game?
Yep, it was light the beam chants, all that. They were chanting that halfway through the fourth quarter when they knew that game was over.
Happy for Klay.
Yeah, absolutely. And can they take care of business against a slightly hampered Memphis Grizzlies team now with John Morant? We'll see how his ankle's dealing with it. And that would be an interesting matchup if the Mavericks do end up winning that game. Like, I know the Oklahoma City thought they'll beat the Mavericks, but Anthony Davis, he'll take a pound of flesh out of you if he has a game or two. Well, absolutely.
That will be interesting because the Mavs have OKC's number, but it was really the Luka Doncic version of the Mavs.
Exactly, last year.
They upset them in the playoffs last year, and I think they had beaten them a couple of times earlier this year. I think the only teams in the West, maybe with multiple wins over OKC, the Warriors and the Mavs, I think, this year. But
totally.
It's an entirely different Mavs.
Absolutely. And we'll get into some of these Western Conference matchups. Obviously, it's not set in stone yet, but just kind of doing a little hierarchy of how maybe Grandy and I kind of rank these teams out west and where you'd have the Golden State Warriors amongst the best. By the way, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And always coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. That was a lot. And I'm going to give you some more, by the way, because not only can you participate in the show at 888-957-9570 via call, but also you can text us now on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Hey.
Again, same number to call or text, 888-957-9570.
How about that? Shout out Boxer and Gerson.
Dude, I love Boxer and Gerson. Are you kidding me? The injury report, it's my favorite. That's where Sam shines brightest. When he has these scripts for the injury report, he tries to trip me up sometimes with some little jokes in there. You're not going to get me this time, Sam. All right? By the way, it's 3 Italians in Lubman today.
Oh, just wait till you see that one.
Thank you. 3 Italians.
Not a lot of injuries
Risotto,
to be worried about right now, though.
Spadoni. No, actually not.
He's an Italian.
Is it Oakland Roots on there today? No? Any of the Oakland Roots? We got a win. Big win last week over FC Tulsa, all right? They'll be scoffing at it, Mark
Oakland
Grandy.
Roots player number 4 is on the injury report.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Well, we'll see. That could be devastating for the season. By the way, guest promotion today, as you're doing a hell of a job with the rundown. Dave Fleming going to be joining us at 8:30. Voice of the San Francisco Giants and our Giants insider, 8:30. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line, David B. Fleming. Obviously,
another big win for the Giants in Philly yesterday.
11-4, baby. Jung-Hoo Lee. Mm-hmm. Where's my... Come on. I got a song here somewhere. I got it right here. We can play it. Why not? Just play it. No one loves the song more than Mark Grandy and Sam Lubman, by the way. You can fade it out. It's fine. That's enough. That's enough. We're good. But 11-4 over the Phillies, and they're going to look to take that series today. It was a 4-series set there. So Robbie Ray, a little shaky early, but Lou Trevino, little A's legend Lou Trevino, I should say. 2 innings, he gets the win, 1 hit, 2 Ks, and his stuff was looking good. Aaron Nola, by the way, yikes. 0-4 to start the year. He looks Awful.
You run into that Giants lineup, the buzzsaw.
Oh, he's been well.
He was AA Ron Nola yesterday.
Yeah, no, he's looked awful all season long. But you know what?
Farhan's cooked.
Farhan, well, he is cooked. Well, actually, he's not because he's with the Dodgers now, and they're looking pretty good still. But you know what? We're not going to talk about them. We'll talk with Dave Fleming. Obviously, coming off the Masters too, and I want to ask him about Rory McIlroy and being a part of that and calling that comeback for him. And Rory obviously completing the career slam in majors. But it's all going to be about y'all's and your calls today in regards to the Warriors and Rockets and how did we get here. And I agree with you. Like, if you were to tell me that you would be the 7th seed taking on the number 2 seed Houston Rockets, I would absolutely take that. Even a couple weeks ago where you had flirtations with maybe the 4th seed and having home court. And it might sound insane, but I'd rather lose out on the home court given the matchup against the Rockets than get home court and potentially play, I don't know, a Lakers or a Clippers. Like, does that sound insane?
No, I don't think so. Generally, home court for the Warriors hasn't meant a ton in the playoffs. Like, generally, they're good at home, but they also always win a road game in a playoff series.
Like certain teams, I don't think home court matters to. Like, for the Oklahoma City Thunder, I do think it matters. I do think having home court, that young team, Shai Gilgeous, Chet Holmgren, those guys, like Jalen Williams, all of them, I think that matters for them. And that is a significant home court in OKC. We've seen how that place is shaking during high playoff games, right? Going back to the Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook days. It gets nuts.
Hated playing there,
but it felt so good to silence them, right? The Cupcake game, all of that, right? Game 6 Clay, all of that. Then obviously going back to game 7, all of that going back here. It was great. But I think it matters to them. I don't think it matters for, let's say, the Clippers, right? They don't have a home court, like Intuit Dome. Like, come on. Like, does it matter for Kawhi Leonard and James Harden?
But the wall, Spadone, the wall.
Stop. The most fabricated thing I've ever seen in my life. And credit to Steve Ballmer.
Don't tell Steve Ballmer that.
Well, the toilets he loves there too. How many toilets do they have? Like thousands and thousands of them. I heard it's fun there, the Intuit Dome. I heard it's good vibes, but again, I've never actually met a Clippers fan either. So those are all away team fans.
If your iPhone is too old, you can't get in because there's no physical. You just have to use an app to get your tickets.
Oh my god!
And like Lucas Alexander, director of sports, I love him. And I was on his boat until a couple of weeks ago when I finally upgraded and got a new phone. I hadn't gotten a new phone in forever, and if I was trying to go to a Clippers game, the app was not compatible on my old iPhone.
Oh my god!
So if you don't have a new enough iPhone, you can't get into the Intuit Dome.
It's actually kind of crazy,
isn't it?
Oh, I hate it.
Remember back when you just would print your tickets out? Like, no one does that anymore.
You got to keep them as keepsakes?
Yeah, you got to print the tickets out. But that's actually interesting. I did not know that. And maybe we'll see. Maybe the Warriors and Clippers.
Technology, man.
We'll face each other. Yeah, technology and stuff, right? Who was that? Rob Ford? The guy that looked like Rob Ford anyways. 888-957-9570. But yeah, I don't think home court matters to a team like the Warriors, to a team like the Lakers, quite frankly, with LeBron James and Luka Doncic. Like, I don't think it matters to them now. They got home court and they're going to be facing the Timberwolves. That's going to be a very interesting series as far as I'm concerned, because if the Warriors do get past, again, we're not sleeping on the Rockets, because I do think the Rockets showed everyone, Dub Nation, a couple Sundays ago, that this team could be a matchup problem potentially in this first round. But like, that's another series I'm looking at potentially. You got Anthony Edwards. If Julius Randle is going to step up like he has the last couple games, maybe that changes the series. But the Lakers, it doesn't matter for home court as far as I'm concerned going forward. The Warriors definitely doesn't, in the Clippers. I'm looking at those three marked where, yeah, you'd like to have it, but if I'm going to Houston, and I think the Warriors might be favorites in some book. I looked at
heavy
DraftKings.
Favorites, I think.
Well, I'm looking at the first game. First game, I think like
series,
1 point favorites. But
series was like minus 200.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Does that surprise you at all?
That surprised me. It's that big. I think
are we sleeping on the Rockets?
The Rockets are a really good basketball team, and that's if the Warrior. I think what concerns me most about this Rockets series isn't necessarily the ability of the Warriors to get through them. It's that if they do get through them, it's going to be physical as hell, and it might be pretty damn draining. And when the Warriors get to their next series, whoever it's against, whether it is the Lakers or the T-Wolves, they might not have a ton left in the tank. Now, where the Warriors do have the benefit is you have 4 full days off, and I know a lot of us spent so much time worrying about the Sunday game versus the Clippers and win that, and you guarantee yourself a whole week off. They really only lost 1 day of rest by losing Sunday and winning Tuesday, because if you won Sunday, you'd begin your postseason on Saturday.
Correct.
Now you begin your postseason on Sunday. You played Tuesday after not playing Monday. So you really only lost 1 day of rest, and you get to do it against a team that you feel like you have a better chance against. The other thing is, after game 1 Sunday, you have 2 full days off before you play Wednesday. After game 2 Wednesday, you have Thursday, Friday off before you play Saturday. So the Warriors get the benefit there. Like, for example, the OKC series against whether it's going to be Memphis or Dallas, there's I think there's just game, 1 day off, game, 1 day off, game, 1 day off. So Dallas or Memphis, they're screwed in that series. They don't have the extra time off. The NBA did the Warriors a major favor, and that's what happens when you got Steph Curry and you've won 4 championships in the last 11 years. Like, you deserve that, and the Warriors did get it. But the way the schedule also played out, it really benefited the Warriors. I think the other thing that benefited the Warriors in the way that this bracket all played out is, one, you're in the other half of the OKC bracket, and when we get to ranking Western opponents, I'll just spoil my number 1. It's OKC by a mile.
Really?
I'm huge believers in OKC.
We'll see.
But they're in the other half of the bracket. Yeah. And then the 4-5, Denver and the Clippers, those are also 2 teams that have really given the Warriors a ton of trouble.
Particularly the Clippers. They're hot.
Yeah, and the last time the Warriors played Denver, they obviously beat them. But remember the game before when Jokic didn't play and Murray didn't play and Denver still won that game. So you are also, not only in terms of time off and the way that the round 1 schedule broke, but also just who you are lined up to play, I think also benefits the Warriors. And looking ahead is so dangerous because you're right. We need to give the Rockets their respect. It's going to be an incredibly physical series. I'm just a little less concerned about Houston because when it gets tough in a postseason game and you're in the final 5 minutes and it's a clutch game, right? Who does Houston go to offensively? They don't have the go-to offensive player.
The villain, your boy, dude.
Hey, shout out Oregon Ducks, although he's not made a nice name for himself in the NBA.
Pay the over on the Oregon Duck reference.
You brought it up.
You brought up that he's a duck. I just said Dylan the villain.
Lead a horse to water. But I think when it gets into those clutch time situations and you need a bucket or you need a stop, I think the Warriors have the advantage. Because in those moments, Spadone, when, Warriors up by 2, minute and a half to go, Rockets have the ball. Do you believe Şengün? Do you believe Jalen Green? Do you believe Fred VanVleet are going to get you buckets? Maybe.
Well, Fred VanVleet did it 6 years ago in the finals, but again, that was with Kawhi Leonard and you had Kyle Lowry and Marc Gasol.
But what I will tell you is in those situations, when it gets tough, the Warriors will have by a mile the 2 best players on the floor.
Absolutely.
In Steph and Jimmy.
And do they have the 2 best players, the 2 best, just the tandem in general in the Western Conference? 888-957-9570. I think that's a question we could discuss today because it is fun to actually, everyone can take a deep breath and take a step back. It's like, okay, we're a part of this thing. So we can actually talk about the playoffs and no longer the play-ins.
So nice.
Because I got to be honest, if we were still talking about the play-ins today and you would have had to host Klay Thompson and Klay coming off that performance, right? Again, and Anthony Davis, who was given that.
Could you imagine the nightmare of losing to Klay in the play-in to not go to the postseason?
Listen, it would suck not being able to talk about Warriors playoff basketball, but the content person inside me would say,
we're playing the long game.
We're playing the long game, I know. But can you imagine? It'd be like poetic, if you Shakespearean, if you will, right? Be. With Klay Thompson, with Anthony Davis, with all that. That would have been basically their Super Bowl, if you will.
Klay would love that.
Would love it. And we would love your participation today. 888-957-9570. Grandy in for Shasky. It's Spadoni here. We got Lubman in the back. We got Steven Risotto grinding. And again, that's the number to call or text. Again, text as I pull it up here, because I got to shout them out, Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys. Text line 888-957-9570. Let's dive into this matchup more with Spadoni, Grandy. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What's up, Bay Area?
I'll say this for Steve Kerr, like Steve Kerr as the series head coach, far superior than a one-game situation.
No doubt.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. He was 0-3 prior to that win on Tuesday, right? You go to that Game 7. He's had a couple of them, but Game 7, I think everyone goes back to in 2016. It's probably the low watermark for him. But he's won some Game 7s, a lot of them in his career. And he's only lost, again, I'm going to say this again, and I'm going to keep saying it. He's only lost one Western Conference series in his career. Let me say that again. Steve Kerr has lost in a Western Conference series once. That's incredible. So yeah, I have all the faith in the world for him in a series, but in the one-game scenarios, they're a little tricky. Like it was a one-game playoff basically against the Clippers, who are completely different than the Memphis Grizzlies. So you have to play Quentin Post a little bit more. Guy Santos a couple minutes. You had Kevon Looney. Probably fans were pulling their hair out. Why is Kevon in there for 10 minutes? He was a minus 11, I think, the worst from any Golden State Warrior in that game. So I understand that, but we have to be able to separate play-in from series going forward, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of a play-in, the nature of a one-game thing is so, variable, and it's so subject to just a team catching fire and randomly not missing shots. That is kind of what happened in Memphis. I mean, versus Memphis. Honestly, Memphis shot the ball really well. They had that run in the third quarter. Warriors could not get a stop. If that continued in the fourth quarter, and you could find some blame if it did, but a lot of it is just tip your cap. Memphis made their shots. What else can we do?
Desmond Bane was incredible.
He was amazing.
He was so good.
Desmond Bane was in that game. But that's just the nature of a one-game thing. It's why the Warriors, think back to the 2022 NBA Finals, lost Game 1 to the Celtics.
Yeah.
That happens in
Al
a one-game.
Horford.
And over the course of a 7-game series, you're just betting on, your talent winning out. You're betting on a team not being hot for 4 out of 7 games. And you're betting on you and your coaching staff and your ability to make adjustments and to improve. Steve Kerr, in the history of the NBA, in the history of the league, in the texters and the callers that you were talking about yesterday, maybe they don't want to agree with me on this, but I'm telling you, it is up there. It is true. Steve Kerr is one of the best in-series tacticians and adjusters in NBA history. He is. Almost every single series the Warriors have played in that has been difficult, right? Forget a sweep or a 4-1, where you just out-talented and outbeat and just beat those teams based purely on your talent alone. When it got tough in 6-game series, in 7-game series, Steve Kerr almost always makes the adjustment that flips the series. Almost always. And it's where I think the Warriors have a gigantic advantage versus Houston. Ime Udoka is a great motivator, and he gets the Rockets playing physical and on the edge of dirty and,
you know who I call him?
Who?
Ime Udoka Suge Knight, and his Death Row Records is Houston Rockets. Yeah.
Ime Udoka is the head coach who is going to talk trash to Steph and to Draymond. And his team follows suit. Ime, know what happened in Boston, and okay, whatever. I think he's a quality head coach.
Kidding.
He's a quality head coach. But he is nowhere near the tactician and the adjuster that Steve Kerr is. So Warriors could lose Game 1. I would not be shocked if they lose Game 1 on Sunday. But I guarantee you the Warriors will use what happens early in this series as a way to win more games later in the series in a better way than Houston will. I think Steve Kerr gets absolutely disrespected by a ton of people, not just in this fan base, but across the nation when it comes to how he adjusts in a playoff series.
It's a good point. And I want to ask Dub Nation right now, 888-957-9570, what is your trust level in Steve Kerr heading into this first round? Do you have a tremendous amount of trust in this guy? Again, that's won 4 rings, because just judging off yesterday, there is some uneasiness around the coaching, whether it comes to the rotations, whether it comes to the DNP from Jonathan Kaminga. I think a lot of fans are feeling some type of way about that. The Podziemski minutes late. Let's not act like Brandon Podziemski hasn't been pretty freaking good these last few games. I think we're all forgetting how good he was against the Clippers, where he was scoring, and he was one of the few players outside of Jimmy and Steph to get it going. Yep. And he didn't have it yesterday. You know what? Gary Payton, he was scoring more. Quentin Post, he was scoring more. I would like to see a little bit more aggression from Moses Moody, but you know what? I saw more aggression from Moses in that game on Tuesday than I did on Sunday. And defensively, I thought he was phenomenal after getting that little cooked by that crossover early from Ja, and Ja was doing his chirping, smiling, saying he can't guard me. Well, I thought he guarded him pretty damn well the rest of that way. Obviously, things changed when Ja rolled that ankle, and he wasn't the same at that point. But overall, I thought defensively he showed up. But where are you at with Steve Kerr right now, Dub Nation, heading into this first round series? Because I got to tell you, and I agree with you, Mark, outside of maybe Ty Lue, who has beaten him in a series
Hell
before.
of a coach himself.
He's a championship coach. He's the only other coach right now because Michael Malone's gone. He got fired. There's only 2 championship head coaches remaining in the Western Conference.
Wow.
Ty Lue.
Didn't think about that.
It's Steve Kerr. That's it. And I'm taking Steve Kerr over Ty Lue. I love Ty, but I'm taking Steve Kerr over him. I'm taking over JJ Redick. I'm taking over Ime Udoka. I'm taking him over Dagnall, whatever the hell you want to call him, out in OKC. Whoever.
Mark with a K.
Yeah, Mark with a K. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. That's the norm. I'm sorry, Mark. That's the normal way of saying it. Do you not like that word normal way? It's the more common way, if you will. We were talking about that this morning.
Unique. Mark with a C is unique.
Well, that's Mark Anthony, right? Mark Anthony's with the C, correct? Yeah. At 2 Brute.
Did you hear what Steve Kerr said post-game Tuesday? He essentially said this. He was saying this on post-game Tuesday, but he's talking about yesterday. He said, tomorrow, post-game Tuesday, is my favorite day of the year. When we finally have a postseason series set, I come into work, I meet with all of our coaches, and we begin to devise a game plan. So Steve Kerr's going to have some tricks up in his sleeve, I'm telling you.
I don't know what is that game plan going to be for Steve Kerr? And again, we're talking about your trust level heading into this series against the Houston Rockets with one Steve Kerr, 888-957-9570. And remember, you can text us at that number on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Spadoni, it's Grandy. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Plus, again, Dave Fleming going to be joining us at 8:30. We'll talk some Giants because you know what? They've been doing a lot of winning, and I promise we will get to them. Get a little Masters recap with Dave, who was out in Augusta with Rory McIlroy. And I'm actually going to ask Dave some Warriors questions because it is, I like talking to Dave because he's so damn tapped in with all things.
He's a Renaissance
sports.
man.
He is. Oh, and by the way, we're talking about all sports right now. We are a week away from the NFL draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Is the pick in?
I'm trying to find. I'm vamping right now so I can find that drop. I don't know where it is if we have it, but
Shut up.
Thank you. Actually, that was well played there, Stephen. Thank you, Dave. We'll get it on the other side. We are a week away from the NFL draft, and I promise, come next week, we will be all in. By the way, Brock Purdy still hasn't signed that contract. I don't know. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's NBA champion Bill Wennington.
Jonathan Kaminga.
There you go. And it's Mark Grandy in for, I just love that drop. It's so good. Mark Grandy in for Joe Shasky today, 888-957-9570. The segment's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Seon in Brooklyn. We'll get to you in a second. We're talking about trust level of Steve Kerr right now, Dub Nation. And what is your trust level heading into this massive first round series for Golden State, starting in Houston this Sunday? And again, all your coverage right here on 95.7 The Game. Mark, you're going to be doing pre and post that Sunday? Do we know yet? You or Evan?
We don't know yet. It might be both. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. That's a question for Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander.
That's true. Fight on. Grandy and Giddings in your face on Sunday, potentially.
Oh, God, he's coming. He's coming.
What was that? Excuse me? Fight on indeed, Lucas.
Say that one again?
No, let's not do that again.
No, I need to hear that one again.
I didn't even... You know what's funny? I started with Lucas, and when I started here, what is that? God, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I don't even know what it is now.
Wow.
But my first ever show was with Lucas being the producer, and it was the Butcher Shop, and it was Townie and Butcher, Chris Townsend and Joe Shasky. That was great. I think Gabe Osler as well was one of the producers then. Yeah, son of Scott Osler. We love you, Gabe. And then it was, it shifted into the Butcher Shop, and it was Covey and Shasky, and it was great. But I go way back with one Lucas Alexander. He showed me the ropes here. A lot of late night cutting Giants highlights back then, and a lot of Warriors highlights because that was their first big, or last run, I should say, with the Toronto Raptors. I think it was my first kind of, was that? No, I did a championship parade. That was back when I was in promotions. I've been here a while, Mark. I'm just saying. I've gone through every little thing here at 95.7. Promotions, producing, all of that. And it's nice to work with another guy that produces here and also hosts a lot here. So we all know if anything goes wrong production-wise, don't worry. It's not the Willards, it's not the Shaskys, the Bontes, the Dibs. Oh, my Zoom camera. I don't know what to do. We got it here. Don't worry, guys.
But Sunday, 6:30. Warriors Live, 5:30, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go again. All your coverage for Golden State Warrior playoff basketball right here. Do we know if it's going to be TNT? It's TNT, right? I'm pretty sure, yeah. So hopefully get Kevin Harlan or BA on there on the television side. But what you should be doing is watching it, but then you sync up the Odyssey app with the game with the great Tim Roy.
No one calls it better than Tim Roy.
Come on, man. Come on. And he says my name so damn well, too. I love me some Tim Roy. Actually, going back, pulling it behind the curtain real quick on stories, I was doing some producing. It was then called Beyond the Arc. I think it's Warriors Roundtable now with Kevin Dana. Yeah. But then it was called Beyond the Arc, and Tim Roy was doing it. And it was like either a post free agency show or all-star break. But what happened was he was live that day, and we were all live, and it was when the league started to shut down. Oh. It was with the Rudy Gobert situation.
March 2020.
Right. It was exactly. He had just got COVID, and it was this big thing. Remember him touching the mics, and he was making a joke out of
Rudy.
it. And then Rudy shut down the entire world because he did that. So thank you, Rudy Gobert. That's just one of the memories I have. It was with Tim Roy that day on the night the league shut down. Maybe I'll write a book about it. Let's go to Seon in Brooklyn, though. Let's talk about trust level of Steve Kerr heading into this first round series, 888-957-9570. Good morning, Seon. How you doing, man?
Good morning, man. I'm Gucci. I just want to say I fully trust Steve Kerr. For me, he's one of the winningest coaches in Warriors history. Top 3 in the NBA today. Yeah, he may not have played Kaminga these past 2 games, but I know that Steve knows, and then we all know that Kaminga is going to be a very big part in this upcoming round. So, yeah, man.
Seon, do you think, real quick, do you think that Kaminga needs to be a big part of this series for them to win?
For them to win, maybe not. For them to win in less than 7 games, yes.
I like that, actually. And for winning less than 7 games, that's an interesting way to put it. Thank you, Seon in Brooklyn, 888-957-9570. Please, we want your participation. Either call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Your trust level in Steve Kerr heading into this first round series is what? DNPs back-to-back 4-1 Jonathan Kaminga. And I guess we can get into it, Mark. What did you make of the DNPs in these last 2? I'm not going to call them elimination games, but play-in type scenarios. One was for a playoff spot, and obviously...
Huge game. 2 biggest games of the year.
Huge. And Kaminga got DNPs in both of them. What did you make of that?
I think if there was any question about how the Warriors feel about Kaminga's impact on winning in this very moment, it became pretty clear because what Steve Kerr and the Warriors are doing, and by the way, this was not like a one-person decision. Steve Kerr doesn't just show up to the Warriors facility and unilaterally tell everybody, yeah, Kaminga's not playing today. Like this is
he doesn't?
No.
Oh, I thought that's how it worked.
He
puts it on the whiteboard, walks in the locker room, no Kaminga today.
This, I am sure, was a conversation that has been going on for a while, and it was something that the Warriors discussed internally, I would imagine. All of the coaches, I would venture to guess that Steph Curry and Draymond Green were part of these conversations as well, and the Warriors ultimately get to a point where they think, all right, this is essentially a must-win basketball game. What gives us the absolute best chance to win this basketball game? And if they think that Kaminga not playing, or a better way to look at it is playing others instead, right? Like this isn't necessarily anti-Kaminga. It's just, all right, I'd rather play Jimmy 40 minutes. I'd rather play Gee 8 minutes than play Kaminga those minutes. And frankly, I can't really argue with that. But where I think there's a really big disconnect between how the Warriors are approaching this and how a lot of the fan base has taken it, Spadone, is the idea that there's like some kind of personal vendetta that the Warriors, or Steve Kerr specifically, has against Kaminga.
We got callers calling in saying Kerr hates Kaminga. Let's relax, people.
Hey, look, I don't have inside information about Steve Kerr or truthfully feels about Kaminga, but I can't possibly believe that's true. All the Warriors are doing, and all Steve Kerr's job is to do anything possible to win a basketball game. And we already talked about this, when you're in a single game, essentially a do or die game, right? Tuesday against the Grizzlies, you lose, your season's not over, but for all intents and purposes, your season is over. You have to play Friday, and you have to turn around and then play Sunday versus Oklahoma City. Like, you're not winning that series with that lack of time off. I'm sorry. I don't have that kind of belief in that Warrior team if they had to play Friday. So when you're in that situation and you know it's going to be a competitive game that comes down to the wire, as it does, you play somebody that you're not entirely confident in, it takes one misstep. It takes one mistake for you to lose that basketball game. And that doesn't mean that if you play GP2, he's not going to make a mistake. That does not mean that even Steph isn't going to make a mistake. 8 turnovers versus the Clippers. But if you're trying to maximize your chance of winning a single basketball game, your goal should be not to take any unnecessary risks. And the way that Jonathan Kaminga has played of late, it's risky. Doesn't mean that he can't be good, but the risk does outweigh the potential reward in a one-game situation like that.
I guess where the fans get frustrated is when they see a guy like Buddy Hield out there getting consistent 12, 15, maybe 20 minutes, and he's not doing anything. If he's not shooting the ball, what is he doing out there? And I think that's where fans get a little frustrated. It's like, wow, this guy, yeah, I get it. He's a great teammate, and he's got he's out there to shoot the 3 ball. Like, I get it. That is his role. So maybe that's what it comes back to. The role of a Jonathan Kaminga is what on this team going forward. And if that's on the head coach, if that's on the player himself, I don't know. There's a combination of both there. And I think that's where the disconnect comes within the fan base is, hey, this guy's been here this long. How does he still not have a defined role on this team? And I think that just goes back, it's kind of like a chicken or the egg thing. Like who is in charge of that? Who do you place the blame on? Shout out Akon, you can put the blame on me, right? Is that Steve Kerr at this point? Like, I go back, and it's not like for like comparison, but I go back to when, Trey Lance got traded, right, from the 49ers. And I remember that presser when it happened. It was Kyle Shanahan talking. He said, you know what? I take blame for Trey's development. A lot of that was on me, and I'm sorry. And he owned that. And I actually thought that was kind of refreshing if I was a fan of the 49ers. Okay, he owned it. Now, it's easier to say that when he had Brock Purdy, right? Like, had the entire situation didn't play out that way, maybe he would have thrown Trey more under the bus to save his ass. But that's how it played out. Like, when this whole thing ends in this saga of Jonathan Kaminga, because I got to be honest, right now, April 17th, 2025, the year of our Lord, on Holy Week, on Holy Thursday. Yeah, I don't think Jonathan Kaminga is coming back. I'd be very surprised if he's in a Golden State Warriors uniform next year.
Warriors hold all the cards.
We'll see.
He's a restricted free agent.
If you're betting on it, is he coming back next year? If you had to bet money on $100, is Jonathan Kaminga going to be a Golden State Warrior next year? Yes or no?
Probably not.
There
but
you go.
The decision is the Warriors, not Kaminga's.
Well, that's fine. And I think
what
the Warriors are going to move on from him, just given what I've seen these last few weeks and the comments made from the head coach. That being said,
Buddy Hield only played 12 minutes on Tuesday. Like 12, and the thing about Buddy Hield,
have seen, Guy Santos played 6 minutes. JK could have gotten 6 minutes. I'm just playing devil's advocate here from the fan base. That's how they're feeling right now.
I hear you. Buddy Hield, the thing about Buddy is even if he's not hitting his shot, he's still spacing the floor. And we've heard Steve Kerr talk about, the Kaminga, Draymond, Jimmy lineup. Just it doesn't work together. Why? Because there's a lack of spacing.
We got the sound right here. This was on with Will and Tibbs last week.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game, and then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
So if that unit, Kaminga, Draymond, and Jimmy is not working, and he was pointing to some of the reasons. The main thing is spacing. You just don't have enough shooting on the floor. And Buddy Hield can go 0 for 4 from deep one game, and that's not good. The Warriors need Buddy to make a couple of shots.
Changes everything if he does.
It does change everything. But even if he's not, he is still spacing the floor. He's made 200 or more threes in 7 straight seasons. You look down all of the all-time NBA three-point list, Buddy Hield is there.
Yeah.
He's one of the best three-point shooters of all time. I know this season has been really uneven. It's been a roller coaster ride for Buddy.
That sounds hilarious when you just said Buddy Hield's one of the greatest three-point shooters.
He
No,
is.
Volume-wise, I hear you. He makes a lot of them.
Percentage-wise, he's 40% for his career.
I know.
On that volume, that's amazing.
But why do we not trust him then?
I know. I'm just.
I know.
Even when he's on the floor, even if he's not making his shots, he's spacing the floor. The other thing that Buddy does, and he's not the best defender, doesn't have the greatest necessarily defensive instincts. The other thing Buddy does, you play him for 2 minutes, you play him for 30 minutes. He is going to hustle his ass off for every single one of those minutes. He is not going to leave a single ounce of energy in him. He is going to give it his all. And you mentioned Guy Santos played how many minutes versus 6 minutes? Yeah. The second that Guy Santos checked in, offensive rebound and 1.
He had 3 offensive rebounds. You try to get another one, too.
In 6 minutes, 3 offensive rebounds. You're going to get that same energy level. And if there is one thing, Spadoni, that Steve Kerr just despises more than anything else, it is lack of energy, lack of hustle, lack of attention to detail. There was a moment in the Clippers game on Sunday, and this is probably why Moody did not play to close the game. They went with GP2, right? And that was another big thing that a lot of Warrior fans were arguing about. Why GP2? He was getting cooked by Harden. Yeah. We need Moody in there. You know why? Because there was a moment, I think it was in the third quarter, Draymond taps a rebound out to Moody along the perimeter. And Moses Moody, he's the only guy in the area. Instead of racing to the ball to clear the rebound, he just kind of lollygags and walks his way to the ball. And then James Harden comes up from behind, knocks the ball off of Moody, out of bounds. Ball goes back to the Clippers. Kawhi leads it, scores a layup as a result. They take a lead. Their run continues. Steve Kerr and Draymond Green both immediately start screaming at Moody. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be Kaminga, you could be Draymond, you could be Steph, you could be Jimmy, you could be anybody on this roster.
Jamski?
But yeah, you could be. But he screamed and banged on the table in Denver earlier this year. This is not just unique to Kaminga. It's just what Kaminga is going through right now. If you do not show that consistent energy and effort, and you do not give 100% of the time, your minutes are going down. I'm sorry, and that's just what's going on right now.
Do you think he's not giving 110% effort? Because, again, it goes back...
He loses focus?
I don't know. Like, it goes back to body language for me, right? Like, I hear you. Like, the body language thing, like, a lot of fans look to that on the side. He looks disinterested. We did this with Brandon Belt. We did this with Andrew Wiggins. By the way, Andrew Wiggins, big game yesterday. Big win for your Miami Heat, Mark Randy. 35 minutes, 20 points,
Miami
2
Heat.
assists, 9 rebounds. I know you're a big Miami guy.
Got up 20 shots.
Dude, Wiggins. Hey.
And 9 boards.
Warriors legends, Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson going off. Brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it, Dub Nation?
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
Thank you. Well, Bonte is now. Yeah, right. Bonte Hill in studio tomorrow, courtesy of River Islands. But yeah, I look at body language with players, and Andrew Wiggins was one of them. We'd always used to get on him, right? Oh, he looks disinterested. He doesn't care. He doesn't. I like to pause during that because I don't know what's going through that guy's mind. And then maybe that's who he is 24/7, 365, where he's just very nonchalant. He's relaxed. He's calm. Like, I get, like, Willie Adames is a guy who was struggling early on this season. By the way, the Giants win again in Philadelphia, 11-4. But Willie Adames is a guy that, like, you can see him, like, he gets pissed. He gets angry at himself. And I think fans like that stuff. It's like, okay, he's clearly invested. He cares. Like, I just want to pause. And I'm not saying you're saying this, that he doesn't care, that Kaminga doesn't clearly care. But I question us getting, I don't know, going inside the psyche of one Jonathan Kaminga on and off the court when it comes to caring and not giving 100% effort. He can make mistakes. Doesn't mean the effort's not there. But I hear you. In these kind of games, in a one-game scenario, the mistakes, it's times 1,000 in these scenarios. That's why Steve Kerr didn't play him at all. In the series, though, like, you can't just be pulling him after he makes a mistake or two. Like, you just can't do that. Like, he has got to be a part of this playoff run, whether it's in the first, second, third round. Because, again, you mentioned it, and Steve Kerr mentioned it. It's a matchup thing. He was great against the Lakers.
Amazing.
He closed against the Lakers. It was Pods. It was Kaminga. It was in the big three. Like, that was the closing lineup, and they needed every single ounce of those Kaminga minutes.
And they dominated down the stretch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and he was a huge part of that, going up against the LeBron James of the world. And I was so impressed with him in that game because LeBron, was baiting him because LeBron was defending JK, and he was like, oh, yeah, shoot that three, I'll give it to you. But JK, what did he do? He was patient. He passed the ball off, got a better shot, got a better layup opportunity or a jump shot, mid-range jump shot. So I hear you. They're going to need him going forward, and it's going to be very interesting to see what he does on Sunday. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Mark Grandy in for Joe Shasky today. We're rolling right now. It is Rockets. It is Warriors in the first round. Ladies and gentlemen, your trust level with Steve Kerr is what? 888-957-9570. And my trust level with Steve Kerr, quite frankly, like, it's great. You know why? Because I think they have the best tandem, maybe, in all of the playoffs, which is saying something. All of the playoffs. I'm going Eastern Conference, too. Yeah, I'm going over Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I'm going over Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. I'm going over Shai Gilgeous, and do you put Chet? Do you put Jalen Williams? I don't know who you put there. Yeah, maybe even over LeBron and Luka. I'm going Stephen Curry and Jimmy Buckets. Does that sound insane when I say that? The best tandem
they're
in
up
the playoffs?
They're up there. I don't know. You mentioned Tatum and Brown for the Celtics. I don't even think they're like in my top 5.
Whoa, they just won the title last year. How could you say that?
On the strength of the entire roster.
Come on, Jaylen Brown.
On the strength of my guy Peyton Pritchard.
Stop.
Am I right?
So again, another Oregon Duck reference.
But
you need to leave it alone.
Okay, so if we're being honest about this, we've got the duos in the running for best duo in the playoffs. So Steph and Jimmy are in the running, right?
Okay.
LeBron and Luka are in the running.
Okay.
Jokic and Murray are in the running.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming health, Kawhi and Harden are in the running.
Yes, that's the big one. Assuming health. They'll have like an asterisk.
You can assume health for Steph and Jimmy too, right? Like, those are 37 and 35-year-olds.
I will give them more the benefit of the doubt.
Assume health for a 40-year-old LeBron too.
Let's be honest here. Kawhi has not earned any benefit of the doubt when it comes to his health. Yeah. All those other guys have in the playoffs. Right? The last few years, they've made...
Assume health for Jamal Murray.
That's one I'm not assuming health because he was compromised clearly last year, and that was their undoing. So, yeah. No, that's a good point.
Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle?
No, I'm not putting Julius Randle there. Who's looked good, by the way. Like,
he has been of late.
That's the X factor in that whole series is how's Julius Randle going to look.
The MVP, Shai, And I don't know exactly. You mentioned Chet or J-Dub.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
The fact that we have to ask that, maybe we don't put them in
like
there.
OKC's strength is in the trio, not necessarily a single duo.
Correct.
But, I mean, am I crazy if I think it's James Harden and Kawhi Leonard, the best duo in the playoffs?
Absolutely insane.
Is that crazy?
Yes, because we were all laughing at James Harden for most of the season, right? They're all the Clippers.
We're laughing on Sunday.
No, we weren't laughing on Sunday.
He was the one laughing on Sunday.
But I think Warriors fans in general laugh at him, and I get it because you've owned him. You've owned the Houston Rockets, and again, it goes back to that, and we'll get to the rivalry that is the Warriors and Rockets, right? And the Warriors have had ownage on that team and on that player in James Harden for so damn long. But the fact that he did cook you and had 8 straight points for the Clippers in overtime, he was amazing. That looked like MVP Harden. And I don't care if it was Gary Payton. I don't care if it was Jimmy Butler. No one was guarding him in overtime down the stretch there. And Kawhi Leonard, obviously, he was picking and choosing his spots. And when he is on and when he is healthy, he is insane. But that's the bit asterisk there. And we know James Harden in the series, Mark. Let's see him do it in the first round. Let's see him do it in the second round, the third round, because he has shriveled up when it matters most. Kawhi, I will give you. Guys won 2 finals MVPs with 2 different teams. I don't know. There's like a handful of players that have done that. I will give Kawhi the benefit of the doubt in the big moments. Hey, James, you got to show me still, man. He's got to show me.
Really?
Missouri, the show me state. Shout out Guru.
The way we get in these conversations a lot when we're talking about like our rivals, right? Like, oh, they suck. They're terrible. We always beat them. Like, okay, I hear you, but you're kind of downplaying your success if like your main rival sucks. You know what I mean? Like James Harden would have probably multiple rings if it weren't for the Warriors.
Maybe.
Like he just ran into the Warriors time and time and time again.
You're assuming those Rockets team would beat LeBron James and Kyrie. I don't know. I don't know. I think
that 18 Rockets team would have.
Maybe.
It wasn't always LeBron and Kyrie.
That 18 Rockets team.
He'd have a ring.
Maybe.
He'd have a ring.
That 18 Rockets team also missed a bajillion 3-pointers in a row to put the Warriors away.
You're right. So. And he hasn't, but he's also been amazing in those series. In his own way, it's not the most fun basketball to watch. Like, I get you.
I enjoy watching him, but not a lot of people do. The Lukas, the James Hardens, the ISO ball.
All I'm saying is if we're downplaying James Harden for his lack of deep postseason success, we're also downplaying what it means to the Warriors to win those series.
Maybe.
They ran into a historically great dynasty.
Again, I'm actually higher on those Rockets teams than most, than the Daryl Morey, and they were like one of the few teams to actually go straight up and said, no, we're going to fight you guys, we're going to play you. Because a lot of teams in the West just laid down. It's like, all right, we're clearly not going to beat Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala, so why even bother? Well, they bothered. So I do have respect for them. It's just, he has to exercise a lot of demons, I feel like, these playoff run. And I do think they are a dark horse. He does change things, the Clippers.
They're beating the Nuggets.
Yeah, they might. I'll pick this up on the other side. Mark Grandy, Joe Spadoni here. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, this is Bonte.
It's the Morning Roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Strasky. We'll be right back after the break.
Joe Saboni. So they call me on Valentine's Day. That's right. We got Mark Grandy here in for Joe Shasky.
I haven't heard that one before.
No, there's so many mispronunciations when it comes to my name throughout the history of it. I got Joey Spaghetti. I've gotten Joey Macaroni. I've gotten Joey Spumoni. I've gotten all of them. That's okay. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're just talking about this series, man. Yeah, a series. No more playing. I'm done with that crap. The first series since 2023 when the Warriors fell in the Western Conference semis in Game 6 to the Los Angeles Lakers. It feels like a lifetime ago. Or does it feel like yesterday?
A lifetime.
Okay, you want it to be. You want to bury that memory deep down. Jordan Poole's still on that team. Klay Thompson was still on that team. Dante DiVincenzo was on that team. Right, DiVincenzo. We're going.
Dante.
We got 3 Italians in Lubman today.
He's an Italian.
In the show. Thank you, Tony in Oakland.
And who's also Italian.
She is 888-957-9570. We'd love your participation as always. And you can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Can I just say really quick how just amazing it is that we actually have a series considering what this team was when they acquired Jimmy Butler, under 500, fighting not to be a playoff team, but to be a play-in team, at times on the outside of the play-in, looking in. And now we're talking about this team not as if, because they legitimately have a shot to win a postseason series or to go to the Western Conference Finals, and who knows what the hell happens. Like, it is absurd that what has happened this year.
It's kind of funny because that trade basically coincided with when I got this job here on the A chair. It was literally my first show was right after the Luka Doncic to the Lakers trade. It was insane. It was
Monday after that Saturday
and it was
deal.
The week of the Super Bowl, and no one was talking about the Super Bowl. We were talking about the Luka Doncic.
Trade deadline was about Thursday of that week?
Correct. Exactly.
And that was the Monday after the Saturday deal.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think also what happened there was the De'Aaron Fox trade, the Zach LaVine stuff happened.
Yeah.
And then obviously that culminated with Jimmy Butler to the Warriors. And everyone thought, remember that Wednesday it was, Kevin Durant. Are we going to get Kevin Durant? And Shasky was saying that. He's like, and I was saying that it's not happening. I was like, there's just no shot. Slater said it might have been 50-50. That's what he was hearing. That's how tight we were into the Kevin Durant sweepstakes.
As far as I understand it, the parameters to a deal were agreed upon, and then KD was like, don't trade me.
Exactly. He's like, I'm out. I don't want to get traded midseason, and I think that poo-poos it out. Shasky still believes there's hope for getting Kevin Durant this summer for some ungodly reason. I was like,
he didn't say no as coming to the Warriors specifically.
Let's call it what it is. Jimmy Butler was a better fit than Kevin Durant would have been. For this team in this situation, I don't even think it's a question. Jimmy Butler was the guy you needed and you wanted. He gave this organization a kick in the pants. He was the yin to Stephen Curry's yang. It was great. I know everyone wanted to relive the glory days, the glory years. Kevin Durant's not that guy anymore. He's not. Playoff Jimmy's still that guy. We saw it. We saw play-in Jimmy, first of all, and playoff Jimmy, we're going to see on Sunday. And that is something that changes the trajectory of this team. I think, me included, I'll add myself, I was a little skeptical of whether this guy could switch that proverbial flip the switch. I always do that. Flip the proverbial switch, Mark. That one always tricks me up.
The flip.
Thank you. But I was skeptical if he could do that because you know what? We hadn't seen a very aggressive, at least shooting the ball, Jimmy Butler. And let's call it what it is. The efficiency wasn't really there. Like the shot didn't look right for the last couple months until it did in this last week. And he's been on fire shooting the ball and he's looking aggressive. He's looking confident. Now I'd like to get those free throws in, the percentage there, because if you just make your free throws, Jimmy, that game is not as hairy late.
To the line 18 times though.
18. Well, that's what I'm saying here.
And Steph got 13.
13.
Those two got to the line 31 times.
Insane. They were 28 of 34 in total to the Grizzlies 20 of 23. Like so much for that Warriors not getting the whistle. Like that, the Jimmy Butler Warriors get to the line. They get the favorable whistle. So I think like Dub Nation has to, throw away all those preconceived notions about the league being against the Warriors and Steph not getting calls. No, Steph got his calls. And there were some ticky-tack ones on Scottie Pippen Jr. when he was guarding him a lot. I thought there was a lot of ticky-tack
Officials were bad both ways.
They were. But again, I think it just goes to show if you're aggressive in the paint and Jimmy Butler leading that charge, it's going to help not only Jimmy, Draymond, Steph, but the rest of the Warriors team if they're just going to attack the paint, because that is what's been missing these last couple of years. It's not something they're known for, but Jimmy unlocks just another area of that game, Mark, if you will. And it's going to be interesting to see another physical series here against the Houston Rockets, who they like to muck it up, man. They like to muck it up, and Jimmy's a perfect player for that.
Can I read these stats to you really quick?
I love it.
Before and after Jimmy, right?
Please.
Pre-Jimmy, post-Jimmy. In 51 games before Jimmy Butler debuted, the Warriors shot 72% from the free throw line, dead last in the NBA. Pre-Jimmy Butler, the Warriors would attempt about 20 free throws per game, 27th in the NBA. So you're like bottom feeder, both attempts-wise and percentage-wise from the line. In the 32 games since Jimmy Butler debuted, the Warriors' percentage from the line has jumped from 72% to 82%, from last to third. So percentage has taken a major jump, and they've gone from 27th attempts per game, or 27th in the NBA, 20 attempts per game, to third in the NBA, 25 attempts per game. It's amazing what he has done to the Warriors. He has legitimately transformed them. Not only were they not getting to the line before Jimmy, they weren't making them. Now they are getting to the line and making them.
Steve Kerr talked about it after the game on how Jimmy has transformed this into a different team.
You know, he just told me, I don't care who guards me, you know, just give me space, give me the ball, I'll make something happen. And that's the beauty of Jimmy. I mean, you guys can see it. Like we have morphed into a different team. We've got the movement and the flow of Steph, but we've also become, for half the game, a great ISO team. We've never been an ISO team here. There's great advantage to that, to be able to get to the line, to be able to generate offense without, you know, having to fly around and set a million screens. So Jimmy has completely changed everything for us since he's been here, and tonight was a great example of that.
And Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs today, Mark, tentatively? Yes?
5:30.
5:30, Steve Kerr, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
It was supposed to be yesterday, but he was, I would imagine, knee-deep in devising the strategy to beat the Rockets, so he had to push it today.
Where's Jonathan Kaminga going to start? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, they're going to ask him about JK, so just make sure you're locked in.
Got to be locked in. Always locked into Steve Kerr. The boys do a hell of a job with that interview. It's a very interesting one because Steve is, you know, he's very calculated. He's a very smart guy, but he's very personable. A lot like Bob Myers, who, by the way, Bob Myers, it's very interesting to watch him, former GM and president of basketball operations with the Golden State Warriors, watching his pre and post, obviously, with ESPN. And they were asking him, I was just watching a clip yesterday about the whole Nico Williams thing. Was Nico Williams, Nico Collins, whatever. But the GM.
Nico Harrison?
Nico Harrison. Why did I say Nico Williams? I don't even know who that is. Nico Harrison, GM
Nico
of
Williams,
the.
Is he a soccer player?
He might be someone. Nico Harrison, the GM.
Not Nico Imavella.
Thank you. No, not him. Of the Dallas Mavericks. But they were asking about, you know, the media being allowed to speak to him, but like no audio or video around it. And it was like a whole owner contrived thing. Anyways, I'm going off on a tangent here, but it was just very funny to watch Stephen A. and Bob Myers and how, and I'm not speaking for Bob here, but whenever Stephen A. says these outlandish things, looking at Bob's face is hilarious. I wonder how Bob's feeling watching this team right now and watching what Mike Dunleavy was able to do, is kind of his protege, if you will, because I don't think we talk enough about what Mike Dunleavy has done with this team. We give all the credit to Jimmy and, you know, Steve Kerr rightfully, and, you know, unlocking this and finding the right combinations. Mike Dunleavy pulled the trigger on the move, man. We got to give him his credit when it's due. And I was skeptical. His first move was not a popular one when he came here, Mark. It was obviously getting rid of Jordan Poole and bringing in just enemy number one for Golden State, Chris Paul. Like, what? That was the first move to bring him in. And then obviously the lack of moves last summer. A lot of people wanted Larry Markkinen. People wanted Paul George. He ended up getting Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton. Okay.
Hey, a couple of those picks or a couple of those players ended up getting you Jimmy Butler in return.
Way, it did. No, it did. And then you flipped Andrew Wiggins, obviously, and you got Jimmy Butler. So let's give Mike Dunleavy a lot of credit here for pulling that trigger. And we don't do it enough. So I'm shouting you out, Mike.
He deserves more credit. You're
absolutely.
Right. It's more than just Jimmy. It's Pajemski.
Yeah.
It's Quentin Post.
Yes. Those picks have been huge.
Yeah.
It's undoubtable at this point. But to your point with Steve Kerr, just giving him credit overall, when we talk about the combinations with this team, because that's ultimately what is going to be decided in this series, the right combinations, it's the chess match. That's why I love series in basketball. I know a lot of people think like, I don't know, like I love the one game scenario in football, and we do. We love football, and there's this finality to everything when it comes there. This limited number of games and interactions with these teams, but the series chess match is always interesting, right? I always look at baseball too, like Bruce Bochy, the chess match of where to start this pitcher, where to bring in this guy, where to put this batter in the lineup, right? I think Steve Kerr is so damn good at that. And if I was just to ask you and the listeners at 888-957-9570, the 5-player combination, the best 5-player combination for you is what right now? Because I think you get a lot of different answers. We know what the starting 5 lineup has been, and it's been pretty freaking good. It's Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, Moody, Podziemski. And they're going to keep doing that, I think. That's going to be what they're doing going forward. But is that the best 5-player combination that they could be? 888-957-9570. I think we'll get a lot of different answers. I want to hear from the people. I want to hear from you, Mark. Is that the best 5, or is that just the best starting 5 for you?
This might be, the easy answer, the cop-out answer. I think that is the Warriors' best 5. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean that you still can't have other good 5s. But I think that gives the Warriors a pretty good combination of defense with Moody, Draymond, and Jimmy. And without sacrificing too much defense, you also are getting some shooting. Now, you hope that the shooting from Podziemski and Moody, specifically Moody, is better. Podziemski had a bad game versus Memphis, but has largely been good for like 2 months now. But I think, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, with the Kaminga inclusion in the Draymond and Jimmy lineups that doesn't work because of a lack of shooting. You can't have another non-shooter in there. So like maybe the only other thing I would consider changing is maybe you sub in someone like Quentin Post for Moses Moody. Or for Podziemski, or something like that to get more shooting. But if you're going up against a big like the Clippers and Zubats, like you can't play Quentin Post in moments like so. Some of this is matchup dependent, but I think for the most part it's the starting 5, and then maybe it's subbing in Quentin Post for someone like Podziemski or Moody based on matchups. But I think that starting 5. You are weak in terms of size and rebounding and all of that, but it gives them a good mix of defense along with shooting, and that's what the Warriors have to have, because they are always going to be a team that relies on their defense. And if they do that, you're going to have to take advantage on the offensive end. And if you're trotting out there like 4 non-shooters, it's not going to work. So you need enough shooting out there. You hope that Moody shot comes around again, and that would make that lineup a whole lot better. But I think that's the best combo of both ends of the floor for the Warriors right now.
See, I would think, and it's a good point, and you said the name that I was thinking about. It's Draymond for me, and we're talking about the 5 best players and what combination that is for the Golden State Warriors. It's not the best players per se, but the best combination of 5 players, I should say. Let me be more clear. The best combination of 5 players for the Golden State Warriors is what? 888-957-9570, because you can do the 5 best players, and maybe these are the 5 best players on the team right now. Maybe they are, but I like to think that Quentin Post, which sounds insane, I might swap Quentin Post in the starting lineup for Brandon Podziemski in that best starting 5 combination for me, just because of the size aspect, and because I don't think you're losing too much defensively on both. I don't think Pods is some great or elite defender. I don't think you're saying that. I don't think anyone is. He has some charges here. He's got some moxie occasionally when he's not, complaining about falling down and acting like he tore his ACL. Then he gets back up and after 2 minutes, and then he's fine. No, like he did that against the Grizzlies. Yeah. Like he laid on the floor like he was like LeBron James or something, going for an Academy Award, or Luka Doncic. It's like, get up, Pods. You're okay, bud.
No one's gonna mistake Pods for like an amazing individual one-on-one defender.
He's not Tony Allen.
No. And he plays. I think he plays pretty good defensively in an overall team scheme. Like he generally knows where to be, what is being asked of him, where to funnel. Like he understands the game plan, and like he's smart enough to like funnel this driver to Draymond or to Jimmy. But you put him out there on the perimeter against like a really, really good perimeter player, he's not going to stay in front of him. And then we focus so much on defense of, can you keep your guy in front of you? One-on-one, POA, point of attack defense, right? Can you do that? Podziemski's not great at that, no doubt. But the Warriors don't really have a lot of guys who are great at that. where they are great is the defensive scheme and what Draymond does away from the ball, what Jimmy does away from the ball. They erase so much. So yeah, Podziemski's not a great defender, but I think overall in the scheme of the team defense, he fits into that, but he's not elite by himself, no doubt.
888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. And by the way, you can text us now on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Your 5-player combination, the best 5-player combination for the Golden State Warriors is what? I'm going Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, Moody, and then Quentin Post, QP. I guess that's a mayo too, QP mayo. It's like Japanese mayo. It's supposed to be like better or something. I'm more of a best food guy, personally. Some people don't like mayo at all. Are you a mayo guy? Do you like it? Some people hate it. Some people like the Mike Silvers of the world.
I'm not a huge mayo guy, but
some people hate it.
It's in my fridge.
Okay, it's in your fridge.
I think Hellman's. I think
Hellman's best food. Same thing. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I'll allow it. It's good. Okay. All right.
We do have a text from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Give it to me.
Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, Podziemski, and JK. Or QP in for Podziemski still alongside JK.
Interesting that Jonathan Kaminga would be there because, again, we go back to that closing lineup they had, which I still think is their best regular season win because it really proved to me that I'm buying this team and the role players if they step up in the moment. It was that win in Los Angeles for me. That was the best win of the season prior, obviously, to that play-in win over the Memphis Grizzlies that secured their playoff spot. But the way that...
Not Denver the next night on the back-to-back?
No, because I thought winning in LA meant more than winning at home at Chase Center. I hear you on that one, and I get the ownage that the Denver Nuggets have had on you in the regular season.
Lakers also had ownage.
But the Lakers, they needed to clear that mental hurdle, I think. And we hadn't seen them without Anthony Davis. And that was a big question mark, I think, for all. I was like, okay... No Anthony Davis, who's owned that matchup with that size, blocking the interior, all of that. And now you got Luka Doncic, you can't guard a nosebleed, if you will. But offensively, he had a poor game that game.
Luka was so bad that game.
He was awful.
Oh my God.
He was horrible. He was complaining. He was crying to the refs.
It was disgusting.
It was awful. That being said, you needed Jonathan Kaminga in that game. You needed Brandon Podziemski late in that game, and Podziemski hitting big shots. Again, in that building, in that arena, for those guys to step up in that fashion, that proved to me, hey, those guys aren't scared of the moment. That's what I garnered from that. It's one thing to do it at home against the Nuggets, but to do it in LA against the Lakers, the way they did it, Jonathan Kaminga, that was the best game I've seen in his professional career. Maybe not scoring-wise, but given the circumstances, offensively, defensively, getting the boards, being a facilitator, all of that encompassed, that was the high watermark for Jonathan Kaminga. And I still think that player is in there, and I'm not forgetting that player because I think we're a little jaded because of the couple games after that, but I just think the team overall was kind of disappointing. Going back to that Rockets loss on Sunday, Steph had 3 freaking points. I'm not even going to count that Suns game, Mark. I'm just not even going to. I don't know what, that wasn't an NBA team. I don't know what that was. That was not even a youth level. They just looked completely checked out.
You want to know what's funny is the Warriors dominate the Suns, then they return home and they lose to the Spurs. Yes. The Suns then played the Spurs, and the Suns dominated the Spurs.
See, I'm not even, they were so checked out. Was that after Budenholzer got fired? I don't even know.
No, it was before.
Okay, it was before.
Budenholzer didn't get fired till the end of the regular season.
Win one for Budenholzer, that's what it was there? Like win one for Chauncey? Who got rewarded after that Warriors loss with the contract extension?
Yeah. But the 415 who threw out those lineup combinations, again, 415 said Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, and then Podziemski and JK, or swap in Quentin Post for JK. I'm just telling you, 415, I hear you, but that is the Jimmy, Draymond, JK trio that Steve Kerr has said simply doesn't work. And I have the advanced analytics for you if you're interested. But that 3...
How many minutes for that 3 real quick?
They played 38 total minutes together over the course of 11 basketball games.
Is that enough sample size? Really?
Enough for Steve Kerr.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That trio has a 97.5 offensive rating and a 122.4 defensive rating for a net rating of -25.
That's math.
That trio.
There. That's that Oregon Ducks education right there.
Minus 24.9. I rounded up.
Okay.
But that trio, even if you have the greatest shooter in the history of basketball, Stephen Curry, and Quentin Post, who's a pretty darn good shooter himself.
The second greatest shooter in the history of basketball. Sometimes.
Some say that. There's just not enough spacing offensively.
It's 38-minute sample size. That's not enough.
Part of the reason why the defensive numbers are so bad, because you might say, well, okay, maybe they're worse offensively, but that group should be pretty good defensively with Jimmy and with Dre and with Kaminga. Kaminga has the ability in him to be a good defender. We haven't seen it incredibly consistently, but he has that ability. You might wonder, well, why are they so bad defensively as well? Because guess what? When you can't get an open shot on offense, your defense suffers. It's why Quinton Post is so valuable, and I think it's why they lost against the Spurs, because when Quinton Post was out with that illness for 2 games, suddenly the Warriors could not survive the non-Steph minutes. Quinton Post makes those lineups work because he's out there without Steph. You need shooting somewhere else, and Quinton Post, maybe not the second best shooter in the history of the league, but is the second best shooter on the Warriors. Like, there's no doubt about that anymore. It's
crazy, right? Because, well, your boy Buddy Hield, you said, was one of the greatest shooters in the history of the NBA. I'm just saying, now Quinton Post is come on.
Open three-pointer. Right, I'm going to go Max Kellerman. Fate of the world on the line. Martian's got the death beam pointed at Earth. Other than Steph, which Warrior do you want taking that 3?
Well, I want Iguodala, but I guess it's Quinton Post.
It has to be.
Yeah. Anyone but Buddy Hield.
It has to be Quinton Post.
Rather get up no shot than let Buddy Hield take the last shot.
Buddy Hield is going to make you all eat those words. At one point, there's going to be a Buddy Hield moment in a Buddy Hield game.
When we're down by 30.
Well, no. There's going to be a situation, maybe a quarter, maybe just a 3, and you're all going to say, I apologize.
Buddy Hield hits a massive 3 to cut the lead to 27.
I want Iguodala.
Yeah, there we go. I was listening to you and Joe Shasky, I think it was on Tuesday, previewing the game versus the Grizzlies, and I think I heard Shasky say, I hate that I'm saying this, but Buddy Hield tonight I think is going to have a big game versus the Grizzlies, and Buddy Hield, 12 minutes, 2 points, 1 for 4 from the field.
That's your Buddy Hield moment right there.
30 from downtown.
Are you surprised at all? We've been seeing like the 5 best player combination, and that's what we're talking about right now, 888-957-9570. The 5 best player combination for the Golden State Warriors is what? We've heard a lot of Jonathan Kaminga in there. The guy just had 2 DMPs. Are you surprised at all by that? What is it about Jonathan Kaminga? I'll hear you for a series against the Rockets because you know what? This season, and the sample size, again, we're going small sample size. I know you listed that trio of Jimmy.
38 minutes.
38
11 games.
That's not enough for me. Quite frankly, it's not. But if we're going to do that, let's do this then. Jonathan Kaminga against the Rockets this year, he's averaged 21 points, 6 boards. 1.8 assists. I was doing some rounding there. If you want to round up, 21, 7, and 2 for JK against the Rockets. Something or nothing right there for you. Something or nothing.
I don't know.
See, but if you're going to do the small sample sizes of 38 minutes for spacing, the guy balls out against the Rockets. Does he not?
Yeah, he does. But that was also in 2 of those games without Steph, in one of the game without Steph and Draymond. Like,
is that more impressive that he's doing that, right? No,
it means it means his role is bigger and he's being asked to do more. And I think generally, okay, this is not a knock on Kaminga. This is the Kaminga reality and the Kaminga situation. He has more consistently been better when he's been asked to do more, which might think of that as a good thing. When more responsibility is on his plate, he's generally been good. And I think part of the disconnect now is with Jimmy Butler in town, he is not being asked to do as much. And when he is asked less of, he has a harder time kind of figuring out where to fit in, where to get how to impact winning. He does not have a hard time impacting a basketball team positively when he is like the go-to option, right? But when he has to play behind Steph and behind Draymond and behind Jimmy, it has been harder for him to find his role, to I don't know, slip into where he impacts this team winning basketball games. I felt this way for a really long time, and I think it goes back to before the Jimmy Butler deal. I thought the Warriors, pre-Jimmy Butler, when they didn't have anything going for them, I thought the Warriors had to adjust their plan to JK.
He was balling. He was prior to the injury.
And they were doing it a little bit. They were adjusting their offense to JK. It's kind of what you played that cut from Steve earlier from postgame on Tuesday, talking about how Jimmy has completely morphed their team. Saying Jimmy has made us a good isolation team. You see us, we've changed our style. Jimmy has a mismatch. We're throwing the ball to him, getting everybody else out of the way. Jimmy, go get us a bucket, get us to the free throw line. That's also where JK thrives. That's where JK is at his best. And for too long in JK's career, he's been asked to fit alongside Steph and Dre in the motion offense, right? And that's kind of like trying to fit a square block in a round hole, like a square peg in a round hole. It hasn't worked. And the Warriors began to kind of adjust their plan to fit JK's style. And then he got hurt, and then Jimmy came in, and now the Warriors have a style that doesn't have to really be adjusted to JK because they're doing a pretty good job without him.
See, it's interesting, and if you're just joining us, it's Grandy and Frashasky, it's Spadoni here, we're rolling, we're talking Warriors, Rockets, and your 5 best player combination is what for the Golden State Warriors right now heading into this series, 888-957-9570. You know, people are probably tuning in a lot to this station saying, God, why are we talking about so much about Jonathan Kaminga, a guy that got DNPs? We're talking so much about Jonathan Kaminga because we've been told for the last few months, whether he was hurt and he wasn't there and you're trying to reintegrate him, like he is that missing link. Whether you talk to the Anthony Slaters of the world, who knows this team better than anyone, who covers them, whether you talk to the Mark Grandy, who's been covering this team all year, Evan Giddings, like anyone that's covered this team, whether from the top of the top to the bottom fan that just watches them every single day, every single game. You look at the West, you look at a lot of young and athletic and long teams. This is going to be the most difficult gauntlet. If they do succeed and get through this Western Conference gauntlet, it would be the most difficult gauntlet they have been through in the history of the Stephen Curry, Steve Kerr era. I don't even think there's a question or a doubt about that. It's not even close as far as I'm concerned. And having to get through it, you need guys to match that. You have your 3 best players are all old men. Let's just call it what it is. In basketball years, they're old men. They're not senior citizens, as Draymond alluded to after the game. And all due respect to the senior citizens, but
don't feel bad for us.
35 years old, Draymond Green, 35 years old, Jimmy Butler, and 37 for Stephen Curry. And all 3 of those guys have had a lot of wear and tear throughout the years. A lot of deep finals and playoff runs for all 3 of those guys. So you're going to need whether it's a Moses Moody, you're going to need a Brandon Pajemski, but those guys don't have ultimately what Jonathan Kaminga has more so than any other person on this team, which is that size, that length, that athleticism that the Lakers have, that the Oklahoma City Thunder have, that the Denver Nuggets do have, that the Clippers have as well. All of those teams have those things. And you need Jonathan Kaminga in certain aspects, and maybe in this series against the Rockets. I think absolutely in this series against the Rockets, you're going to need him to have some big moments in big ways. That's what we've been talking about for months, and that's what has been sold. The Warriors can't get through this West without Jonathan Kaminga. So that's why we keep talking about him if you're just joining us and even listening to the station, because it is a conundrum right now. And the fact that he got these DNPs, Mark, it leaves a lot of fans questioning, like, man, we were told from all you guys for all these months that they need GK, and then in the biggest games of the years they don't use them. Well, so that's why we're talking about it. If people are just joining us, and is that fair to say? Like, you still need Jonathan Kaminga if you want to compete in this West? Is that too strong? Because we've been talking about it.
They don't need JK in a vacuum. They need JK playing good basketball. Like JK playing good basketball and filling the role that Steve Kerr and the Warriors are asking him to fill. That would undoubtedly put them to another level. Like, no one is denying that. But you don't need the JK in Portland, who the ball gets to him and it stops. And you have Steph on the left wing open, and Kaminga's on the right wing after getting a pass from the right corner and just kind of standing there for 5 seconds figuring out what to do. Should I drive? Should I pass? Should I shoot? What am I? Defense then adjusts and they react, and Steph is covered up. Like, they don't need that. They absolutely don't need that. They need JK to run the floor. They need JK to slash. They need JK to get on the glass offensively and defensively. And they need JK to be an above-average perimeter defender. Okay. And if he does those things, he will play a lot of minutes and he will impact the Warriors positively this series and in the postseason. But what the Warriors are saying, at least right now, is we don't have a ton of confidence he's going to do that often enough to be a positive player.
See, you know what's funny? In the biggest games that he has played in his career, and I'll go back to that Lakers game because I'm going to keep bringing it up because I thought that was his best game of his career, given the circumstances, given the team, given the venue they were playing at, all the expectations, LeBron, Luka, Austin Reeves, like all of those guys in that building, and he showed out and he wasn't backing down. He had a sick block, I think, on Luka or Austin Reeves, one of them. he was flying all over the place. And that athleticism was off the charts in a game with a lot of star power and a lot of offensive playmaking. He was more than holding his own in that game. But I go back to that game, and I also go back to the play-in game a year ago where he did get some action, and he was keeping him in that game. Like, so I'll hear you, and it was a different team, and Jimmy Butler wasn't there. But in the biggest moments, in the biggest games, and at least in the last 2 years, I've seen him show up in a one-game scenario. So that's why I was scratching my head a little bit that we just didn't see any of him against the Clippers or against the Grizzlies, quite frankly. And again, those are one-game scenarios, but I just gave you some one-game scenarios where he did show up. We got some calls here that I want to get into, and I want to go to the phones. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also hit us up on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Same number to call or text. Let's go to Dirty Chai in Berkeley. Wants to touch on these Kaminga DNPs. Good morning, Dirty Chai. How we doing?
Hey, guys. Long time listener. OG roaster. First time caller.
Let's go.
Appreciate you.
Big fan of you guys. I think so. I'm in the minority of listeners and callers lately. That's why I called in. I understand the DNPs. I was calling for it a couple weeks beforehand when Kaminga came back, ruined our chemistry, ball stopping, getting really anxious. And what's sad about it is before his injury, the game was really starting to slow down for him. I actually think the best game I saw him play was against the Rockets when we went down there. I think Steph was out, but he was a monster against those athletic wings that they have. So I know he's got the potential. Like, the thing is, he came back from injury and he's slow, he's anxious, he's getting in his feelings, he's upset. We can't afford for him to wait. And what you just described, like run the floor, be an above average wing defender, scrap for the loose balls. Like Santos already does that, and he plays smart every minute he gets. He can't play above the rim. He doesn't give us as high a ceiling as JK, but his floor is a lot higher than JK's. So I think I understand the DNPs.
All right, that's Dirty Chai in Berkeley. He's saying, you know what? And if you ask Steve Kerr, he'll tell you, hey, it was a DNP for Guy Santos back on that Sunday game against the Clippers. Like, I was DNP for him, and Guy Santos played in 6 minutes, but he made his presence felt with those hustle plays, and that's what Steve Kerr, as you alluded to, Mark, that's what he loves.
And Kerr said pregame Tuesday before the Grizzlies game, and he made a point of this, which is why it was no surprise that Guy played on Tuesday. Pregame Tuesday, Steve Kerr said, yeah, I think I should have played Guy versus the Clippers.
Well, it was weird because there was a moment in the game, and I was watching on the ESPN coverage of it, and shout out NBC Sports Bay Area doing a hell of a job with Bobby Fitz and Klenna, but I was out and about walking, and they had the ESPN game on, and I was locked into that one, and it was Bob Myers and Dave Pasch on the call.
This was the Clipper game?
This was the Clipper
on
game.
Sunday, yeah.
And Guy, Bob Myers said, Guy Santos is about to come in.
It was,
and then he wasn't.
So second quarter, correct, I believe, and this was already the point where GP2 had come in the normal Kaminga rotation. So we already had sensed something's going on with Kaminga at that point. So at that point, I'm there sitting press row and I'm keeping my eye on the bench.
That's right. Boots on the ground, Mark Grandy.
And any sub that comes in, I'm on it. And I see Santos gets off the bench, heads to the scorer's table like he's about to check in. And then I think the Clippers go on a mini run. Maybe they hit a 3 and Steve Kerr calls timeout.
And then
he calls timeout, and then out of that timeout, Guy did not check in. So something changed in Steve Kerr's mind during that timeout, and then we never saw Santos or Kaminga at that point the rest of the game even get off the bench to come into the game. But if there was one of them that was going to play in that game, it was going to be Guy over JK, and that also played out on Tuesday when Guy played 6 minutes. Had an immediate impact, by the way, as our caller just stated. You get that 100% energy and effort every single time from Guy. Had a positive impact in 6 minutes. And in a game that is decided, Spadoni, in the final minute, that could be the difference in a win or a loss. Like, every single possession is of the utmost importance. Like, after the Sunday loss to the Clippers, I was doing postgame that day, and can't even count the number of calls who said Kaminga would have helped us win that basketball game. And there's a very real possibility that that's the case. I am just going to tell you, there is also a very real possibility that if Kaminga played his normal rotation, the Warriors don't go to overtime. They lose that game in regulation because it takes just one mistake in an overtime game where it was decided by a point in regulation, right? One fewer point for you, one more point for the opponent, and you lose. There is as much of a possibility that playing Kaminga would have lost the game in overtime or in regulation than it would have for the Warriors to win it in regulation.
I would have loved the look, and I get it. I hear you. Just the size of him, and I do think we underrate his defensive prowess. I'm not saying by any means he's a lockdown one-on-one defender, but I do think he is very opportunistic in his size, and when he is
he's got a rebound.
He's got a rebound, but you can't tell me coming out of that game you don't like Jonathan Kaminga just guarding Desmond Bane. A couple more of those threes might not have went in. Like that, I think that his size would have given a guy like a Desmond Bane or even a John Morant, quite frankly. And again, John Morant's special.
Maybe.
He's going to blow past everyone. But
the Warriors putting their best defenders on Ja and on Jaren Jackson Jr., and then they're going to deal with what Desmond Bane does.
But it's different, right? Like I think the lateral quickness is probably Jonathan Kaminga has the best lateral quickness at this point. No disrespect to Jimmy Butler. The guy's 35 years old.
No, you're right on that.
He can't do that every single game. But I think he would have definitely helped in that scenario. There's just no doubt in my mind. I do love that there was a Desmond Bane, and then there was a Batman reference by Jimmy Butler after the game. There's just, how could you not? I was doing a lot of Bane voices yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you not? I was born in the darkness.
I like it.
But thank you.
But
not a nerd out here.
To get back to the best 5-man unit for the Warriors right now,
best combination of Warriors players, the best 5 combination right here. I'm kind of butchering how I'm saying it here, but the best 5 Warriors is the combination of what? 888-957 and 9570. A lot of people are saying Kaminga's in there.
That's why we're talking about it right now. For me, like just flatly, Kaminga's not in any best 5-man groups.
Is he on the fringe? Is he on the 7th, 6th man?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's not playing.
Well, okay. Again, we're saying he's going to play in the series, though. Just those games he wasn't playing.
I read you the advanced numbers for the Draymond, Jimmy, and
38
Kaminga,
minutes,
right? Okay.
Please. That's less than an episode of Love on the Spectrum, which I'm locked into on Netflix. Let's go.
Net rating of -25. Yes, I know, relatively small sample size, 38 minutes. Okay. The foil to Kaminga is Moody oftentimes, right? Like if Moody wasn't starting, it might be Kaminga. Okay.
Okay.
The 3-man group of Butler, Draymond, Moody, right? So the same 3-man group, but Moody instead of Kaminga.
Mm-hmm.
That net rating has a positive of +10.
Right.
Offensive rating of 115, defensive rating of 105.
How many minutes is that one?
554
that's a lot.
minutes.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, come on, man. 38 to 500?
Butler, Draymond, and Pajemski. Net rating of 13.5. Defensive rating is elite at 101.
Great. What's the number of minutes?
510.
Stop, please. Exactly. Like, this is what it comes down to. There's not enough minutes to argue. 38 is just not enough as far as I'm concerned. Anthony Slater agrees with me, by the way. Our Warriors insider.
Yeah, he agrees that Kaminga is needed. He doesn't. I don't think he agrees that the Butler, Draymond, Kaminga grouping works.
No, he said he hasn't seen enough of it to say it doesn't work. That's what he said. He says Steve Kerr.
Jury is out.
He knows Steve Kerr doesn't like it.
Okay.
So that's obvious. So that's what he goes to. But Marcus Thompson, Tim Kawakami, what is it, the Plus Minus podcast on Odyssey? Or is it Odyssey?
It is on.
It is awesome.
Odyssey original.
There you go.
Shout out Warriors Plus Minus.
Thank you. They all agree that they don't think it's enough minutes to really garner from that. At least Marcus Thompson and Slater. We got injury report, so we'll get Matthew, TC. We'll get to you guys on the other side, I promise. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 5 best Warrior combination is what? We're getting a lot of Jonathan Kaminga, surprisingly. Or is that surprising? 888-957-9570. But first, it is time for the injury report. Oh, we got an ace one here. Okay, the Athletics.
Oh.
Yeah, they're just the Athletics. They're not Oakland. They're not Sacramento. They're just the Athletics. ATH.
There should be an Oakland Athletics.
Right. They've been missing their second baseman, Zach Geloff, to start the season after undergoing surgery to repair a fractured hamate bone in his right wrist. Geloff was able to take the next steps in his recovery this week when he was able to take ground balls and throw on the field. He is still a ways away from beginning any sort of rehab assignment, but his recovery is trending in the right direction. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California Premier's workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. The 5 best combo for the Golden State Warriors. It's the 5. I'm not saying individual players, Mark, and I want to be clear here. It's not the 5 best players. It's the 5 best combination.
How do they work together?
How do they work together?
Chemistry.
Thank you. 888-957-9570. We got Dave Fleming coming up at 8:30 as well. We'll touch on the San Francisco Giants there. and maybe get Dave's thoughts on this first-round matchup between the Warriors and the Rockets and how he sees the Western Conference, because Dave is locked in on all things Bay Area sports. It's Grandy and for Shasky. It's Spadoni. It's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby, on 95.7 The Game.
Trades are hard.
No, they're not. Come on, he got Jimmy Butler. Easiest trade ever, am I right, Mike Dunleavy? Come on.
A lot of things had to work in the Warriors' favor for that to happen.
It certainly did. I mean,
shout out Bradley Beal's no trade clause.
There you go. Well, shout out one Andrew Wiggins as well. Balling out yesterday in a do-or-die game for your Miami Heat, baby.
Balling out? What do you go, 9 for 20, 8 for 20 from the field?
Hey.
Are you buying stock?
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. I don't know
take that.
20 points, 9 boards, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. He was all over the place. Two-way Wiggs.
The biggest number, there's 2 of them, 9 rebounds and 20 field goal attempts.
Pretty quick.
20? Okay, hold on. I'm going to look through the Wiggins game log real quick.
He's finally taking shots.
When was the last time that he took 20 shots in a game?
Probably the last time, I don't know.
21 against the Hornets on the 23rd of March.
Oh, that's the Hornets. That doesn't really count, does it?
Okay, let's keep going.
That's Mark Grandy in for Joe Shasky, and I am Joe Spadoni. We're halfway home here on a thirsty Thursday here in the Bay. I just smashed an Americano, and I also just smashed some nacho cheese Doritos. By the way, we're not coming to you live from the Dorito studios. It's the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. But Doritos, I can be bought. So if you just want to come bring us a whole box of these, I smash them every single morning. Big Dorito guy, big Dorito Loco Taco guy.
You and Lemon both. Lemon's also a Dorito guy. I've noticed.
They don't have spicy nacho here in the vending machine. If they did, it would be elite. We're just going with OG Cool Ranch and nacho cheese, but spicy nacho, the GOAT. Also, you know what is the GOAT? YouTube, because we are streaming on there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We are streaming all day long, all week long, leading up to the series between the Warriors and Rockets. That's what we've been talking about. We've been talking about that best 5 combo for the Golden State Warriors. So the best combination, not the best 5 players per se, but the best combination of 5 players for the Golden State Warriors is what? We're getting a lot of Jonathan Kaminga in there. For some people, we've gotten some Quentin Post. We've gotten some, no Gary Paytons, no Buddy Hields in there quite yet. I know Buddy is a very interesting player. I'll just say that. You're going to be, he's going to get the last laugh is all I'm going to say. Buddy's going to make some shots, and you guys are all going to be eating your words. I am a Buddy Hield believer. You know what else?
I hope you're right.
I'm a believer.
I'm not rooting against you.
I know you're not. And I'm rooting for Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line because that is open as well. Same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming coming up in 24 minutes. We will get into some Giants talk as they win 11-4 over in Philly yesterday. They wrap up that 4-game series today in Philly, and the Giants are 13-5. Don't look now, folks. 13-5 and 9-3 on the road. They're fun, man. What can I say? They're a fun team.
They are fun.
That's
it.
Fun. That's it. That's all you got. They're all fun. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
we got Flem coming up in 25 minutes.
All right. You just seen a little. The Giants are your team. I mean,
it was a hell of a game yesterday.
All right, Robbie Ray,
struggled in the first inning.
I don't know if I'm in on the thick Robbie Ray beard.
Putting it lightly.
I don't know if I'm in on the thick beard for Robbie Ray yet. Maybe he needs to shave it, go back to clean cut Robbie Ray beard, or a little thinner.
What about the very thin and tight pants?
Yeah, I'm in on the tight pants. That's his look. That's
what about
his thing.
The grunt?
I'm in on the grunt, Sharapova-esque.
You can tell if he's throwing a fastball or an off-speed pitch based on the grunt.
I don't think it matters.
I don't know. So this is something that Steven Risotto and I have talked about a lot.
I opened up a can of worms.
You hear the grunt. By the time you hear the grunt, the fastball is already like halfway to the plate.
What I'm saying,
so like if you're listening for the grunt, like you're already too late by the time you hear it.
That's fair.
You just look at the ball. That's what they teach you at the T-ball all the way up to the major leagues. Just keep your eye.
Robbie, grunt away. You'll be okay. You're not tipping anything.
You know who's keeping their eye on the ball yesterday? I'll tell you this. It was one Klay Thompson for your Dallas Mavericks. And you know what?
Your Dallas Mavericks. Who the hell are you talking to?
Hey, I think everyone is rooting for the Mavericks when it comes to this game against the Sacramento Kings yesterday, because there are no Kings fans here in San Francisco.
I kind of feel bad for the Kings. They have it so rough. For Kings fans.
Okay, not the Kings themselves.
They have it rough.
They shoot themselves in the foot constantly when it came to Mike Brown.
What a mess of a franchise.
De'Aaron Fox. I mean, just 2 years. No, seriously though.
2 years ago, they were the 3 seed.
And they were taking on the Warriors, and that was an incredible series.
Now,
we thought stock rising and stock falling. Stock rising for Sacramento a couple years ago, and maybe for the Warriors, you're looking at coming off a championship loss like, oh, I don't know, the Jordan Poole saga. You bring in Chris Paul. It's like, man, these franchises are going 2 different directions. And since then, it's completely opposite 2 years later. And Klay Thompson, in his final Warriors game, obviously 0 for 10, in that building? Well, he was overcome with emotions yesterday as Klay gets it done with the Dallas Mavericks. Klay Thompson dropping 23 points, a very efficient 23 points. And here he is talking about the emotions.
It's a lot of emotion, so I thought I did a good job not forcing it. Human nature, when you have a season on a sour note like that, you want to come out here and prove people wrong, but I thought I did a good job to start the game, trying to dish, rebound, play defense, and the shots came to me after that.
So good for Klay Thompson. You know what? A couple minutes there for him because that was a tough way to watch his Warriors career go out last year. Like, that was brutal to watch. We were all feeling it.
Really rough.
Coming off the season prior to when he might have had the worst series I've ever seen him have against the Lakers. I mean, it was awful. It was bad offensively, defensively. He just wasn't engaged. It was bad. And it was kind of a homecoming for him, if you will, too, growing up a Lakers fan. And it was tough to watch. And then ultimately how that season transpired, coming off the bench, all of the question marks regarding his future. And ultimately that was his final game in a Golden State Warriors uniform. So exercising some demons, if you will, albeit in a Dallas Mavericks uniform, as Dallas will now go to Memphis on Friday. And the winner of that game, Mark, playing the Oklahoma City Thunder. They got a date on Sunday in OKC. And I don't care who's playing it, whether it's Grizzlies or Dallas, they're going to get absolutely destroyed in game one.
OKC in 5 at the most would be my guess doesn't matter who the opponent is.
I wonder who they would want between the Mavericks
Memphis.
and the Grizzlies.
Probably Memphis.
Well, they've owned Memphis all season long. They've beat them by like 20 points. I think
the answer to all of these questions, if Memphis is involved, is Memphis.
Okay. Every single time.
I
Okay.
think so.
Because of Anthony Davis, he's a championship type of player. If he is on, he is a difference maker with size in that matchup.
Their bigs are back. They can be a really good defensive team.
Okay.
So not that I think OKC's afraid of either of them, but
No.
I think they'd prefer to play Memphis.
And thankfully, the Warriors are not playing Oklahoma City by virtue of that win on Tuesday. They got the Houston Rockets instead, and the rest.
And if they ever play OKC in the playoffs, it will be in the Western Finals. It's the first time you're going to have to play them.
I know we haven't done our picks yet for anything, and the matchups aren't set. If he stays healthy, again, it's the big if. I like the Clippers coming out of that bracket. I might like them coming out. Like, if they, again, it's a big if with Kawhi. And I did kind of tongue-in-cheek, but also not tongue-in-cheek say there might be moments in the playoffs where the Clippers load manage Kawhi Leonard in a playoff game where they might just punt. Like, let's say they win in Denver.
They win game 1. You don't need to push super hard for game 2. But
I'm just saying. People laughed at me and said there's no chance that happens. I'm just saying there's no load managing, thankfully, with the Golden State Warriors in this scenario, because had they lost and then had they won on Friday, you might be thinking about, all right, well, if we're getting blown out in the first half, maybe we just bench Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond and just maybe give JK the mop-up duty at game 1 in Oklahoma City. Thankfully, you don't have to do that. And now they do have some time to rest. And I think that's ultimately, Mark, going to be the tail of the tape here for this series and for the rest of the playoffs is the wear and tear and the grinded out nature of these series and the effect it's going to have on Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, because those are your best 3 players, and they're ultimately going to decide whether this is a championship team or not. Yes, it's about the others at times. Yes, that's why we're talking about Jonathan Kaminga and if he can help those old guys out at certain points and give them some spurts, right? Yes, we want pods to be playing well. Moody, GP2, all of them. But ultimately, it's going to come down to the big 3 and the trust level that they could stay healthy going forward, because this is going to be the biggest gauntlet. Starts right now, and it starts on Sunday against the Houston Rockets. And I think for me, and you can speak on this, that game a couple Sundays ago kind of changed how I viewed that team a little bit. I know Steph's not going to score 3 points against them. That was kind of an aberration, if you will. They were coming off those 3 amazing wins against the Grizzlies, Rockets, the Grizzlies, Lakers, and Nuggets heading into that Rockets game. But that changed how I felt about them. Just that one game alone, I was like, oh man, maybe this, Ime Udoka was talking that talk. Like the entire team was buying into that whole goon philosophy. And it could be a tougher series than I initially expected had they played them, and that game didn't happen a couple weeks ago.
Warriors slight underdogs in game 1. Currently Houston's favored by 1 point.
What is that? What is that on?
Like what, book?
Yeah.
This is FanDuel.
Because DraftKings had them as a 1-point favorite. So again,
maybe it's moved, but it's very close.
Very close. 1 point here or there. So
the series as a whole is Warriors as a favorite minus 166, which means you have to risk $166. You have to bet $166 to win 100. So the Warriors are the favorite to win the series, and the Warriors have not super often, but decent amount of times, lose game one and still win the series. In fact, the last 2 series that they've won, 2 years ago, first round versus the Kings, and then 2022 NBA Finals versus the Celtics, they lost game one in both those, and they came back and won the series. So losing game one is not a death blow. And it's what we were talking about early. Steve Kerr is a great in-series tactician. A game one loss is not necessarily all a loss because the Warriors can use a lot in that game to kind of learn about how to beat a team in a series. But I think my biggest concern, Spadoni, about this Rockets series isn't that I'm scared how the Warriors are going to match up. Isn't that, I think Amen Thompson and Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks and Tari Eason are going to be able to limit Steph to 1 for 10 from the field. It's not going to happen. Steph is too good. The Warriors are going to be working night and day to get him looks, and they will find a way to do it. And now they have, another ace in Jimmy Butler who can play off of that. They will be prepared. So my concern isn't necessarily like Houston limiting Steph. It's more so just how hard the Warriors are going to have to work to win that series. And if it goes 7, which it very well could, if it goes 7 and the Warriors come out on top, I'm a little worried about, as you were talking about, energy and the ability to feel fresh and be ready for another series. Because as you get further along in the Western Conference playoffs, you generally are playing, resting one day, playing again the next day. It's not like the beginning of this series where you play Sunday, 2 days off, play Wednesday, 2 days off, play Saturday. Like, that's not what it's going to be when you get to the Western semis and to the Western finals. And, of course, in the NBA finals as well. The NBA likes to space these out early so they can get a team like the Warriors 2 weekend games in their first 3, Sunday and then the following Saturday. So I'm a little worried about that.
Similar to, not to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
But similar to a couple of years ago when they played the Kings and that pound of flesh in Game 7, obviously it was a great Game 7 for Steph. They lost Game 1 of that Lakers series, and that's the only one the Lakers needed to win there because they stole home court and they never gave it back.
Yeah.
Then obviously the Lonnie Walker game built into that, and the rest is history.
Lonnie Walker
I know,
game.
but again, it goes to your point. Like,
that was Game 4, right? To go up 3-1?
Correct, and that was basically the series at that point.
Warriors won Game 5 back at home, but then couldn't get Game 6.
Correct.
Series over.
Yep, and that was Jordan Poole's last game in a Golden State Warriors uniform. And then bring on Chris Paul and DiVincenzo's too. Dante DiVincenzo. There you go.
That Lonnie Walker game is one of the most difficult losses for the Warriors in the postseason in this whole era, in this whole run.
That series, at least for me, when I look back on it, because that's the last time they've been in a postseason series. Like, I get it was. By the way, Steve Kerr's first and only Western Conference Series loss. So again, keep that in the back of your mind. Steve Kerr has only lost a Western Conference Series one time in his history as Golden State Warriors head coach. So just keep that in perspective.
You think he's going to retire with only one Western Conference Series loss?
That'd be huge. I mean,
they're going to go to the finals this year?
At least gets to the finals, right? That'd be pretty incredible. But that's baked into the equation. I did think the Lakers were a better team in that series, just top to bottom. Like, heading into these playoffs, where do the Warriors stack up in the Western Conference? 888-957-9570. I know we don't have the 8th seed locked and loaded yet. It's either going to be the Grizzlies or the Mavericks, but I think everyone would rank that team probably last in regardless to any of the other teams above them.
Yeah.
How are you ranking these teams, Mark? I'll just ask you straight up. Like, you look at the Thunder, you look at the Rockets, the Lakers, you got the Nuggets, Clippers, and then, you got the Warriors right there, right? Like, it's interesting because it goes to the tandems for me.
Yeah.
It goes to the tandems and you go to those guys. But again, it's not a 2-person sport. So it's the others around them that it's baked into it. But we always do this when it comes to the superstars, right? Like,
well, the playoffs are about the superstars.
It is.
There's no doubt.
It is, but also it could be a team, right? Like, I'm looking at the Indiana Pacers. Like, I don't think they have the superstar of a Giannis. Tyrese Halliburton's a very good player.
Pascal Siakam.
Again.
Miles Turner.
And I get like Damian Lillard.
Andrew Nembhard.
But I'm not taking the Bucks in that series solely off Giannis, right?
Giannis has been amazing of late.
But he can't do it all himself,
He
right?
has been of late.
I don't know.
They've actually been better offensively without Dame because their only option is just give the ball to Giannis every possession, and he's been answering the call.
The Pacers were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. I think we're all kind of sleeping on them a little bit. That's the Eastern Conference. That's another thing.
Eastern Conference.
I know. It's a joke. Someone tweeted yesterday or 2 days ago, is like, I'm starting to think maybe players from the Eastern Conference shouldn't even be eligible for the MVP because it's that ridiculous. Some of the teams, like the Atlanta Hawks, just
Okay.
embarrassment.
We're talking about duos, right?
Right.
Best duos in the playoffs. How far down the list do you have to get before you get to an Eastern Conference duo?
I respect.
You like Tatum and Brown.
They won the title last year. I don't think
because they have the best starting five and the best bench in the NBA.
Is Jason Tatum a top 10 player in the league? Like, yes, right?
Jaylen Brown is not.
Ooh, I think playoff Jaylen Brown is. We doing playoff Jimmy? Playoff Jaylen Brown's absolutely a thing. He was finals MVP last year.
Yeah, sure.
He's incredible. And he should have been on the Olympic team, by the way. What a joke that was. I know Steve Kerr's not in charge of that. No, I care. I want the best. I represent the red, white, and blue, baby. We got World Cup next year, Mark.
Congrats, Jaylen Brown. You're on the team. You're going to get a DNP just like Jason Tatum. Take that.
No, actually, I think, would have been funny because I think Jaylen Brown would have actually gotten more minutes than Jason Tatum.
But okay.
But I am putting that tandem in my top 5. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, absolutely. I'm putting Jimmy buckets and Steph in my top 5 there in tandems. I'm putting LeBron and Luka. So what is that at 3? I'm putting Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, and this is in no order right now. And then I'm probably putting Kawhi and James Harden, but there is an asterisk there. I'm not putting Shea and player 2 because I don't know who the second best player is on the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm not putting
what about Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun?
No, or Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley. I don't.
Darius Garland.
I'm not putting those two.
Jared Allen.
Exactly. I'm not doing that. So
Isaac Okoro.
I'm putting those are my top 5 right there.
I think you have the correct top 5.
Okay, in any order.
I think I'm probably putting Tatum and Brown as 5th.
Okay.
Behind those 4 Western Conference duos, Steph and Jimmy. Again, in some order. I'm going to need help from Dub Nation.
Funny you say that. Those are the youngest 2, by the way, of the combinations. I'm pretty sure, right? Like that's not. It's maybe Murray and Jokic, maybe, but they would be the same. But that's funny. You're putting all the old guys in front of them.
I mean,
wear and tear though. Mark.
Geez,
they're old.
Steph and Jimmy, LeBron and Luka, Kawhi and James Harden. And then Jokic and Murray. I think those are the top 4 duos.
You guys are on a first-name basis, Kawhi and James. I was like, excuse me?
Well, you call him Kawhi because it's Kawhi, and then you want to call the other guy by the first name, but James is not identifiable.
Kawhi Leonard, 2 first names. It's already a red flag. Yeah, I don't need to go on that diatribe, but I don't trust anyone.
LeBron James, 2 first names.
Again, you don't trust guys like that. Why do you think he's not Michael Jordan? Oh, no, Michael Jordan's another one.
2 maybe first names.
Yeah. How do you stack up the Western Conference, though? We got a couple minutes. We got Dave Fleming and 9. We'll get into some Giants here. But if you're to rank the West right now from best to worst of contenders that you could actually win the championship in the West, who do you got?
I got OKC as the clear number 1 in my mind. Wow. And then I have a group of 3 that I'm having a really hard time differentiating.
Real quick, I think that's kind of a hot take. I know they're the number 1 overall seed. I think there's a lot of people, especially in the media, that don't believe that they're going to do it.
They're so good.
In the regular season, they are so good. They need to show me.
They're so good. They're going to show you.
Really? Would you bet on $100 if you had to bet on any one team in the West to come out of the West? You'd bet Oklahoma City Thunder?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you'd lose your money. Continue. I'm not. They're not winning the West.
I do think a potential.
You gonna lock that in?
Yeah. Let's lock that in right now. The Oklahoma City Thunder are not winning the Western Conference.
Well, if you're telling me, am I taking OKC or the field, that's a different question than just if I'm picking one team, which team is it?
Well, yeah, I just asked you.
I'll take the field over OKC, but if I have to pick a single team, I'm picking OKC. Those are 2 entirely different things.
No.
Yes, they are.
I just gave you one option and you said you'd either take
You
it or
said
leave
if
it.
you had to pick one team, and who would it be? I said OKC. That's entirely different than OKC or the field.
I don't think that's how I phrased it.
You are boxing me, and I'm not letting you do that to me.
No. That's fake news. Continue.
I would not be shocked if the Clippers give them real trouble in the second round.
Okay.
But
what about the Nuggets? What about the Nuggets?
I don't believe in the Nuggets. They're done. They're done.
Why?
They just fired their head coach. They got issues.
The Cavs fired their head coach during the season, and they won a championship. Ty Lue did it against the Warriors.
David
I watched
Blatt. Get out of here.
Exactly.
David Blatt.
Kick rocks.
That didn't happen 2 games before the end of the regular season.
Maybe it's the spark they needed.
Let's be real. LeBron was the head coach of that team.
Nuggets have issues.
Just like he's the head coach of your team.
I don't believe in the Nuggets at all. They're done. They're done. They might win a game 2 in this series against the Clippers. That's the most, in my opinion.
I can't even believe you said that.
Thanks, John. I think it's okay.
John Heyman?
That is John Heyman. I think it's OKC in a group by themselves, and then you've got these 3 teams in some order.
So you think they're a tier above?
Yes.
Wow.
Then you've got the Warriors, the Clippers, and the Lakers. in some order.
Okay.
Honestly, I think I might have the Clippers as the second most likely.
They're the hottest of the three.
But they have to go through OKC. So those teams have to play each other. Not both of them can make the Western Finals.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm trying to order that group, with that in mind, maybe I bump the Clippers down because both those teams can't make it. So maybe I go, honestly, OKC, Warriors, Clippers, Lakers.
I'm not mad at that.
That's my top 4.
I would still put the Thunder in there, but I'm probably putting them 4th because I need to see them do it. I've seen those other 3 teams, or I should say players on said teams, do the whole damn thing. That's Steph, Jimmy, LeBron, and Kawhi Leonard. And James Harden obviously is a 6th man with Oklahoma City Thunder, but not as one of the focal points. But Kawhi is the best player on that team. So I'm going to put them. No, the Nuggets. Jamal Murray's health is very questionable for me. See, I'm not ultimately going to dismiss them because
they have no depth. I just don't trust anyone outside of like their 3 best players.
I hear you. There's no like Bruce Brown on there anymore. Like they don't have that collection of talent that they did a couple years ago when they went on that deep run, right? But gosh, Jokic, I get Shea's going to win it. He could easily win the MVP again this year. He's that freaking good. So I have that much respect for him as a champion. And Jamal, I'm not going to scoff that he is a champion. I know we kind of like he gets lost in the shuffle because Jokic is that freaking good. Jamal Murray, when he is healthy, is an absolute stud in the playoffs, and he's going to be the X factor in that series. If he is healthy, maybe it does change things. And I do think if you're the Warriors, that's what you're rooting for. Again, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Just take care of business against the Rockets. But if you're trying to tell me what you want to shake out if you're a Warriors fan, this is how it ultimately shakes out. Whoever plays the Thunder takes them to 6 games. So tries to take a pound of flesh out of them, whether that's the Mavericks or the Grizzlies. But ultimately, we think the Thunder advance. We'd love for them to get upset, but I think they're going to advance. And then it's the Clippers and Nuggets going 7, right? Going to a 7-game series. And whoever comes out of that, right? And then they take the Thunder to the brink. And then it's one of those 2 teams, either if it's the Thunder, the Clippers, or the Nuggets. Okay, I'll take my chances against either of those teams. And then how it shakes out for the Warriors is you handle your business in 6, preferably 5, but 6. If it goes 7, it goes 7. And then you hope that the Timberwolves and Lakers take a pound of flesh at each other. That goes 6 or 7. Take care of business against one of those teams, and then you're facing off against the Thunder ultimately if they have a pound of flesh taken out of them. And I think you like your chances against the Thunder. If those other teams, like I said, take a pound of flesh out of them. That's how it shakes out for me, ultimately, because I don't want to face the Clippers and I don't want to face the Nuggets. If anything, it sounds insane. I'd rather face the Thunder in the conference finals. But
then the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
You call me my OKC take hot. That is hot.
The Nuggets have
You'd rather face the Nuggets than OKC?
Yes.
If you're the Warriors.
Yes. Wow. No. I'd rather face Oklahoma City, I said, right? No, I'd rather face Oklahoma City.
Sorry, sorry.
The Nuggets.
I said it wrong. Yeah. But wow.
Yes,
okay.
I would. No, because we
can get into it later.
I respect the hell out of Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray. I also respect the hell out of David B. Fleming. He's coming up next. Voice of the San Francisco Giants, because what the Giants are doing right now is fun. They're 13-5. I want to pick Dave's thoughts on that. Plus, he was at the Masters at Augusta. Shout out Rory McIlroy, completing the career slam there, winning all 4 majors, what that means. And also, let's get Dave's thoughts on the Warriors matchup against the Houston Rockets. That's all coming up next. It's Spadoni, it's Grandy and Frashaski. It's brought to you by Frontier Ford.
5 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Yastrzemski out to left center field. Put another one in that column. Flores will score. Fitzgerald right on his heels. He had to make sure he didn't catch him. And he scores. The Boo Birds are out in Philly. Yastrzemski knocks in 2. 11-4.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Mark Grandy in for Joe Shasky alongside myself, Joe Spadoni. We'll have Dave Fleming coming up here shortly, Giants broadcaster. You heard him on the voice right there, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. And Dave's going to be joining us. And it's going to be brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supplies, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. You got to visit their showroom today, and he's going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Dave, good morning. It's been a hell of a week for you. We got Rory winning the Masters. We got the Giants en fuego right now. Big win yesterday, going for the series win in Philly. And the Golden State Warriors are finally a playoff team, Dave. Good morning.
Great week. Good morning. This is why, this time of year can be so much fun, but it's a lot more fun when opening day turns into a 13-5 start, when the Masters turns into an all-time classic, when the NBA playoffs include the team you root for and watch every night. So, I always love this time of year, but it's a little sweeter this year, I would say.
You had a great start for the Giants, 13-5, as Spadoni mentioned, going for the series win in Philadelphia today. Jordan Hicks on the bump. How surprising has this offensive start been for you, considering the Giants haven't been getting a ton yet from Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, yet putting up 11 runs yesterday, 10 in Game 1 versus Philadelphia, putting up big runs often. How surprising has this been to you, considering those two guys that you expect to lead the offensive attack haven't really gotten going yet?
Yeah, well, it's not just those two either. Lamont Wade Jr. is probably in the worst stretch that we've ever seen him in. Patrick Bailey hasn't really contributed, so it's not only those two, but your main point is a good one in that things haven't clicked on all fronts, and yet they are one of the top 5 scoring team in baseball right now. Top run differential team, one of the top run differential teams in baseball. I'm a little surprised. I still think the formula for this team, the way the roster is built, is a pitching defense first roster, and even though the pitching has been solid to this point, I would say that the offense has carried the load for a lot of these first few weeks. So to me, that's a little surprising. I'm not sure that's what the Giants are expecting for the full season. I still think they want to build this thing around the other stuff that we have talked about a lot leading into the year. But that's a good surprise because they've scored in a lot of different ways. One of the fun parts to me about this series is, they had the home run barrage on Monday, scored 10 runs, and almost all of them with the home run ball. And the last 2 games, they haven't scored by way of the home run at all. On windy nights, last night was not a good night to hit. Just was a tough night for everybody. And they get 13 hits and 11 runs, season high in runs on a night where you probably weren't going to hit many long balls. They found ways to get offense across anyway.
Talking with Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster here on the Morning Roast. It is Mark Grandy in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni right here. And Dave, just talking about, you mentioned it a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, the NL West, man, is just absolutely stacked. We might actually be watching one of the greatest divisions we've seen in quite some time. You got the Pods at 15-4, the Giants at second at 13-5. They'd be in first place any other division, but they're in the NL West, and they got the Dodgers right on their heels, 14-6, and the D-backs at 11-7. God bless the Colorado Rockies. Yikes, 3-15 there. So it is not all quiet on the Western front, but I am a little concerned right now. Listen, it's early in the season. Justin Verlander, he's a grizzled vet. He's not a young guy. He's not 25 years old, right? We went through this with Blake Snell last year. Some of the veteran guys, maybe it takes a little time, but are you concerned at all with some of these early struggles in the season for one Justin Verlander, giving up 8 hits just the other day against the Phillies, 4 runs. Prior to that against the Reds, 5 2/3, 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 of those earned. Any concern with Verlander this early on, Dave?
Concerned? No, I don't think I'm concerned about it. He looks healthy. He's throwing hard. He has made a lot of mistakes in the middle of the plate, and that has to stop because that's big league hitters. As hard as it is to hit right now with the high velocity, high movement era that we're in, big league hitters still crush mistakes out over the plate, and Verlander's just had a few. Too many of those. I think the main thing is his body looks good. He looks healthy. But yeah, overall, I would say that the starting rotation has underperformed to this point. And that's, I guess you could really look at that as a serious positive. They're 13-5, where their starters just, other than Webb and even Logan has been, I think, a little unhappy with the way his stuff has been over the start of the year. But Hicks has been inconsistent. Robbie Ray has been inconsistent. Landon Roop has showed really spectacular stuff, but hasn't gone deep into games consistently. And Verlander that you're talking about. So that, long term, we got 5.5 months still to go almost. That will have to get ironed out. They're going to need more from that group, more efficiency, more innings especially. But I'm not really overly concerned about it. I think in a way it's a positive that they're playing as well as they are without those guys being at their best.
Dave, obviously those 5 starters are all still healthy. Webb, Ray, Verlander, Hicks, and Roop. But Hayden Birdsong, who made the team but has been in the bullpen all year so far, has been pitching amazing. So I know there's not necessarily an imminent move that's happening because all those 5 starters are still healthy, but how long can the Giants keep Hayden Birdsong in the bullpen? Because he's been pitching amazing to begin this year.
Plenty long. As long as things are the way they are right now and everybody else is healthy, they're not, I just don't see them changing what they have set up right now. That is always subject to change. Performance dictates this. And if Verlander really does struggle, if Robbie Ray really just can't throw strikes consistently at all, then they will be forced to consider a move. But right now, because he's been a really good fit down there, he's helped them win games, and they're doing fine overall as a team. I think they're more than content to. I don't think they view this. This isn't like stunting his growth or limiting him. I don't believe they feel that way at all. I think this is for them. He's still developing in the big leagues. He's still learning how to get big league hitters out in shorter bursts, but still, getting a better education here than he could, say, if he were in the minor leagues as a starter. They still view him as a starting pitcher, but for now, he's done a very nice job in the role that he's in.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the River Islands Guest Line, Morning Roast, Giants broadcaster on 95.7 The Game, Giants insider as well. And Dave, we've been talking so long, I don't know, like years and years about the next face of the future face of the San Francisco Giants. It's early. I'm not saying he's going to be that guy, but man, Jung-Hoo Lee, he sure checks a lot of those boxes of box office. Fun, exciting. The fans gravitate towards him. He does something every single game, it feels like. He had another 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 ribbies yesterday. Are you shocked by this early on in the season, the production from one Jung-Hoo Lee? And I don't know, could we be talking about the face of the Giants going forward here if the season ends and he continues to play like this?
Yeah, not shocked at all. This guy is super talented, very, very talented guy. Is he going to have a 1,000 slugging average at the end of the year? He is not. He's not going to outslug Aaron Judge for the year. But this guy is a really good player who has more to learn and has more untapped talent in there. This guy's good. So I am not shocked. He's got some skills that very few hitters have. And again, like right now he's hot and he's taking advantage of being hot. He punishes mistakes. One thing I love about Jung-Hoo Lee is he is ready to hit at all times. First pitch, 10th pitch of the at-bat. He is in an attack sort of mindset. And if you make a mistake to him, he's going to barrel it up. And that to me is, if you look across great hitters, what do great hitters do? That is a common theme. Don't miss the ones that you do get. And he's doing everything else well, too. He's running the bases. He leads the major leagues in doubles. A lot of that is not because he's just crushing balls into the gap, but because
he hits it down the line or hits it toward the gap, and it doesn't have to go all the way to the wall for Jung-Hoo Lee to get a double. Can he be the face of the franchise? Yeah, I think so. He's obviously a charismatic dude. Super fun to watch. Fans have already taken to him. The cool thing about what's happening right now for this team, one of the many cool things, is you look around the team, and I don't want to leave anybody out, and I'm not trying to, but even if you just limit it to a few, you got Chapman, you got Adames, you got Logan Webb, you got Jung-Hoo Lee, you got guys who feel like they are anchors for this team now and into the future. And that hasn't really been the case for a while, since Posey retired, really. That to me is a great long-term sign of where this thing is headed.
Dave, this Giants team yesterday jumped on Nola early, so they didn't have to come from behind to win that game yesterday, but they have made a habit of falling behind. When they have fallen behind, they made a habit of coming back and winning baseball games despite getting down, not just a run or two, but getting down big sometimes. What is it about this team that allows them to come back from those deficits? Is it something that comes from Buster Posey top down? Is it Bob Melvin? Is it the belief that these players have? Where does that come from? Because that seems new to this team specifically.
Yeah, I'm giving Buster a lot of credit for a lot of things. I think he would laugh at me if I gave him credit for that. I think, Buster's trying to set the tone for things, and maybe part of this is, the roster continuity. The Giants have not made a single roster move this year. Here we are 3 weeks into the season, and the Giants have not changed the opening day roster. So I think Buster really, truly believes that does build some chemistry, some cohesion, some belief in one another. You get with your group in your locker room, and that group stays the same. I think Buster really does firmly believe that fosters, an ability to do some of the stuff that they're doing. But almost all the credit goes to the players. And I would say the players and the approach. I think this hitting group has done a really nice job. Part of why the Giants have come from behind in games is because they have grinded out a lot of at-bats. They have had a lot of long at-bats, and they've taken walks, and they've been willing with 2 strikes to go the other way. Do some of those things that winning teams do against good pitching. And so that formula works, no matter what the score, no matter who you're facing. And so it's not an all or nothing approach right now. And that is one of the most encouraging things to me about, why and how they've been able to make all these, come from behind wins happen.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, our Giants broadcaster and Giants insider here at 95.7 The Game. And they're in a stretch right now, Flem, of 17 games with no off days, and the bullpen's getting a lot of run. You think the Giants could be making a call up for another arm here pretty soon?
I don't know who's leaving. Who are you kicking off the roster? You can't just call somebody up, right? So I just don't see, unless somebody's hurt, I think this is their group. Now, you are absolutely right in that this is going to challenge everybody down there. Today is going to challenge everybody. Today is a big, today Jordan Hicks has to be more consistent than he has been his last couple times. There's been a lot of good with Jordan so far this year, but they need him to go deeper into this game. You're not going to see Bivens. I imagine you're not going to see Hayden Birdsong. Those are kind of your 2 longer guys right now. Lou Trevino pitched 2 innings yesterday. That means he's probably almost certainly not going to pitch today. So your length options today are really limited, which means they need some length from Jordan Hicks. And that's going to, if we talk a few more times here during this stretch, we're probably both going to be saying that over the course of these next couple weeks. There are going to be some games where they're going to have to lean hard on their starters. And, that's part of it. But, as of now, the good news is they have options. There are a few guys who've really thrown the ball well down in AAA at the start of the year, so they have options if they need them. But I don't see who is losing their spot right now. I think it's more a matter of day-to-day trying to manage workloads and see who's available to pitch. And maybe the takeaway is you're not going to be able to get every perfect matchup here for the next week or so. You're going to have to rely on some pitchers. maybe not in their perfect ideal roles, and just trust that they can do the job.
Dave, we were talking earlier about some of the bigger names on offense that haven't yet really started hitting consistently. One of those guys to begin the year was Tyler Fitzgerald. He was hitting just 179, and over the last 6 games, that average has jumped to 314 now, and he credited a conversation with Barry Bonds. Is it just as simple? Is hitting just as simple as talking to the home run king? What has Tyler Fitzgerald done to turn his swing around of late?
Yeah, it's probably not that simple, huh?
Probably not.
Probably not. To me, look, I wasn't there with those conversations. I've listened to Tyler talk about it, and what Barry was kind of talking to him about. To me, Tyler's swing looks just a little shorter right now. Early in the season, it was a lot of big, long swings, and whether that was related to the back issue in spring training, the slow start, or whatever it was, he looks shorter, quicker to the ball right now. Tyler's got enough juice to where, he doesn't have to take the yuckadoo swing every time to generate extra base power. He's got speed that can help him generate some of those extra bases. The main thing with Tyler, to me, is just getting that barrel to the ball in a little more quick, direct manner. I'm not a hitting coach. That's not my area of expertise, but that's what my eyes tell me is happening with Tyler. And, some of those little short strokes up the middle we've seen these last couple of days, it's been fun to, the home run was fun. The triple was super fun. I appreciate the little line drives up the middle just as much. Tyler is a weapon when he's on the bases. Tyler is like, if you go to the MLB Savant webpage and, look on the StatCast leaderboards, Tyler's like in the top 5 in sprint speed of all players in the big leagues. When he gets out there, you got a great chance to get him all the way around and score. And so to me, that's, it's super fun to have him hitting for power, and that's a part of his game, and I don't want that to go away. But he's got such a weapon with his athleticism and speed. Just that, that line drive ability, get on base, to me makes him a much more valuable player.
Dave, we appreciate the time. Real quick on the way out, though, obviously you're helping doing the Masters coverage for ESPN. A lot of good stuff. Obviously, CBS crushing it as well. But Rory McIlroy becomes the 6th player to complete the career Grand Slam in golf, winning the Masters. And it was really, and we all thought it was going to be Bryson v. Rory, but it ultimately ended up being Rory versus himself in a way. Obviously, it culminates in the one game, or in the whole playoff against Justin Rose. And we were all watching that on our phones while we were watching overtime with Warriors Rockets. It was just an insane day of, not Rockets, excuse me, Clippers. It was an insane day of sports here in the Bay Area. No one went outside. It was also beautiful, but no one was outside. We were all inside watching all the sports. But for you, watching Rory win it the way he did, what did that mean for him and for his legacy overall? Just the 6th male golfer ever to complete the career Grand Slam, and the first since one Tiger Woods.
Yeah, that probably says as much as anything. It's just a super, super elite club. And I think, it's almost like tennis where the golf course setup, tournament structure makes these events so different. So why is it such a small club? Because it takes a really diverse skill set and game to win them all. Because all of those require much different things, those majors. And Rory's got it all. He's one of the most gifted, physically talented golfers who has ever lived. The thing about Sunday was I rarely, if ever, have I seen an athlete where it was more apparent the pressure on that athlete. It looked like the weight of the world was sinking him. And he found a way. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't perfect. Some of those shots were really pretty, but it definitely wasn't perfect. And he found a way to get it done. And I think all of us in the golf world, and I'm sure you guys too, are just wondering, well, now will that pressure be lifted? Now is that going to unlock a new level for this guy who's got every talent of all the elites in the history of the game? And look, it's just fun, whether it's Aaron Judge, whether it's Connor McDavid, whether it's LeBron and Curry. It's fun to watch the all-time greats who are at a different level than even the other greats. It's fun to watch them do their thing. And maybe we're going to really get to see that with Rory now going forward. He's going to a place, the next major is at a course that he has dominated in his career. And he will be I would think, a substantial favorite to win the next major. Still hard to do, but if he does that, then you're talking about a summer of huge buzz for the sport of golf. I mean, you can imagine what the U.S. Open would be like if Rory finds a way to win the PGA, and he's got the first two in 1 year. The U.S. Open will be a big time event if Rory could somehow pull that off.
Well, I mean, it could not have set up any better on that Sunday, Dave. You had the live guy, obviously, the talk of YouTube, Bryson DeChambeau. Everyone loves him, right? People are upset because they didn't feel like the coverage was enough on Bryson, so they thought it was the world against Bryson, and then Rory McIlroy, and he doubles the first hole. I felt like Rory in that moment, Mark and Dave. I was like, you just get those out of the way early. Just get double out of the way early, right? And then he doubles again, and it was truly him against himself because Bryson started fading, and then Justin Rose, who was leading after day one, started making a little bit of push. So it was all baked into the drama of that Sunday, and then obviously the drama of that Sunday culminating with the Warriors and the Clippers losing in overtime, so they had to play in. And now, Dave, after the win on Tuesday, they do have a playoff series that we can all take a deep breath. Quick prediction, Dave. I'm putting you on the spot. Warriors, Rockets. It's going to be a grinded out kind of series, huh?
They're going to beat the Rockets. I mean, the experience level of Curry and Butler and Draymond Green. Rockets are talented. Rockets are good. Rockets are athletic. Bad break, I think, for Houston to have the Warriors fall into that 7 slot. OKC would have been a whole different thing, I think, if they had to match up with them in that first round. I think the fact that they won that game the other night and avoided that matchup, I really feel strongly that the experience of the Warriors in a best of 7 will prevail. After that, then, I'll be less certain. But Rockets are really good. I just think this early in the playoffs, it's very hard I would be shocked if the Rockets aren't playing in the next round after this.
That's a confident Dave Fleming, and I like to hear it. Dave, good stuff, man. We really appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next week.
Talk to you soon. Thanks, guys.
There he
Thanks,
is.
Dave.
That is David B. Fleming, and he's brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today, Mark. You got to go out there, man.
I will.
Okay. That's you in the city?
Yeah, I'm in the city. Every time I drive up to my parents, which I will be doing this weekend for Easter.
Oh, that is Easter.
We're doing it Saturday because the Warriors play Sunday.
Oh, it is Easter. No, it's Warriors Rockets on Sunday. I know Jesus came back to life and all that sort of stuff.
That takes precedent.
But really,
sorry.
It's Ime Udoka, Steve Kerr, Dylan Brooks, and Steph Curry, right?
So heading up to see family Saturday. Heading up to see family on Saturday and drive through San Rafael, Marin.
That's close.
To get to Sonoma County, where I grew up. So
all right,
maybe I'll stop by.
Nice. There you go. A little wine country action. What's the weather going to be like up there? It was drizzling this morning. It was ugly this morning. Got up at 4 a.m.
It's a beautiful day.
Well, it's a foggy day. You can't even know. We have blinds up in here.
I like the fog.
You don't even see it. Yeah, there you go. Now you have to open the blinds.
But it's like belief. You don't need to see it. You just need to know it's there.
I like the gray.
Passover,
That was so
Easter.
classic. Mark said, it's a beautiful day and looked right into the blind that was down.
He doesn't even know what it looks like outside.
I've been out. I was outside to get here today.
You wear SPF 1000.
I went outside today.
You, Sam, Steven all wear SPF 1000.
Hey, there is nothing wrong.
Hey, I get tans with SPF 1000.
There is nothing wrong with a gray day, okay? This is beautiful.
Did you hear the confidence in Dave right there?
Very confident. He said he'd be shocked if the Rockets were playing in the next round.
Would you be? Would you be shocked if the Rockets were playing in the next round? I
think I'd be mildly surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked.
No, but
this is a tough series.
I think a lot of people though are feeling like Dave's feeling. Like I know Vegas is. A lot of people look at the names, right? Who's the best player on the Rockets? I don't think a lot of people. If you polled America, who's the best player on the Rockets? What are they going to say? Huh?
Şengün is the most, or pardon me, Jalen Green has the most highlights. They'd probably say Jalen Green.
Right. But if you're going by name recognition, it's probably like Dylan Brooks or Fred Van Vliet. I've heard of those names, right? It's pretty, the name factor and recognition.
NBA fans would probably say Jalen Green.
But
the answer is probably Şengün. And give it another year, the answer is going to be Amen Thompson.
There you go. He's talking about rising stars in the league.
He's amazing.
I got body envy watching that guy. He's incredible. The pride of Hayward, California, by the way.
We talk about Jonathan Kaminga being like the most amazing athlete on the Warriors, and he is by a mile. Yeah. He's the best athlete on the Warriors. Amen Thompson is like on a different level.
Well, he might be the best athlete in the NBA.
He might be.
When LeBron
and the second best might be his brother.
I say that all the time.
Brother.
When LeBron James says he has body envy over a player, LeBron, who might be the most physically gifted athlete we've ever seen, when he says that, yeah, my ears perk up. And that's the guy that's going to be guarding Steph all game long.
If you could like dream up an NBA basketball player in terms of like body and size and length and athleticism, it's Amen Thompson.
If you could dream up a sports talk radio caller, it's Brian in Palo Alto. That is the body, the size, the inflection, all of it, Brian. Good morning to you. It says here in the caption, he wants to talk about the greatness of one Steve Kerr. We're going to Brian in Palo Alto. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, just appreciation, right, for obviously the greatest coach in the history of the franchise, one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. And, yeah, I have a lot of confidence in him. And I think with the Rockets in I just don't see it over a 7-game series. I don't think Amen Thompson, there's been a lot of people that have tried and failed. I don't think that Amen Thompson is going to be the guy that figures out how to shut Steph Curry down in a 7-game series. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think a 7-game series, best of 7 series against the Warriors, ultimately the tide ultimately goes towards the Warriors.
If you were to have one concern in this series, Brian, not to cut you off, if you were to have one concern in this series, though, what would it be?
When they go super big, like I actually thought, one of the different, the Warriors have really beaten or should have beaten the Rockets in almost every game for 4 years. But in that last game, remember they had Steven Adams, right?
Yeah.
So you had Steven Adams and Şengün on the court before. Steven Adams is a guy that started giving the Warriors issues over the years. Yeah. And when you go super big like that and you can't, expose those bigs, which they were not able to do in that game, that really, really mucks up the middle, and it puts a lot of pressure on outside shooting. So, yeah, I'll say the key to the series is can Moody, Pods, and occasionally Draymond make some wide open threes, because every three they take will be wide open. Can they make some shots? And obviously Pods down the stretch made a lot of shots, and then the last 2 games, not a lot.
Yeah.
But really, they're going to be wide open, and they have to make some open shots. And if they do, the Warriors should win fairly easily. And if they don't, I think it's going to be a grind.
Brian Palo Alto here on the River Islands guest line. One more for you, Brian. Jonathan Kaminga, the DNPs, man. Is he going to be a factor in this series?
I think he deserves to get a shot, right? Like we've seen good Kaminga before. We've seen very little of it since his return, right? Almost none. Maybe that Laker game we saw it, but like give him a shot and say, give him some minutes and see if you can find good Kaminga, because it would be helpful. Unfortunately, we've not seen it. And but what I do want to see is I just want to see the complaints and the whatting and moaning from all the Kaminga stands on Twitter to stop, and judge and evaluate this guy for how he plays. And if he doesn't play well, stop making excuses for it. That's what I'd love to see. All right, have a good day.
That's Brian Palo Alto. He's gone. That was it. He didn't want any other questions.
Quick hook.
It sounded like he was about to sneeze into the phone multiple times. He had the sniffles. It is allergy season, and it is amen, not amen. But maybe we will be saying amen on Sunday because it is Easter, of course. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This show has flown by. We just had Dave Fleming on, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Find that entire interview if you missed any. We talked a lot of Giants, talked some Masters, talked some Warriors. He would be shocked. He would be shocked if the Rockets won this series. I don't know if I'd say that. Would you say that at 888-957-9570? By the way, same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Something that BPA brought up is how big the Rockets can go, and he mentioned Şengün and Steven Adams on the floor together. What they did versus the Warriors for a stretch in that game, they paired those two along with Jabari Smith, who's another 6'10", 6'11".
Yeah, he's huge.
he's kind of in the Jaren Jackson Jr. mold where he's big, but he plays more of like an outside game.
Correct.
And that's kind of how he's developed as a player.
Listen to 6'10", yeah.
His wingspan's probably like 7 foot or more. Like he's huge, and he's long, and he's lanky, and he's pretty athletic.
There you go.
He's actually pretty skinny.
I know. Alex, you use all the different analogies. He's got the girth, he's got the size, he's got the length. But don't cut that.
Then you've got like 3 guys 6'10" or taller on the floor together, and the Warriors have no way to match up against one guy 6'10" or taller, let alone 3. But where I think the Warriors do have an advantage is, again, you get that kind of scenario and that kind of possibility, which I guarantee you that Steve Kerr and his coaching staff have already discussed. The Warriors have ways to combat that. Like, it's what happened against the Grizzlies. Well, if they're going to play Jaren Jackson Jr. and Zach Edey on the floor together, you feel confident, and this was something Steve Kerr identified pre-game, before that game. They're going to put Zach Edey on Jimmy Butler because there's no one other than their 2 bigs that are big enough and strong enough to contain Jimmy Butler. They don't want to put JJJ on Jimmy Butler because Jimmy Butler is going to get JJJ into foul trouble, and JJJ is too valuable offensively to get off the floor via foul trouble. So the only thing that the Grizzlies could do was put Zach Edey on Jimmy Butler, or, which would have been better for the Grizzlies, not play Zach Edey, but they didn't do that. So they put Zach Edey on Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler abused him time and time and time again. So if the Rockets go to a big lineup like that, whether it's Şengün and Adams or Şengün, Adams, and Smith, or some combo of the 2 of them, Jimmy Butler's going to have an advantage because one of those guys is going to have to guard Jimmy Butler, unless they're taking a good defender like Amen Thompson off of Steph, and you'll take that because that means Steph is freed up. So the Warriors are going to have a matchup that goes their way when the Rockets go big, just like they did against the Grizzlies. And I think that's where you see something over the course of a series, and when you have playoff Jimmy, you'll see a different Jimmy in this series than you did the last time the Warriors played the Rockets.
What is the number one concern for you, Dub Nation, heading into this series against the Houston Rockets? 888-957-9570. Is it the size? Is it the athleticism? Is it just the wear and tear of the series? Is it, Dylan Brooks being a dirty player at times and trying to go out one of your guys? Is it
He broke the code.
He broke the code. I know. We need those guys in the NBA though. Like, I don't hate Dylan Brooks because we need some of that old fashioned. He hates everyone. He's going to try to do things to irritate. That's what makes this series fun. If there wasn't a Dylan Brooks in this series, I'd be looking at the Rockets like, I guess Ime Udoka, like, he doesn't really scare me. Like, it was, and they were kind of shooting the breeze after the game, kind of trolling each other. Steph saying, yeah, Ime Udoka, he cancels reservation at a smokehouse, whatever it's called. International Smoke. Ayesha Curry. I don't hate that team, but Dylan Brooks, I think Warriors fans hate him. I know
absolutely.
Shasky can't stand the Rockets.
If you're to poll Warrior fans' most hated current NBA player, Dylan Brooks is probably number 1.
I think if you just polled NBA fans in general, it's probably Dylan Brooks is up there.
Well, Draymond might be number 1 for NBA players in general.
That's true. No, that's
NBA fans in general.
That's a good one. 888-957-9570.
I'm tired.
That's so good.
Rest up, Day. We need you on Sunday.
Do you think size is a problem still for this team? Like, we always say it. It's like, I don't know. This is a smaller team. I don't know. They keep with the starting lineup. Like, it's only a problem with a couple players for me. We saw it on Sunday. Zubac is a problem for this team. They just don't have an answer.
It's a problem for almost everybody.
But specifically Draymond. He just, Draymond holds his own at times, and I get it because Jokic is going to have his. But I feel like he holds his own for the most part against all the other big boys. But Anthony Davis and Zubac, he has a hard time against those 2 guys in particular. Outside of that, I'm not scared of Şengün. I'm not scared of Jackson Hayes. I'm not scared of Rudy Gobert.
What about Rui Hachimura?
No, none of those guys gives me fits if I'm the Golden State Warriors. So this whole size problem for the Warriors, I do think it's a little overblown. Am I poo-pooing that a little bit too much for you, Mark?
I mean, okay, if you have a concern about the size, and I think there's a lot of Warrior fans who feel this way, okay, that just means, all right, play post more. Play Looney more, right?
There's going to be moments with Looney. I just thought that was a bad matchup for him in general. Though Looney will have moments in some of these series. If it goes series, there will be a time and place for him. I just thought the Memphis matchup was just a horrible one. We all saw it. He was a -11. He was a team worst.
2022, when Wiggins was great, Looney was also amazing in that playoff run. You think of Game 6 versus Memphis when he had like 20 rebounds or whatever it was.
That first round match against the Kings a couple of years ago against Sabonis, he was incredible.
Great. He was great there too. Sabonis is a fraud, but hey, you know what? I'm gonna put this out there.
You're channeling your Draymond Green, I'm overseas players.
This is partly because the Sacramento Kings are a dumpster fire and they're going nowhere. They're gonna trade Sabonis this offseason. I'm putting that out there.
Well, they might as well. I mean, how old is the guy? He's like in his 30s. Like they're not.
They just signed him to a 4-year extension. They're going to trade him. Would be my guess.
Is he trying to pair him up with Luka, the Baltic States? Go over there. Yeah.
Oh God.
Go get Jokic too. Just get all of them. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. If I knew that's where this was going to go, I wouldn't have brought it up.
Shout out JC. Sunday is his return. Continue.
But anyway, back to the size for the Warriors. I don't think the solution, like they're a small basketball team, and you go up against a physical big team, you're probably going to get out rebounded. Rebounds are what lost the Warriors the game against the Clippers. They lost that game because Zubac was dominant. It didn't really bother me that much against the Grizz. Zach Edey's 7'4". He's going to get like 15 rebounds just if he sleepwalks out there because he's 7'4".
Big boy.
But for the Warriors, in those matchups, it's not as if their solution to the lack of size that they play is on the roster. Like, okay, you're small. Zubac is dominating. Post is not the answer.
No.
Looney is not the answer. The Warriors are still at their best right now when Draymond Green is their 5. Like, Quentin Post is good in spurts in the right matchup. And he's been amazing considering what the expectations were for him this year. This is not a knock on Post. It's just the reality of the Warriors situation. If they had a big that was skilled and could defend down low versus other good bigs, yeah, okay, you play him. It's more of a personnel issue than like a Steve Kerr philosophy issue. The Warriors always do this song and dance every year where they try to convince themselves they're not at their best when Draymond is not at the 5, right? Yeah. Draymond at the 4, Looney at the 5.
You just don't want the wear and tear of it, right?
Yeah,
for Draymond.
Yeah, that's
it.
part of it.
Yeah.
But then they always get to a point, the breaking point, and this year the breaking point was early because they were so bad the first half of the year where they say, all right, time to get down to business. Draymond's the 5. We're always at the best when Draymond's at the 5. You're going to run into moments where that's not great considering the other matchups and the other teams that you're playing. But the Warriors, for a decade now, have always been at their best when Draymond's the 5. And I don't think that is that's wrong this year. I think it's still the case. Now, if they go and get a big man that's good and skilled and can play alongside those guys, then yeah, it's a different story. But considering who's on the roster right now, yeah, they are mismatched against big teams, but it doesn't mean you're going to play your size no matter what. You have to play the best 5, and I think Draymond is the team's best 5 still.
I do think this series has potential to be the most physically taxing, which sounds insane because if you get to like the 3rd round, like you should probably be exhausted. But just given the physical nature of this team you're going up against and their youth and size, it could take the most out of this Warriors team because if, again, you're going up against either the Lakers or the T-Wolves coming up next, potentially, and I don't consider either of those teams, quote-unquote, physical per se, especially the Lakers with Reeves, Luka, LeBron. They're not exactly defensive stalwarts. So this series could take a potential toll out of them. That's why getting it done sooner rather than later would be huge. And trying to steal game 1 would be even bigger for them. But the number one concern for you, Dub Nation, heading into this series is what? Mike and SF, Adam in San Jose. I promise we'll get to you right on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Grandy in for Shasky, and that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
95.7 The Game.
God, what a beautiful voice. He should be in radio. That is a sultry voice right there.
Defense. offensive coordinator.
Is that what he is?
Essentially.
Well, they don't have those in basketball.
Essentially,
Mark.
he's in charge of the defensive
He's
scheme.
no Robert Saleh.
Shut down Şengün, Stack.
Is that what we're doing? Thank you, Flem. That's Grandy, the voice of One Mark Grandy, doing a hell of a job today.
Shut down Jalen Green.
And for Joe Shasky, he's fired up. What? You're in the playoffs. You should be fired up, Dub Nation. We just had Dave Fleming on. That guy knows all things, all sports, ESPN, Giants broadcaster. The guy's been doing it all. He says he would be shocked if the Rockets advanced in this series.
Strong take, Dave.
Shocked. Would you be shocked? 888-957-9570. And what's your number one concern heading into this series for the Warriors, Dub Nation? We're going to get to Mike. We're going to get to Adam here in a second. But make sure you are subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky, and occasionally Steven Risotto filling in, have the best Giants talk in the world. What in the world?
I'm a garlic fry and baseball guy sub. Oh, I'm locked in.
I guess
I get the notifications.
He didn't say in the galaxy though, so people like on the space station, like they might be better at that. I don't know if Katy Perry's up there doing some Giants pods. I know she was out in space.
She was up there for 10 minutes. Calm down.
She might have done a podcast for 10 minutes.
She had to kiss the ground when she made it back to Earth. You were gone for 10 minutes.
That's an American hero right there, Katy Perry. You watch your mouth. New episodes are coming every week, so make sure you are subscribed wherever you listen to podcasts. Number one concern, if I was to say to you, Mark, your number one concern for the Dubs heading into this series is what?
You don't get enough scoring from the role players. Moses Moody's shot he doesn't find it. I think that's my number one concern. I have more confidence in Podziemski than I do Moody, but you can kind of put them in the same bucket. You could also throw Hield in there. Draymond, I guess, although you know that he's going to impact you positively on the other end of the floor. And even if he's not hitting shots, just what he does to help Steph makes him a positive offensively as well. But like what happened on Tuesday versus the Grizzlies, Steph and Jimmy combined for 75. There might be a game in this series where they do that. And they by themselves might win you a game, maybe two in a 7-game series. But in order to win a playoff series, you're going to need Podziemski to average close to 15. You're going to need Moody to get you 12 points a game. You're going to need Hield to make a couple of threes. So my number one concern is you're not going to get enough support offensively from the others. I'm not that worried about in this series specifically. It could impact down the road, but this series specifically, the physicality or the Warriors' energy level, I'm not that worried. Jimmy Butler is just on a different planet when it comes to postseason. He played 48 minutes versus the Clippers, took a Kawhi Leonard flying knee to the thigh, was limping around post-game, and then just said, yeah, I'll play domino, drink some coffee, I'll be good. And then he was...
Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That'll help it feel better.
Mm-hmm.
And then he played, 40-plus minutes on Tuesday?
He did.
2 days later after one day off and scored 38 points? I'm not worried about the physicality and the Warriors being smaller than the Rockets and, the Warriors being a 37-year-old Steph, 35-year-old Jimmy and Dre, and them being tired. I'm just worried about the others, the shooting of Moody and Podziemski specifically not being enough to support the big three.
My number one concern, and we're doing number one concerns here for the Warriors heading into this series against the Houston Rockets, 888-957-9570. Health of Stephen Curry right now.
That's your number one concern.
It's heading into the series and potentially coming out of the series. His health and status is going to be what? There's a lot of wear and tear on this guy. He's had to deal with a tumultuous season thus far, getting Jimmy Butler, getting away, Andrew Wiggins getting traded away. There's been a lot on his plate mentally, physically, all of it. And the weight of an entire franchise and fan base is on his shoulders. This team is only going to go as far as Stephen Curry will take them. I think a lot of people take it for granted. I do not. He has been incredible. How is he going to be able to attack this defense that is going to be hounding him? That is my biggest concern heading into this. It's not that he can't do it. It's that what are they going to do to try to rough him up, per se. I don't know what Dylan Brooks is going to do. He's going to do something dirty to him. I know that. There's going to be at some point in this series, he is going to go after Stephen Curry, and that is concerning for me if I'm a Warriors fan. Some knuckleheadness, buffoonery, I don't know what he's going to do, but they're going to do something. Ime Udoka is going to be talking his talk. They're going to try to beat him down physically, and his status is my number one concern in this series. I know what he can do when he's healthy, but they're going to try to take that health away from him. I know that.
That's not new, though. That's been the strategy for Steph for a long time.
But this Rockets team's different. Lakers aren't trying to do that. The Timberwolves aren't trying to do that. Oklahoma City, the Rockets are going to try to beat him down physically. That's what they're going to, that's their bread and butter. That's from the head coach specifically.
That's what, I mean, okay, there are certain teams that are more capable of doing that than others.
They're the most capable.
But this is not new to Steph. This is not new to Steph.
He hasn't been 37 years old, Mark. He is 37.
They look pretty damn good to me.
This is different. This isn't the Memphis Grizzlies who, you know what, God love them. They're not the Grindhouse. There's not Zebo, Tony Allen. It's Marc Gasol. That's not that team anymore. Mike Conley.
Yeah, but the son of the greatest defender of all time, Scottie Pippen Jr. was harassing him, grabbing him off the ball.
I actually liked his game. I know like the box score is kind of all over the place. I thought he showed up pretty damn well in that series. And Zach Edey, they have some young talent there in Memphis, but overall, they're not the Houston Rockets. They're not.
I think we're overreacting to what Houston did to Steph the last time they played. 1 for 10 from the field, 3 points. I hear you. It was not great. Houston did an awesome job, and that was an important Warrior game. But you also have to remember, one, what the Warriors were coming off, which was 5 straight wins, including wins over the Grizzlies, the Lakers, and the Nuggets.
I remember.
Those 3 games over the course of 4 days.
They had a day off in between that. Let's not act like they didn't have 24 hours to rest.
Yes.
And also, it was a night game after that.
Yes.
Let's not act like that.
I'm not.
Like, come on.
I'm not, but...
Get a sauna.
Warrior, okay, the mistake was losing to the Spurs. The Warriors felt they could lose that game to the Rockets. Not that they weren't trying for it, but you're not putting a game plan in for that Houston game when you don't absolutely need it and when you feel like you've got a Houston series potentially down the road. You give Steve Kerr and this coaching staff an opportunity to game plan for that Houston defense. You know they're going to be grabbing Steph off the ball. You know they're going to be doing every trick in the book, which teams have already tried versus Steph for years.
I don't think anyone else in the playoffs, I know we're all kind of like, as Fleming said it, Dave Fleming, who joined us, voice of the Giants, knows all thing Bay Area sports. He was saying he doesn't think, the Rockets, he thinks that was the worst matchup possibly for them. You know, in a way, like I think any team the Rockets would have played probably, other than maybe like the Grizzlies or something, outside of them, like they were going to be the underdogs in almost all of them. I truly believe that. I think if you looked at the Lakers, if you looked at the T-Wolves, you looked at the Nuggets, the Clippers, I think all those teams would have been favored over them. So I do think they're relishing the opportunity to try to end the Warriors and Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler.
They are.
No,
they hate the Warriors.
Exactly, but I do think they have the most physical talent, top to bottom, with size, strength, and athleticism. Not shooting the ball. Let's get that clear. Not shooting the ball, which ultimately is the goal of the game, to get the ball in the hoop. They do not do that very well compared to the other teams. But defensively, I do think they might be the best team in the Western Conference, and they're going to go up against the same. I do think they're going to take a pound of flesh in this series. Let's go to the calls, though, Mark. They've been hanging on tight. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. Mike, your biggest concern for the Warriors heading into the series. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. First-time caller, but long-time listener.
Love it.
I really enjoy the show. Hey, I agree with Mark. I think it's the role players scoring that's the biggest thing here. I mean, we've seen it again and again in big games. Teams know how to suffocate Curry, and they're going to do that, and they're going to be mauling him off the ball. So we know our game plan is going to be top-notch defense. I have no concerns about our defense. My concern is that, even when Butler's hot, he goes to the hole and he kicks it back more than half the time. And when Curry gets trapped, he needs somewhere to go. And those role players need to capitalize. And I saw way too much hesitation the last couple of games from all of the role players. So those guys need to step up if we're going to win.
That's Mike in San Francisco. He's saying the role players need to step up. He was talking about the suffocating defense. It sounded like his phone was suffocating him. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, his connection needs to step up.
Yeah, that was tough. But hey, he agrees with Mark. He says, the role players and scoring. Ultimately, it's baked into the equation. Your big boys have to perform and step up. I think we're all kind of like saying they will. And it's the others, right? That Shaq likes to say on Inside the NBA on TNT. The others stepping up, because that's how, the Boston Celtics won last year. Yes, it was Jaylen Brown. Yes, it was Jason Tatum. But it was all the other guys stepping up.
Drew Holiday and Derek White.
And Peyton Pritchard, right? Al Horford at times.
Old man Al.
Old man Al Horford. So, yeah, there's going to be some moments in some games. And you mentioned, I think, Lonnie Walker earlier in the show. Like, that was the difference of the series. One of their guys stepped up and one of your guys.
Freaking Walker.
Right?
Kane's legend.
But
he was in Lithuania last year.
He's back in the league now. Show some respect. All right. What's wrong with Lithuania? Didn't the Valkyries just draft someone from Lithuania?
Yeah, Juste Jochite.
There you go. Come on. Let's go. That was much better pronunciation.
Say that again.
Yeah. Juste Jochite. At least that's how the WNBA commissioner pronounced it. Okay. So I'm going with that.
Okay, yeah. It's not like commissioners have been known to butcher things. Shout out.
It happens.
Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell. By the way, 1 week till the NFL draft.
Juste Jochite, Lithuanian guard, the newest Valkyrie.
I was going to say, is that going to be the newest offensive lineman for the San Francisco 49ers? Is going to go player X. But it would be so Shanahan real quick to just draft some player that was projected to be like in the second or third round and be like, what are we doing?
Possibly.
Another kicker.
They're going D-line. D-line 11th overall.
They're going to draft
or they're going to trade
Ashton Genty's falling and they're going to draft him.
Absolutely not. If they draft Ashton Genty, I will walk out of the station.
And then what? And you
never come back.
Never come back.
Walk into the fog.
He's going to go to Chipotle down the street.
I'm just going to jump in the bay and swim as far as I can.
You and Dan Devone both. The polar bears.
It's a beautiful day out there.
It is.
No, it's not. It's foggy. By the way, we just had Dave Fleming join us. Adam in San Francisco, San Jose, Alan SF. We'll get to you in a second. Biggest concern heading into the series against the Rockets is what for the Warriors? 888-957-9570. By the way, you can call or text in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Dave Fleming would be shocked if the Rockets advanced.
They're going to beat the Rockets. The experience level of Curry and Butler and Draymond Green. Rockets are talented. Rockets are good. Rockets are athletic. Bad break, I think, for Houston to have the Warriors fall into that 7th slot. OKC would have been a whole different thing, I think, if they had to match up with them in that first round. I think the fact that they won that game the other night and avoided that matchup, I really feel strongly that the experience of the Warriors in a best of 7 will prevail. After that, then, I'll be less certain. But Rockets are really good. I just think this early in the playoffs, it's very hard I would be shocked if the Rockets aren't playing in the next round after this.
Wow, there you go. He'd be shocked.
I think he misspoke because he said he'd be shocked if they're not playing. Yeah, but he meant he'd be shocked if they were playing.
I just realized that at the end there, but we knew what he was saying. But of course, he means he'd be shocked if the Rockets were playing in the next round. 888-957-9570. Let's go to the phones. Adam, San Jose, your biggest concern for the Warriors against the Rockets is what?
Good morning. My biggest concern is a little different than your guys's and other callers, but I'm concerned about whether or not they're going to be able to control their temper. From Ime Udoka to Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and even Fred VanVleet, they really know how to get under our skin, and I think that really showed in the last game. Udoka really pushes their guys to be able to annoy and get under our skin. Şengün is really good at doing that and getting Draymond in foul trouble, which causes Draymond to argue with the refs and get a technical. In general, anytime Draymond gets beat on a play by a younger player, it makes him crash out and pick up technical fouls and sometimes even get kicked out of the game. If he gets thrown out at any point in this series, I don't think we have a chance against Houston's size. So just really being able to control ourselves and play cool, calm, and collectively, and we should be able to take care of business.
All right, that's Adam in San Jose saying it all comes back to the mentals, Mark. You got to stay poised, stay composed, and I think, like Dave Fleming alluded to, they got the experience here. They've all been to finals. Like Jimmy Butler has been to 2 NBA finals, albeit one in the bubble, but still he's taken as the best player on the team 2 teams to the NBA finals. These guys know what they're doing.
Yeah.
That was a regular season matchup. But again, Draymond in the postseason, we've seen it. Cooler heads don't prevail for him sometimes.
I hear Adam. I think generally where the Warriors get into trouble in moments like that is when a game is already going poorly. Like Memphis 2022, what was that? Game
1, I think.
Game 1?
I think so.
Yeah, where Warriors... No, they won game, although they still won that game.
I think they did.
But there was also the game where they got blown out, whether that was game 5 5, I think.
Yeah, it might have been, right. And they're
maybe it was in game 2 after the Warriors, and they were chanting throw him out, and Draymond was like clapping along with the crowd about it. The Warriors were down by like 20 or 30 at that point. The game's over. Like, that is one thing. I think where the Warriors have the edge is in the close games, in the competitive games, that's coming down to the wire. Warriors have the experience and they have the ability to all right, we know what to do here. We've been through this. We can do this again. That's when I think the Rockets get tight and maybe not necessarily lose their composure and get somebody thrown out or suspended or something, but just shrivel up, make a mistake, a back-breaking mistake, commit a turnover, commit a stupid foul on a Steph three-pointer. He gets a 4-point play, the momentum completely gone. Warriors use that to win a game. I think that is where the Warriors have the major edge. I'm not really that worried about Draymond losing his cool in a really, really, really important moment. I know that there have been moments of that in the past, but he's done a really good job of that this year.
Yes.
He really has.
That Rockets game, though,
they did get to him.
Yeah,
they did get to him.
Şengün specifically.
But I think in a playoff environment, it's different. And I think that's where the Warriors do have an edge. I would not be surprised if Draymond gets ejected from a game this series. I just think it would happen in Houston when the Warriors are down by 20 in a fourth quarter. I'm not surprised if the Warriors lose a game in Houston by 20.
Yeah, they might. They might lose this game on Sunday by 20. I don't know.
And if they win game 1, they're probably going to lose game 2 by 20.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's what happens to these older teams.
You get game 1 on the road, and then you're just all right, we're still going to go for game 2, but we don't need to win it like our backs are against the wall because you've taken home court back and you go back home 1-1. That has happened to the Warriors in the past. You get blown out in a game and you still win the series in 6.
Correct. That happens.
One game is one game.
Absolutely. It happened in the Kings series at times. It happened in the Lakers series at times for both teams. So, yes, absolutely, that is a fact. Don't overreact after one game. And Warriors fans know this. You've been down this road before. You guys are seasoned vets in all this. Steve Kerr's lost one Western Conference series in his career as a head coach. Again, I don't know as a player, but as a head coach, he's lost one Western Conference series as a coach in this Warriors team, and it's insane to think about all the people doubting him still. And I'm not doubting him. You're not doubting him. I know we had some callers not doubt. BPA was giving him his flowers. If Brian's giving you your flowers, you got to take them. Shout out Miley Cyrus. I should have, I could buy myself flowers. I was going to do Bruno Mars. I should have bought you flowers, but Miley Cyrus, I could buy my own flowers. There you go. You a Miley Cyrus fan?
Oh, yeah, of course. I wanted the Warriors at Chase to play Bruno Mars, whatever that song is.
I'll catch a
grenade for you.
There you go.
Whenever Ja made a bucket.
I'll throw a grenade for you is the John Moran version. Yeah, he didn't do that at all, did he?
Catch a grenade for you.
You were there. Did he throw a grenade at all?
No, he did not.
He didn't.
He have said apparently post-game that he didn't want to do it because of, quote, all the eyes on him.
But all the other...
As if that's new. I don't know.
Well, this was a primetime one. Maybe not a lot of people are watching Memphis Grizzlies basketball when it's not a primetime game, to his point. I was really...
Break it out in the play-in game versus Clay. Come on, John!
When Steph hit that second three-pointer to put them up with 55 seconds or a minute to go, whatever, minute 05, when he went to the corner and did shimmies and yelling at the crowd, I was hoping he'd toss a grenade out there. I know Steph is the family man. He wasn't going to do it, but damn it, I really wanted him to. I would have loved it. Go full heel. Why not? Go full heel.
He's leaning into that, Steph. He's leaning into being the villain. I love it.
Good. He should. Al's in San Francisco wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Biggest concern heading into this series is what? Good morning, Al.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thank you for getting me on here. My biggest concern would probably be the size with, Adams and also Maury and
Şengün.
Şengün, going in there. But we have to remember they had Edie and Jackson also in Memphis, and we kind of handled it pretty good. But Edie's a rookie, so we know what that means. Adams more, a better player than him. But Jamari, when he's in there, that size, and I think what Kerr has to probably play is probably Kaminga and JTD to put those guys. We have the size, but they got to use them because if Paz and Moody does not, they're open, but if they're not doing what they're, scoring, I would say go to Kaminga and JTD to put in there the size to bulk up with them. And the pick and roll should happen, but don't let Curry get stuck on a double team while they just stand around and Curry try to dribble himself out. I've seen it too many times where Curry get caught up and they steal the ball from him as he try to dribble out of double team. When you see Curry getting double team, those guys have to get open so Curry can pass him the ball instead of standing around and see if Curry can get out of it. But the size, that's what matters to me. I think Kaminga and JTD can help with the size coming in. Looney, he help too, but, I'd rather have JTD and then Kaminga with the size. Thank you.
The great Jackson Trace Davis.
Not just a double down or a triple down, a quadruple down.
JTD, he meant TJD. We were letting Al cook. That's all right. We know what he meant, but he wants to see.
I mean, he hasn't played a lot. I don't remember his name either.
Yeah, well, he hasn't. Trace Jackson Davis. Are we going to see some Trace Jackson Davis at any points in this series?
Only if someone gets in major foul trouble or in a blowout.
We might.
Good teammate, though.
He's a great teammate.
Draymond shouted him out on Tuesday.
He certainly did. He gave up his seat for Quentin Post, and apparently there's not enough seats for the players these days. What are we doing here at Chase Center? Come on, get these guys some seats. Yeah, let them sit.
It's just common practice that the rookies have to sit on the ground, the hardwood floor. Like, what are we doing here?
I don't know. They have towels and blankets and stuff. I mean,
you
can stretch out.
Hey, if it means that the Warriors get to sell a couple more courtside tickets, and that means Joe Lacob is more willing to cash out the big bucks to bring in some big talent, so be it. Quentin Post, take a seat on the bench. On the floor.
Yes, those 3 seats that were given to fans is really going to make the difference.
That's the difference between Jimmy Butler being here and not being here. It's those 3 seats basically paying for his salary.
Thank you, rookies. What a great sacrifice.
E40 needs those seats.
Let's go to Dave in Fremont. Dave, save me here. I see it says you have a player that's going to be an X factor in this series. Good morning. It's Spadoni and Grandy. Who's that X factor for you?
Good morning, gentlemen. No, I think he's going to need to be an X factor, and that's Kawhi Looney. The length and athleticism of the Rockets is something that's obviously we've all been talking about is going to be a concern, right? Best way I feel like you need to combat that, control the paint and control the boards. Don't let the Rockets get any second chance points, those offensive rebounds. And we need Windex Looney. I know the common theme is to say, well, we need Kaminga, and I think we need Kaminga too, because if Steph's getting guarded and Jimmy Butler's not shooting the ball great, who's our third option? It's not going to be Draymond Green. You know what I mean? So we need that offense, but I really think that where the X factor in this series could be is if, Kawhi Looney comes in with his Windex and controls those boards and just stays out of foul trouble, and that can help us with our getting out in transition to kick out. And things like that. So I think little things like that could be what makes a series either go one way or the other. So terrific job today, guys, and appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, Dave in Fremont.
Thanks,
Good
Dave.
call there. He wants the Windex factor of Kawhi Windex Looney.
Clean that glass.
That was Schleprock who gave him that nickname way back once upon a time. Might have been last year, actually, not way back, but there you go.
The 2022 run.
2022.
I think it was after that Game 6 he had against the Grizzlies is when he came along with that nickname.
He was so good in the
22 rebounds
playoffs.
in that game.
I think it was 2023 against the Kings when he had 20. He had 20 rebounds against Sabonis.
He was also great in that series.
He was incredible.
Playoff Looney, man.
Sabonis, Charmin soft.
You're dislike for a lot of hatred for a team that's not doing anything. What's Sabonis do to you? Other than being
He's just not a winning player. Congrats. You can set all the double-double records you want. You get to the playoffs and then perform, DeMontis.
I'm just letting you know, the Kings are so far off my radar, I don't even think about DeMontis Sabonis. Clearly, he has energy up in your dome, though.
Well, they just played last night, and he absolutely crapped the bed.
They did, but you know what? Credit Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson, baby. I got the call.
Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his 4th. Klay Thompson catching fire back here.
Wherever that was, back at the Golden One Center.
Shout out Dave Pash, ESPN.
Thank you. Also, Klay, after the game, sound courtesy of ESPN, talking about the motions of coming back to the same building just a year later, in a building in which he went 0 for 10 as a Golden State Warrior in his final game. He exercised at least some demons yesterday.
It's a lot of emotion, so I thought I did a good job tonight of not forcing it. Human nature. When you have a season on a sour note like that, you want to come out here and prove people wrong, but thought I did a good job to start the game, trying to dish, rebound, play defense, and the shots came to me after that.
There you go. As the Dallas Mavericks will now play the Memphis Grizzlies on Friday in Memphis. Real quick, how do you handicap that one? Who do you think wins?
Dallas.
Yeah. Wow. You think Anthony Davis is the key to that one?
Yeah. I think Dallas's defense is going to suffocate the Grizz. Grizz have a really good offense, but I think the Dallas defense is good enough, and I don't think the Mavs are kind of offensively challenged without Kyrie and obviously without Luka. They need Clay to hit some shots from the outside, but Memphis also has just one of the worst defenses in basketball. Oh my God, they're so bad defensively. So I think Dallas can do enough on offense, and their defense matches up pretty good.
God bless JJJ. Thank you. And Zach Edey trying to guard Anthony Davis. That is a mismatch and a half right there. And honestly, it sucks that Kyrie's hurt because I do think we would have had a legitimate series had he stayed healthy. The Mavericks and OKC, that would have been a legit series. I was like, I don't know.
We can make fun of Nico Harrison for making that trade, and he deserves to be made fun of for it. At the very least, for not getting more for Luka.
Hilarious.
One first-round pick. Are you joking? But okay, we can.
Worst trades ever.
Yes. We can, even if Luka isn't who we think he's going to be, still a terrible trade because you could have gotten so much more for him. Whatever. There is a relatively easy path to see the Mavs being a problem this year if they were healthy. Right. If Kyrie was really good defensive team, and then you got Kyrie playing with AD and Clay, that could have been a pretty good team. They just everything that could have went wrong for them, and it sucks for them. But they're still a decent team even without Kyrie. It's not going to be easy for Memphis.
It's almost kind of the inverse of what happened to the Warriors at the deadline. The Dallas Mavericks, we were still talking about them as I know I think we're a play-in team at the time, but we were talking about them hey, they were just in the NBA Finals last year. We're not sleeping on that duo of Luka and Kyrie. They just showed us what they could do. And then all of a sudden, the trade deadline happens and they plummet. The injury, obviously, the ACL for Kyrie, huge part of that. The adductor.
Also got rid of Quentin Grimes, who now scores 40 points every time he takes the floor.
Did it against the Warriors, didn't he? When Jimmy Butler was out that game with back spasms, one of the losses that you're looking back on, and it's man.
They had just won that game.
What if you won that game? The Hawks, the Heat, right? But again,
Spurs.
It all worked out in the end because you got the Rockets. And I don't know if you thought this. Shasky was trying to talk himself into during that weekend when everything was leading up to the Blazers and then the Clippers game. But he was trying to say, no, I want the Lakers in round one. This is going to be perfect. This is great. I was like, yeah, no, you don't. You're just talking yourself into that.
I don't want the Lakers whistle. That's what I'm scared of.
That's exactly what he says. I don't care about the whistle. I was like, well, you shouldn't because the Warriors have been getting whistles since Jimmy Butler. So it really doesn't. They got more whistles in that game against the Lakers.
When you put the Warriors up against LeBron and Luka, those foul baiters.
There you go.
Come on.
Jimmy Butler online. Real quick, foul baiting. He was laughing at the free throw line the other game.
Look, it is a skill that the Warriors have lacked for a decade. I am so glad they have someone who is able. It's a skill. You have to learn how to do it. You have to be willing to do it. It's also not the most physically easy thing to do. The Warriors having someone who does a little bit of that makes them a lot better. They kind of shied away from that.
They needed kind of a guy, and I know he's been labeled as unselfish, but they needed kind of a selfish ISO guy just like this. That's why I was saying, before they made the trade, I was actually talking to Shasky. We have the sound. I was like, Jimmy Butler would be a good fit on this team. I know you're all in on Kevin. It was at the time. It wasn't my job.
You're right. There you go.
I was, and Shasky's been giving me credit, and I was right all along.
Victory lap it a little bit.
Thank you. But, he was saying, I don't think he's a good leader. I think he's a phony. I think he's all this. I love you, Joe, and I'm not crushing you here or anything. But I think a lot of Warriors fans felt that way. There was a lot of concern there. And then, obviously, you dangle Kevin Durant out there, and you thought you were close to getting him. They felt it was disappointing. That's you went from KD to Jimmy Butler. He's I don't know. And I was talking him into it. I was like, no, dude, Jimmy's been the best player on two teams that have made finals runs.
Who was the second best player on those teams?
Exactly.
Bam?
Bam. Bam. Without a doubt.
Bam's good. I like Bam.
He's solid, but he's not a number. He's not a number 2 on a championship.
Duncan Robinson.
Exactly. Tyler Hero, right?
He was hurt for one of the runs.
Right. And the second one, because the first run, it was the bubble run, and that's where he kind of made a name for himself.
First run, was on that team.
Andre Iguodala. Who people have likened to. A lot of Warriors fans see a lot of Iggy and Jimmy Butler. I think Jimmy Butler's one-on-one offensive game much better than Iguodala's. But I can see the IQ obviously being there. Jimmy Butler, the IQ, Shout out Dale the Guru Johnson, 143. The IQ of Jimmy Butler is equal to that of Guru in real life when it comes to basketball. He's been, that's another aspect of this as we talk about the series and the team IQ. Like, name me a team that you think has more basketball IQ collectively from the head coach on than this Golden State Warriors team. Let's stick it to the West. Who?
Basketball IQ.
Clippers, maybe, because of the experience of Kawhi. Harden. Do you think that's not fair.
We're talking purely about basketball
that's not
IQ.
Fair.
Like,
I was going to say...
there's different conversations here.
That was not fair of me to say, because I was about to say I don't think of James Harden as a high IQ player, but the guy's been an MVP. So he's an unbelievable player. Like, I don't think of him as an IQ facilitator the way like a traditional point guard is. Is that fair to say? I think Kawhi Leonard has a very high IQ, a basketball IQ, and defensively as a two-way player, he like intercepts a lot of passes and he thinks of plays 3 steps ahead, if you will. But I think of Jimmy and Draymond in particular. I don't think there's a better duo team IQ wise than those two.
Yeah,
right?
Probably not a better duo.
Yeah.
There might be like Draymond is up there in terms of the smartest basketball players in the world.
And I'm going to say both ways too when it comes to those guys, offensive and defensive, and then being a facilitator. Draymond's an elite facilitator, scoring, whatever. Because I think you could argue maybe LeBron and Luka offensively as distributors, but defensively they don't come close to Draymond and Jimmy.
LeBron is an amazing, smart basketball player, and he's one of the smartest players. Like he's so underrated as just a basketball mind because he's so athletically gifted and great at everything. But he's an amazing basketball mind.
Defensively, it's not there anymore for him.
Not anymore, but the smartness is still there.
Sure. Yes.
Jokic IQ is
great one.
off the charts.
But I don't know if there's another player on that team.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So you might say Jokic may be the smartest basketball player in the NBA right now.
Maybe history. People have said he might be a savant.
But
genius.
in terms of duos, I'm not sure there's many more than Draymond and Jimmy in terms of basketball smarts.
Do you know what else I feel smarter with? It's Fast Five.
Ooh.
I feel smart when I do that. I put you on the spot there, Steven. I threw it right to you. There you go. A little late. It's okay. We'll allow it. Gotta be honest, this show has flown by. Mark Grandy is my final thought.
Is this 4 hours?
Mark Grandy, let's give it up.
Let's do 4 more. Stouty and Goo, go home.
Let's go.
4 more.
I know. 4 more years. No, we won't do that. Don't worry. Just come on. A lot of great hosts here at the station. But seriously, great job, Grandy. That was fun. That was a blast. And we'll do it again soon. That was our first time Granny and I have ever spoken on the air together, by the way. So there you go.
Let's go.
It must be a Paisan thing. We got Risotto back there.
Now we got a connection.
I don't know. Giddings is back there now. Thumbs up. Is he Italian at all? Anyone? The genealogy? Whoa! he just shook his head like he was
in disgust.
He was in disgust right there. Is that a Houston Astros hat? It looks like it.
Colorado Rockies All-Star game.
I'm kidding. He hates
it.
the Astros. It is a Colorado Astros hat. What is your final thought today, Mark?
My final thought is, I get the concern with Steph in this series. I get it. His tailbone, his thumb. He's 37 years old.
My butt hurts.
Ahmed Thompson is physical. Do we know who we're talking about here? It's Steph freaking Curry, all right? You know what he's done his last 2 fourth quarters, Spadone? 33 points. 9 for 14 from the field, 6 for 7 from downtown. Steph is not my concern at all in this series. Game 1, Steph scoring 30 or more.
Real quick,
book it.
I said health. I didn't say his play. I said his health is my concern. Let's keep it a buck, but I hear you.
I ain't concerned. Steph on a bum knee, bum back, bum tailbone, bum knee. It don't matter.
His bum in general. His bum. Shout out Tom Green. My bum is on your face.
Steph's
my bum is on your face.
Steph's got us.
You guys don't even get the reference. TRL, Total Request Live. Go ahead. What do you got, Sam?
TRL, haven't heard those letters since like 2003.
Carson Daly, look it up.
My final thought is, man, what a statement the Giants are making on the East Coast this past week. Taking 2 of 3 in the Bronx, and now as Evan leaves because we talk Giants. And now they have a chance to take 3 of 4 in Philly this early in the year. Like, this is how you set the tone for the rest of the season. Just love what we're seeing. And I love what Dave Fleming said earlier today. The Giants got like multiple anchors for now and in the future. Man, that is what makes me feel good about the Giants right now.
There you go.
Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. New episode later today.
Risotto.
So when I don't have a Fast Five, I go to like whatever national holiday it is today.
By the way, I have a nickname for you real quick. I said it's the Wizard of Oz. Because Risotto, you're the wizard, the Rizzard.
I dig
Not
that.
the Rizzler. Shout out to Rizzler, my guy, who Shasky wants to berate for some reason. He's great. I want him on the show in studio if
Shasky
he
wants to
can.
berate someone? That's
No,
someone like
I love the Rizzler's my guy. I'm doing a little face thing right here.
Your guy.
Yeah, he's Paisan. Let's go.
If we get the Rizzler and like the Costco guys in here, then I want to work that day.
Let's go. Sorry, I cut you off. What's your final thought?
I always look to see what national day it is. Today's National High Five Day. And as you guys know, there's a little bit of a sports twist as Grandy and Spadoni hit the high five. Dusty Baker is arguably, according to some account, he is the creator of the high five, at least publicly. Now, this obviously is in dispute by apparently Joe Spadoni, but Dusty
because
Baker.
humans have been around for like thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. You don't think we've been high-fiving for that long?
You know what? You never know. Maybe they just did that and they figured it was a good idea. It felt right.
There's a caveman rolling over in his cave, 1,000 feet under, saying, I invented that, and it's on a cave somewhere. Don't they have the Egyptian hieroglyphics of them like high-fiving? Come on,
They're
man.
just touching their hands together.
That's a high five.
Nah.
Yes.
Maybe they went to go shake hands.
Stop.
Maybe they went to go shake hands and then they realized that maybe that felt better. I don't know. I'm not in Dusty Baker's
Do you think after they discovered fire, like, yo, we just discovered fire, then they did a high five and just didn't even realize what they had also created?
You think Steph and Ime Udoka are going to give each other high fives during any point of this
They're going to be chippy. They're going to be so many great playoff memories in Houston. Remember Steph, Chris Paul? Kick me off the court again. Kick me off the court again.
When I think of Chris Paul, I think of him pretend laughing at Steve Kerr and then just doing a serious face. The meme, it's all time. Speaking of chippy, maybe Steiny and Guru will be chippy coming up next. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Rockets coming out to play.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, everybody. What is happening? Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Oh, dynamite.
I got to just...
Absolutely dynamite.
I'm going to go Shannon Sharp early. I got to call it like I see him.
Uh-oh.
You got a great sweater with a collar shirt under. The boss has changed his wardrobe. What memo did I miss?
The boss and I have made an agreement to look more professional in the office, and I take things to heart. I'm a man of my word.
You look good. You look like a substitute teacher.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You got a nice shirt too, Goo.
Well, it's Warriors. Spanish.
Somos Los Warriors?
Yeah.
What's Somos? Oh, we are?
Look at my man.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, Warriors. They got a couple days before their first round series against the Houston Rockets, and I'll tell you what, we got to talk about expectations, Warrior fans.
Or exceeding them.
All right. Here's my question. And by the way, I'm just going to tell you, Warrior fans, I've asked 2 or 3 people in here, and they go, boy, Steiny, that's a great question.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
All right, Goo.
I'm right here,
and
baby.
I asked you, and you
with
said...
my catcher's mitt.
I asked you, and you said, ask me during the show. And I said, okay, so here's how we're starting. What would make the Jimmy Butler trade worth it? Or, regardless of what happens, the trade is already worth it.
That.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think?
I love the question. It's provocative, but the bottom line is I'm going with the latter, and I'm putting a hell yes next to it because let me explain. We saw Steph Curry struggle. He didn't have space. This team was left for dead. We were fielding calls. Should we even think about the crazy notion of trading one Steph Curry to give him another shot? So just the fact that the silhouette of Jimmy Butler in a Warrior uniform not only has given a rebirth to Steph, it's given a rebirth to Draymond Green defensively. And it's all, I'm going Bible. There's a belief now amongst this whole team and the fan base that they got action. And as crazy as this sounds, guys, I believe this year the Warriors are playing with house money. But that house money might already be enough because I know we talked about this, Donnie. I'm so excited about what's on the horizon, meaning next year and the year after, but that's already exciting because we're getting a glimpse already through 30, 35 games with Jimmy Butler that this team is already a problem. So, Steiny, when I hear that, I know it's not a championship yet, but they're in the tournament. It has already met the criteria of it's already pay dividends.
All right. So just so everyone's clear.
Okay. And I meant that.
If the Warriors get knocked out 4-2 against the Rockets, the trade for Jimmy Butler would still be a success.
No doubt about it.
All right.
Disappointing, Steiny, but a success because we got him next year for full 82.
Yeah.
What you think?
No, sorry.
Please explain, Roxy Bernstein.
Okay. They have to do more than just qualify for the playoffs. They have to win a round to justify it. I mean, this is where the history of this team becomes a factor. Yeah, maybe if they were a team that were still embarking on their initial title, or they were a normal team that was feeling a little dead in the water and they weren't going to make the playoffs, but now they are and they got a shot.
Yeah.
Well, that's great, as you like to say, for the rest of the neighborhood, but we're Warriors. So a first-round exit would be disappointing, but here's the real reason.
And I agree with the D word, disappointing, but what about next year if they want it?
And that's what I'm getting at. Okay, so this is why a loss to the Rockets, and it's not a success. If you lose to the Rockets, all right, Jalen Green, 22. Amin Thompson, 22. Alperen Şengün, 22. Jabari Smith Jr., 21. Tari Eason, 23. If you lose to the Houston Rockets, where are we? I mean, you lose to the Houston Rockets, and now you're coming back next year with 3 36-plus-year-olds. How are you possibly going to leapfrog a team like the Rockets if you can't beat them this year? It doesn't make make any sense.
But Steiny, what's my old adage? You can't worry about what's going on in the neighborhood. You got to worry about what's going on because
if you lose to a team this young, that's got to be a wake up call.
Okay, now I'm not making excuses. I'm really not, and we'll give our predictions on the series tomorrow, and then you could better understand where I'm coming from. But when you talk about the age of the Rockets, and it's good right now, but look at OKC. I could give you a litany of teams.
Exactly.
But what if there's and I don't want Kaminga gone, but what if there's a sign-in trade? We're robbing the Warriors from adding to this nucleus that has Jimmy, Dre, and Steph. And Pods in year 3, and Moody another year under his belt, and Quentin Post. So, don't forget that part. The Warriors are not done, so they're going to hit the plus button on the calculator, and it could be greater later. You got more continuity, but I hear you about the other teams, but OKC is more scarier than that. And here I go. If you want to go math, because I said you look like a teacher, Steiny, the bottom line is if the Warriors somehow lost, a 2 seed beat a 7 seed. So are we really, just from that standpoint, are we really surprised? Is it really bleak?
Well, the Warriors are favored.
Well,
the Warriors are favored.
I'll give you that.
And here's the other thing is, a 2 will have beaten a 7 if the Rockets win.
Okay.
However, I think there's a lot of Warrior fans that think this team's better than a 7 because for half the year they've been 24-8. And so I think Warrior fans think of this team as, and not only Warrior fans, Vegas. The Warriors right now are the 5th most likely team to win a title.
Wow.
They're 3rd in the West. Oklahoma City's got better odds. The Lakers have better odds. But then it's the Warriors. They have better odds to win it all than Denver or the Clippers. So a lot of people feel this Warrior team is, let's say they're the 3rd best team in the conference according to Vegas. All right. But if you lose to the Rockets, I think it's unrealistic to think that you're going to be able to have an off season and acquire the kind of players that are going to be good enough to get over Oklahoma City or Houston. That's kind of the way I look at it.
Okay, it's interesting. Just real quick here.
Yeah.
So what do you make, and what word would you use so far from the Jimmy Butler trade where we were outside the box at times, 11? We were in the box. What word would you describe what's happened or what's transpired to this point?
It's been terrific.
Okay.
But they're still 7. And if you lose to the Rockets, I mean, they've been great for 32 games. There's no doubt they've been a different team. But the schedule's been kind of favorable. They took advantage of, then they had a great stretch, the gauntlet. Then they stubbed their toe a little late. A first-round exit. Then it makes you look at this team differently. I think it really does.
Because you lost to the Rockets.
Yes. Yes. And that's the other thing. Let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Thank you. You couldn't have scripted a better Warrior bracket. Look, if they
so
get
this has a lot to do with Houston, really a 2 seed, but you're really not buying it.
They've never been to the playoffs. This iteration of the Rockets has never played in the postseason. They're going up against 3 NBA champions and Jimmy Butler, who's got A lot of playoff experience.
On the other side, I got a question for you.
All right.
All right, and you all.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And people say, who's the X factor? Who's the, and let me tell you, I deep dive from Steiny last night.
DMX?
I got some numbers that are going to shock you about a certain player.
Pods can dunk.
You're listening. Oh, that's not the right one. Let me Hey, Evan.
He hasn't said a word.
Yeah, but you can tell the way he looks at you.
He sees my ire.
There we go.
Hey, 888-957-9570 is the number. All that, and Dave Fleming has the Warriors beating the Rockets.
Dave.
So if Dave Fleming thinks the Warriors can beat the Rockets, if the Rockets somehow win this series,
if I run into him, this is random, I know you got to do it, I want to give him his flowers. He is excellent at what...
Not that hard. All right, that segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. We don't have the how.
The all-new Honda of Vallejo, offering...
what Steiny and Guru are saying. Bonte and Willard and Tibbs and Shasky. I don't care if they think we're done. You go out here and show Fox who the real animal is.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And they lost.
No, they did? Oh, that was last year.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That was a bar, though, Goo. I can't lie.
Hey, I just listened. I'm like, man, 1-4-3.
I love you?
Oh, no. Anyway.
Yeah.
Damn it, man.
All right, we're talking Golden State Warriors. Why not? They are in the playoffs. They start Sunday at Houston. It goes Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. So
that's a lot of rest.
They're spread out, which you would think is good news for the Warriors. And obviously, since they acquired Jimmy Butler, the season has turned around. And just talking to some people this morning, and I'm asking them, what would make the Jimmy Butler trade worth it, or is it already worth it? Is it already worth it? And here's why, Guru's saying yes because it's given this team, I mean, you can argue yes because it's given this team hope this year, and now they got Butler next year. I mean, Steph Curry clearly likes the move, but listen to Draymond Green.
Our goal is to get to the playoffs so we can make something special happen. It's not necessarily just to get there and the job's done. We know what it takes to win at a high level, so that's the focus. But, yeah, the goal is to get to the playoffs and win, so it's good to be here.
All right. So it sounds to me like Draymond Green, as I think a lot of people would be very disappointed if they lost.
Well, we know his proclamation was they're going to win it all. Now,
that's right.
This is what I've been saving for you real quick.
Yeah.
You taught me, or you told me about the old Phil Jackson exercise where he had every player come up to the board and he had a target. And he said,
"Oh no, I know where you're going.
How close you feel
20
to
minutes.
this team?
The
We're
over/under is 20 minutes.
And
20
Pippen
minutes.
put his all the way over in Richmond somewhere. So if I'm off the mark on the Steiny metric with my assessment, so are you telling me I'm this close from the mark if they win a series? And I feel that. So if they beat Houston then lose, do you change your stance on?
Yeah, probably.
So all it takes is one. So I'm that close on just winning one series, then losing, and then you'll give me you'll stamp it.
Well,
like you know what I mean?
Well, see, as just an observer,
we'll see,
and not a true fan, I do feel like I've got to take some of my cues from the fans who have expectations and who have a great interest in this team. And I know there's a lot of optimism. And I've heard a lot of people over the last couple months say this team can make the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Well, if you think they can make the Western Conference Finals, then if they don't, to me, that's a disappointment. So that's not me, though, necessarily. I think if the Golden State Warriors beat the Houston Rockets, that would be a good year. If they lose in the next round.
And wouldn't you say, watch out for the future, though? That's what he's brought, Butler. And he doesn't look 35 at all. We've seen that now that playoff Jimmy is here. So I guess, Donnie, those vibes, and that's normally not how I think, but that's what's got me excited. Like, okay, whatever happens this round, this playoffs, they're not going anywhere.
Well,
that's how I feel.
Well, and I feel like this will be their best opportunity.
Yeah,
next year will be harder, and the year after that will be harder. I mean, I just look at it from a practical standpoint. Next year, the Rockets are going to be 23-year-olds on the ascent, and the Warriors, can they continue to expect everything they've gotten from Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Jimmy Butler for a whole year consistently? To me, all bets are off next year. I just want to concentrate on this year. But if you want to be encouraged about the future, I'm not going to tell you not to be. I just, I still see a core that's not getting any younger. That's all. Let's go out to Vince. Vince in San Francisco. Get us started, Vince. You're our number one option, so don't blow it.
That's all good, man. I can handle the pressure just like the Warriors can.
Nice.
You asked
Is Jimmy Butler, is the trade worth it, or is it already worth it, or what's it going to take? Man, it's already worth it. Look at the team. Look at the dynamic, how it's changed. Because Mr. Wiggins, the guy who they thought they needed to win, they were a 500 team since they won the championship in 22. Like, it had been the same the last couple of seasons until they made the trade. So, you look at the way the team plays, you now have a second option as a closer, a guy who can get to the free throw line, who's not scared to shoot the free throws, and he can make his free throws, and he's just an all-around smarter player, and he's a hell of a defender. It's changed the team completely. So I think it's already worth it. Back when the trade first happened, I called in and I said, I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors at least got to the second round of the playoffs. I'm really thinking that they're going to win it next year because it'll give Jimmy an off-season and a full season's worth of play with this team in this system. I think they've got the best shot to win a ring next year. Now, I'm going to do something that I hate to do because I hate when people draw parallels to past teams and past history in sports. But let's look at OKC when they had KD, Westbrook, and Harden. They were young. They got to the finals. They lost and could never get back. They lost to the Heat, right?
Yep, you're right.
You're making the argument that Houston's got a lot of promise, but if they don't make it, or if they do make it and they lose in the finals this year, I don't. If you're OD, he's the vet on that team. I don't think he can lead a team. They got a lot of talent. Don't get me wrong. You're right.
You know what? You broke
I love
up.
Jalen Green.
You broke up. Jalen Green.
Yeah, the Rockets.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I love Jalen Green. He's great. He's a great player. Eamon Thompson, another freak athlete, monster. But they're really young. They don't have anybody who's been there. And then look at OKC.
All right, Vince, I got you. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I got you. That you're basically saying that nothing's guaranteed with Oklahoma City and Houston. You're right about that. They may run into issues down the line of being able to pay everybody. And, listen, I'm not going to say, maybe I shouldn't be as strong as if they don't beat the Rockets, the trade was not worth it. That's not really what I believe, because the particulars about the trade also are important, and one of the particulars is that they didn't spend an arm and a leg on Jimmy Butler,
no doubt,
and they didn't give up any future first except this year, and so that has to be measured into it. I'm less obviously optimistic about the future than I am this year because I've seen 32 games of this team go 24-8.
Wow.
But I still think if you lose to the Rockets, it's going to be a devastating defeat, and it will lead to a lot of questions about now what do we do, because we have some nice young players, but the most important players are still the old guys, and we didn't have enough to beat a team in round one last year. Like, can you really bring back the exact same team? Not that they're going to.
Right.
They obviously have a decision with we all know who, but that's kind of the big picture way I look at it.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Steiny. I think about Kevin Durant's last year and the finality of no matter what happened in that finals against Toronto, we all felt or knew he was going to let us know if he wanted to stay married or if he wanted to divorce. And I don't have that feeling with Jimmy Butler because it's new. We just put the ring on the finger. So with that said, how you can look at Draymond Green collectively, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler birth certificates, you're right, they're old. But if you watch how they're currently playing, and I know this was a rat on the table early with Steph, was he slipping a little, the bilateral knee tendonitis in both knees? I think now if we polled everybody, the chef is baking. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like he's an average 37-year-old, Steiny, and I feel that way with Jimmy and Draymond.
Well, you know who's not an average 22-year-old? Amin Thompson.
Oh, no doubt.
And Amin Thompson is going to make Curry earn everything.
You're right.
And I'm not saying Curry's not going to have a good series, but if Curry has a good series, it's going it's going to be a challenge, and he's going to have to. It'll be impressive if Curry has a real good series, start to finish, shooting the ball efficiently, and then we see where the Golden State Warriors end up. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Is the Jimmy Butler trade already worth it? No matter what happens, has it been worth it this year and down the line, or do the Warriors have to make a little noise for it to be worth it? And this is the one I played from the other night. I played it earlier, but this is Draymond Green and how he views it.
Our goal is to get to the playoffs so we can make something special happen. It's not necessarily just to get there and the job's done. We know what it takes to win at a high level, so that's the focus. But, yeah, the goal is to get to the playoffs and win, so it's good to be here.
All right, so Draymond Green, and I think he speaks for Butler and Curry.
Yeah.
They ain't about just getting to the playoffs. So that also something I take into account, that they believe that they can win some rounds. And so if you don't win a round, boy, it's going to hurt. Yeah. It's really going to hurt. Let's go to Alan in Marin. Hey, Alan, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Doing well. I got to tell you, man, I'm on my way to one of your favorite haunts, the Kaminga Park Golf Course.
Nice.
In Alameda. Gonna play some golf today.
Which course? Yeah. South or north?
I don't know. My brother made the tee time. He said he's drank with you a couple times at the bar.
I don't know about that.
Jason Miller. I don't know if that's true or not. You might not know him. I'm not
you
sure.
Can't find me at a bar.
I was drunk.
I don't know anything about it.
They know you there, Matt. You're not invisible. You're not invisible. It's all good. It's a great question. I actually think, I want to speak to two sides like you've been doing. The trade is absolutely worth it already, and that's really not even up for debate. And I don't think Draymond was speaking to if he thought the trade was worth it either. What he was talking to is this season a disappointment if we don't make a deep run in the playoffs? And it absolutely would be. You lose to a Rocket team that, like you said, has yet to visit the playoffs with this inclination, with one guy who's ever made a deep run in the playoffs in Van Vliet, has been on a couple of Grizzlies teams that they might have won a series or two, but you have to beat the Rockets. And Vegas says you're going to beat the Rockets. I'm a gambling man like Guru, so I'm going to jump inside the numbers really quick. They open almost even money, minus 140 to win this series. It's up to minus 185 on teasers. So if you don't bet the Warriors to win Game 1, which is the line is off in Game 1. The Rockets being favored by 1.5 in Game 1 when they were a minus 180 underdog. That's a problem, because if the Warriors lose Game 1, you have just given a very young team a lot of hope and belief in themselves. The Warriors lose Game 1, they might be in trouble or have some trouble in the series. I believe they're gonna stomp Game 1. They'll win by 10 in Game 1, probably win the series in 5 or 6. That will make it a good season. Then comes your big series with the Lakers, probably. And that, with LeBron. I mean, you beat the Lakers without LeBron, with Jimmy. That doesn't mean squat. But you face the Lakers in the second round with LeBron and Luka. That's epic. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Alan. Hit him straight. That's what you say to a guy who's golfing. Hit him straight.
That's what I was about to say. Shoot him straight, but it's hit him straight.
Can't do it.
Saw you at the bar, my man.
He didn't see me at the bar.
Which one?
He claimed. Hey, I may have some family members listening. I don't need I don't need that hassle in my life.
Baby.
Sorry, Mary.
But let me just be clear. He didn't see me. He said his brother saw me, and that one, no. I don't know who the brother is.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'd recognize him. There was one. Oh God, he mentioned it. Should I go in now on him? There's a player in this series,
Freddie V,
who flat out stinks. Fred Van Vliet. You know what?
I told you he's not the same.
Hey, Fred, I wish these first two games were here.
Looks like Bronte's brother.
So that you'd be listening to this. But you stink against the Warriors. No. You stink against the Warriors. Listen to this.
Yeah, give it to me.
Fred Van Vliet basically hasn't hit a shot against the Warriors in 6 years. Fred VanVleet, over the last 2 years against the Warriors.
Listen, okay, this is a sample.
He's 19 for 82 from the field, 23%.
That's almost impossible.
2 years worth of games. 7 games. Oh, but from 3, he's 10 for 50, 20%.
Wow. That is awful.
Freddie. I mean.
And you know Udoka and company are aware of that. That is awful.
It is beyond awful.
Not Kobe.
I mean, it is absolutely atrocious.
But if you're the Warriors, you hope that rears its head. That's the version you get.
Well, I got to be honest with you.
He did beat us in the finals, but that was years ago.
6 years ago. No.
By the way,
yeah,
he didn't even start in that series.
Yeah, I'd forgotten that too.
Like a lot of people, I think about him as a Warriors killer. He had a big game 6.
Yeah,
he was the 6th man for that team.
Who was there? Who started for them?
Kyle Lowry.
Oh, man.
Danny Green, Siakam, Kawhi, and Gasol.
Man. And that game 6 was the one that sent us home.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were in the building when they took over, Raptor fans.
Yeah. Anyway.
Daddy, give it to me again from the field.
Okay, you ready? Last 7 games from the field, Fred VanVleet against the Warriors. 1 for 8, 1 for 5. This is total field goals and then his 3-point field goals in the same game. 1 for 8, 1 for 5. 5 for 16, 3 for 10. 3 for 13, 2 for 9. 2 for 12, 1 for 8.
Man.
2 for 7, 0 for 3. 3 for 13, 1 for 8. John Sally.
Wow.
2 for 13, 2 for 7.
My goodness. Just seeing that Warrior uniform does something to him, man.
Holy Toledo.
Watch him have the best game of his life. But I like what that caller was putting down, the importance of game 1. But for a young team like this, Steiny, if you get that win on a Sunday and you get to sit on it until Wednesday, and let's just say you lose Wednesday, you come here tied, not down 0-2. So I can't wait. The world will be watching Easter night. Man, let's go.
I mean, I also believe that you don't play this lousily, if that's a word, unless the other team's doing something. And the Warriors must be doing something.
Yeah.
So
putting that young D on him. Pot.
Boy, he's not due 5-1-0.
But you're kind of like, man. He's pregnant, Steiny.
I got to tell you, I'm like a player like that, I'm not sure he can have a great series. How can a guy like that have a greage series? Might have a great game or two, and maybe that'll be enough. But there
funny.
You go.
You know his nickname on Basketball Reference?
Hold on. Pudge.
The Wizard.
No, that's disrespectful to Ivan Rodriguez. Steady Freddy.
I like that.
He's shooting 20% from three.
I got you. He has to be aware.
I don't know if you want to be or not. Anyway.
$40 million player, by the way.
Yeah, and you brought this up. He's got a player option at the end of the year?
No. A team option.
Team option.
Night.
Now, I'll say this to you all. I'm kind of taking it off the ranch here, but I look at this Houston team, and I'll give my prediction tomorrow. I've been down on my guy that I'm about to bring up, but if somehow and I think they got the necessary pieces to get him, but if they wanted to go get a grown-up in the room, if the Rockets somehow kept a majority of that young core and got Kevin Durant the closer, watch out then.
You mean this is the same guy who's been skating?
No, just that's
according
different.
To you.
I don't ignore his brilliance.
The same guy who hasn't taken enough heat. The same guy who has failed everywhere he's gone since Golden State, according to you.
If that would be a perfect place.
All right,
man.
Let's go to Xavier in Oakland. Hey, Xavier, how you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call again, guys. What up, crew? Good morning.
Yes, sir.
All right, so and I'm not going to be too awesome today. Hey, man, we're in it, bro. 7 seed, we got it done, so that gives us, a little bit to breathe. But I got to say, we got the chef and we got Butler, and Dre the Menace. We got Moody on clamp mode. You got QP flying high on threes, man. We've been playing elimination games for I feel like the last 2 months. So I think we're pretty locked in, and then the extra motivation, like I were mentioning, the Van Vliet 2019. It wasn't so he was a 6-man, but it was he would hit those certain threes,
man.
And that's what that's what was throwing everybody in the loop. So that's what the little animosity come. I'm encouraged to be up for blood, man. I like the series, and every time we play the Rockets, it's always going to be cinema though. But thanks for taking my call, guys. We're going to be locked in for Sunday, and good call. It's Easter too. I forgot about that, and it's 420. So these guys, we're going to be locked in, y'all. All right, man. Have a good one.
You too, Xavier. Appreciate the call. For sure. I mean, it's obvious what Fred VanVleet has done, and many people do it. He made a deal with the devil. That's what he did. He said, hey, look, devil, let me be a hero in a championship series, and I swear to God, I'll never hurt that team for the rest of my life.
That's amazing.
Devil said, done. Done, Freddie. Anyway, Freddie has not played well against the Golden State Warriors. Let me ask you this, if you're a Warrior fan. Anybody out there worried about Amin Thompson and what he did defending Steph Curry about 2 weeks ago in the Rockets' 99-86 win? I mean, he was spectacular against Curry. I would say he was the perfect mix of physical and athletic, but I'm sure Warrior fans will think, hopefully he'll get called for more fouls in the playoffs, and that's going to be interesting to see how all that plays out. Butler and Curry shoot 31 free throws between them on Tuesday. You can't count on them shooting 31 every game. So,
right.
Where do you factor all that in? There's probably going to be some games in this series where maybe the Warriors get a good whistle. They get to the line a lot. Maybe in another game, the refs let them play, and that favors the Rockets. But, that's a part of it that's very interesting to me is how, not necessarily how the game's going to be called, but how many free throws are Butler and Curry going to take over the course of the series.
And I'm going to pull one of your moves here, Steiny. Talk to me Monday morning or Sunday night after the game, because if Thompson can do what he did or come close to what he did, and it's obvious that he's playing damn good defense on Curry, then I'll be like, you know what? No pun intended, Houston, we have a problem. But if Curry is the Curry I expect and we kind of don't see that, no shade. I mean, he's a badass. I'll be like, you know what? He just had a good day and got the best of Curry that Sunday.
Yeah, I don't look at it as, one game, because I know how these series go. If the Rockets win game one, 100-90, and Curry goes 7 for 19 and only gets to the line 2 or 3 times, then Steve Kerr will do his job and make sure to bring it up. And then what always happens, or what seems to happen most of the time, is then the refs do something different the next game. They do call it tighter if
because we've seen it in
the
series
complaints
all the
come
time
about letting them get too physical. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And the question I'm asking Warrior fans is the Jimmy Butler trade already worth it, regardless of how the playoffs play out this year? Or do the Warriors have to do a little more than just make the playoffs for the trade to be worth it? Draymond Green is happy this team's in the postseason, but he's made it clear they don't just want to be a playoff team. They want to get something done. But where are you at, Warrior fans? Do they have to do a little something in the postseason to make you feel like the Butler trade was worth it? Or are you like, hell no, Steiny, it's already been worth it because they got to the playoffs and they look like they have a little bit of a future, more so than they did before the trade? Download the free 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, this is Bonte Hill, and I've got an update from River Islands, where Bay Area homebuyers have been discovering the good life for more than 10 years. I've been there, and this place is absolutely amazing. And this spring, there are more new neighborhoods being designed and built, adding up to more choices for homebuyers. 10 model complexes offer 30 models to tour with 3 to 7 bedrooms and homes ranging in size from about 1,800 square feet to more than 4,500 square feet. Some of the homes are being built along the lakes. One collection looks out to the San Joaquin River. Other neighborhoods offer easy access to parks or the newly opened River Islands High School. Dale Webb, a specialist in 55-plus living, offers 3 model complexes of its own with single-story plans and 2 to 3 bedroom homes for an active adult lifestyle. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the 600,000s to just over $1 million. Take it for someone that has spent time there. You will absolutely love it. Go to riverislands.com, that's riverislands.com, and see for yourself how the good life can be your life.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. With over $5 billion in business loans and more than 110 business specialists right here in the Bay Area, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
When pests invade, you need a name you can trust. Atco Pest Control is the longest-standing diamond-certified pest control company in the San Francisco Bay Area, proudly serving since 1985. Atco offers safe, effective pest control solutions for everything from termites to ants. Their expert team is ready to protect your home with trusted, eco-friendly methods. Check out atcopestcontrol.com today. Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's trusted pest control experts for over 40 years. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Fellas, you've made clutch decisions before. Buying your first home, starting a family. But let's be real, you're done having kids. So why are you still playing defense in the bedroom? At Tri-Valley Vasectomy, we make it quick, easy, and virtually pain-free. In and out, done in under 15 minutes. No scalpel, no stitches. Just peace of mind and a better game plan for your future. Your wife will thank you. Your wallet will too. Book now at TriValleyVasectomy.com. Tri-Valley Vasectomy, because smart players plan ahead. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's always about the show, bro. I'm good now. Toronto's nothing.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Hey, James.
James Wiseman.
We barely knew thee.
Number 2 pick, man.
I
What
don't
could
think
it
you
be?
sound like you need help at all.
All right. The YouTube chat from Banker Brian. Mm-hmm.
Banker.
How about this? Amin Thompson is whatever. This isn't the first time Curry's met a player like Amin. Keon Ellis, the Kings, Della Vedova, Dylan Brooks, Marcus Smart. Nothing new for Steph.
Tony Allen.
Well, he's right. Asar.
What about him?
They're twins.
I know.
He has met a player like Amin.
That's a 4E.
Okay.
I didn't get it. I didn't. Then I got.
If you don't get it right away, you got to drop a point, I would think. I'd be a little more humble about Amin Thompson. He's pretty big. He's pretty long. He's pretty athletic. He's pretty smart. Now, I know the chef is the chef, and the numbers are the numbers. I wouldn't be, I don't know. He did a great job against them last game. Obviously, the Warriors will make some adjustments there, doing what they have to do, but it was an impressive performance.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this just about the fouling. Steiny, if I'm a Rocket or any other opponent the Warriors are going to face, I'm just preaching all day and all night. When you guard Butler, don't go for the pump fake. Easier said than done, but don't do it. And he knows it, but they just keep going for it, man. You got him. Just stay down.
Let me tell you something. Because the pump fake is such a lost art, Butler's the best at it. And even though he's Butler and you're like, don't, it's just you don't see it. And you know what? He's so patient, he'll fake. He'll fake again.
Yeah.
He's, and as Kramer said, I faked it. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Championship coming soon. My man. You know when they leave to Houston?
Well, I could try to guess this.
Well, you traveled with, they didn't make playoffs during your day, but.
We believe in your face.
Okay. Not like it was your fault. I'm just saying. You told the joke of, soon as the season was over, you guys had your plans already.
That was 12 years in a row, but in 2007.
A coincidence? I think not.
Bad luck.
Let's go to Raj in Oakland. Hey, Raj, what's going on?
Not much. How y'all doing?
Doing great, thank you.
Okay, I want to talk about a couple of things. Number one, the trade has definitely already been worth it.
All right.
If you all remember, right before the trade, the Warriors were mediocre, and more than that, they were boring. The Warriors got to the point where they were boring. And so just the fact when we got Jimmy, the excitement came back, that alone was worth the trade. What do y'all think?
I'm with you. I mean, we got boring and stale, Steiny. Let's admit it.
Well, that's because we weren't willing to wait on Kyle Anderson and Wiggins. But yeah, they absolutely turned their season around. And I'm just asking if it's been enough already. Why do I'm not let's say, how do I want to put this? I'm not ruling anything out next year, but how do Warrior fans view Jimmy Butler going into next year? Because I just feel like that's going to be when we really get to know Jimmy Butler. And I'm not saying, maybe it'll be better.
But what about what you know now?
Well,
you're not buying it because it's not what? 82. I think he could be an MVP candidate if he approached it the right way, assuming 24-8.
But he won't. Seriously, he doesn't care about stats. He doesn't care about the MVP. He's probably not gonna play 65 games. I'm not saying Butler's gonna do anything bad, but I just feel like once next year starts, it's like all bets are off, and I'm viewing Butler anew at that point. Just because, yes, is it fair to be concerned about next year and the year after because of his history?
Well, when we talk about, we can go to every stop, but I'll say this. It was peaches and cream in Miami until it wasn't, right? And Stoney, that was way at the end. So, I got to be careful here. He's been a model citizen. There was no drama in Miami up until it all popped off. But I just feel like he's at a point in his life where he's loving his team. He's loving how him and Curry match or go together per se. So I'm just excited. And I think, again, the Warriors are going to make some type of move, win or lose in the playoffs, to keep adding. And we'll find out what they need, if that rears its head in the playoffs. And Mike Dunleavy and company will, bring something in. So I don't think Jimmy will be like, oh, my God, his training camp. I think he's in a good place, man.
From our good friend Murillo on the YouTube chat, Amin Thompson is what Guru dreams Kaminga could be.
Well, he's not an all-star yet.
Who?
Thompson.
And Jonathan?
That's what I dream. The idea of Kaminga being an all-star. But he's further along, no doubt, and his game is further along.
Was in the Rising Stars game. Technically competed against all-stars this year.
Amin Thompson?
Yeah.
He's a baller.
He's pretty good.
We're going to try. We're efforting some old Rockets to kind of join us. What do you got?
Okay.
Put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo.
I won't.
We got a meeting today, so be careful.
Hey, now,
I'm excited.
I wish you wouldn't have brought that. There's nothing to talk about.
When we get together in the
there's not, what could he possibly tell us? That great coaches let stars play.
See, this is why you are who you are, and you can never be a leader.
You know what? Team meetings are for losers.
But he also lets Evan, myself, and I often have something to say. It's not just about what he's saying. He gives you the forum to let it out. And sometimes I hold stuff from you and Evan, and I like to lay it out in there with him listening. It's beautiful. Guys that don't like meetings, you're really telling me what type of player you are.
That's right.
You're not a team guy.
That's correct.
So you own it.
I'm Jimmy Butler. I march to the beat of my own drum.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, Rockets, Sunday, 6:30. And the first two games, obviously, are in Houston. And the question I'm asking is about Jimmy Butler, and has the trade already been a success? Regardless of how this season finishes up. Is it already a success? And one of the things that goes into this is a lot of people say it's a success regardless because it has given this team hope.
Man.
After being one game under 500 when the trade was made. So if you're optimistic about the future, I can see why you think it's already been a success. I look at it a little less optimistically than that. I do think they gotta prove that they can play with the big boys in the West this year, because the big boys in the West, the top two teams are young, And if you can't get them this year, I just look at it and it's going to be tougher, I think, next year to get them. But that's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to DJ in San Jose. Hey, DJ, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey. Doing well, thank you.
Cool. I got a couple points. Yeah, the first one about Jimmy Butler, he definitely was worth it. He has made the Warriors more exciting. He has kind of made the role players a lot better, and he's always looking for them. He's a great distributor. They were getting pretty boring, the Warriors, just chucking up threes, and they're just a better team. I don't think there are any issues with Jimmy Butler as long as, next year, because it's always been a money issue with him. That usually gets them riled up. And then my second point was, I do think we're going to beat the Rockets, but they are really athletic and they're just aggressive. And I do think Steve Kerr is going to have to dive deeper into the bench to just reduce the wear and tear on Curry and then on Jimmy and Dre, and then just to prevent injuries too, because I don't think you can just keep throwing them out there for 48 minutes against those guys because they're young. They're young, and then they're kind of mean, too. That's all I got.
Thanks for the call. No, I think that is, if I were to ask Warrior fans, what's the theme of this series with Houston? We all know what it is, right? It's experience versus inexperience.
Yeah, old versus young.
Championship pedigree versus first-timers in the postseason. I think that's, that narrative's out there nationally. Yeah. And I think there's a reason for it because it's true. It's a factor. Yeah. That's going to determine this series. Does pedigree win out over youth and athleticism? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's see. What do I want to get here? Only Steiny would bring up something negative, like what happens next season with Butler. Why can't you just talk about the series? Well, 707, I love the constructive feedback. However, one of the reasons Guru believes that this trade was worth it is because he believes the future looks bright.
Man.
Brighter.
Yeah.
And because Guru brought up the future, I simply said, I'm not sure I quite look at it that way, but I hear your thinking. You see, we talk with people here at 95.7 The Game, particularly from the 10 to 2 time slot. So
that should be a shirt, man.
I can tell that, you've got a problem with me, and it's probably born out of my objectivity about the Warriors, and that's something I can live with.
Now, I got to be honest.
And I appreciate your input.
Full transparency,
and by the way, that text is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Oh, wow. Boxer. Wow, I got to get my stuff right before I read the text. Whoa. Hey, I really thought you were going when you were going to give somebody's numbers from the Rockets. I got to be honest. Okay. I thought it was Jalen Green, who historically in his young career has not played well except that last game. But there's a factoid we have not talked about, and I know you're going to call me scared and a worry wart. There was a timeout where Curry was grimacing, head down, messing with that thumb. I think he got it caught on somebody's jersey or whatnot. But I'm just telling you, if we get one of these old school Rocket guys or Warrior persons, Steiny, when you go into a game and a prolific player like Steph Curry has an issue, and it really is more than I think we think is what's going on with that thumb, I'm telling you, Dylan Brooks, all of them are going to go after it. And if they don't, then shame on them.
So they'll go after Curry's thumb.
And you can do it in a way, it's like, I'm just playing hard defense. But you fight through it and hit that thing.
So, Evan, it sounds to me like Guru's concerned that the Rockets are going to go at Steph Curry's thumb like Buddy Hield went after John Morant's ankle.
Hey, I didn't like that either, man. Lay off of Buddy.
Get off Chavon.
Yeah, he did nothing wrong, man.
Speaking of Jalen Green.
No, you're right. He didn't do anything wrong. He did something very, very right.
Yeah,
Why am I getting mad at?
We got to get off that. Goo, would you like to know Jalen Green's splits against the Warriors?
Let's go.
Because it is the lowest scoring average against any team in the NBA for Jalen Green. Steiny, what was Fred VanVleet's shooting splits again?
Oh my God. Last 2 years against the Warriors, it encompasses 7 games. Hide the kids. Fred VanVleet is shooting it at 23%. He is 19 for 82 from the field in his last 7 games against the Warriors.
Oh, my God.
That does include, of course, some made threes. In fact, 10 of them in 50 attempts. He shoots 20% from 3 against the Warriors the last 7 games. He stinks, ladies and gentlemen, or at least he has the last 2 years against the Warriors.
Well, for his career, this is 14 games.
All right.
Jalen Green is 64 for 205.
Oh, my God.
That's 31.2%, so slightly better than Steady Freddy. And 17 for 79 from three-point range. That is good for 21.5%. 13.1 points per game.
Maybe that's why Vegas has him favored. 2 guys in your starting lineup against this said team. Good Lord.
I'm not
That's
sure.
your backcourt.
I've looked at Şengün's numbers, too, a while ago. They're okay. He was pretty good last game, no doubt.
That was his best one.
I want to say he had some 14 and 12s against the Warriors this year. Nothing overly crazy in terms of the numbers, but
he also. Oh no, sorry. There's one other team he scores less against.
Which VanVleet or Green?
No, Şengün actually. Of the 30 teams, the Warriors are 29th in terms of scoring average, 13.4 points per game.
That's good, right?
No, that's bad.
Wait, no. Şengün averages like 18, doesn't he?
For his career, but not against the Warriors. In 13 career games, 13.5 points.
Right, so the Warriors have done a good job on Şengün.
Relatively speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, Dre will start off on him. Evan, do this because we're having a ball.
Oh, my God. God.
Yeah, they stink.
The career average against the Warriors, Vegas might be onto something, boys.
I got to do it. It's a day that ends with day, so Jonathan Kaminga splits against the Rockets.
Oh, my God.
Because this might get them on the court. Are they heavy, Evan, to where we're like, you know what? We're going to see him. He's just smiling. Well, I believe this is his best team that he performs against.
I'm smiling because his splits against the Los Angeles Clippers are also pretty good, too.
Now, that hurt me, too. And I had knew that. He had 34 of the previous game. It was in a loss. I'm rooting for the kid, Steiny.
Who?
Kaminga.
Well, save it because he may not play.
You're right.
I mean, you can't root for a guy if he's sitting on the bench.
And it's only this year that he's played well against the Rockets.
Oh.
By the way, did you see? Well, you know what? Let me get Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Yeah, playoffs.
Doing well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, man. So, just to chime in on what you guys were talking about, Jonathan Kaminga will never be the player that Amin Thompson is. Amin Thompson is one of the better all-around players that came out of his draft. If Jonathan Kaminga did the things that Amin Thompson does, I mean, all I ever hear is these listeners chime in talking about, they need to fire Steve Kerr because he doesn't play Jonathan Kaminga. Jonathan Kaminga, all he is an offensive threat slashing player. He doesn't do the little dirty things. I mean, look at Amin Thompson guarding Steph Curry, running around with the guy, doing every little thing that he has to do. If Jonathan Kaminga was anything like Amin Thompson, Steve Kerr would not hesitate to play the guy. You really think Jonathan Kaminga wants to run around, play hard defense, grab rebounds? No, he doesn't want to do none of that. He just wants the ball. Hey, look at me. I know how to play good offensive game. Other than that, he can't set a screen. He can barely pass the ball. I mean, these guys call in, drooling over Jonathan Kaminga because he gives them flashes of a young Vince Carter. Other than that, the guy doesn't do anything. Amin Thompson is all around one of the better players that we'll ever see come out of that draft. And I don't care what any of these other listeners say. Jonathan Kaminga will never be what Amin Thompson is. All right, guys, have a good one.
Thanks, Tony.
Thompson, the flavor of the month.
Might be DPOY.
Dude, that thing he did, I watched that game again. Go ahead. But he was phenomenal on Curry.
I saw another couple award articles.
Uh-oh.
And when it came to Defensive Player of the Year, I think there's Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah.
He has Draymond Green. He doesn't have Draymond Green in his top 3 for Defensive Player of the Year. In fact, he has him on the second all-defensive team.
Oh, no.
Wow. And then Dan Devine.
Our guy, Danny.
No, Dan Devine from Yahoo Sports.
I'm a Devine fan.
He has Draymond Green 3rd in the most valuable Defensive Player of the Year award.
Well, Vegas has him. DraftKings has Draymond, like the Warriors in this series, minus 200. Like, that's heavy.
I feel like sentiment's going against Draymond right now, but that might just be because of a recency bias.
Who did we play the sound of that had a vote that said they weren't voting for Draymond?
Well, I'm not sure if it was Gelsey, but Gelsey has Dort, and Dort's been showing up on some, top 3 defensive players of the
from
year
DraftKings
award. By the way,
I like to see Dre get it at this age. Wow.
Does he deserve it?
Lifetime achievement?
Hey, guys.
That's what it would be.
Stoney, stop.
It would.
I mean,
it would.
When has the NBA ever done that?
Well, you said they did it with Jordan, I think.
No, he could have got it every year. He should have got it every year.
Even when they were just a 500 team. The first 7 years of his career.
Dave Corzine, Granville Waiters.
Gene Banks.
Hell
of a player.
These are real people.
Yeah, no, they are
real people.
Hey, where was Banks from? He was tough, though.
From Philly.
Yeah, Orlando Woolridge. Oh, man.
Eugene Banks.
Brad Sellers.
Eugene the Machine Banks.
He was a tough dude.
That's his nickname.
Stop.
Look him up. He played in Philly. He was one of the greatest high school players ever to come out of Philly.
He was a tough dude.
He went to Duke, had a stellar career, and then he played in the NBA a little bit.
Oh, man.
Gene Banks, he was a fun player to watch if anybody cares about basketball back
Black
then.
and white.
Yeah.
Well, he happened to be black, but what's your point?
No, stop. You don't do that.
All right. By the way, yeah, we only have a couple minutes here. So I will mention, since somebody brought Kaminga up, if you're interested in Jonathan Kaminga, I would suggest you read the San Francisco Standard. There's an article by Tim Kawakami.
Oh, I missed it.
Longtime Bay Area columnist. And
give me some.
We can talk about it on the other side, and Evan's read it too, it's not encouraging. It's not encouraging for where Kaminga is right now and how this year's gone and what it may bode for the future.
I can't wait to read it. So, did that article have you where you're at now to where it's changed if they might need him in this series or not? This is a series, man, against young thoroughbreds. That's why my head will explode if we don't see him.
I don't know. I'll just, on this one, Kaminga, heading into the Rockets series, what do you think his role is going to be? I don't know.
Now the 15 to 20 minutes feels like 40.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Rockets Warriors on Sunday in Houston. And Jimmy Butler has turned the Warriors season around. He and Steph Curry were absolutely brilliant against the Memphis Grizzlies. And the question I have for Warrior fans is, has the trade already been worth it?
Man.
Has it already been worth it? Getting Jimmy Butler, regardless of what happens from this point on this year. Does the 24-8 justify the trade? Are you happy with it? Do you think the future looks bright? Or do they have to go a little further than just making the playoffs? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I am Jake Paul.
Okay, there we go.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Box of chocolates. See's candy. That's my favorite.
That was what was said about Forrest Gump. I don't know if you want to be compared to Forrest Gump.
One of the greatest movies of all time.
I never saw it.
All-American linebacker at Alabama.
You've never saw Forrest Gump?
No, never in its entirety.
And what about Tom Hanks's cameo in Freaky Tales? He looks good.
Oh, that's right. He was the
good.
No spoilers.
Yeah. I'm going to see Evans convince me Sinners because I'm not into vampires. Ryan Coogler's new movie, but they got a heavy hitting cast.
I don't think that's one for me. I've seen that. I've seen the previews for it twice.
Yeah.
It's just not really up my alley.
Steiny got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Man.
There hasn't been a single negative criticism written about this movie.
Like I said, I saw the previews. There's too much gunplay, too much violence. That's not my kind of movie. And there's also it looks like there's some supernatural stuff going on. That's a turn off for me.
My man said a lot of gunplay.
A lot of gunplay.
There's survival involved. You love stuff like that.
It also looked kind of scary.
I think that's what had me.
I'm not a huge horror guy.
Yeah.
All right, Warriors.
Come out and
play. They got fish in their first round against the Houston Rockets. Come on. What? I mean, you couldn't have scripted it any better. Everything's falling into place.
Not with Lakers in Minnesota waiting for the winner.
Yeah, because you don't want Denver or the Clippers.
Well, I told you what I think of Denver. Just what I think of who's the other team? Memphis.
How about that?
Denver, Memphis
the Clippers. Denver, the Clippers is going out in the first round. I mean, so one nemesis is going to go.
Murray played the last game for Denver, so if he's back, that's going to be a good one. We'll give our preview. How about we do this? Give our previews or our predictions. We're going to do that on the Warriors Rockets, but all the other series.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Yeah, in the East too.
Yeah. Is Jason Tatum disrespected?
No.
Stephen A. all morning, I'm driving, getting ready. He's talking about Tatum is just disrespected. He's a champ. He's the best player in the league?
No. Of course not. What are you thinking? Why would you even say that?
He's good.
He's good. You said the best player in the game.
Well, how far is he off?
It's just like 9.
Evan?
All right, maybe he is being disrespected.
Dude, because 9, come on, Steiny.
Okay.
He's got a ring.
Okay.
Now, why would you laugh?
Because that's not the be-all and end-all.
He's going to be on the first team All-NBA team, Steiny.
Okay.
Now, that's a fact, Evan.
Who would I take over Tatum?
Let's be real here.
Boston, Knicks. No. I take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay, no shade there.
I would take Jokic.
Oh, no shade there.
I would take Anthony Edwards.
No shade there. That's 3.
I know people are going to get down on me. I might take Donovan Mitchell.
Well, Steiny, stop.
Giannis.
That's where stop. Those dudes are on the...
I'm taking Giannis.
Nah,
You're not taking Giannis over Tatum?
I'm so down on Giannis. He ain't been in the lab, man. He has not been in the lab.
I'm taking Doncic.
Tatum plays both ends. Now I feel like you're being disrespectful.
Are you taking Steph over him?
If we go birth certificate, I'm not, because he's younger.
Yeah, I'm not for this one. If birth certificate, I would take Curry over Tatum. If the age meant nothing. Now, if it did, I'm going to take Tatum, but I still think Curry's more impactful.
Man.
I think Curry's more impactful than Tatum.
Okay, now that's a different story, but Evan's right. He's going to be first
About
team.
Anthony Davis.
I'm taking Tatum.
Okay. I think I could get to... Now, here's an interesting one. What about Wemby?
I'm taking Tatum.
I wouldn't...
Now, let's just... Before we end this,
but
Tatum or Brown? I think it's Tatum now. Okay.
Yeah, I think Tatum's really good. No doubt.
Apparently not. You said 9, but we condensed that.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. You had him like 6.
Shea. Jokic.
Yeah.
Edwards.
That's that man.
Giannis.
Not for
Doncic.
Me. Not for me.
No, you didn't mention
Curry.
Doncic. You'd take Luka over Tatum?
I don't. Steiny, come on, man.
Houston. Oh, I'd take Amon Thompson.
Oh, my God.
He plays defense. Okay, yeah, I got him about 6 or 7. I think that's fair.
Yeah, it's not 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
It's a big gap.
Well, okay, if we're playing the age game, I am taking Wemby. Like I could find 9 players I would take over Tatum.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't take Curry or...
That's true. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, he's not a stiff. Let's go to Devin. Devin in the city. Hey, Devin, what's going on, my man?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hey.
How y'all doing?
All right.
Doing well, thank you.
I wanted to talk a little bit about. First of all, I'm definitely taking the lady to see Sinners tonight. But,
nice.
Let's put the rat on the table, man. This Rockets.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Go ahead.
Brought to you by Echo, man. Salute. This Rockets series is so fun to me. I was a physical player when I played, and I think this is the most physical team on the West. Personally, I think that if we defeat these guys, it's going to show a lot of moxie for us, right? And it's going to give us that belief because it's like, yo, that's one down. Like, wow, right? We're going to give the Rockets their respect. They're the 3 seed, and they earned it. So I don't want to hear when we defeat them that it's, there's just the lowly Rockets, right? So I do want to say that. But to give them more credit, I don't like how people are just making it seem like they're scrubs because they're young. You know, at one point in time, we were young, right? And we were able to run the floor and space the floor and do what we wanted to do. So I think people should start giving the Rockets a little more credit, not simply because they beat us in one game, but look at their resume in 82 games and look what they've been able to do without the superstars, right? They got a coach that I would go through a brick wall for. Like, I love those kind of coaches. He's going to get in the trenches with us. He's going to talk his mess too, which says, hey, they might be attacking Steph's finger. Who wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
But they got the green light from their coach. The city's behind them. Houston's a beautiful city. It's going to be a fight, but I think I got the Warriors in 6. And I just want to see how you guys feel. Thank y'all for taking me.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. A lot of good points.
I'm leaning that way too, but I'm gonna wait till the last moment to make a prediction.
And I got to be careful.
Something I absolutely.
Well, you got the
hate
most
to
famous
do.
one. Dallas in 5.
It wasn't Dallas in 5.
It's Dallas in 6.
Thank you.
Well, you are 1-0 in this postseason.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Predicted the Warriors against the Grizzlies on KTV.
On national TV, mouth.
Not national.
Regional. Well,
the guy had to beat it out of you.
Yeah. I'm 1-0.
I'm going on Sunday via Zoom, 9:45 Easter.
Yikes.
I have my bow tie on.
You're not going to church?
I church myself. I talk to God all the time, Evan.
Curry?
You don't listen.
That's Curry. What you mean you don't listen? But I do want to say something. I'm that guy.
Say it on Sunday.
No, but listen. I'm that guy that the caller talked about. And this is what I love about me sometimes. I admit my faults. I'm putting OKC and Houston in the same boat. You guys have just toyed with the regular season.
That is
I'm not
shame.
mad at anybody, but the natural default mechanism, basketball is show us you can be that comfortable when it counts.
So the Thunder getting to the second round means nothing. No. Like you can't compare the Rockets to the Thunder.
I guess the answer to that question is we're going to find out this first round.
You can't compare the Rockets to the Thunder, can you?
OKC won 16 more games than the Rockets did.
And they went to the second round last year. They've got some players that, by the way, and this is getting some people on the YouTube chat and the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. If age isn't a factor, I might take Durant over Tatum. And I think after what I saw Sunday, I'm taking Kawhi.
Well, damn.
What about LeBron? Now, Devin Booker, that's a bridge too far.
Well, he's about to get some new money coming his way.
We'll see.
Yeah. What you mean we'll see?
We'll see.
I mean, you're not blaming him.
Oh, why not?
Because you don't blame Durant. So if you're blaming...
I blame them all.
Okay,
they're not good.
That's it. All right.
They're not a good team. Because they're just names. Their reputations have outsized their games. And I know Durant. He's a scorer.
Yep.
That's what he does.
Yep.
Devin Booker?
A scorer.
Devin Booker? Like, oh, Devin Booker. Okay, but I think his reputation is greater than his game.
Now, last thing. I would run through a wall for Kerr, but Udoka, Steiny, he's a former player, so was Kerr, but he's a goon, man. And that's why I keep talking about that hand. They're going after that with Udoka or not, but how big of the gap, if any, do you have in regard to they went to get?
I don't know.
He would still be coaching the Celtics if he could keep it in his pants, right? So he didn't get fired. But the bottom line is, Steiny, they've gone toe-to-toe and done battle on the biggest stage. How big is that gap from Kerr to M.A.?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I just know that he does get his team to play hard. And I think he knows his team's limitations, particularly offensively. And he knows the only way they can be successful is to defend.
Yeah.
And he's gotten them to do that. Let's go to Vince in Hercules. Vincent in Hercules. Hey, Vincent.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just want to chime in on the question that you asked on if the trade was worth it. I'm going to say right now it's not because in the beginning, Steve Kerr said the goal was to make the 6th seed, and we didn't accomplish that.
Yeah.
So on that alone, we didn't accomplish that. And then I'm going to say let's wait on it because right now we're holding off the development of Kaminga for the future to see if we can win a ring. Remember, the goal is to try to get Steph Curry a ring. So if we don't get this ring within the next 2 years, then I say the trade wasn't worth it, period. Not in the short run or the long run. The short run for this year was we wanted to make the sixth seed. The long term is to get Steph a ring within 2 years. So if we don't accomplish the second of the two because we didn't accomplish the first, then the trade is not worth it. And then one last thing is we risk the possibility of developing good players around Kaminga, Wiggins, and Potts, because we do have to give up a draft pick as well to protect the draft pick. But that's my thing on it. So, we just got to wait it out and see. That's my take on it.
That's fair, Vincent.
And go ahead.
I think it's fair. Now, another goal they had, Vincent, though, would be get Steph Curry to play meaningful games. Well, these are pretty meaningful coming up in the playoffs. But that's true. Kerr wanted the 6th seed.
But
they didn't get it, but they're still at 7. But
what about the peanut gallery or section of fans, Steiny, that say not getting the 6th seed and missing it by 1 got you an easier path?
Maybe, but
the players will never admit that. But instead of the Lakers, you got the young Rockets. And all I've been hearing all week is that was almost a blessing.
I mean, if Vincent's right. The goal was 6. They wanted to stay out of the play-in, but they're in the play-in, and then they won the play-in. So, all right, like that to me is no harm, no foul. They're in the postseason. Let's see what they can do.
But what do you mean by Kaminga's development? Because that's on Kaminga to me.
Well, he's saying that if you don't win a title and you fail to develop Kaminga, what are you doing?
Well, I would say that's already a done data, the Kaminga part of it.
Well, you think he's gone?
No, I just think the contributions are minimal at this point. And it is what it is when they decide what they want to do or what he wants to do. Well, that's what I'm saying. So you win, and that's still what it is. And you lose, and that's still what it is.
Well, I kind of know what he's saying, and it's to me what he's saying is
because that was a decision.
If let's say Kaminga plays no minutes in the postseason and they lose in the first round, well then it's like, okay, you got Butler, you didn't win a round, and let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Butler, the trade for Jimmy Butler stunted Jonathan Kaminga.
But it didn't stunt the team.
Well,
moving forward.
I agree. And there's evidence for that. But I think what Vincent's saying is, look, if you're going to kind of forego Kaminga playing time and Kaminga growth, you better get something out of it It can't just be you make the playoffs and get beat. I understand that thinking. Let's go to Suzette.
Hey.
Suzette in Oakland. Hey.
Hi, fellas. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey.
Good. Thank you for using me as your intro. It was like at the right time because, Goo, you'll always be my box of chocolates.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let me ask you something.
Yeah,
Let me ask you something, Suzette.
Yeah.
Do your friends know that you're now what's known as a drop?
Hello?
Do your friend? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you guys totally lost you guys, or you lost me.
Okay.
What were you saying, Steiny?
Do your friends know that you've become a radio drop?
No, you guys made my day. You know that? Because I was walking into the kitchen, and I've had a rough week, okay? Prayers out, because, Goo, you're giving me goosebumps because you don't have to go to church. You can pray anywhere. I'm dealing with a mother that has dementia, and my dad was in the hospital this week, and I have no siblings. So thank God I have a blessed 100% awesome husband. Let me tell you.
Thoughts and prayers.
Tomorrow is not promised.
It's
Let me
not.
tell you. But let's get into basketball. Yeah. Okay, I used to really enjoy Jason Tatum, but he's turned into, he's not all that to me. I thought, when he was, before he won the championship, I thought, he might be the face of, the league. And I'm like, no. I would love to see, Anthony Edwards and him, go one-on-one, or, them go against, Naz Reid, because I don't think he's all that great defensively. I think he's okay, but, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think he's a really good player. Really, really good player.
But if they repeat, are we just going to not give him the throne or the leader of the Celtics? Are we going to say,
he's the best
you
player.
got Pritchard, Holiday, and Wemby Light? Come on.
One of the reasons I like other players more than Tatum is because half of his shots, at least this year, were threes, and he shot 34%.
And that's what they do.
I know, but he, to me, has always been a player who would rather not drive and instead dribble in and then hit that step back. I just would like to see him finish more drives or try to finish more drives.
Well, to Suzette's point, it could have been Ant versus Tatum, but Ant didn't hold up his end of the bargain last year.
Man.
Hey, you know what?
No, why would you take that personal?
Because one guy's been in the league 8 years, the other's been in the league 3.
No, just saying. I mean, had an
why would he
opportunity.
take that personal, Evan? He didn't try to stick it to you.
So you're saying
he did.
Yeah, it was. So Tatum, you're saying, is essentially the anti-Jimmy Butler.
Taking it to the cup.
Yeah.
Jimmy refuses to shoot.
Tatum goes to the free throw line. I haven't even looked it up. I got to guess 7 to 8 times a game.
No.
How many?
You're wrong.
How many?
6.
Dr. J.
6.1. So now it's not Dr. J, is it? No, sir.
Turquoise Irvin. My bad.
You know what she is?
What?
She's a liar.
That is amazing.
She's a liar.
You're scarred.
And she broke a young boy's heart.
I love that you admit it, and it's not just you love Bird, and that's why you're down on Doc. I know it was.
Well, just for the record, I hated Irving before Bird ever came into the league.
I didn't know that.
And then it got to another level once Larry Bird started using Doc like a bar of soap week in and week out.
It is a shame, though, because if you were a kid nowadays and you got, denied an autograph, you just reach out to him on social media, and the team might have been able to correct what was probably just an honest mistake. Mm-hmm. But as a result of you being born in a prior generation, I think Draymond Green said something about this. It's not our fault you were born before us.
That was an all-timer.
Now you got to be stuck with something for the rest of your life.
And you holding on to it like a man.
Like an anchor.
Yeah. That's amazing.
When you guys are right, you guys are right. There's no doubt about it. There was something. It was going to be a perfect. It was going to push these calls to the other side. Gosh, son of a gun. It was Just talk, Goo. Come on, buddy.
We're going to do what the morning show did with the Doobie Awards. We're going to give out some awards for this regular season that just finished for the Warriors.
Yeah, we can do that, I guess.
And play that Rocket game. I'm going to give you another chance today. Or you want to wait till tomorrow?
Whatever you want, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Whatever you want.
If you are able to get that guest on, Goo, we've been efforting, it'd be kind of fun to play the game with him.
Yeah, well, we were trying to get my friend, former Rocket NBA champion, Mario Ellen. He just texted me, and this is his job. And I wanted to bring this up. I sent it to Stoney Evan. So he works for the Pelicans. He's a scout.
Mm-hmm.
And he texted me he can't talk about the Rockets. And I go, I guess I understand. Like, I work for 95.7 The Game. I couldn't go. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the bigger story is that you claim he's your friend and you had no idea where he was working.
No, I knew he worked for the Pelicans. I didn't know the cross-reference was what are they going to know?
That's a basic.
See, I didn't know. I'm being real. That wasn't no IQ test.
Are we sure with new management, Ellie's going to...
Oh. Yeah. Why don't you ask him if he's still employed?
Dumars.
Come on, he just texts back.
Right, but that's 10 minutes ago. Ask him now.
Hey,
Joe Dumars. He may have different.
Well, it hadn't happened yet.
Okay.
Kiss of death.
Can the Valkyries get Juju?
Do they want her now?
Paige got hurt and she came back.
That's true, but she did that. A couple
years ago.
That was like 3 years ago.
Right. We all bounced back.
I wish her the best, but you just never know.
Well, I'll tell you this. She's going number one when she comes out. How about that? I would bet.
Yeah, like 2 years.
God, why can't they just let them play just like the NBA?
There's an age limit in the NBA. I'm sorry. What do you mean?
You could play 1 year of college and dip.
The WNBA, you mean?
Yeah. In the WNBA, you could play 1 year of college as a man and then come to the league.
But you still have to be a certain age, don't you?
Well, how old is she?
I'm talking about the NBA.
Oh.
Yeah, like 18.
18.
Okay.
And I don't think you should be able to come. You shouldn't have to even do the. Just come on. If you're good enough, let's go.
Yeah, like Bronny.
Jesus.
By the way.
I like the key. I don't like. Yeah.
By the way.
Over under half a minute.
Over
in this playoff
Absolutely
series.
over.
You don't mean? Do you really mean that?
I'll bet anybody right now over, and I'll tell you why.
Because the Wolves are going to lose?
Well, there's going to be a blowout in that series.
You're saying that Finchie's going to throw in the white towel.
I'm saying that, look, Minnesota could win the series. I guarantee you they'll lose a game by 60, though. Guaranteed.
I'm worried about, and I'm not a Laker fan, the way that Ant treated Durant last year in the playoffs, calling him old man, just disrespecting the legend. Like, if I'm Bron and Luka, well, Luka's not old as Bron, but
he plays old.
Be careful.
All right.
You would take him over Tatum, Luka. You didn't mean that.
I absolutely meant it.
So defense doesn't matter.
Tatum's not a great defender.
He is to me.
Oh, well, to you. And some of your opinions on players have been shown to be. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see D. I see our AAU superstar, Caleb in Livermore, Philmo Mike on the other side. And the question I've been asking is the Butler trade already worth it? Doesn't even matter what happens from this point on. The Jimmy Butler trade has officially worked. Are you in that camp? No matter what happens from this point on, 888-957-9570. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
I don't care what Stoney and Guru. cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You gotta go live.
I know everything. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Steph. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, Steve Kerr was supposed to be on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, but ostensibly, he had prep.
He deserved it. I told you that was his favorite day. He said it after the game.
Steve, it's the worst offensive team in the playoffs. All right? You got Jimmy, but get Jimmy Butler the ball. There's the game plan. Then get your ass on the radio. So he's going to be coming up sometime today.
Yep.
Steve
Can't
Kerr.
wait.
Steve Kerr.
Officer here.
Yes.
What'd you think of last night, Dallas?
I didn't watch. I'm just going to be completely
You didn't watch
honest
Monty
with you.
McNair's last game as GM for the What's going on there? They fired him.
Yeah, and Christie's next.
I think it was mutual. That was the report.
That is like.
That's like. Oh, God.
Was announced like 3 seconds after the final buzzer.
I couldn't believe it.
That's like saying I was on board with the Guru hire 8 years ago.
Oh, boy.
Oh, actually, I read it as Monty McNair just was like,
I'm done.
Get me out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he just got exec of the year 2 years. Well, Mike Brown got coach of the year a couple years ago, and night.
Now the mighty have fallen.
Man.
Yep. So you know what that means.
Awards don't mean
You know what's
crap.
going to happen next year? Kenny Atkinson gets the boot in Cleveland.
No,
he's coach of the year this year.
Yeah, no, well.
That's trouble brewing next year.
Bickerstaff.
Who?
Bickerstaff, Detroit.
Oh, please.
I mean, that award's going to Bickerstaff.
7th seed. Who cares?
Detroit was nothing.
Wouldn't it be wild if you got fired from the team, then they hire a guy who wins 64 games in your position, and you win it somewhere else?
Wow. Life.
Sports.
Yeah, sports.
D's in D.C. He disagrees with the last caller who said the trade is not yet worth it. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Brother Steiny, how are you? Guru.
What up,
What's
baby?
going on? Hey, I just want you to know, man, Evan and Randy, Mark Grandy, you have two superstars in your hands, man. Future superstars at 95.
I tell them every day. Yeah, I tell them every day.
Hey, D. D, you know,
listen now.
D, you know who they are? They're Kaminga. That's who they are. Everybody wants to give them playing time, even though they haven't deserved it.
I disagree, man. I disagree.
I disagree too. I'm kidding.
Listen, Steiny.
Yep.
First of all, since you mentioned Kaminga, the Kaminga Glazers will never like the Jimmy trade. They will never say it was a good idea to trade for Jimmy.
Interesting, yeah.
Because they think Jimmy is taking the shine away from Kaminga. All right, if you just to answer the question directly, I think it was the best thing that Lakers could have done for Steph Curry was to acquire the second option, who is right now Jimmy Butler. So that's my answer.
Good stuff, D. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, maybe we do have to factor part of that in, that when they got Butler, they essentially sacrificed Kaminga. I mean, it
was all that simple,
Well, I'm just saying some people may think of it like that because Kaminga's role wasn't even close to what it was before he got hurt.
No doubt. And I get that. And we're not pitting anybody against each other. But how excited was I about the Kaminga effect? Because we saw it on Curry. We saw it on the whole team. Jimmy Butler coming to town to unlock Kaminga. What about Kerr's comments? I'm paraphrasing. I'm giving all the film about how Jimmy plays to Kaminga. It was all set up for him to take it and run.
Well, this is where
So it wasn't Jimmy's here, you're done. No, it was never that.
This is where I always, I say hello to the bad guy.
Oh.
The people who say, Kaminga should just try to be like Jimmy Butler. Like, what
Kerr said it.
He can't. Jimmy Butler I've watched Jimmy Butler. We've watched Jimmy Butler play 30 games. He is about as fundamentally sound as anybody who's come through here.
Oh, my God.
In the last 10, 15 years.
In the league.
That is not what Kaminga is.
But if you watch that, maybe you get better at where you're at.
Butler
That's what it was
came
about.
out of Marquette and had a
you.
foundation.
I got you.
And he always played similar to this way until, early in his career, a few years into his career, rather, is when he started to elevate in terms of his game. But
he's incredible, man.
Yeah,
Jimmy Butler, that is.
I don't know about that.
Who is the most, real quick here, Stoney, who's the most surprising player on the Golden State Warriors this past season? Who would get that award from you? Most surprising. I got my answer.
That's a great question.
Evan, I want yours too.
Most surprising.
Yeah.
I would, I kind of would say Butler, but I'm going to take him out because he only played. Yeah. It's Pods. I would say Pods has been the most surprising Warrior.
I'm not. I thought my answer was that, Evan. Before you go, it was Moody because Pods showed us last year he could kind of hold it down, and there was sophomore slump, whatnot. But Moses Moody to come off of not starting and being handed anything, not that Pods has, he earned it coming into the season. But Moses Moody to solidify a spot in the starting lineup up until the last month, been a godsend in defense. I'm gonna go Moody.
I think those are both fair. For me, it's Quentin Post.
Yeah, he's legit too.
I mean, and also at the beginning of the season,
your award, Quentin.
Well, TJD was the starter, and
Post was in the Santa Cruz.
Post was in Santa Cruz, and now he's kind of a integral part of the rotation.
You know what?
3 good answers.
Post might be the best answer though, just because Pods had a good rookie year, and the expectation would be that he'd take a step, and he found out, like a lot of second-year players, it's hard, but he came back and readjusted, and he's been a positive. Moody's been, but like Post, nobody thought he was coming out of nobody.
Pods was untradeable at one point.
Right.
And Moody, they did pay him this last summer.
But Steiny was so down on Moody, or people like Steiny. That's, you know what I mean? Like it was like, oh, what's going on here? But could I say this about Post? And I love the story. It's like an award, NBA award now. Would he get the award because he hadn't played the whole year? He burst on the scene, but you know what I mean? He wasn't here from the start, the outset.
Well, I got to tell you,
all 3 good answers.
I love the way the Warriors have handled Post. This is where, to me, you have to give the Warriors credit. And we talk about, it's like, it's starting to be unfair. Kerr doesn't like young guys. Really? He's playing Moody, Pods, and Post.
You'd lose the argument with that.
So, the one thing that I love in terms of how the Warriors handled Post is that he was a second-round pick. He wasn't ready early. He played half the season in the G League, but he practiced with the big team a lot.
Yeah.
And halfway through the year, what was starting to happen? TJD was just kind of losing some effectiveness. Draymond, he didn't want to play at 5 as much as he did late in the season. And so Post came out of nowhere as a second-round pick. So I think that, to me, I could see how Post would be the answer there. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Yes, sir.
Why is my intro always some AAU stuff, man? Trolling is supposed to be my job, man.
That's Steiny, man.
Well, you made the mistake of letting us know that you were an AAU guy, and that comes with a lot of baggage. It is funny.
Well, look, you know what? First off, it's always an honor to talk to Mr. Matt Steinmans, a.k.a. the guy who hates officiating in the NBA. And also, Guru, man, the Guru, Mr. The guy who thinks he's smarter than Stephen Hawkins, Mr. 143. Look, let's talk about the Warriors and Rockets real quick.
All right.
So, look, I'm gonna play both sides here. First off, I'm gonna start for the Rockets and the Warriors. For the Rockets, if the Rockets were to win this series, it's strictly going to be off defensively. They mug it up. And at the end of the day, Jalen Green takes some kind of a superstar leap because the Rockets don't have that experience. It's a young team that's relying on a really young guy to beat that score. We'll see. But for the Warriors, it's going to come down to strictly this. If they take care of the ball and they don't get out-rebounded, they're going to win this series in probably 6 games because the Warriors have 2 of the best players in the series, 2 closers, guys who've been there and done it, and they just know how to get it done. But lastly thing, though, because, a lot of talk has been around Jason Tatum. And it's Jason Tatum.
Yeah, talk to us. Yeah.
Guru, you want the real?
Yeah.
There's only 3 guys in the NBA that I definitely, without a doubt, would take over Jason Tatum.
Okay.
It's Giannis, Jokic, and Shea. And look, I'll say this. Jokic, Doncic, and they're just so great offensively, similar to they remind you of James Harden, where even though they have flaws defensively, they're just so great offensively. But the media has tried to spin this narrative because Jason Tatum is, he's not abrasive, he's a chill guy, he's this, he's that. The guy plays both ends of the floor. He's one of the guys that we actually should be, bigging up because he plays defense and offense. And he's been to 2 finals in 3 years?
Yep.
Numerous Eastern Conference finals? Come on, man.
I'm with you.
Thanks, Kate. Appreciate it. See, I threes.
I think that's about I'm with him. And I told him I'd take him over Giannis. I get it. I don't know what Giannis is doing that I'm getting mad at, but
I don't either. He's going to finish 3rd in the MVP.
But
voting.
that game against the Warriors that game has happened before.
And you know what?
Stinkers. I know Dre was phenomenal. But his approach
that's the trap you fall into, and most casuals do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I'm laughing.
It's an 82-game season.
And
the
awful.
casuals put too much emphasis onto one game. A lot of Warrior fans do this. Moody will have 3 or 4 good games. Hey, Moody, I say, you guys were all wrong on Moody. Moody, look at Moody. Look at Moody. Okay, look at Moody.
Yeah.
That's all. It's an unforgiving league.
I know we're going to really.
It's about consistency.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I know we're going to get into the nooks and crannies, breaking down the series tomorrow, even today. But I'm telling you, Steiny, ask me what scares me about the Rockets.
What scares you about the Rockets?
Shingun and Aquaman and Adams. That front line.
Who's Aquaman?
Adams. That's who he looks like. The guy, Jason. What's his name?
John Stamos?
Jason Samoa.
Help me.
John Stamos.
It's Jason Momoa.
John Stamos is from the 80s. What's his name?
Momoa.
The good-looking dude.
I have no idea.
Aquaman.
I've never seen it. I don't like those kind of movies.
Movies, you mean?
Superman.
Movies.
Spider-Man. Aquaman. Green Hornet. I'm out.
Green Hornet from the 60s.
Exactly.
Captain America?
Out.
Man, Stein, you shocked me. Anyway, that front line,
I have elevated taste.
You better get to know Batman and Robin because apparently that's Steph and Jimmy.
And a factoid, Carter Chickering, about to get married Saturday, tweeted us a video. This is how the relationship is going right now between Steph and Jimmy Butler. Butler's at practice in a certified Curry jersey.
Yes, so
he's
I got
wearing
one.
the jersey.
Is it signed?
That's good God. But that
I got
lets
one
you know
signed.
they're in love right now, man.
Right. And it's just
I'm telling you.
It's just like the love at first sight. And then 6 months later, you're like, I can't stand him.
Nah, this is different. Look at their credentials. Even though he was in the East, to what Jimmy's done, basically by himself, and now Steph.
Put some respect on Bam Adebayo and
Big
Tyler
win
Hero.
last night for my Heat. They're beating the crap
How'd
out
Wiggins
of Atlanta. Had about 7 or 8 rebounds, I believe. I want to say 20 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Jimmy, quit sucking up.
That's his new teammate. I can't wait, man.
Never wore a Tyler Hero jersey.
You know who he's trying to be. I just figured it out.
Butler or Goo?
I know what Jimmy Butler's trying to do.
Tell us.
He's trying to be like Andre Iguodala. I've got Steph's back.
Ain't nothing wrong with that
I want to
role.
be best friends with him because he's so popular and famous. And I had trouble in Miami, so I'm trying to reclaim my reputation.
I hope Jimmy's got his radio off or the Odyssey. You don't believe that. That's what you do when you like people.
He's probably listening to us playing dominoes right now.
I wish we could get it. Has he been on the station?
He doesn't do media. You don't tell Jimmy Butler what to do.
No, you ask him.
Oh, Philmo just dropped. What? And he was the next guy up.
Oh, he got video on IG dancing at 415 Day. He still got some.
You know what, Philmo? I saw you drop, and now I got to put you at the bottom of the list.
Mike.
Speaking of Jimmy, you know he did his first post-game press conference at the podium last game.
I did not know that.
I love him, man.
I think it's because he had to, because it's now the postseason.
Yeah, get that fine.
But it's the first time he's ever been to the podium as a Warrior.
God, I like him. That Starting Five Netflix doc, it was with
I never saw it.
It shows him being a dad.
Shocker.
Just him at the, I mean, it hurts the show.
What does?
You not knowing shows and pop culture.
So did the video, so there was...
They followed him.
Okay.
And he was being a dad, making breakfast
in
for
his house?
Yeah.
How'd his house look?
Pretty dope.
Really? Because apparently he didn't leave it in good condition.
Oh, boy, yeah. Hey, allegedly, Steiny.
Not the one in Malibu.
Yeah.
He's getting sued.
Well, stuff happens.
Jimmy, take the trash out. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so you believe everything you read.
I mean, you ever rent a place like at the beach for a week?
No, I have
At the end
never.
of the week, they say, do us a favor, strip the beds. Jimmy, strip a bed. Strip a freaking bed.
He was probably so pissed at the Miami Heat, he paid the housekeeper not to come to the house.
Dude.
I know somebody who pays housekeepers. And I don't think Jim Barnett, the great Jim Barnett, used to pay hotel housekeepers to stay out of his room.
Why, Steiny?
Because he didn't need it cleaned. He didn't need it.
Well, you just put a sign on your door that says,
But there's
do not
nothing
disturb.
better than when
Well,
you
he did
come
that
back
too.
and then you get the reset of the freshness, and you didn't have to do it.
Yeah, but they might go through stuff.
Like well,
Jim is very
private.
No, he's
right. People don't want
He's
snooping.
very clean. So he'll do his own making of the bed and.
But would you say people like that have a hard time trusting? Like Evan said, it's real.
No,
but sometimes I come back in, I'm like,
don't talk about Jim
did
like
they go
that.
through my stuff?
Don't talk about Jim like that. Seriously.
No, I love Jim.
Well, then don't denigrate him.
What you mean?
You said he doesn't trust anybody, and I'm here to tell you he does.
Evan chimed in and said they might snoop the people that come clean your room. I've had that thought.
That's not why he does it.
But why does he do it?
I told you why he does it. It's your hero. He's like your hero, Michael Jordan.
MJ.
Michael Jordan used to iron his own clothes, do his own laundry, and was like, why should I pay somebody to do it? I can do it. That's the way Jim is. He's like the Jordan.
So Jordan's cheap?
Well, no, Jordan outgrew
Jordan
that.
is cheap. He is. He was the...
He got twin daughters.
Yeah, that doesn't make him not cheap.
But I'm just saying he's probably frugal
He
now.
is as cheap as they come. For reference, look at his Charlotte Hornets tenure. He's a cheapskate. Michael Jordan is a cheapskate. He doesn't pay anybody. He doesn't respect anybody.
Stop, dude.
And he got canned.
He stepped down.
Well, somebody else dropped. I guess
Pays the casino.
Let's go to, hey, guess who's in good? Sparky in Alameda has moved up because two guys dropped who had been waiting too long.
Sparky.
What's up, Spark?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Let me tell you, I'm very excited to talk some playoff basketball with my fellas.
Yeah,
Ring that bell.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, I am very glad that we're talking some basketball, especially the playoff, because other than the great games and the opportunity that we had about after the trade, we wouldn't be able to be here.
All right.
Okay. Second of all, I'm very grateful of the Odyssey app to be able to keep me on the edge, on my toes, while I was coming from Mexico to the U.S. Thanks to the Odyssey app, I was able to keep up with my nerve-wracking.
Oh, Mexico.
Uh-oh.
Sounds so sweet. I forgot. James Taylor.
Wow.
Hey, let me tell you, to everybody in the Rockets, especially to Dylan Brooks, bring up the challenge because we are so ready, baby.
Yeah.
On numbers, baby.
Yes, sir. Sparky, you're the man.
Sparky is sparked up.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
You ever just had a challenge, Steiny?
Yes.
A relationship, too.
Yeah.
Like when I was single, I wanted the ones that didn't want
me. Dude, I grew up in Riverview Park. It was a war zone. Had Andy Russo next door. Tom Baver to the right of us.
Get your boy.
I mean, it was, jeez.
Get your boy.
Can you believe, how about this? I had to go across the street to the Hex house to shoot baskets because my dad wouldn't put up a rim for me.
Yeah, Welcome to America,
Walk to the playground, son. If you don't want it, you don't want it. It was mean. My dad, yeah, how about this? This is no lie. I had to walk up the street to go to Brian Grafe's pool to swim in. We didn't have a pool.
That's privilege, Steiny. At least your neighbors did. Welcome to the world.
It is.
That dude was awesome.
And that's why I have so much love for the kids out there today and the young people trying to make it.
You got a slogan saying to hell with the kids.
That's just my tough love side.
My man.
How come Filmo Mike, yet that's a bad look.
He's got 9 jobs. He probably was working. His boss was coming.
But that's going to cost him.
You reap what you sow,
I think
brother.
you're taking it a little too serious.
No. 510 says Matt's challenged every weekday from 10 to 2.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, you are too.
I'll let you win.
Minus Thursday.
Dude, when we doing the Rocket game? The players.
What do you mean?
When I say a Rocket, you say a Rocket.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you, Evan. Thanks for being a team player.
We're doing it tomorrow.
You can't handle losing.
We'll do it live.
0-2, Steiny.
Yeah, that was bad on your last one, Steiny.
Just, I mean, show your real character.
You tried to get smart, and you fell short.
Yeah. And then Evan tried to give you a lifeline like he always does because we saw you just like that little whiny
Guys,
child.
I don't like to get picked on.
And you'll do better.
Is that why you pick on everyone else?
I don't pick on anybody. It's love.
Just the people that can.
If I didn't pick on you, that would be worrisome. That would mean I might not have love for you.
Because you try to pick on the boss, he just plays it off.
No, that's not. Those are. All right. Oh boy, we got to get out. Okay, Ro, Matt, and Vince, don't go anywhere. Because if you do, I won't take a call from you for the next month. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
What's up, Bay Area? It's your boy, Joe.
Let me tell you, I'm very excited to talk some playoff basketball with my fellas.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thanks, Moses. Appreciate that. You've had a nice little season.
He got my award. I wasn't mad at you, Evan, and your guys' answer.
It's good. It's good. You know, people sometimes ask me what it's like to work with Goo, and I forgot about something yesterday.
Well,
that you asked me off the air.
Now be careful,
Evan. It's just a break. We're in a break.
Now, is this what he said? Do not bring to the air.
It's just
no.
Go ahead. I'm gonna be quiet. You just tell the story.
What was that though? I could bring that one.
Well, I don't know.
No.
You do have snitching tendencies.
Yeah. You got the rep here. But go ahead. Of all the hosts,
we go to break. I'm still sitting here. He's sitting there. There's nice silence for about 45 seconds, and I notice he just cannot not talk. He just had to say something. And he goes, Steiny, what'd you have for dinner last night?
and I truly wanted to know. That's my guy. I just wanted to know what he had, Evan.
I heard what Goo ordered for dinner.
Yeah,
was it last night?
Yeah, a couple nights
before. 2 nights ago.
Yeah. Hot wings and mac and cheese.
By the way, somebody out there from the 530.
Yes. This is funny.
Somebody out there from the 530 just texted in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Hey, I'm almost home. I'm going to snag some extra groceries from my fridge. Then we're going to head your way.
Somebody's got the day off. I love that.
We're not allowed to, but I kind of want you to respond.
Yeah. Tell them to pick up some other things for us.
Nothing better than when you're leaving the store with new food.
Oh, boy. All right, let's go to, let's get it going. We got Rockets coming in here next weekend. You were ready to jump in, weren't you, Evan?
Why? No, I wasn't. But I will correct you next time you're wrong.
All right. Let's go to Vincent Austin. Keep Austin weird.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, Steiny and Goo? What's going on, my guys?
There you go.
Excellent. You know, I'm a little disappointed in the national narrative for this series. I was listening to some clips from Colin Cowherd and even a couple of clips from Bill Simmons' show, and I'm like, listening to this take, I'm like, okay, so HBO paid Mr. Bill Simmons how much? Are we watching the same game? Their narrative is...
What is it?
That the Warriors are... The narrative that they're making it seem is that the Warriors are a beat-up old team that are fatigued. And I'm thinking, hey, guys, we just came off of a long season. They had an overtime game against the Clippers to end the season, and a very intense... It's not like it's a walk in a park to guard Ja Morant for 90 feet.
Yeah.
So I was a little disappointed in... Yeah, I'm just like, hey, you know... And again, that's why I have so much respect for you guys, because my boys keep it real. And, you know, even a colleague, some others, you know... I just want to hear your take on it, because I was really disappointed on that. Thanks, fellas.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Vince.
I'm going to go first, Donnie. I would tell him Colin Cowherd's a big boy, but there's First Take, there's Get Up with Mike Greenberg. A lot of people are picking the Warriors. So if Colin said that and so did Simmons, I was just telling my guy, and I love him, Steiny, that's kind of rare, because I'm hearing the exact opposite, like the Warriors are a problem. They expect the experience to pan out and beat Houston. Even Stephen A's saying that.
Oh.
No, I'm just future president 2028.
Please, God, no.
If Schwarzenegger can be governor and our guy now can be in there.
Big difference between governor and president. However,
LeBron be vice.
Back to Wiggins.
Well, actually, it's funny you mentioned the predictions, Goo. I feel like a lot of the writers or kind of the national... Not non-TV heads.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people that are picking the Rockets, actually.
What?
But I think because they have home court, like Rockets in 7.
Now, you don't get no honey without the money. That's just life, right? But what about Vegas saying minus 200?
Well, it's not there anymore,
no pun
right?
intended, but doesn't that trump everything? if Vegas is telling you that's where people are putting their money on, forget who is who and what their prediction is. Conventional wisdom is saying, because the most important thing are the funds, that the Warriors they're heavy favorites.
I think
Stoney, minus 200 is a lot.
It's not there anymore, I don't think. In fact, I'm virtually certain that it's come down.
Well, let's say minus 180. That's still a lot.
I think it's...
I had it at minus 200. If it's come
You know what? I shouldn't even.
Okay.
I have no idea.
The Warriors are favored to win the series.
Yeah,
no
that's
doubt.
right.
Yeah. Listen, I said it. The theme is the theme, and it's obvious. You got an old team against a young team. It's really that simple.
Okay.
It's an older team versus a younger team, and what wins out? Experience, guile, pedigree, or youth, athleticism, relentlessness, 1-2.
And can I go to our guest we had Friday? I don't want to speak for him, the great Howard Beck. I think if we asked him who you got on this series, he was going with the Warriors.
Sounded to me like that's who he was going with. Let's go to Ro from O.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Ro? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, Steiny, Evans, Mr. 143, Daryl Gould Johnson.
My man.
How's it going over there?
You got it.
Yes, I want to go into the question you guys had with the Jimmy Buckets trade.
Okay.
If you look at where we was at in December, we definitely was on down in the dumps and on the outside looking in. So we made, and I was kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out on this trade, due for things that have been discussed on the show, age and things to that nature. But he came and he made an immediate impact on our team. If you look at guys like Pazinski, Moody, he even intensified Draymond Green. Now he's talking about the defensive player of the year. So definitely, for sure, it's a plus. But down the line, the jury is still out. It's still yet to be seen on the future moving forward. But I do see a potential Western Conference Finals at the very least. I'm a game-by-game kind of guy. So, like I said, we got the Houston. We got to take care of what's in front of us. We got youth, athleticism, and size. So that could definitely give us some trouble. But I see that we can come out that series. I think we could maybe win a 6 or so. And I have a hypothetical for you. I heard you and Stoney bring up this name, Giannis. So what y'all think? Let's just say hypothetically, if the finances were to line up, if we did a sign and trade with Kaminga, we packaged up Jimmy and threw in a pick for Giannis.
I don't want him. We got our Giannis and Jimmy Buckets. I don't want him to go anywhere. Steiny?
Hypothetical.
You would do it?
I didn't say that.
No.
I said it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, he wants your answer.
Well, he's not going to get it.
Oh, my God.
He's not going to get it.
Evan.
Give him the answer. Just like on KTVU.
Dude, you're right.
Pride it like
Steiny.
a molar.
Well, first of all,
Jimmy's perfect.
Butler and Kaminga and 1 pick for Giannis? How old's Giannis now?
I want to
30?
say 32, 33.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I might have aged him. Let me see.
But you may have to throw in 2 picks if you want him to take Kaminga.
But why would you do it when this is what's
Bucks do
it's
that?
when they lose in 5, Goo.
But I guess my point I'm trying to make, partner, and people ask me how it is working with you. Sometimes I don't answer. But Steiny, I'm telling you, listen, we all thought Jimmy Butler was not the one we coveted. That's what's so amazing about life. Let's be honest. Like, had it been Durant, no shade at KD, he wouldn't have done everything and checked every box that Butler has.
So in other words, you were wrong about Durant coming here.
Well, I wanted him first. I was sipping that Kool-Aid.
And that would have been a disaster.
We don't know that.
No, we know.
You think that your boy does more than Kevin Durant? Jimmy Butler.
I know.
Okay. So I don't know how much our fortune would have changed. Would the season have changed around the way that it has with Jimmy? That's my point is he was the one nobody wanted but a few. And now look, he's wearing a Curry jersey at practice because it's going so well.
415, are we really old or just three old? You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Their three core players are old. And actually, that's something we haven't really talked about a lot, is the non-veterans on the Warriors. Pods, Post, Moody, Kaminga, Santos.
Wow.
Okay, those are all, but right. And so that's another part of it that we haven't really talked about is both these teams do have a lot of players with no experience in the postseason. And yes, I'm basically saying, just for effect here, that Moody and Kaminga don't have playoff experience. Because
I'm mad at you.
Well, I don't know about Kaminga, obviously.
Moody played Western Conference Finals a little bit.
But a little bit. He played in blowouts. Like there was always, and they're going to expect more from him. So who's going to play better? The Warriors' young players who are role players, or the Houston Rockets' young players who are their core players?
But can the Warriors' big three that has experience, can they overcome, let's just say, Pods and Moody having a subpar playoff? Can they be so great that, they still win?
Maybe.
Where the Rockets are like, they're all on the same plateau. You know what I mean? This is like their first time.
I mean, like, for example, let's see. Who's Houston's equivalent of Pods?
I would say,
how about like Jabari?
I was going to say Reed Shepherd.
No.
How about Jabari Smith Jr.?
Sure.
Okay.
I like you.
Is it more reasonable? Who's going to, I don't know how Jabari Smith Jr. is going to play in the postseason in this series.
He had a good game last time they played, but
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Pods had a good game too. I'm just saying, who's going to play better? That's going to go a long way toward determining the series.
Would you have a problem if I just take this last Memphis game as an example of, okay, Pods didn't have his best game. Moody didn't have his best scoring game, had 9 points. But that type of game, it came down to the wire. Like, I hope that's not what we see. I want to see the youngsters from early on, but I get what you said, and you said it Tuesday about Goo. The lights are shining brighter. There's just a natural thing to this stage where, young guys are more likely maybe to take a step back than forward, that are not super duper stars like Pods and Moody.
Well, and I think that it's fair to say the Rockets' young players, even though they're more important to their team than the Warrior young players, they might not play up to the regular season standards that they set.
Because I would tell, and you didn't ask, Jalen Green, if you really want to let the league know you've arrived, and even the Rocket team for that matter, this is the opportunity. Steiny, if he has a good series and somehow they win, and Thompson does what, keeps doing that defensive, my goodness, the Rockets have arrived. And that's what scares me about what's at stake for those young guys. Like, man, you do it here and send the Warriors home. Oh, boy.
Well, this series is more important to the Warriors than the Rockets.
I agree with that.
Because I believe the Rockets are probably starting their little playoff role. Yeah. Although somebody called in earlier and said there's no guarantees. I got you. But
tomorrow's not promised.
Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton. Hey, Scotty.
Hey, Steiny Guru, thanks for having me on.
Yes,
I think this current narrative of not being able to develop younger players is really running stale, and I'll tell you why. Yes, I'll give you Wiseman and I'll give you Kaminga at this point in time. But then you got to give him credit for even Jordan Poole. You got to give him credit for Post. You got to give him credit for Jemski, as well as Moody on his development. And I'll even take it even further. Is Curry, Draymond, and Clay were not elevated until Kerr got there. So we've got to give him credit if we're going to take the downside. Now I'm going to give you another thing. What's the common denominator between Kaminga and Wiseman? And that is experience. This game, NBA, is elite. Not just elite athleticism, but elite as understanding the game of space, motion, and being able to play your role. And Moody will do well, even if he's not, and same with Pajemski, if they're not hitting their shots, because they do the fundamentals. And they know switch defense, which is what's going to happen in this Rockets game. And Moody and Pajemski play aggressive, and they're going to do the little things to help the big three excel. So can we stop breathing oxygen and Kerr doesn't know how to develop younger players? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. And I think he's going to go down as one of the greatest coaches that coached the game.
No, I'm with you.
Goose got him in his top 5.
Yeah, I do, and I think he's right. Stoney, would you even say there's that narrative? I think it's dead about the young.
Of course, it's not dead. It's no matter how you'd interpret it.
Yeah. But if you don't like Kerr for whatever, or the treatment of J.K., I mean, you could latch on to that, but the guy the caller was right. He just ran off, 4 current guys that are making contributions.
And in fairness to Kerr, Wiseman started his first year.
That happened.
Averaged 13 and 8.
12
Not too
and
bad.
12 and. Do you know how easy it is to just acquire numbers if you're running up and down a basketball
So you're
court?
going Zach Edey, 17 rebounds the other night.
Exactly.
I watched that game again.
Let's go to JD in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, JD?
Fellas, what's going on? I got a couple things to say here. First, fresh off the line, the Warriors are minus 175 to win this series, and that's not so much of what you say, but that's where people are putting their money, so that's more important.
All right.
Secondly, I think you guys are giving Steve Kerr way too much credit and way too much of the problem when the player doesn't get better. That's on the player. We had summer times, and you guys talking about his development. A player has to develop himself. If, coach is not with you holding your hand in the summers, that's when you have to get better. And I guarantee you, if you come back to camp better than you were the year before, you're going to play. And third and lastly, we're going to talk about Kaminga.
Yeah.
And this is what I know. If Steve Kerr is not playing Kaminga, it's for a reason. And I have intimate information on those reasons, but I won't share them now. But if Steph Curry and Draymond Green are not going to Steve Kerr saying, we need Kaminga on the court,
there it is.
There's a reason. And if those guys are not pulling for him, then there's something wrong with Kaminga. And so we're not going to give Steve Kerr the credit for playing him or not playing him, because that's on Kaminga. He wants the money. He wants to play. He should be playing. He has the talent. And if he's not, it's probably on him. And if Steph and Draymond are not pulling for him to be on the court, it's probably a reason for that.
That's how I see it, JD. Before you go, give us a prediction on the series. How many games? Who wins?
I think, depending on, you look at Houston, they got Jabari Smith at 6'11", so that's no comparison with Podge. He's 6'11". Podge is 6'2". There's no comparison.
I'm just comparing like a role player to a role player. It had nothing to do with position.
I don't even think that's the comparison. You look at all the perimeter guys from Thompson to Brooks, Cam Whitmore, Ethan. They have a lot of stuff to throw at Steph. Steph does his thing, but they got a lot of fresh, young, athletic, big bodies to throw at Steph. And so, they can make it tough for him. And obviously playoff Jimmy is going to do his thing. But you got 2 players, and you're going to need some more. Draymond can't have 6 fouls and 4 points. Can't do it. You can't win with those kind of stats. They're going to need Pod to do more than 1 for 7 from the field.
Yeah.
You guys want to anoint him well. He gets a lot of open looks because of Steph. And him, Gary Payton, and
Moody.
Buddy Hield, They have to make these wide open shots that they get because of how they're defending Steph. And if those guys do not make those shots, we're not going to be able to beat Houston. And so, I think the Warriors can be the Warriors in 6 or 7. But if you don't shoot the ball, it's going to be a problem.
All right, baby. Appreciate it, JD, and don't think I didn't take note of those 2 little cheap shots.
Wow. But what about him withholding the inside info? Yeah, JD, we love you, baby. He said he had knowledge.
Here's the inside info.
You got to share it.
I was going to try to be
You're good at it.
It's what I brought up last week. If Curry, Draymond, and Butler believed that Kaminga should be playing more, I think he would be playing more.
I thought I said that.
That was me. Remember, you co-signed on it.
Yeah, but I thought I said it first.
No, you didn't, but that's okay.
We'll check the tape. But anyway, go ahead. I'm with you.
No,
that speaks volume. Remember I said if I'm Kaminga, I'm almost doubly hurt because the OGs must have been in on it. You know, because if they thought that was the wrong decision, they'd be knocking on the door like we do Nahegans when you want something overturned.
Well, it is true because we do have confirmation that Curry asked for Guy Santos to close the game.
That's true. And Draymond, yes.
Wow.
A quote after the game was, what game was that, Evan? Do you remember offhand?
Man,
I think it was one of their wins before Houston. It was either Memphis, LA, or Denver. But it was a home game, so maybe it was the Nuggets game.
What a cosign for Guy, though.
Yeah, I mean, Curry said to Steve Kerr, you know, we got to finish with Santos tonight. That was in Kawakami's story today.
Oh, okay.
In the, in the Standard. And if you're
damn,
you know, I know there's a lot of interest out there in Kaminga, and if you want to read a good story on what's going on, Tim K. Hey, Evan. Yeah, your mic.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Could you imagine he said something else?
Well, that's what I was worried about.
That damn guru.
That
relationship with a ticket head.
No, but Sonny did leave his mic on yesterday.
Oh, boy.
This whataboutism I don't go for.
What you mean?
You left your mic on. We don't have to talk about the time I did it 7 weeks ago.
No, I broke my mic yesterday, too.
That's right.
We did. We put it on air.
All right.
You working out?
Who?
Him getting strong, breaking mics.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Man,
the three veterans are gung ho.
Yeah. But Dre said it at the podium. He knows moving forward in this series against these thoroughbreds, Kaminga will have a role. I believe, and regardless, I believe we're going to see him. I just don't think the Warriors are deep enough and good enough to keep up with that length and athleticism without seeing what's behind Dor Kaminga. It's just Steiny. I mean, that makes all the sense right there. You got to run him out there to see.
No, you don't. Not like that's the thing. Oh God, that's the one. Let me get this quote
because we're up against it.
Oh God, this one's gonna bother some people. I think. Hold on. But I'll get it to you on the other side.
That's a taste, baby.
And I'm gonna what did you just see? Oh, okay.
You got to run him out there.
You got to run him out there
just to see.
Got to run him out there. ... just to see. I'm going to tell you why that ain't happening on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Rockets, Warriors, it all starts Sunday, 6:30. First two games in Houston, next two here in the Bay. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Watch the game again, then.
The whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
So to hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Goo, I'm down on Harry too right now in a big, big way.
Well, that's your problem, not my friend. I'm just tired of just getting disrespected at this radio station. I give you guys my IQ score because it organically came up, and you guys make a mockery of it. Now I'm Will Chamberlain, 143. And then JD calls, the great JD from Oakland calls, echoes something I've been saying, and Evan agrees with you that you said it. Then he accused you of stealing it from somewhere. But I don't know when it'll end. Just put some respect on my takes. I said that. And then you have the audacity to say during break.
This is true.
That's too negative for you to say, Guru. You heard me say it.
First of all, I remember saying it last week, and I remember as I'm saying it, thinking to myself, Steiny, if you're going to say that, or you want to infer that Butler, Draymond, and Steph aren't advocating for Kaminga, and that's got to be clear. As I was saying it, I was thinking, oh, my God, Guru would never say anything like that because
that's how I think.
It's too negative.
Like Kerr wasn't, I was defending Kerr, but okay. But
plus also, just real quick,
take your time.
Goo, Matt said it last week, Mr. 143.
Yeah, that's somebody you know. Might even be Harry.
Yeah, I know nobody in the 408.
This is what
San
set
Jose.
me off. Yeah, my boy June texts us in. Hey, that caller JD was on point. If those role players hit their shots because they're wide open because of the way they guard Curry, we win. No, duh! And that's what I've been telling you, June and everybody. No, duh! If the others show up, it's over.
Is it? You never know. What if the three older guys get worn down? You never know.
I need another market. I'm going to transfer me, Evan. Put me in Dallas. See how they.
That's too big of a sports town for you.
What you mean?
I mean, you work well in the Bay because.
Stop.
You only go an inch deep and a mile wide.
Oh man.
He'd probably commute to Dallas from like San Antonio.
In the caddy.
Okay, so we were a little bit about Kaminga.
Yeah.
And here's what Guru said. And this is not.
I can't wait for this.
This is not going to happen. Guru says, you gotta run him out there just to see. And I think we are past that. And here's why. This is from Tim Kawakami of the San Francisco Standard.
Okay, wait.
When Kerr was asked before Tuesday's game whether he'd spoken to Kaminga about the demotion or his acceptance of it, Kerr just quietly and slowly shook his head no. Later, Kerr gave this answer when he was asked if he's worried about hurting a young person's confidence with this kind of decision. Quote, I don't factor that in. That's regular season stuff. When you go through the 82-game season, you factor in everything. You try to help everybody along. When you get to the playoffs, everything goes out the window. You try to win each game.
I didn't think you were going to be able to hit me, but you hit me with that one. Yeah, that it sounds like feelings. What are those? And it is what it is, and this is who we are. And he talked about the group. I hope we see Kaminga, Steiny. I just don't think athletically, with everybody healthy, you can afford to try to take down that Rocket team without Kaminga's services. But that sounds like a coach that, wow, he could give a damn about feelings. And I get it, Steiny, but he kind of made it seem like you had the whole regular season to prove it. You didn't. And I hope that's not what we see play out. Wow.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Hayward.
Rich.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, my man?
Hey, I'll tell you guys. I think Kerr's doing the right thing because, we've seen like last year in the play-in, and you seen yesterday where, and I love Klay Thompson, but he checked out mentally, and he redeemed himself yesterday. Yeah, and now it's like he would be playing if Curry, Jimmy wants his chips. Jimmy got his chicken, and that's Kaminga ain't gonna get. That's his money now. And Kaminga, he's had 4 years. I mean, there's none of. He comes from the Congo, but you look like Tarzan, but you play like Jane, and that is no slight. Just hey, when are you gonna grow up? And now the attitude too. You want 40 million, 30, 40, whatever it is, and it's not going to happen. Now, if we can get a sign and trade, that's why we need him to play. But in a one game they need that rest. And now basically he can play because we got, four, you got to beat us 4 times. Hell no, we're going to win. And I was at the game, and I'll tell you right now, I go to I got relatives who are in the league. A lot of people know my voice, so I don't say because, first rule of Fight Club, you don't talk about Fight Club. But I'm telling you, dude got to put up or just, you'll be gone. There's plenty of other teams. He'll resurface and be somewhere, but it's just how it is.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call. I mean, the thing Rich said that hit me the hardest is Butler got Kaminga's money. He did. Like, they're not paying Kaminga a sizable number now. They're not going to do it, and I don't think they can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, they can, but at this point, you really going to take, if you re-sign Kaminga and you go over an apron and you get penalized for it, that's one where I don't know if you do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate, but I think that's where we stand right now. Let's go to Travis in Vallejo. Hey, Trav, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Just a quick thought. When I was watching the game, I noticed a couple things, especially with the hesitation with Brandon Pajemski. It didn't look like he had his swagger. Didn't look like he really wanted to shoot the ball. And I was thinking, I don't know, maybe this has something to do with, Kerr benching JK the last 2 games, and maybe it's going to affect some of the young guys and their confidence in trying to shoot the ball, worried about making mistakes. Just a little concerned about that going into the playoffs. What do you guys think?
I mean, there's room for concern in a lot of places, I think. You've got age on the one hand for the Warriors, and their youth doesn't have a ton of experience. You got Houston without a ton of experience.
I'm with you.
The Rockets are more athletic. The Rockets are bigger, but that's never stopped the Warriors from succeeding in the past. Sometimes I guess it has, but they still have 4 titles, and they were very seldom the biggest. Well, that's kind of not true. Their small unit with Durant was actually pretty big, and that's what the secret was, as far as I'm concerned. But how relentless is Houston defensively? See, I think one of 2 things could happen, and but I think on the one hand, I think the Warriors could just, there's a chance that the Warriors could just dissect Houston over the course of 5 games.
I got to be careful.
But I also think there's a scenario in which late in the series we're saying, "Oh my God, like Curry and Butler, they're gassed. Like they just don't have it." Now it'll probably fall somewhere in the middle, but that theme to me is undeniable, and it can be a positive or negative. The Warriors' experience, is it going to be a positive or is it going to be a negative? Essentially.
Has to be a positive. You would think.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, it has to be a positive for them to win the series.
And I noticed since the Clipper game, I got to be careful here, against Memphis, I felt like some of the younger guys, the ball had become a hot potato, like just a little, even GP2 against the Clippers. Just are we going to see more of that? And GP2 bounced back, had a great game against Memphis, looked like his old self. But man, and it's easy for me to say, right? A guy sitting behind a microphone. But bottom line is let that thing go, just like you play like you played the whole season. And I would say that to Pods, Moody, easier said than done.
Well,
and if you're Houston, you're like, oh my God, we could take advantage of Pods and Moody. Maybe they're not threats. And all we got to do is that helps us focus and hone in. Draymond's not going to shoot it, take occasional threes, but we just got to hone in on Butler and Steph. Like, I wonder if the Rockets are looking at the Warriors like that.
Yeah, see, I don't look at it as though like here's and I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. I'm just looking at it. You're not wrong. But when you say just play like you played in the regular season for the young guys, they can't. Because everybody in the league acknowledges the playoffs are different. So they have to figure it out on the fly, just like the Rockets, quite frankly.
On the fly.
And so they may find that the things they did in the regular season aren't going to be as easy as or easier than they're going to be in the postseason. And
have you noticed what I'm saying in regard to some of the others have been a little reluctant to shoot the ball?
I'll be honest.
I went back, watch, I'm seeing it.
No, I'll be honest with you. It hadn't jumped out to me, but you have not been the only one to say that. So I got to believe there's something there. But I still think that's kind of natural in a way. As the games get more important, I mean, honestly, when Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler combined for 75 points, including 31 foul shots.
Is that a good or bad thing? I think
it's a good thing the other night, but there's not as much room for role players to score.
And I'm wondering if they're thinking about that.
Also, well,
you know what I mean? Like, should I get this over to Curry or Butler as opposed to me jacking? Not hogging. But I'm like, man, you hadn't played that way all season. It was spread out. But, Stoney, I would understand anybody, any young player saying, oh, boy, this is a big possession. Let me give it to Butler, even if it's the best, as opposed to me shooting it. Because, they got that little, and I know it was fun in games. Hey, buddy, let me introduce you to, Steph Curry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I mean, look, if Jimmy Butler's been averaging 9 shots a game since he came here, but the last couple he's taken 18 or 20 and gotten to the line, there's not enough, the other guys aren't going to get enough shots to be big-time scorers. But I also believe, I look at it kind of the opposite as you do. It's like, Butler's doing more. Curry's doing more.
I got it.
So, guess what, role players? You're lucky. You don't have to carry the load. You don't have to try to do too much.
Now,
that's what Butler and Curry are for. You get the ball, you're open, shoot it.
Yeah. But I've saw that to where they didn't shoot, and then they got it to the guys you actually want to have the rock. But then the clock's at 3 or 2, so you put them in a bad situation when you could have got a better shot just by letting.
I don't know. I mean, and I'm being dead serious. I mean, how many times has Butler had the ball late in the clock and he gets to the line? He gets to the line, and that is the best offense you can run if a guy's going to make the free throws and you're going to get the other team into foul trouble.
It'll be interesting to see how they approach it. The others. Like Quentin Post is not going to change at all. He's letting that thing. You're right. And that's what I'm advocating.
Now, honestly, to me, Post should play like he plays. Pods, I'd like to wind it down.
All right.
I'd like Pods to wind it down two notches.
Right.
Moody, I guess I'll agree with you there. Moody, if you have an open shot, you got to take and you got to make it. Buddy, it'd be nice if you could sprinkle in some big shooting nights.
I mean, that's what he's hired. He's a hired gun.
We know Buddy Hield is not going to shoot 50% every game from three-point range in the postseason. But Ken, against the Rockets, he have 2 games where he's 6 for 9, and you win both those games, and you say, man, Buddy helped us.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Let's go to Priest in Palo Alto.
Our man.
There he is. Hey, Priest.
Move on, Joe.
Priest.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just thought I'd come and holler, man. Listen, my opinion about Jimmy Butler. I got a chance to see him lately, and the way that he's played before. I'm very impressed with this kid, man. Extremely impressed. What a leader. That's the biggest thing that's been missing here since Iguodala left. Leadership. Draymond and Steph, I'm not going to say they're terrible at leading, but they don't have a clue. And that's been the problem here. And I will say this kid's game facilitates the rest of the talent on the team. He sets the table so everybody can eat. I honestly, I'm going to tell you something, man. A lot of people going to get mad. Steph Curry frustrates me for that reason. I thought he was going to tweak his game as he got older, but all he wants to do is shoot. And I understand why. Don't get me wrong. I understand. I'm a little under the weather, but I understand why. It's because of the kind of shooter he is. But I would think, I was really hoping that he would become more of a, not cerebral, I don't want to say cerebral, but a leader, a floor general, a guy who made everybody around him better by facilitating. I understand the dimensions of the game that he creates with his shooting, but I'm saying he had a young team come in here, and he had no clue what to do with it. Neither did the coach, right? And so I watched this coach chase his tail for 3 months during the season. Couldn't find his butt with a GPS. This kid comes in here, Butler comes in here, and does everything and sets, just like a chessboard, sets it up so everybody can eat. That's what I've been crying for 2 years. But it's like, to me, man, when Steph Steph is one of the great players I've ever seen. But as a point guard, he should stop calling himself that. And he's got a huge hole in his game, and it's passing. He turns the ball over. I thought he was going to grow out of that, and he never has. So it's like, but that's my thing, man. I'm no longer rooting for this team anymore. I haven't been in a year or so.
Is it because of Kaminga?
Whoa! What? You buried the lead.
Yeah. Is it because of Kaminga?
It's because of the coach.
All right,
I'm
Priest.
done.
Okay.
Wow.
Shoot, I should have laid out, and that would have been. Thank you, Priest. You're the man, and hope if you're feeling under the
get
weather,
better, no doubt.
Get better soon, my man.
But Stoney, I would just tell Priest 2022 on line one.
Well,
I got
but he would tell you that's my point. Like
there were not a lot of youth on that team, or what?
Or he's not the same player now. Listen.
You can admit that that's an abnormal call.
Here's what he's saying.
He's out on the coach.
What he's saying is like, I think, what happens when Butler becomes the unquestioned number one on this team? What if that happens?
What if we're seeing it now? What if we're seeing it now?
Well, Curry got 38 or 37.
Curry, just real quick, we saw a guy come in here a couple years ago, Kevin Durant, and get 2 final MVPs.
Mm-hmm.
So Steph showed you it's not just about me. Let go of my ego. He did. And I'm just saying he never once, and he scored, and he will this time too. But if that were to happen, Steph Curry showed you, Stoney, when he was 2, 3 years, 4 years younger, that he's okay with it.
Well, that was also earlier in his career when he was stacking rings. He had one, and 2 and 3 were easy. 2 and 3 were easy rings.
I love Priest, Donnie, real quick.
The real issue is not Curry.
Okay.
Curry's fine. It's the fans. The fans are the issue.
Okay.
Certain fans will not like it if Butler becomes
the lead. Well, like Durant. Whatever. Remember, we used to talk about it, but it ended up didn't matter. Except for Durant.
Remember when not everybody, remember then when the prevailing sentiment was Durant's the best player on the Warriors.
I'll never forget it.
Right, and that's...
I actually don't think that the fans will have an issue with it.
I think we've lived it already.
But it's different than Goo's reason. My reason is because of what Jimmy Butler did in practice today. He pays homage to Steph. And that's really what fans wanted from Kevin Durant, is for him to come out and say, Steph's the better player.
That is
He's the bus driver. He's the one. And I bow down.
I love it.
That's what fans really want.
Tell people what he did for those that don't know.
Jimmy Butler wore a customized Butler jersey in practice today, or at shoot-around, whatever they're doing, and it had 30 on it.
Yep.
And he also said that Steph Curry's my Batman after he carried him for the first 3 quarters of the win on Tuesday.
Psychology 101, Evan. I mean, kudos to Jimmy Butler for knowing how to fit in.
Let me be clear. I didn't even think about how Warrior fans would feel. I came in this morning, and the boss says to me, we're talking, he goes, what happens if this just becomes Jimmy Butler's team? And I said, okay. And he goes, you think a lot of Curry fans out there are going to be maybe upset? And I was like, I didn't even think about that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see a problem. Now, I got to go back to Priest's bigger point, Steiny. I felt like he was taking a shot at the Warriors on what they were because they needed somebody like the likes of Jimmy. And I think the fact that they've won a chip, 2 of them, 2 of the 4, with the old recipe, I'm going KFC, pre-KD, and then 1-1 after KD. I mean, Priest is going in it sounded like they needed Jimmy Butler so that everybody's bad, and I don't think that's fair. I mean, at this age, everybody needs a little help, right? Yeah, and they got it.
Looks like they have. It looks like they have.
No shame in it.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It is playoff time in the NBA, and
playoffs.
I'm not sure I could get more excited. I love this.
You really sound like it, too.
Well, you catch a tail.
Hey, Evan, let me tell you what I'm made of, okay? You're right. When did Durant get here?
16.
July 4th, 2016.
Okay, 16. So he was here 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that stunk. That stunk for basketball connoisseurs who weren't fans of the Warriors. There was no competition. There was no intrigue. There was nothing. They were winning it, and they did until they got hurt. This is different. We don't know how good this team is. They could be better than we think. They could be not as good as we think.
But Jimmy's exactly what an older team needed.
We'll see.
Because we can't ignore what they were before he came.
We will see. It's
already happening. They're in the playoffs.
They haven't even started the playoffs.
Oh, no, my point is they got it. They got there. They made it.
But my point is, what if they wear down in round 1 and it becomes obvious?
Well, that's a different question. Yeah.
No, it's not a different question. It's like, we don't know if he's the perfect thing the Warriors need.
But the team's better since he's gotten here.
But you're also older, and that's a big fat.
You got the goal, my brother.
We have to find out whether they can last in the postseason. Like, that's the biggest question.
They got the 4th best odds in the league to win it all.
Gotta go.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not an insurance that they're not going to wear down. Let's see, what's coming up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley, and I'm here with Ray, and he is a supporter.
Chris Paul II. It's the end of a road trip.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you're just joining us, we've had a wonderful show. Great callers, as always.
The boss will tell us in the meeting if we had a wonderful show. But if you
like
feel
he
that
listens.
way...
Dude, he's out there pouring over numbers. That's all he does.
You got to put him up to pour over him. That was bad. Go ahead, baby.
I have nothing to say. I was starting with something. We have a great... Oh, and if you're just joining us, I had my X Factor this series is Fred VanVleet.
Give it to us again.
Okay, well, first of all, define your X Factor, because I think it's very different than a normal X Factor.
Okay. Fred VanVleet for the last 2 years has been beyond awful against the Warriors. He has stunk to high heaven. It's
I don't even know if
fish
that's
that was stinking from both ends. Fred VanVleet, last 2 years against the Warriors, 7 games, shooting 23% from the field, 19 for 82.
19 for 82, man.
Now from the 3-point line,
damn,
he's even worse. 10 for 50. If Fred VanVleet,
what's happening?
If this is who Fred VanVleet is in the series, they have no chance.
All right, there we go.
The Rockets, none.
Yeah, couldn't find his butt with a GPS.
That was a bar.
They don't have a clue.
He's just down on it, but there's not many, you know?
What?
It wasn't even Kaminga. He's just down on Kerr.
Well, here's the other thing, Priest, and we love you. You're watching Sunday.
Oh, yeah, he do that.
Although he said he's not, he said he's not rooting.
Oh.
You'll come around, Priest. Let's go to Frank at San Jose. Hey, Frank.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. I got three very short takes here. One is on your boy Kaminga. Kaminga, and this is no slight against Kaminga, this is a slight against the Warriors. They drafted potential. Too young to come in and really contribute. They're talking about this timeline thing. In my opinion, he's still a prospect because he's so young. We don't know what he's going to develop into, but he's still a prospect, and you don't pay a prospect $30 million plus. They got to sign and trade him this offseason and get whatever they can get and move on from him. Number two, I think the Warriors win this series because this matchup reminds me of the matchup between the Warriors and the San Antonio Spurs. I think it was 2013 when you had Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Harrison Barnes, and a couple of vets. This very young team going there playing against Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker and Tim Duncan and Kawhi Leonard, who was still a young player at that time. I think Danny Green was on that team, right? There is a savviness that those vets have that these young players just don't understand yet. And they don't have the leadership, right? So that's what I see in this matchup. And then finally, my X factor for this, and I'm not going to define the X factor. I heard that, but you understand what I mean here. Quentin Post, because Steph Curry, what he struggled with all year was a lack of shooting to give himself space to work. Right? He was always getting double because no one else could hurt him. Right? So now he's got Jimmy, who operates down low in the low post. Right? But now you bring in a guy like Quentin Post, who can spread the floor. It's not that he can't, other people can't spread the floor. Obviously Paz has been shooting well, Moses Moody, right? But because he's doing it from the center position, and he's going to bring somebody like a Şengün out, right? Yeah. That's your X factor. That's your X factor in this series.
I love it. Good stuff.
That's my take.
Yeah. Appreciate it. It's thanks, Frank.
Now, we were young against San Antonio, though.
I think he's saying the Warriors are San Antonio.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Okay.
In this analogy. Right. And the Rockets are the Warriors, just not quite ready yet. Yeah. He said something about the Rockets don't have enough leadership. I mean, they're leaders, Udoka.
He's my X factor.
Do you want to say that? You can say that you said it if you want.
Go ahead, baby.
So, no, I mean, that team is Udoka's the leader.
That's all.
And probably, to a lesser extent, Van Vliet.
I mean, the guy almost, and I'm putting a little mayonnaise on it, mustard on it, the guy almost had to be separated from Steph or just the Warrior players. He got into it, got ejected, talking to LeBron James. And the reason I bring that up is that is so impressionable on young athletes like the Rockets have. Yeah, he doesn't have a jersey, but in my mind, Steiny, he has that.
So it sounds to me like you're giving him the advantage in coaching.
No, I'm just saying he can make those guys go R. Kelly, believe they can fly. That's what I think he can do. And he's one of those coaches, Steiny, he ain't going to lie to you. He can look at you and tell you stink right now. You're getting punked. And I think for a young, impressionable Rocket team, they feed off of that. And then the whole Dylan Brooks fiasco. I could make a case that Memphis misses him. He's gotten better, Dylan Brooks, Steiny, so he's no joke. And I remember
he got him beat last time.
Yeah, he got the and one. It looked
10 for 13 from the field.
I'm just saying.
In that win.
He has gotten better.
Let's go to T in Campbell. Hey, T, how you doing? T.
Yeah, I got a couple thoughts on. Yeah, you got me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, yeah, I got a couple thoughts for you. First of all, you guys are great. You're the best show in town.
Oh, wow, man.
Couple thoughts on.
Hey, Steve.
A couple thoughts on Kaminga. So first of all, let me ask this question. So Kerr kind of did this little experiment where he doesn't play him or limits his playing time. And how did the Warriors do over the last 5 or 6 games when it comes to closing out games, maintaining leads?
I think it's been a little clunky.
Clutch games.
Been a little clunky.
Yeah, and so what you need is energy, explosiveness, youthfulness to kind of maintain leads like that, right? So I wouldn't say this experiment is working all that great. I hope Kerr thinks about that a little bit. And the other quick question I have for you guys, and then I'll hear it offline, is Well, why is it all or nothing? Like, if you're a bench player, don't you want to just talk to the coach and say, "Hey, let me get you a read on. Put me in there. Give me a minute. I want to get in there." Is there too much pride going on that you have to either not play at all or play 25 minutes? Like, no offense to Guy Santos, but like Kaminga's got the skills. Put him in for a few minutes here and there. Like, I don't quite get that. Well, why do you have to choose all or nothing? Thanks, guys. You're the best.
Appreciate it, man.
Help me out with that, Stoney. All or nothing.
Meaning, is there a middle ground where he doesn't have to play 40 minutes or get a DNP CD? Can he play?
Well, that's what
15?
Guy and Kaminga had been doing before he got benched.
You know what? And I've referred to this article in the SF Standard by Tim Kawakami, and there was some interesting stuff in here. He basically he said that Kaminga's kind of turned into a ghost in the Warriors.
That's not good.
You know, let me just read.
Yeah. Please expand. Man.
And Tim Kawakami, this is Tim Kawakami from the SF Standard. Not surprisingly, Kaminga's presence also has diminished in the locker room, which he's exited swiftly without speaking to reporters for the last week, and the seats on the bench, which he's rarely used lately, preferring to spend his time among other players in the tunnel to the locker room. Other than his post-game shooting session on the Chase Center court after Sunday's game, Kaminga's basically been a ghost around the team there, but barely seen, not listened to, and definitely not counted on.
I got to be careful here, partner, because I'm going to throw it right back at you. I'm not advocating. I'm not saying that's what I would do. But Matt Steinmetz, can you understand it? Can you put yourself in that young man's shoes? And if that is correct, I totally understand it. And what did I tell you and Evan the other day when I said I went back and watched the Clipper game? I felt like he was there, Steiny, but he wasn't there. And I think I might be doing the same thing. This is a cut in a wound that may never heal.
Well,
I'm just being honest.
Honestly, that paragraph is that paragraph. I'm not comfortable saying Kaminga's lazy, Kaminga's got a bad attitude, something happened.
Yeah, none of that.
It might just be Kerr doesn't think he's good enough.
And it hurts him at this point where it's kind of like, I keep going to old school cell phone minutes, Donnie, when you run out. But I don't think he ever thought it would get here. And now this all could go away come game one Easter night. But if it doesn't, I understand him being a ghost if those reports are true. I'm sorry, Steiny.
What about this? And I think it's a fair point from the 408, but come on now. Moody's been going through the same stuff. Guess what he did? Put his head down, worked on defense and rebounding, and he's been rewarded.
I'm going to say one thing to that. Moody wasn't playing his best basketball, and it's nobody's fault that Kaminga got hurt, busted his ass to get back, and then a major trade happens, and everything's basically changed. Well, now, I'm not saying what he's doing is right, but though, you know what I mean? It's a lot different.
That's right. And if he's not good enough anymore because they've got a player that's significantly better than him. Look, he's not going to play a lot if Jimmy Butler's going to play 42 minutes a night in the playoffs.
But, Steiny, I get you, but now we're talking about it all.
What do you mean?
He's not been playing at all.
I know.
And it's got to hurt him. Pride and everything.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe he's... who brought it up? God,
probably
caller.
Me.
No, it was a caller. It was very poignant. That's how I knew it wasn't you. I'm kidding.
You don't have to say that.
Well, sometimes I do. Because
people out there,
you never know when there'll be a first-time listener, and he's like, who's this Jack?
But if you look at YouTube, they know who the dog is between us two.
Not everybody does.
Yeah. You got the substitute fit on. I'm okay.
Yeah, on radio, though, Goo, you could be 5'6".
You're right. You're right. Well, 4'6".
What do you think about the caller brought up that last year Clay had checked out?
Oh, wow.
And he wasn't himself.
Not last night.
And he ended up, last year, and he ended up hurting the Warriors.
To where the other teammates felt him being checked out.
Maybe that's what's going on with Kaminga. All right.
I got you. It is fascinating, and it's not a good
he just
fascinating.
Stinks.
No, I think he doesn't. Is he ready yet? No. but he doesn't stink, Stoney. And that's why this is so, not divisive in a sense that it is, but it's just polarizing, man. Because the dude on a good day
dunks.
To be fair, though, I don't think this is the worst that he's been jimmied back and forth.
You don't?
Andrew Wiggins missed 3 months for an unknown at the time reason.
You got
Kaminga started, helped them win, and then went right back to the bench.
But now we're closer to the contract running out, season being over, and now, you had another year left to come back from that, what you talk about 2 years. Evan, this is the finality. It's like we could see the finish line, I'm sure he can, of his tenure here, man.
Oh, as far as his time in Golden State, it could be coming to an end. But, I mean, it's not as if he probably feels like this hasn't happened before.
What if he's Eric Paschal?
Well, he's better than that, Stoney. He's going to go somewhere and put up numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to give him that.
He was first team all rookie. Sometimes,
sure.
And I'm not saying it's going to happen to Kaminga, but sometimes guys just kind of fade away. And you know what Neil Young says? It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Oh, I thought he said
hey. Rock and roll is here to stay. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
That's some of your worst work.
Well, Neil Young doesn't have a great voice, and that's why I sang it like I sang it.
Is that why? This is a theme.
That wasn't the best, Arnie.
You don't like artists with good voices.
Because I never knew Dylan didn't have one.
Well, no, Dylan's got a
You like Nirvana?
Dylan's got a terrible voice.
You like Dylan.
Okay.
And you like this guy.
Well, this is why I may be single in about 3 days, because Susan was talking to me the other day and actually maintained that Van Morrison doesn't have a good voice. And I literally, what did I literally do? I was aghast. What are you talking about?
You said that to her.
Dude, I saw him when he's 98 years old.
His voice is incredible.
Not when he doesn't use it. Or literally can't.
Oh,
that's you and Evan. I'm just I'm the Michael Jackson meme with the popcorn.
You know what? What do you know? You're 28 years old. Van Morrison's been doing it for twice your age. You're not in this one.
I saw Vince Carter in his 23rd season. He couldn't jump.
Van Morrison has an incredible voice. And if you want me to put you in the file, along with Susan, I will.
Used to have a great voice.
Oh, my God. Let's go to Mista in San Francisco.
He's Tatum.
He's responding to Priest.
What you got?
Hey, Mista.
Hey, you guys, man, this is Mystic. I don't know why
I'm sorry.
misunderstood
What's
my
up,
name.
baby?
Get in the game, Ken.
Oh, man. First, let me tell you, I'm happy because I heard Priest on the radio, and Priest is, for all those who are new to the show, Priest is Bay Area radio call-in legend.
Yeah.
Like, I've been listening to him since Pete Franklin putting people in the dumper and calling Jeff Garcia second banana. The guy knows what he's talking about. So, let me just say this. He's absolutely right about Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, for some reason, he hates ISO basketball. He clashed with Kevin Durant and Mo Spates, for example, guys who could put the ball in the bucket. And Durant, a future Hall of Famer, was so unhappy that he left. I just think that you got Jimmy Buckets, and Jimmy Buckets is an ISO player, and you finally have said, hey, we're going to play a little ISO now that Jimmy's here. But why can't you do that with Kaminga? When Kaminga's in the game, when Kaminga's in the game and Butler's taking a break, you did it in the middle of the season, and Kaminga flourished. And guess what? You're going to need a third scorer, Steve Kerr. Why are you doing this to this guy? I understand. He doesn't play the way you like. Well, why the hell did you draft him? Because as a Warrior fan, watching the older guys decline, watching them run out of steam and blow leads at the end of the game, it kills me watching Kaminga language on the bench and then knowing he's going to be gone at the end of the season. Thank you, Steve Kerr, because if we don't win the title this year, we definitely ain't winning it next year. So I don't know what we're going to do, but hey, I think Steve Kerr needs to make an adjustment here with his personal politics and be a little more flexible.
And Mystic, I want to say this off air to Mystic. I want to thank him, Stoney, because he helped me compartmentalize where I was at when we talked about this third score, and we all agreed, you and I agreed yesterday, right now it's by committee. That's kind of dangerous, scary at the same time, but I think Mystic let me know why I've been so pro Kaminga. Because Stoney, that's that's who the third score was supposed to be. And it made, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm like holding on like Van Gundy onto Zomorden's leg. Like I'm holding on to that idea but it looks like that ship has sailed. The boat's left the dock.
Here's another thing Kawakami wrote.
Thank you, Mystic.
He talks to people.
Oh, come on, of course.
Over the years, Kaminga's tried to play the way Kerr wants with some very clear high points when he was ready to pass, cut, screen, rebound, and run the floor with force. Right? This is an observation, but I'm convinced it's something he's heard.
Yeah.
Right before the ankle injury and before Butler arrived was probably Kaminga's best sustained run as a Warrior when he averaged 31 minutes, 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 free throws per game in December. But that was also a losing run for the Warriors.
Yikes.
Now, I got to go back. I know Kaminga's had some good games in wins.
But there was nothing pretty during that stretch. We got to keep it real, Stoney. We were still in the box, out the box. I'm not blaming it on JK. Let's just do this real quick because we're up here. How would you say JK is as a passer?
Below average.
How about a shooter?
Below average.
How about dribbling?
Below average.
That's not good, man. That's not good.
Let's go to
real, man.
Let's go to Skip in Hayward. Hey, Skip.
Stop asking that question.
Hey, happy Thursday, you guys.
Back at you.
Taking my take. ID Guru, you guys are doing an absolutely fantastic job.
Thanks.
I guess today is the Kaminga, the Kaminga day. I love the apathy and the empathy, Guru, that you are giving Kaminga. But let me say this, brother. You are absolutely wrong. Let me tell you why. Is because Kaminga yaks up 3-pointers. He yaks them up, and he looks at everybody around him like, oh, you're supposed to make those. And then he goes up for a layup. I don't know what anybody's watching these games, and they're dissecting it. I don't know what they're watching, but he is one step from being traded. That's the truth. And I love the kid, but when Paz was not doing great, when Moody wasn't doing great, they were in their head too, like Kaminga, and they knew they were going to be sent to the G League. But guess what? Paz and Moody are playing better now. You have got to get out of your head. And Kaminga, like I said, I love him, but the 82 games in the season, you have got to get it. You're either going to be stay healthy or you're going to be traded. Thank you guys, and that's my take.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, Skip.
Nobody, and I'll say this, Donnie, you didn't ask. I'll share. Nobody in the world, now I got my chest out for real, right, with this one. Nobody had game 80 is when we would see the DMPs for Kaminga. And I know it's got to hurt the fans, 81, and Kaminga.
82.
It's got to. No, he didn't play the last two.
82 and 83.
I can't stand it.
No, hold on now.
He's right.
Hold on.
The one was a play-in. Damn it.
Count the bucket.
Oh, boy. In and out for Goo. Animal style number 2.
Get ready to rack this. It's a drop, and you'll never hear it again.
80, 81.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Damn it. It was 82 and 83.
I mean,
neither here nor there. You know what I mean.
No, I was wrong. You were right.
Nobody had that on the bingo card.
Crossover next.
And it had to cut him. If TK's right about that.
It didn't cut him enough that he would go into the lab, apparently. And maybe start trying to do a little more with the coach and your teammates.
You should have got with Handy. Seriously, that's where you go. Kyrie, Kobe.
Well, that would indicate that he's serious about getting better.
We'll see him Sunday night.
That was a line. I don't.
But we'll see him Sunday night.
Okay,
would you take that bet? Because I don't know. You don't even want to win it.
It's a guess, Goo. Why? It's a guess.
No, it's a feel.
No, it's not. I can have the opposite feel. It's just a guess. I'm not going to bet you on what I feel like's a guess. That's all.
Even after reading that article, which I'm going to get to the TK in the Standard.
I mean,
that's cryptic. There's some
so
cryptic
I may
stuff
lose
in
a
there for
bet
me.
if 3 guys get hurt on Sunday.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
no, I would.
But you don't want to win the bet because you want to see the kid play.
I don't really have a strong opinion of whether I want to see him play or not. All right, we got crossover coming up next, which means Willard and Dibbs come in on 95.7 The Game.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers.
nobody had game 80 is when we would see the DMPs for Kaminga. And I know it's got to hurt the fans, 81, and Kaminga.
82.
It's got to. No, he didn't play the last two.
82 and 83.
I can't stand it.
No, hold on now.
He's right.
Hold on.
The one was a play-in. Damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Save that I was wrong drop for 2031 the next time. I'm wrong about. Oh, geez, Steiny, get in the game. Well, there you go. Hey, crossover. It's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, Willard and Diz.
Just do it that way every time, because that's the show, and that's the way it goes, and that's the way it feels best. Willard and Dibs.
All right. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys got some action today, right? Steve Kerr, hopefully at some point.
No, we're not doing hopefully. He's coming on.
Okay.
Like, just because yesterday happened doesn't mean now he's like flaky or something.
I was
like
texting him what happened.
Yeah,
Things happen.
Life. He's busy.
Yeah.
I heard he wanted one of those interviews where he got the questions early and he refusing to answer anything about Kaminga.
You guys are great,
and you guys would not concur.
High-level negotiation.
Steve concur.
Lance Armstrong, Oprah Winfrey level stuff. And, we were not able to come to an agreement on the phraseology of our Kaminga questions. And so we had to go back to the lab. And I'm told the representatives are feeling good about today.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Tim Kawakami is on the show also.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Because he had a great article. We've been talking about it.
It's a big article.
I'm stepping on you, Stoney.
If you don't know, Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard wrote a story about Kaminga, and it wasn't encouraging.
Man.
It
painted a picture.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Casper.
Well, the headline tells everything. The Butler trade made Jonathan Kaminga an inessential luxury for the Warriors. So he's not essential, and he's a luxury, but he's a luxury like when you're one of these highfalutin movie stars or a rapper and you got 7 cars and your 7th car it's a Porsche, and you got, a couple of, I don't even know, a Lambo. You got one of them Ferraris, and you got a Rolls, and then, that's my inessential luxury car. That's my Porsche.
Well, let me ask you this, Dibs. I love that because I want to go around the room. Real quick here. 22 years old, you're JK, and this happened to you at this juncture. How does 22-year-old Dan Dibley handle it? Because I'm not giving anybody a pass, but I would be crushed and probably wouldn't even show. I'm being real.
Yeah, you pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you dig in, you dig deep, and you talk to your agent about what you can do. And, the summer will come and you'll get an offer, or you won't, and the Warriors will match it, or they won't. And then you decide at that point what you want to do. And he's already made, I'm not going to make it about money, but he's made enough money to where he should be able to survive and thrive. And he's still only 22. Yeah. And if you do it right, he could play 18 more years in the league.
Well, at this rate.
Right. At this rate, and also
like 50 more years.
In this day and age, right, where you've got LeBron at 40 and you've got more people in pro sports playing longer than ever. If you're 22, you could look at it and think, all right, I've got 15 more years. So you get in the lab and you get better, and you make it so the next team or this team next year, they can't afford to not play you anymore. That's what I would do.
Hold on, Goo. Did you just say if it were you wouldn't show?
I think I would pull one of those,
wow.
Forget the money part, not being real, Willard, but the way that it happened and the win is I got hurt. That's my fault, and I bounced back. I'm having those dark nights. I'm away for the team. I missed 30-some games. They make a blockbuster trade. And I'm not saying Jonathan Butler's in Kaminga's way, but I believe it's a part of it now because he's less of a necessity. But, Willard, I'm trying to be so real. I look at Kaminga on the bench, and I can just feel like, man, if I were in his shoes, and I'm being selfish, you can definitely, but Will, I would be so hurt that I was once the promise, and they gave me the opportunity, and now I'm a DNP at the most important time.
I mean,
I'm a tourist to bull, but Willard, I'm being real.
I think being real. Well, what would you do?
No, I would mope or stay home or let the world know, be a sideshow that I'm upset is all outdoors.
You really want to crater your value, do that. I mean, here's what I would say to what you're saying. I would be pissed, and I think he is. I would be hurt.
Doubt.
And I would want to be somewhere else. But I wouldn't no-show. Right. Good Lord, that's unprofessional.
And I know that's a stretch.
Why is he owed anything?
Yeah.
I don't. That's what I.
They may already have given it, and he didn't take advantage of it.
Well, sure, you can make that case. It's not like he did something wrong. It's not like he's a jerk or a malcontent or I don't know. Like they put him in the basketball game. He plays as hard as he can. His skill set is what it is. He wants to play a certain way. It doesn't fit with certain people. Whatever the story is. But you can want to be somewhere else, but by no means can he just be like, you owe me the world and now I'm not showing.
Real quick, Willard, if TK hit it out the park with that and used Ghost, and I know he's showing up, how do you expand on that? Like, I'm here, but I'm not really here. So how far is it really from that? You know what I mean? Or is it like Klay Thompson, Steiny sided when he had checked out, they knew he was like, you know what I mean? Like, oh boy, bad juju.
Yep. I on that one, I point to, something Dibbs pointed to yesterday, which we're never going to know. We're never going to be able to confirm or deny this. But the idea that Draymond's story about TJD the other day was in some sort of passive way directed at Jonathan Kaminga.
Wow.
Or even indirectly.
I hadn't heard that.
Like, I'd like to highlight this because we're not getting this from over.
That's good.
Like Jonathan's hanging out in the tunnel.
Right.
And sure, is he sulking? Yes. And is that understandable? I think so.
Yeah. I'm giving it to him.
But I don't know how it helps you either.
Well, it doesn't.
I don't know that it even needs to now. You know what I mean? Like Steve Kerr's quote the other day when this came up, there was the one that he sort of didn't answer, and then there was a different question
I remember that
he
one.
did answer about sort of like how do you handle the ego and the mental side, and his answer was that's regular season stuff. You don't do that.
Yeah, we just played it. Yeah,
it's playoffs. You win the game. You win the game.
So this is interesting on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Nice job.
Yep.
Where's 909? Where's the same energy for Trace Jackson Davis? You know what? That's interesting because Trace Jackson Davis, I get it. Kaminga's fourth year, Trace is second,
and not a lottery pick,
which would make it almost more respectable for like Trace Jackson Davis has started. He's come off the bench. He's played a lot. He's played a little. And right now, he is out of the rotation. He's out. Nobody's flummoxed about that. But Kaminga, because he has quote-unquote potential, we talk about it. But I think it's fair to say Trace Jackson Davis has been jerked around if you want to say that Kaminga has.
Well, that's fair, and he started 37 games to Jonathan Kaminga's 10. And I'll say it again. Trace Jackson Davis started 37 games this year, and Kaminga started 10. And he almost started more games than Kaminga has played. Kaminga's played 47. TJD has started 37, and you don't find TJD in the tunnel. And I'm just reading this from the Kawakami article at the Standard where he says, and the seats on the bench, which he's rarely used lately, preferring to spend his time among other players in the tunnel of the locker room during games. Wow. And that's why when Draymond says, TJD, he gave up his seat for Quentin Post. That, for me, reading this from Tim Kawakami, speaks even louder to the fact that he is talking to TJD about a guy who is on the bench. He's not in the tunnel, and Kaminga happened to be on the bench in that moment, and TJD got up and gave his seat to Quentin Post. And so, Kaminga, a guy who's been on the bench at times, and I'm not looking at every camera shot and every possession and looking at the bench and seeing if he's there, but there were times when I looked over during the game and it's like, where's JK?
Yeah, no doubt.
And he's not there. And I mean, Shasky said it on the roast a couple days ago, like, why aren't there seats for everyone?
Seats.
That is a
there
question.
just aren't enough seats.
Well, because
but there are.
Every team would want 104 seats. You know what I mean? So I think they just limit it to the active roster, and
I don't know, like the 18th assistant coach gets that third row seat.
Come on.
Can we give that to Trace instead? Can we give that to?
But then
it should never happen.
It would be so awkward to check into a game.
Right, you need an usher, and an escort.
Just we'll lead up time. Let them know.
Yeah, Dibs, we'll never know if you're right, but I just want to give you the Jedi real quick, Willard, on maybe that's what Dre was saying and why he pointed that. Because I know Dre is he's special upstairs.
Special.
You can. Willard's more. He's more unselfish than me, so just take it.
Anyway,
you can just take that.
There's something on the
You're
show,
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Dibs, you had a hell of a tease that nobody heard in the break.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to let's do this.
Well, let's do this first. And can we go around the room? Does anyone think that Houston will win this series? Like, if you
predictions are tomorrow.
I know, but
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah, I was like, you're pinning them in a bad spot. They don't want to do this till tomorrow.
But like, I know that you and I both think that the Warriors would win and should win. Yeah. And I think that Guru, I mean, knowing you as long as I've known you, I think that you'd make that prediction. And Steiny, you can hold yours because I know you're a man of nuance and you like to look at all of the film before you make a pick.
It's going to be hard for me to pick Houston. Put it that way.
Well, I just want to say this. In the 22-year history since they went to a best-of-7 in the first round, only 6 teams, seeded 7 or 8, have won the first-round series. That is less than 7%. It's 6.8%. So for all of us who think the Warriors should, and they're favored, win this series, well, it's only happened 6 times out of 88. Which is to say 1 in every 14, which is to say it's like once every 3 or 4 years, roughly. So the odds, the numbers, the math are against the Golden State Warriors.
Do you know the teams?
Yeah, but if you buy the seedings, like I just don't view this as any other 2-7 matchup.
Right.
So it's like
you can look at the win total and be the gap is
somebody
minute.
cue the numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers.
Right.
Those are definitely not my numbers because I just yes, those are historical facts, but for them to really resonate for me, all 2 7s and 1 8s would need to be created equal.
Yeah,
they're very much not. Like the Warriors are favored.
Correct.
I'd love to know that. How many 7 and 8 seeds were favored?
One other one.
Okay, and
the Lakers,
and
they lost.
Okay, so that to me maybe is a little bit more historically significant, and it's only happened one time, which is not enough of a trend to know anything.
Well, let me just give you the history of it, and Steiny loves this, and it starts in 2007. The Warriors were plus 1,200 against Dallas, minus 1,800, and the Warriors beat the 1-seeded Mavericks, who were 67 and 15. I don't want you to have to guess all of them, Steiny, because
can I give you one that's on there?
Sure.
The Nuggets over the Sonics.
That was before 2003, and that was a best of 5.
That was a 5 game.
So there was
Mutombo.
When it was best of 5, there were 6 of them that happened pre 2003, and the Nuggets over the Sonics was one.
Didn't the I
want to say Miami's done it twice.
Miami's done it once, and they did it over Milwaukee. And I did a deeper dive on that, and Giannis got hurt in game 1. And this was 2 years ago. Yeah. Giannis hurt game 1. Jimmy Butler averaged 37.6. 37.6.
Good Lord.
Miami won it in 5. And that same year, the Lakers were the 7, and they beat Memphis, who was the 2. And the Lakers were plus 120 in that series, so almost like co-favorites. So, Mark, to your point about the Warriors being favored in that series, Memphis was minus 140. The Lakers were plus 120. That was kind of a coin flip.
Yep.
And the Lakers had LeBron and AD, and they beat Memphis. 2012, Philly beat Chicago. Derrick Rose tore his ACL in game 1. And Philly went on to win that one in 6. And it's largely because Derrick Rose was, and we can all close our eyes and remember that. And it's like, my God, Chicago was the 1 seed, 50 and 16. In the strike-shortened year.
What? Real quick, Dibs, because you got to be flowing.
Yep.
Didn't Memphis beat the Spurs? I want to
2011. You're so right.
There you go.
You're so right. And they Memphis was plus 280, even though they were the 8 seed. And that was the year where They had Zebo and Mark Gasol going up against
Zebo,
a 34-year-old Tim Duncan.
Okay.
San Antonio was older, and they were kind of reaching the end of that run, and Memphis was hot and young, and they beat him. And the year before that, the Spurs were the 7 seed, and they beat Dallas. And that year, the Spurs were the 7, and they were 50-32. All 8 playoff teams had 50 wins. So
wait, what year?
2010.
Damn.
Steph Curry's rookie year.
Wait, so that happened twice then? Because I know it happened in 2008. 8 teams won 50 games.
Yeah, I think you're right. It might have been 49. That was the year that I shot 3-pointers.
Let's find out.
When the Warriors won 48.
I don't have to go.
The Warriors won 48 that year, and they did not make the playoffs.
Correct.
They were the 9th seed.
Okay.
But in this year, and this is the one that reminds me the most about this year, because the Spurs were the 7 seed at 50-32, and Dallas was the 2 seed at 55-27. And so this year, you've got 4 games, right, between the 2 and the 7. This was 5 games between the 2 and the 7. And I'll close all this mumbo jumbo with just this one fact, and you can take this with you into the weekend. In all 6 of those instances, the lower seeded team, they split on the road, and then they won both games at home. All 6 of them. So for Warrior fans, like you get the split, you win 2 at home, you're up 3-1, and you win the series.
Waiting on LA or Minnie.
That's it.
The one series I thought was when the Knicks beat the Heat on Allen Houston's.
I'll never forget
that. That was a 5-gamer, I'm pretty sure.
1999.
Yeah.
Yep. Good call.
And that's when the Knicks went to the finals, I believe, with Spree.
Actually, the Knicks did it back-to-back times. 98, they beat the Heat as well. But 99 is when they went to the finals.
Gotcha.
Willard, I was bragging about Steiny because he did what did. Can you share Van Vliet's numbers with Willard before we get out of here?
Yeah, I can.
This is incredible.
Well, you have to reopen your bag.
No, so
it's
in the last 2 years,
hey, you should wait to pack up.
In the last
team meeting today,
never know what you're going to need.
I know what
all right.
What I need is right in here.
Let's hear it.
In the last 2 years, Fred Van Vliet against the Warriors.
Willard, listen.
Has gone 19 for 82 from the field. Wow. 23%. However,
that's from the field?
From 3-point range, he's 10 for 50. 20%.
10 for 50.
Why do we think he's a Warrior killer then?
Because of the 1 game.
Because of the 1 year.
The 1 game.
And he was coming off the bench. That somebody brought that up. I thought he was starting. 19 of 82, Willard.
I don't want to peacock into this because I have plenty of respect for the Western Conference this year. These are all good teams, but they can't shoot.
No, they can't.
They can't shoot. So we
here you go.
but they're long
and
they're athletic and literally. I mean, if you want me to if you want me to say something mean, yes, you're right. They do have a bunch of Jonathan Kamingas. That's exactly what they have, and he can't crack the rotation with the Warriors.
Man,
that's what they've got. They've got a lot of long, athletic people who can't shoot the basketball.
So pace is everything. They're going to try to rebound and run.
They better win.
I want you to
They're in trouble.
I want you to bake in here. These are just the overall numbers. Bake in that he's not making any threes either. 1 for 8, 5 for 16, 3 for 13, 2 for 12, 2 for 7, 3 for 13, 2 for 13. That is historically awful.
19 of 82.
And do you know how many players this year in our league make more money this year than Fred Van Vliet?
I bet it's less than
23%.
No, I bet it's
how many players?
I bet it's less than 15.
I'm going to say 24.
I would say above 15, but maybe not by that much.
Because for you to pull 18. It's got.
The answer is 25. Guru for the win.
Yeah, I'll take it.
He makes 44.886930, slightly above Kyrie, slightly below Tyrese Halliburton.
Thank you, Luke.
And Pascal Siakam.
I gotta believe that. I gotta believe
he makes more money than Kyrie. How is that possible?
Dude, he makes more money than almost everybody, including AJ Anunoby.
Well, that's fine.
It's a throwback.
That's no doubt.
He makes more than Ja, more than Zion, more than Darius Garland.
Well, those guys are young though. How does he make more than Kyrie?
Because he was coming off a title. Well, he got that big
he
money.
milked that.
Yep.
Man.
We all happy for Clay? I am. Come on, he exercised that. He got off to a slow start. I go, oh, it's the same building, different team.
Oh, he played great. My takeaway from last night, beyond Clay Thompson, oh my God.
McNair
what
out.
An absolutely embarrassing
that's what I tweeted.
Performance. And I don't say that. I don't mean it in like a Stephen A. Smith way just because of the final score. Did you watch the game?
They look like they didn't have a coach, and I'm rooting for Christie. What offense were you running?
Pointless. No idea what they were doing.
Okay, so why did you give in and trade Fox? If this was going to be the end result, Dibs, why wouldn't you write it out? Bad blood, you're bad. Okay. He's not that type of guy. Why did you give in to go get Levine and DeRozan and bring Chicago West?
Can any of us answer for what the plan was inside? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Like, they fired a coach who seemingly the people thought De'Aaron wanted fired so that they could then trade De'Aaron 3 weeks later. Complete confusion. But, that's what teams who play Zach LaVine look like.
It sounds to me like they're no longer adorable. Wow. Or something else.
No, it's too
incomparable.
I can't.
I'm horrible.
Well, but they're deplorable. Well, they're too bad to make fun of anymore.
Man.
They were a playing team. 10th in the West.
So
yeah.
And
we're
beat us
number
last
10.
year.
9th.
We're not exactly.
They were 9th.
Peaking.
Now they're 10th.
That was bad, Willard.
It was really
bad.
like
I was hurt for the Kings.
Just people like players who they had no clue what they were trying to do when they crossed half court. I mean, the laziest passes I've ever seen. It was brutal.
No, you ain't lying.
Dallas was like, they toyed with them.
Man.
I think that game tomorrow night between Dallas and Memphis could be interesting. If Clay hits his shots and Anthony Davis plays like he did last night, that could be a very, very interesting
If Kyrie,
game.
I told Stoney real quick, had he not got hurt, they would have had some action. That front line, he don't like Gafford, but him, AD, he does his job.
They're big.
And Lively, they're big.
God, you know who looked just lost last night was Sabonis. Holy crap.
Steiny he didn't say anything about him today. He was awful. Man.
Yeah, that front line, he didn't know what to do.
Doug Christie, 5th all-time in winning percentage with the Kings at 529.
Give us more.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys got Steve Kerr and Tim Kawakami.
Yeah.
Lock it in. Great show on 95.7 The Game. Now we got a meeting. God.
Bye, Steiny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. It is the best day of the week. 888-957-9570. Get in now because the second half of the show is going to get real heavy with Tim Kawakami and Steve Kerr both on the show. I want to talk about this series. This is transitional. This is transformational. This is a series you have to win. You have to win or it changes the future. It changes the past. It like everything. I was thinking about this today, Dibs. Everything that we've talked about, every Warrior opinion that any of you have had for the last year and a half comes down to this. Comes down to this series. This series. You were either right or you were wrong. Pick a path. You want to go old? Do you want to go young? Do you want to go Steph or do you want to go franchise? What do you want to make this about? The Golden State Warriors have very clearly stated their path, actually even behind the scenes for a long time. Maximize the Steph Curry window. And we sit here today going, well, they absolutely did it. They did it perfectly. They made a trade and they brought in another phenomenal player, also in his mid-30s, and they went 24-8 after that. And so how can you argue with it? And in this moment, I agree with that. Even the trade itself, to me, has already been confirmed as a plus, simply because it did, as the Warriors said, created meaningful basketball for Steph Curry. That's already happened. That's in the bank. But how can you not win this series? How can you think that if you lose this series, it wouldn't send you completely back to the drawing board, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you've got Draymond and Steph and Jimmy for 2 more years, so
older.
You're fine. I mean, they're older. They're going to be older by the time they play the game on Sunday. So I get that part of it, and you'll be older next April. And what we learned this year from Steph especially, and even Draymond, older but not necessarily lesser. I don't think you would look at Steph this year and think, man, he's really fallen off, and Draymond, he's fallen off, and Jimmy Butler's coming off a 48-minute performance a couple of games ago. So, yeah, you're right. You're older, but I don't think that you go back to the drawing board if you lose it.
Yeah, I see that differently. I don't know. I don't know how the idea that the Warriors, we've now decided based on these last 32 games that they're contenders again. But if you're contenders, how do you lose to a bunch of 22-year-olds in the first round who've never played in the playoffs? And then somehow that's going to get better next year or the year after that as they all get old. Here's my point. I'm not here to, cut the wire on the bomb. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to tell you that the conversation that I've been a part of and that we've all had for the last year and a half, I think is largely, do the Warriors have enough gas left in the tank? And today we think the answer is yes. But if you lose this series, I think the idea that there's still a lot of gas in the tank is likely untrue. And remember when Steph Curry and Draymond Green both shared that little moment where they walked by each other and went, "We ain't done yet." Remember that story that they shared? Okay. If you can't win this series, I don't see how you can realistically feel a championship is still coming down the road. In other words, we ain't done yet. Yeah, you probably are. Based on the way that you're talking about it, they don't mean like be good. They don't mean win more games than you lose. They mean championship contention. So to me, this series is everything. You got the perfect trade. You've got the perfect opponent. A win confirms your path, and a loss confirms the math. You're probably too old to do this if you can't win this series.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I mean, I look at this and I think that, yeah, if you win the series and you lose the next series, you still need to get better next year. I don't think that beating Houston or not beating Houston matters for what the reality would be, which is you need to get better. And you have your number 7 pick in the draft from 4 years ago who you're not playing, and you've got a team that is going to be changing next year anyway. Kevon Looney and GP2, they're both going to be free agents, and Jonathan Kaminga will either be re-signed or not. And you're going to have new players come in, much like you did at the start of this year. You look at your team in October versus what your team is now. It's totally different. So I don't think that this playoff is an indictment on what you have built as far as a core goes. I don't think that even if you lose to Houston, you're going to trade Jimmy. You're going to come back next year, I believe, with Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, and you're going to build what you can around them and try to get better next year.
Yeah, you will likely fall short, is what I'm telling you. Like, I just don't, like, right now, you got the perfect scenario. You got it. You nailed it.
Oh, yeah, it's what you wanted, for sure.
You lost to the Clippers. Great job. You got exactly what you wanted. You acquired Jimmy Butler. You made him a huge piece of what you're doing. It worked. You won most of your basketball games. You fell into the first round to play a bunch of puppies who have no clue what the hell they're about to encounter. And if what you do on the basketball court, and this is truly what I believe the Warriors do, they beat people with their brains. They're not athletically outdoing anybody out there, but they're smarter than just about everybody else out there. Jimmy Butler, now that we've gotten to watch him closely, we've always known that he's really good. I don't think I really realized how smart of a basketball player he is. But how many more years going forward are you going to beat people with your brains? Because they're going to get more experienced. Like Houston, next year, guess what? They will have played in the playoffs because of this experience. So, and by the way, if the Warriors do win this series, guess who's the favorite to land Kevin Durant? Shams was just talking about this morning. It's Houston. They're going to get better. They're probably going to enter veteran presence into the room. I'm not, you know me, I'm no dream killer.
No.
But I'll tell you right now, if you can't win this particular series, I just have a hard time believing what's being built. I have a hard time believing that this is in some way, as they turn 38 and 36 and 36, is going to get more likely going forward. I see it as getting less likely going forward. This is, and I think Draymond said something about this recently, this might be his last best chance at another ring. And I truly feel that way. And if it really is a shot at a ring, then you beat a bunch of 22-year-olds. I see this series as vital from a mental standpoint, from a physical standpoint, and from an approach standpoint. I don't think that they will sit well with the idea of a first round out. And I do think that they would send themselves back to the drawing board if they can't win this.
But what does that mean? Like, to the drawing board? Does that mean that
everything's back on the table again, just like it was a couple of months ago?
I don't believe that, and I don't believe that you're going to be able to then trade Jimmy Butler and get $50 million worth of player back that's going to make you better than what he has made you. So you can go back to the drawing board, and I look at this as more of a 3-year journey, and this is the first of the 3 years with Jimmy and Steph and Draymond, and I don't believe that, you look at this series and think, if they don't win it, then, well, now we're going to have to do X, Y, and Z. Your team's going to be different anyway, based on what your contracts are, what your situation is, and like you're going to bring back GP2 and Kavon. Maybe you're allowed to, and I don't know what their market will be. And Kaminga's restricted. We don't know what his offers will be, and you've got other players who either will be here or won't be here. So I don't look at this as a make or break situation. I will agree with you that if you want to look at the history of 2 versus 7 or 1 versus 8, and I laid it out in the crossover, and the odds tell you that this is maybe the best chance ever, and it in fact is the best chance ever for a 7 seed against a 2 seed. Forget the youth and the fact that they can't shoot and Fred VanVleet can't score and the rest of it. And, the Warriors have won titles and only Fred's won one, and he had an unbelievable 2-week stretch in Toronto, fine. But if you just look at the Warriors, the Rockets, their difference in the regular season, the Warriors beat them in the regular year before they had Jimmy, after they had Jimmy. The odds tell you that the Warriors are heavy favorites as a 7 seed, and you've got more experience. So to that extent, yeah, I'm with you. Like, you should win this series.
You should. And by the way, one more thing to add into this that I think we have severely underrated. Do you realize the breaks that the Warriors have gotten to end up exactly where we are? What are the chances? And we've just experienced it, right? What are the chances that in the future you're going to get, as you go into the playoffs, a healthy Steph Curry, a healthy Draymond Green, a healthy Jimmy Butler? All 3 of them are dealing with nagging injuries already. All 3 of them have had scares just within the last 3 weeks with regard to their health. Draymond Green has behaved this year. He didn't lead the lead in technicals.
No.
He didn't get suspended. Remember at the talk at the beginning of the year, some people thought it ridiculous that Draymond Green could go through an entire year without encountering some sort of massive problem. Well, he did it. He did it. So here we are. You made the perfect trade. You've got the perfect opponent. You've got the perfect luck in terms of health. If you can't do this, I don't know what it is you can still do. This is the perfect scenario for the Golden State Warriors. If you can't do this, I don't know how realistic it is, the idea that we're supposed to still believe in a Steph Curry-centered championship.
Well, you don't know what next year will be. And that's where I'm not even, and I feel like this is role reversal because I'm not even worried about next year and can you do it again?
I'm not worried about next year at all.
Your team next year, I guarantee you this, your team next year will not be this team. It's not going to be the same 15 fellas starting camp next year that you have right now.
Probably not.
So whatever you are next year is going to be what you are next year. And I would hope that no matter how this ends, you're better next year. I don't know how you go about doing that, but Mike Dunleavy's been a bit of a magician in doing that. I look at this series and this moment, and this is where I'm going to stay with you. And forget the odds, forget the championship pedigree, forget everything that we know about the Warriors and the Rockets. Just look at their players and your players.
Exactly.
I think that your players with the Warriors are better than their players. So when you play 7 games, 6, 5, or 4, you'll play between 4 and 7. I would bet, I would, if I had to bet, I would bet that the Warriors win more games than Houston with this team against that team. And this is obviously barring injury. And I've already laid out the examples where, you know, Milwaukee 2 years ago, they lost as a 1 to Miami as an 8 because Giannis got hurt. And so bye-bye Milwaukee. So if something like that happens, knock on wood, I pray it doesn't. If these two teams are both healthy and they play basketball games against each other, the Warriors should win.
Yes, they should.
Yes.
And I would argue have to. And in order for this to actually be a realistic concept that they're chasing, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I don't care about next year right now either. I don't know what the roster will be. And quite frankly, those are all somewhat, I don't mean to diminish anyone, but they're bit pieces when it comes to the playoffs. We know what the NBA playoffs are about. They're about your core. They are about your core. We have learned this just in the last 2 months, if anyone needed a reminder. Look at the Warriors before Jimmy. Look at the Warriors after Jimmy. They are much better now because they added a core player. They gave up a non-core player and added a core player. All respect to Andrew Wiggins, a very good player, but not a core player when it comes to winning a championship. Yes, I know 3 years ago he moonlighted as one. But NBA teams in the postseason are about their core. So to me, you can flip-flop out GP2, Looney, Kaminga, whatever you want to do. It's largely irrelevant come May and June. It's about those 3 guys, Jimmy, Steph, Draymond. And if you can't win this series, I don't know how I'm supposed to really buy that core is still at this age a potentially championship core. That's what I'm getting at. This is absolutely the scenario you dream about.
Yep. It's what we wanted.
You got him,
yep.
You got in, and you got babies who showed up as your opponent. It's perfect. It's perfect. And if they can't win this one, assuming health, if they can't win this one, then I quite frankly, I don't know how you would just come back somewhat near the same and keep trying again, expecting a different result. I just don't see it.
It just depends on how it goes. And I'm thinking about the only other time that a 7 seed was favored over the 2 seed, Lakers and Phoenix. And this is back in 2021. And it was LeBron and AD. That was your core. And they were coming off a championship in the bubble chip, remember, in 2020. And they had a 2-1 lead on Phoenix in the first round. And then Phoenix, and then Phoenix again. And Anthony Davis did miss about a game and change in there, but the Lakers' core was not good enough to beat Phoenix's young core of Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton and all the rest of them. And so, you know, if Phoenix, or in this case Houston, plays really, really well with their young players, if they wild their way into the series, if they warm up to the playoffs and you don't put them away early, Houston has a chance to get comfortable and beat you.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Steve Kerr is on the show today. Tim Kawakami's on the show today. Until then, at 4 o'clock, you're on the show. 888-957-9570. I find this series that's about to start to be completely pivotal in terms of the concept of Golden State Warriors basketball centered around Steph Curry. If you can't win this one, then I'm not sure exactly what it is you can win in the postseason. 888-957-9570. What do you think this series outcome means for Warrior basketball? We'll get into that on Willard and Dibs.
Sometimes our wonderful life in the Bay Area.
up. The Warriors are in the playoffs. I think that's the key. One thing that I got out of Tim's article, and you and I spoke about it yesterday, I do think it's kind of the end-all, be-all on this conversation, which is that this decision moving forward on Jonathan and his playing time was not all on Steve Kerr at all. There are other people who have the similar sounding initials, not exactly the same, who have also suggested maybe less Jonathan Kaminga. And I think it would change the whole conversation if you all knew that Steph Curry also has suggested at times, how about less Jonathan Kaminga at this particular time? That's a conversation changer. I don't know how somebody would argue anymore about that. And so we'll get to it. We'll talk to Tim. We'll get the inside scoop. You'll have the inside scoop. But pretty soon, Warrior basketball has got to be about Warrior basketball and not this the side soap opera that some have going on with regard to Jonathan Kaminga.
I think it already is there because they made it through the play-in for the first time ever. Congrats to Steve Kerr for getting the game ball for a play-in victory, which I thought was kind of hilarious, where he gets the game ball because he did something he had never done before. He's won NBA titles as a player and as an assistant coach and as a coach, and now he won a play-in game. So good on you, Steve Kerr. Something you've never done before. So you're off to the playoffs, and I think about what this Houston team will bring, how they play, what they do well, what they don't do well. And, Steiny was harping on Fred VanVleet, which was kind of funny, but it's also true of the whole team where they don't shoot a lot of threes. They shoot 36 threes a game to the Warriors 42. So the Warriors are going to try to be more like Memphis, and the Warriors are going to be, or the Rockets are going to be a little bit more like the Warriors were against Memphis. I think that the Rockets are looking to win this game 100-99, and the Warriors are looking to win it 117-116.
For sure. The Warriors are better at it. So they're going to shoot more. They're better at it. The Rockets are not great shooters. When they came in 2 Sundays ago, they shot well that night. And so that good for them. They won the basketball game, but they're not going to do that 7 times. I can pretty much promise you that. Now, here's the other thing about this series, and it is absolutely, I think it's an additional piece to the point I'm trying to make. And if you're just joining us, I think that this series is beyond pivotal. I think if you really want to believe in this Warrior core still being a championship contender, you have to win this series. If you can't win a series like this, which is against a bunch of puppies, and you've beaten them in the season series, you're at full health. I know they're dinged up, but you're at full health. This has all landed perfectly. And if you can't win this series, I'm not sure what I'm really supposed to believe going forward as far as championship contention with this core. This is an extra piece because a few times already you've brought up all of the history of 2s versus 7s and 1s versus 8s. And here's what I would say to that. This is the least 7 versus 2 series in the history of the NBA.
It's close. Yeah, it's one of them.
In my mind. Yeah. And I know you've said only one other time has a 7 been favored and they lost.
Yep.
But literally, this is not a 7 versus a 2, other than that when you go on the internet, it's a 7 versus a 2. I just don't see it that way. Their records were almost identical. They were 4 games apart. One of them's young, one of them's old, one of them has championship pedigree. The other one's never even been to the playoffs. You beat them in the season series. All of the context of this series tells me this is not a 7 versus a 2.
Right.
So I'm not going to even give them the credit of, wow, if you win, a 7 beat a 2. Sure, history will say so, but I'm not waiting for tomorrow for any predictions. I don't even need, this isn't a prediction series for me. Of course they should win. Of course they should win. What on earth, other than home court advantage, is in Houston's favor here? What if we looked at it that way? What on earth does Houston have going for them in this series?
I would say youth. And
is that a good thing in the playoffs?
It can be if you get deeper into a series. And I'm just looking at the advanced metrics on offensive rating and defensive rating and pace. The pace, almost identical. They both play about the same pace. Offensive rating, the Warriors are a tiny bit better. Defensive rating, the Rockets are a tiny bit better. So for me, if you want to talk about what the series would be, if it goes 7 games, I give the Rockets the edge. If it goes 6, it's the Warriors. If it goes 5, it's the Warriors. I think, and I've done a deep dive, and you know this, probably too deep of a dive, and I've been really into the analytics and the numbers of all the history of all these things, and I'm kind of like fascinated by it. But the one thing that struck me earlier today is that when the 7 and the 8 seed win, it's a split on the road, and then you hold serve at home. And I look at this Warrior team. Can they get a split in Houston? Well, absolutely.
Of course they can.
And then can they hold serve at home? I think they should be able to, but at home, they've been a little bit wonky of late, right?
Yeah, well, for sure, although that's super recent.
It is.
And again, the context that goes into each of those games, I think, is relevant. It's interesting that you say if this gets to a Game 7, you favor Houston. And again, I don't know if that's because of the history of Game 7s at home. I think if it gets to Game 7, I totally favor the Warriors.
The reason why I would favor Houston is it's in Houston and they're younger. And so
I think that works against them in a Game 7.
I think it works in their favor because of fatigue. And also by the time you get to a 7th game and you're younger, you feel more comfortable, I think, in a series.
I guess.
But the pucker factor is real.
The historical reference I'd use on that is Sacramento and the Warriors 2 years ago. I know who had the youth, and they came out and completely laid a damn egg.
Yeah.
Because the gravity of the situation is so large, and that's, to me, where you really start leaning on the greats of the game and those who have been there before. Houston has not only never experienced the playoffs, that means they've certainly never experienced a Game 7. And if you get to that situation and you're playing an elimination game, my God, I would completely favor the Golden State Warriors. I know that they weren't technically elimination games, but they played their last 2 games like elimination games, and I'd argue they played some pretty good basketball for the majority of them. They weren't great for all of them. I know they lost to the Clippers, and I know the second half against Memphis had its warts, but they played some pretty good basketball there. And look, they've got Steph and they've got Jimmy. If I get to a Game 7, I'm going to be favoring Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry over Jalen Green and Amen Thompson, who were born well after Y2K. Like, I can't sit here and tell you that there's no edge. Home court advantage, okay, Houston. Youth, length, athleticism, you can use all these words, but Vegas is telling you what those all add up to in the postseason. The postseason is different than the regular season.
No doubt.
I don't know where the hell Houston's got an edge here. I don't, as far as how it is applied to the playoffs, I don't see it. I just don't even see where they have an edge. The Warriors are better shooters. They have more experience. They're the smarter basketball team. They're the better basketball team.
Houston's better on defense, and
the metrics don't say so, do they?
They do, slightly.
Since Jimmy?
It's a slightly better defensive team. Throughout the course of the year, I haven't looked at the metrics over the last 28 games, and it's not always the best indicator because Houston over the last 2 or 3, they weren't playing their players, but I'm looking at the whole season, and I do think that the youth part of it, if the season gets deeper, if the series rather gets deeper, and you have games every other day, and you've got Jimmy playing 44 and 45 minutes, I do think that helps a younger team. And I know that the Game 7 pucker factor, and I'm making sure I say that the correct way, as opposed to, switching the consonants and, making pactor the second word. And Lucas is probably
pucker factor.
Yeah, pucker factor, or you flip it and then you get an FCC situation. And now I'm fired.
If you could use F's for both of them, and then that would just be Dylan Brooks.
Or you could use P's for both.
Yeah, he's the pucker factor, but use the F's.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that. And
what's
going
on here? Did, so you don't have to.
And you did yesterday too. Yeah. I mean, you said he intentionally goes out there and tries to hurt people.
I think he's the worst player in the NBA. I think he's the worst player in the NBA. I don't know anybody, Draymond included, I don't know anybody else in the NBA who does that kind of stuff. Nobody.
Yeah, I don't know if he does it on the regular, but I do know that he gets a lot of technical fouls, and he's done it, a time or two. So I don't want to make this about Dylan Brooks and his intent, because
for me,
you don't know it, and I don't know it. All we know is what we've seen.
Yeah, I know what we've seen, and for me, it's like drunk driving. Once is too much. I don't need to see you. If you do it on the regular, you shouldn't even be in the league. But who's my guy on the Pistons who's not even a basketball player? Isaiah Stewart, is that right? Yeah, he's not even a basketball player. Yeah, he's not even out there to play basketball. So kind of same thing. But Dylan Brooks is actually someone who on certain nights has some ability, and he's got some cachet in the league and a history and a big contract and all of those things. And I find him to be not enemy number one of the Warriors, just enemy number one of the NBA. I hate that stuff. That should not, there's no place for it in the game.
Yeah, you were asking what the Rockets do better than the Warriors.
Well, where do they have an advantage?
I think they have an advantage in they can play very physically, and if that is condoned and allowed by the officials, that is an edge. And we saw it last time against the Warriors, where their physicality was allowed on that night, and it gave them a certain edge.
And I would say historically that's not allowed in the playoffs.
It just depends on the crew.
Yeah, and historically not allowed against the greats of the game in the playoffs. I mean, like
Kobe, not over the course of 7 games.
Kobe and Shaq built a brand doing this. Like everybody knows it. This is what Bob Fitzgerald was talking about to us 3 weeks ago. If Kobe or Shaq, if they needed to go to the line, they went to the line. Period. You need some free throws? We get your free throws right here in the playoffs. Yeah, and yes, there might be a game or two that get a little out of pocket, and Steve Kerr might have to use a press conference to work the officials a little bit, the way Phil Jackson used to. But largely, I think that Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, if the Rockets, especially with all of their youth, if they use the exact same approach that they used a week and a half ago at Chase Center, they are going to get punished for it. That's going to be a parade to the free throw line. And it's not a high-scoring team. So if you start giving Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler free buckets on the other end, it's really going to hurt you. So I hear what you're saying. They have that option. I think it's less likely to work in the playoffs and over a series than it is for one night in the regular season.
It just depends on how they go about it, and it feels like the way they went about it last matchup was a little bit more extreme than perhaps they will do it on the regular. But I know that Ime Udoka, who is a very good head coach, is going to try to devise strategies to get Steph Curry off the three-point line and keep his team from fouling Jimmy Butler. I do think that Houston is a good defensive team. So you asked what edges they have. For me, their two big edges are their defense, and it's not a huge edge, but it's an edge, and also their youth. And as the series gets going and you get deeper into it, if it's 2-2 and now you're playing Game 5 in Houston and turning around after a day, you're playing Game 6 here and then Game 7 there, I do think that the younger team has a better chance to exert its youthful will in that setting.
Yeah, I actually don't even see their defense as an advantage. I see potentially their rebounding as an advantage because they are taller and more athletic, and that can cause the Warriors problems. I think the Warriors defense post Jimmy Butler has A, been very good, and B, the Rockets don't have, all right, let's borrow our favorite phrase. The Rockets don't have anybody who has the ha-ha. So when we get to the playoffs...
Jalen Green doesn't have the ha-ha?
No, he's a good player. He's not a great, like a playoff scorer, like a clear out, come on, Kevin Durant, come on, LeBron, come on, Steph, come on, Jimmy, come on, Giannis. Like, here's the ball, go take over the game. They don't have anybody, and that makes them easier to defend. They don't even have a Ja Morant. They don't have somebody who can be that devastating on the offensive end. And so, to me... Like, I'm not going to say huge edge Warriors, but at worst for me, that's a wash. I think both of them are very good defensive squads, and I think that they'll have some success holding the other one down. But if we get into a close game in the fourth quarter, good Lord, give me Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler over, the 22-year-old Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet and his 20% shooting percentage. That's all. Let's go to, you know who called back? Remember Jordan? Or how old was he? He was like 12? He's 10.
Yeah, he's 10.
Jordan's back on the line. Hi, Jordan. What's going on, man?
Hi. I just wanted to point out so you guys have been talking about how the Warriors did not play Kaminga, and I think that Moses Moody is a better role player, and I think that Jonathan Kaminga would fit better on a team like the Pistons or the Pistons or like the Wizards because he will have more playing time, and he'll be able to be that one of the starters and main players. And I think Moses Moody, he gets his role. He's a catch and shoot player, and he could drive to the basket. And it's playoff time, and we cannot risk having John Kaminga being what he's been doing in the regular season.
Okay. Jordan,
you're hired.
Yeah. I'm buying stock at Jordan. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm buying Jordan stock.
I mean, the future stock on Jordan, you should probably buy it now before he turns 11 because the takes are only getting stronger.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember
we might be too late on the Jordan stock.
I think we are.
Yeah, remember
where
were you when you were 9, Jordan?
Remember when the Nuggets were favored to beat the Clippers and then the markets opened and now the Clippers are favored to beat the Nuggets?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of where, I think we probably get to your favorite kid future analyst betting site now and get your Jordan cash in because that's the next Jordan right there.
Well, and that was the take that honestly is probably resonating throughout the Warriors coaching room right now, which is, Jonathan might fit better somewhere else. And even if Jonathan fits well here right now in this moment with this construct and this playoff run and what we're facing with Houston, maybe now is not the time. And that's kind of what Jordan was saying directly to Steve Kerr coming up today at 5:30.
Yeah, and I don't know that I don't think there's any conversations about Jonathan would fit somewhere else better. I think that conversation probably happens between Jonathan and his agent. But I mean, my gosh, again, we keep referring to it because Tim Kawakami is going to join us in an hour.
Yep.
But the article that he wrote today on SF Standard, let me throw a line at you. Ready? Accepting messy play is never going to be Kerr's style. Oof.
Yep.
Jeez. I mean, and you know how I feel, and I think you feel the same way. Everybody gets to have their opinion, but in the end, the only opinions that matter are the Warriors. If that's how they feel, then what are we doing? What are we doing? It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Saran.
Thank you. Anytime you say it's a wrap, you got to give Guru credit and you got to mention Saran.
4 years.
It's a rule.
If after 4 years, 22 or not, if after 4 years you still feel like what you get from him is messy,
well, at the very least,
it's a good word in soccer. That's about it.
Thank you. That's a 4. It might be a 5 for you because you have no real soccer.
Don't say no real soccer knowledge or love.
You didn't let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not going to finish now.
Why?
Because you cut me off. And so you're just going to have to wear that one.
All right, fine.
When it comes to Messi, not Lionel, but Jonathan Kaminga's play, messy is a strong word, but when you look at what they've done with Jimmy Butler, and you hear Jimmy Butler in press conferences talking about how turnovers make him want to vomit in the trash can, and I'm paraphrasing, but Kaminga is a little bit more willing to turn it over. Not that he does it a lot, but the way he plays is a lot more outside the construct of what Jimmy Butler has brought to this team. We'll say that.
Yeah. I mean, look, Tim points to the fact that, and it's the same thing a lot of people point to, which is, hey, what about right before the ankle injury? Man, he was playing really well. And Tim addresses it, and he's got the numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Yep.
He's got the numbers right here. Right before the ankle injury, 31.1 minutes a night, 21 points a night, 6.3 rebounds a night, 7.2 free throws a night. Get ready. Let Kaminga cook, people. He's cooking. Guess what the big problem was with that run?
I know. Ooh.
Let's go to Dan.
They didn't win.
They lost the games.
They
They lost the games.
Yeah.
They lost the games. So if you cook, but the meal sucks, I ain't going back to the restaurant.
Or if you cook and the meal's actually pretty good, but no one comes to your restaurant.
There you go.
You got to close up shop.
Yep.
And that's where this kind of was. And I just looked at the games, the last 17 before he got hurt, and they did cook, and they went 6-11. In the last 17 games before he got hurt, when he had the and he was putting up 20 a night, they didn't win games. So, and that's Doesn't mean that he was, quote, messy, but I do know that since Jimmy's come to town, turnovers are down, free throws are up, and so are wins.
Yeah. I mean, there's some great stuff in here. And it doesn't mean that he won't play against Houston, because I do think there are a fair number of people in the organization who think that like that athleticism and whatnot is tailor-made for this matchup. And so you might see him. You might see him in the Houston series. By the way, even if you do see him, I don't think you're going to see a ton of him. I would be very surprised if you saw a ton of him, because Tim points to, remember the game in Memphis? The start of the gauntlet. Face paint time. The start of the gauntlet. Game 1 in Memphis. The Warriors scored 136 points.
What do you have, 28?
Who, Jonathan?
Yeah. No, that's right. He had 24.
No, less.
18?
Keep going.
No, he had 14 that night.
Keep going.
Dozen?
Keep going.
8?
Keep going.
That's right, he had 6.
No, that's right. He didn't play.
Oh.
He didn't play.
Thank you, Grandy Jr.
Because he was injured.
Yeah, and they scored 134.
And I guess folks in the organization thought that was about as connected as their offense has looked. And then he didn't play, obviously, against the Clippers. And even though they lost, what did Steve Kerr say after the game? Boy, that was some high-level stuff out there. And then for me, I don't really like using this phrase anymore, but the trump card here for me is this one.
Tremendous.
The win against Denver, the night after the win in LA, the win against Denver, a request was put in. A request to Steve Kerr was put in to replace Kaminga down the final stretch with Guy Santos, and that request came from Stephen Wardell Curry. So this is where we are. This is where we are. Frustrating though it may be, I'm not asking anyone to not be a Kaminga fan or to change your mind, but this is where we are. This is where the organization is, and they are very, very comfortable, I think, with both the decision that they've made and the outcome that they're getting because of it.
I don't think that you're wrong in your assessment. Tim Kawakami will join us and offer more details based on his very well-sourced reporting. My only question, and I don't know how to ask Steve Kerr that at 5:30, but how do you play him then? Because he clearly is not in the rotation. I don't know how you then go to him in Houston.
You point to him and tell him to go to the scorer's table.
Right. Well, you may have to point in the tunnel.
Well, then you do. Come on, young buck, be a pro. Let's go.
Can somebody go in the tunnel and get Jonathan Kaminga? Because we're going to need him to come on down and get ready to play.
If you can find him, then you can play him. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here for your phone calls, 888-957-9570. I think that this series is vital if we're truly going to believe that there is still apples on the championship tree for this core. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami in an hour. Steve Kerr at 5:30. Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibby here with my good friend Daryl the Guru.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm not sure about that rejoin. I'm not sure because the Warriors aren't dogs. Get used to it. This ain't like any 7 against a 2 that I've ever seen in the history of this league. And I'm not trying to pin the Warriors here. I think the Warriors done a wonderful job creating meaningful basketball. They made a trade that worked. I don't need more things to happen to be convinced of this acquisition. But here's what I think not just we need, I think they need. If Draymond Green, All-Star break, right? I think we're going to win another championship. All right. Then you beat the Rockets. You beat the 22-year-olds. If this is who you still are. And I'm here to say, I do. I believe they still are. But I am putting that kind of importance on this series simply because I think that this ended up spinning a certain way. I think that this ended up being the perfect outcome to the regular season.
Yeah.
You ended up with the Rockets. You still got your rest. You have your health. This could not have gone better. And so for me to really think, and I think for they to really think that that the Steph Curry core still has actual championship runs in them, or even a run, you gotta win this series. You have to be able to beat this team.
No doubt. And you mentioned the fact that they are favored, and the only other team as a 7 that was favored over the 2 was the Lakers against Phoenix. And I was doing a fairly deep dive on all this, and in that series, Anthony Davis, spoiler alert, he got hurt. He hurt his groin, and he already had a bad calf, and he'd already missed games with a bad knee. It was one of those years where Anthony Davis got hurt multiple times, and so it turned out to be LeBron, Schroeder, and a bunch of detritus, which is leftovers, in 2021.
Thank you for explaining that.
You're
welcome. I would not have gotten that.
They were the 7. They were minus 175 against Phoenix, but Phoenix won it in 6 because the Lakers had LeBron and basically nobody. So short of that, the Warriors are minus 200 still, thereabout. I think that money's coming on Houston, so the line may have moved, but the Warriors are favored, and short of missing out on a key player for multiple games, they should win this. Yeah.
I like again, I'm not it's going to be hard to do this over the next the rest of today and tomorrow and even into next week without making it sound like I'm flicking the Houston Rockets and dismissing the Houston Rockets. I am blown away by the Houston Rockets. 52 wins?
Yep.
With this group that's all never been there before, incredible. Very well coached. Very dangerous. Yes, a chance to win the series for sure, like any high-level team. But at the same time, I'm struggling to, I guess, imagine how they're going to go about beating Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler 4 different times. 4 different ways. Think about the adjustments that happen within a playoff series. You have to have different ways that you can go about your business, and that's kind of where I struggle to see the Rockets winning this series because they are a little bit of a one-trick pony, which is they're very good on defense. We're going to try to beat you up and win 95-90, and I bet that they'll do that maybe once or twice in this series. But for them to actually win this series, they're going to have a few games where they shoot the hell out of the ball. Don't think they're terribly capable of it. And they're going to have to handle whatever Warrior adjustments are made throughout the series. And the Warriors have, I think, the 2 most brilliant and heady players that are in this series, in Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. And I have a hard time not putting my money on them.
I would put my money on the Warriors as well. And if you look at Houston in their total season, they scored fewer than 100 points only 12 times. 3 of those games were against the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And in 2 of those, they lost the game. They beat the Warriors 91-90 in the in-season tournament. We've referenced it, and we will again. But Houston's a team that is a little bit better on offense than maybe we're giving them credit for. And they're not an elite offensive team, and the metrics would say that they're average to slightly a couple of ticks above average, but they have games where they've put up big numbers. They've put up 145 times. They got a handful of 130, so they do have some capability. And for me, you talked about how they can win 4 games against the Warriors. Well, one of them would be a suffocating defense where you could be physical and you can take Steph out of it. One of them would be where you go on an absolute heater. And then the other two would have to be in these clutch games where they had a very good record this year in clutch games. They were 26-18, one of the best teams in basketball. They were 5th in percentage in clutch games. So they've been able to win some close games.
I think that when you're good on defense and you're well coached, you're equipped to win clutch games. And I think that applies to both of these teams. They're both well coached, and they're both good defensive teams, at least now. The Warriors have been a really good team since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. The Rockets have been a good defensive team the entire time. Their roster largely unchanged. So, yeah, if these games get close, and I tend to think that they will, you're probably going to have a few go either way. I am not predicting a sweep by any stretch of the imagination here. This is hard. I give Houston probably at least a couple of games here, but I just don't see this in the end as a good matchup for them. And I've kind of found out today, I didn't know this, but I kind of found out today that apparently the city of Houston kind of agrees. Fred VanVleet got asked at practice, do you share basically the same stress that apparently the entire fan base does in finding out that the Warriors would be your opponent? This is the team that nobody in Houston wanted to see. And maybe that's just history. Maybe that's just the brand of the whole thing, because the Warriors are literally the team that held the last rendition of the Rockets down. And so maybe that's why fans feel the way they do, because that was kind of VanVleet's answer. He's like, those past ones have nothing to do with this. But a fan might turn around and come back and go, well, you didn't beat this team either. Like, they beat you this season, and they did that even before they got better with Jimmy Butler. They've got all of this championship DNA. You have people who are 22. Like, what exactly is a Rocket team or fan supposed to point to? So anyway, that's why when you add it all up, I sort of feel like if you don't win this series, and I don't want to talk about the future, but I will say that if you lose this series, I think it leaves the organization in a little bit of a bad spot.
It could.
I really do.
I don't know if there is a way to get out of that spot short of trading Jimmy Butler, and I don't believe that what they've seen over the course of the last 30 or so games would lead them, even if you lose to Houston. I don't think that anything that could happen over the course of the next 1, 2, 3, or 4 series would change what you think about Jimmy Butler. I think that they're sold on the fact that he's still really good and he fits. And not only does he fit, he gives them a new dimension. And Steve Kerr talked about this, having an elite ISO player and making it so you don't have to set, and I think that his phrase was, a million screens. Yep. You don't have to set a million screens and run everywhere just to get an open shot. Now you've got a guy you can just go to and say, get us a shot. And so no matter what happens against Houston, I do think that the core 3 will be the core 3. Maybe it changes what you do around those 3 next year, but I don't believe that this series against Houston is seminal in that way.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I do know that, like, just remember who we're talking about here. We're talking about the Warriors, and this is going to be wildly unsatisfying if all of this led to a first round out to a bunch of kids.
Well, that's a little bit demeaning.
No, it's
You're
not.
You're sunning Houston.
No, they're kids. They're young. They're 22. How can we sit here and have this many conversations about Jonathan Kaminga and everybody's like, you got a young player. He's still developing. Well, that's true about them too, isn't it? I know that they've had more minutes because they've had an organization that has allowed them to just go out there and do whatever they want to do, and last year lose and build up the minutes and try to build. They went through a rebuild. And so they've done a wonderful job of that. But nobody thinks they're ready. No one thinks the Rockets are a title contender. I know their seeds suggest they are, but they're not. They're not winning this whole thing. So if you're not one of the contenders, I guess that's kind of what I would say here. If you're a title contender, you're allowed to lose, but you better lose to another title contender.
Do you think that Houston thinks they're a title contender?
Everybody thinks they're a title contender. Klay Thompson thinks he's in it.
Right.
He does. I promise you.
No, I'm sure they do. I mean, you win one more game and you get a series. I get that.
Right. They're professional athletes. They're right. They're narrative busters. They're odds busters by trade. Like, of course they have that self-belief. We don't. And in this case, we're right. Houston's not winning this thing. Do you think the Knicks think they're a title contender? They're not. They're not.
If Houston beats Golden State, do you think that they would fancy their chances against either the Lakers or Minnesota?
Of course they would.
Right.
But I don't.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
I get that.
They're not winning 4 series at age 22. They're just not.
Well, they might. I mean, they're allowed to use your words.
They're allowed to.
You know, you can talk about Jalen Green being quote unquote young, but in his draft class, he's played more minutes than any other player in the class of 2021.
Very good player.
He's played more than 10,000 minutes in the association. So even though he is only 22, he's played almost twice as much basketball as Jonathan Kaminga.
I know, but what if I, and this isn't to like use your process against you, but you've been doing these deep dives on the history.
Yep.
Find me the NBA champion whose best 3 players all hadn't turned 23 yet.
Right. And
you just did it. You won't find one.
I mean, the best 3 would be Jalen Green, and you're going to go with Sengun and Amin Thompson, or you could go to Jabari Smith, who's only 21.
Part of this is that you can't even answer who their 3 best players are. That's the point.
Right. I don't necessarily think you need to have a best 3, but to your point, if you want to get their core of Green, Thompson, Sengun, Smith, and Tari Eason, those 5 play among the most minutes on the team. And then you throw in Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks,
and
who are both late 20s, early 30s. But the other 5 are either 21, 22, or 23. So to your point, if I was to go back and find an NBA championship team that had 5 of their 7 most heavily minutes played players who won a title, I won't even bother doing it.
You won't find it.
You won't even find a team that makes the NBA Finals, I bet.
Correct. I agreed.
And I'm just thinking in my head, like, of all the teams of recent vintage who've won the title, like even Boston last year, those guys are 26 and 27.
And what had to happen before they could win a title?
They had to get the rolled up newspaper smacked on their nose.
Exactly.
One time.
Actually, and more than one time, really, if you go back to the year before. I mean, Jimmy Butler, you know?
Yeah.
Like they had to go through the playoffs and learn and lose the battles and win the battles and do the stuff and then get back and come of age.
Well, even Oklahoma City this year, right? Like, and they're an interesting one.
They're an interesting one because they've had one. I know it wasn't a deep run, but they did have one kind of smackdown. I think it was at the right time largely. They might have earned one more series if it had gone perfectly, but they were
last year.
They were a year away last year. And now they're here. Now they're not a year away, and they are expected to do some very good things. And if they don't, it will be a very big disappointment based on their record.
No doubt. It would be, and actually it would be an historic disappointment if you look at the history of teams who win 67 or more, and 9 of the 13 have won the title, and they won 68, they would be the 5th of the 14 to not win a title. And teams with that point differential, it's a record-setting point differential, and the teams that are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on that list, they all won the title. So they would be a disappointment on 2 different historic lists if they don't win it all.
No doubt. And let me twist this in a different direction, because I know that you know our audience and whatnot loves to, oh gosh, such a homer. I wouldn't pick the Warriors right now to win the title. It might. I wouldn't pick it. That's not what I would predict at this moment. Now, we've got a long journey that needs to unfold, and we'll see what teams look like and who stays healthy and how do the matchups play and who gets upset and all of those things. I would, as I said about a week and a half ago, I would put them on a list of 5 that I think are the most likely to win the NBA championship. I think there's only 2 teams out of the East who are candidates in Boston and Cleveland. And then when you get to the West, I might amend what I said in this fashion a week and a half ago when I said there's only 5 teams who could win it, I might like to add the Clippers to the conversation. It wouldn't blow me away if they went on a run. I still find it a little bit difficult to believe, but part of me thinks it might be just because of their uniform. I mean, I just don't know if I could ever wrap my head around the idea of the Los Angeles Clippers winning an NBA championship.
I'm with you.
Can't do it.
I mean, in our lifetime, you and I both remember the San Diego Clippers with Michael Cage and the San Diego Sports Arena. I actually just drove by there when I was down in San Diego a couple of weeks ago, and I had to explain to my wife that the Clippers used to play here. Right. And then I caught myself. I'm like, the Clippers used to play here. The San Diego Clippers used to play here. One thing about your Clippers before we pivot and get back to the Warrior Rocket series, by metrics, they are the oldest team in the NBA by average age of rostered players. And I'm looking at the youngest teams. They're all teams that are struggling. The Wizards, Portland, Utah, Toronto, the Nets. Then you get to the Grizzlies and then the Thunder, which makes it interesting. The Thunder have an average age of 24.8, yet they were 68-14. So which of these two forces gives way? Because young teams don't usually win it all, but teams who are this good usually don't lose it all.
Exactly.
So which one of those gives?
I do not think Oklahoma City is going to win it all. I do not. But they're definitely one of the teams that could.
Right.
Definitely one of the teams who could. And I'm sorry, and I'm like, I might be wrong, and okay, old takes exposed, an egg on the face.
Right.
Houston's not winning the championship. They're not a contender. They're very impressive for what they've been able to achieve at this point. For them to have a rebuild that has worked this way, for them to have won 52 games, they're so well coached. Don't get it twisted. I'm very impressed. They're just not a title contender. And I'm not going to suddenly make them a title contender because they won 2 more games than other teams. Like, who cares? That is not definitive when it comes to this. So getting back to the point that I'm trying to make, this landed in the Warriors' lap. It's perfect. And so I believe if you're a contender, you're only allowed to lose to a contender. And the Rockets aren't a contender. So if the Warriors beat the Rockets and then they play the Lakers next, for example, and they lose that series in 6 or 7 games, I'm not going to stand up and be like, see, fraud, didn't work. No. You went on a damn run deep into the second round and lost to another contender. That absolutely can happen. The Warriors are nowhere near head and shoulders above everybody else. I don't know if this is a year where anybody is head and shoulders above anybody else. There isn't that dog this year like sometimes there is. But you're allowed, if you're a contender, to lose to another contender. You're not allowed to lose to a bunch of 22-year-olds.
Are they allowed to lose to Minnesota if it comes to that? If Minnesota beats the Lakers, is that okay? Because
don't say it that way. Like it's
Mark, is that okay with you? Mark, can they lose?
Nobody needs to ask me anything.
I didn't mean to soften it up that hard.
Nobody needs my freaking approval.
Mark, my hand is up. Would you call on me, please? If Minnesota beats the Lakers, does that then make it okay? Because Minnesota, by beating a contender, would they become a contender?
Well,
or does that become still? Is that not okay? And I did it again.
Well, but that's an interesting one because Minnesota also made a run last year. I don't know if Minnesota's a contender. Yeah. They're more of a contender than the Rockets are. They have talent and they have veterans. They have people who've done this before. They have a star player who went to the conference finals last year. And then they made a trade and added new big name players. And they've got restaurant quality DiVincenzo.
They do. Minnesota was minus 175 last year against Dallas in the Western Finals.
Well, remember, they had ousted the Nuggets in 7 games on their floor.
Yep.
And the minute they did that, everyone's like, well, that's the squad. That's the one. And then they came out and looked gassed the entire series. But that's a team that has been through some wars and won some of them.
Yep.
And has some big-time talent. And some of them are young, but young-ish. Like, how old is Edwards?
How old is 25, I would guess.
That feels right.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is, he's only 23. He's only 23.
Yeah, on 24. Yeah.
But that is an elite scorer, and he is surrounded by a lot of veterans. You've got Julius Randle and Naz Reid and Dante DiVincenzo and Rudy Gobert, the most overpaid player in the history of my life.
Well,
but whatever, right?
Zach LaVine's on the phone.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Fred Van Vliet is also online too, but
I think Rudy makes a lot more than Fred.
I'll look it up. I had it earlier, but
I think Rudy makes more than Anthony.
Really?
Check that.
I got so many windows open right now. I'm clicking between tabs right now.
You got a lot of air coming through the house right now.
Totally.
No, look up Minnesota Timberwolves salaries. Timberwolves salaries.
You're right. Rudy makes 44 this year. Anthony makes 42.
How about that? Rudy Gobert makes more than Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, Rudy's 16th. Fred is 20th. Anthony's 21st on your salary list.
I thought earlier you said 25 people made more than Fred VanVleet.
It depends on which list you're looking at.
Who just took a pay cut in the last hour and a half?
Yeah, a lot of them. There you go.
Anyway.
Granny's napping right now, and I'm still getting buzzed.
Anyway.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he is. He's snoring. All right, we're coming to you live, Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app and all of our shows. It helps our very fragile egos, and it allows you to get special content. You can hear what the Joes and Steiny and Goo had to say about this matchup, and later on, you'll be able to hear what we say about this matchup, and you'll be able to hear Steve Kerr and Tim Kawakami, who are both still ahead. In fact, Tim is only a half hour away. His article in the SF Standard will set the standard on Jonathan Kaminga news as of late, so we've got that still ahead, but your phone calls next. Where does this leave the Warriors if they can't win this series? 888-957-9570. We're open for your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's about to happen. 2 hours from now, Steve Kerr. Half hour from now, Tim Kawakami. SF Standard. Big article today on Jonathan Kaminga. Big article today on Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, and the headline kind of tells everything when you read it. The Butler trade made Jonathan Kaminga an inessential luxury for the Warriors. I don't know how many inessential luxuries you have in your life, but you have things that are essential, and hopefully you have a couple of things that are also luxuries. I don't know if I have any inessential luxuries in my life.
Inessential
That would be, for you, you've got 2 drivers. That would be like having a third car. This is my weekend car. It's a Porsche 911, or it's a convertible that I only drive on the weekends. It's not essential, and it's a luxury. It's an inessential luxury.
My 11-year-old has 2 scooters.
Okay. So he has an inessential luxury.
Yeah, I mean, part of that, though, is because the first one we bought the wrong size.
Okay.
And I haven't been able to sell it on Nextdoor yet.
Is it a scooter that he has to actually propel on his own, or is it one of those like...
Yeah, it's got a little...
It's not like a throttle and I don't have to do anything. I just stand there scooter.
I don't know what you mean. Yeah, like it's got a little hand thing and you just squeeze it and you go.
So yeah, he doesn't have to like use his foot.
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, you kind of, to just get yourself started, you give yourself a little shove usually.
Gotcha.
So that you're not doing it from a standstill.
Right.
But yeah.
But he doesn't have to, like when we were kids, you had to, if you wanted to ride a skateboard, you had to put one foot on the skateboard and your other foot had to hit the pavement in such a way as to propel you down the street.
Right. No, technically you don't have to touch the ground if you don't want to.
Okay.
But you're probably going to at some point.
So it's an e-scooter, essentially. It's electronic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or battery operated or whatever.
Yeah,
okay.
They don't go too fast. But I mean, like, I got one that was too small and too slow. And when you show up to school with the too small and the too slow, it doesn't go so well. So we give him a bigger one.
Okay.
And now he's got an inessential luxury.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a backup scooter.
Right.
So,
and that's what Tim Kawakami is referring to Jonathan Kaminga as.
There's a backup scooter.
Well, he is a luxury because he's a 6'7" wing who can score and he can do a lot of things, but right now he's not essential, so he's an inessential luxury according to Tim Kawakami coming up at 4:15.
Quote, this was a long, uncomfortable situation between 2 pretty stubborn guys overdue to hit a breaking point and things just broke.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I mean, there's some bangers in here. There's some bangers in this article from Tim.
But he also points out that there was no significant episode of a blow up.
Right. No, there's no shouting match.
Yeah.
He actually suggests that maybe there should have been.
Right.
And that might have helped everybody get some crap off their chest instead of just like stewing over on the stationary bike in the tunnel.
Yeah.
During basketball games. I don't know.
You have it out and someone spends 5 nights in the guest room and you figure it out from there.
I can't wait to talk to him to see a little further about where this is all at. But the article in general does not paint a good picture. I think some of the headlines would suggest that Steve Kerr feels that Jonathan Kaminga makes poor decisions and takes bad shots. Steve Kerr's philosophy with this team is, and I actually like this. This is maybe forget the Kaminga thing. This came out of the Kaminga article, but this is good stuff about Warrior basketball. The philosophy is whether it read and react and the ball movement and all this stuff. But the philosophy is exhaust all ways of finding a shot for Steph and Jimmy. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to go to our next piece, which is maybe those guys setting somebody else up for a 3 or a layup. Warrior basketball. Catch it on 95.7 The Game. Like, that's the philosophy, which makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And they feel that Jonathan often won't do that. He won't do that. He takes quick threes early in the shot clock. He wants to break down the defender and go one-on-one and all of these things, which they're not focused on Steph and Jimmy. And everything needs to be focused on Steph and Jimmy even more now than ever before.
And that's why we talked about the game against Memphis the other night. And Draymond told the story about how Steph told him, yeah, you and the 3-ball, knock it off. And I'm paraphrasing, but Draymond shot a 3 from the corner with 11 seconds on the shot clock in a game that was a 1-point game with about 7.5 to go. And Steph let him know kind of what you're describing, which is we're not doing that in game 83. Game 41 on the road against Orlando.
Fire away.
Fire away.
Yeah.
Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Yeah.
But to that point, if you are focused, hyper-focused on Steph getting him a shot, Jimmy getting him a shot, or else what are we going to do late in the clock? Well, then you don't necessarily need Jonathan Kaminga because he's not a catch-and-shoot 3-point guy. GP2 can be. Quentin can be. Pods can be. So if you're looking for somebody else, and you called it the here you take it guy.
The here you take it guy, Kevin Durant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And right now, JK is not the here you take it guy with Jimmy Butler on the team.
Jimmy Butler is, yeah. And he's pretty good here you take it guy.
Right.
It's different. It's different than Kevin Durant because Durant would usually just create a shot because he's almost 7 feet tall. He's a cyborg. He's completely different than any human I've ever watched play basketball before. And that's not Jimmy Butler. Not as good of a shooter and nowhere near as tall. But what Jimmy can do, obviously, is just totally handle the middle of the court, get to the free throw line a lot, create for others, does it at a very, very high level. And if you do have other people knocking down shots, then Warrior basketball is largely going to work. 24-8. There you go.
Yep.
There you go. And that's why, like, when I look, and that's kind of the larger discussion today, that's why when I look at the way that this is all kind of setting up, I both at the same time, A, have a hard time believing the Warriors aren't going to win this series, but B, if they don't, I have a hard time believing that they're ever going to really contend for a championship again. And so without making this about the future, I just think the Warriors, man, you go back to January, and I know, it's funny, I heard a caller call up Steiny and Goo today and say the Jimmy Butler trade is not 100% a good thing yet because when he was acquired, Steve Kerr said they wanted the 6th seed and they didn't do it. So that was a goal not achieved. And I was like, wow, that's an interesting take. I really don't see it that way at all. It's one way to look at it. A, I don't think when Steve Kerr said that, it was directly about the Jimmy Butler trade. He simply said at one point earlier this year, this calendar year, we're targeting the 6th seed. What that meant to me was we'd like to avoid the play-in tournament. It wasn't so much about the number. You didn't avoid the play-in tournament, but you did now. You got out of it. So I don't see any difference between the 6 and 7. And actually, if you really want to look at this objectively, I don't, for the love of us, have any idea how you could argue that today the 6 is better than the 7. It's not.
No.
It's way, way, way worse.
Right. The Lakers, I think you could look at, are patently better than the Houston Rockets. And as I've looked at it and I've done the deep dive and then I went deeper and I went so deep that my ears started to hurt. You know, when you go deep in a pool, you go down to 12 and 15 feet and your head starts to feel like it's going to explode. What I've found, Mark, is that the difference between this 2 seed, 52 wins, and this 7 seed, 48 wins, is the most narrow differential that I can find going backward in the history of the Western Conference. It's a 4-game difference between 2 and 7, and the closest I could find is a 5-game difference. And by the way, that 7 seed, the Spurs, beat that 2 seed, the Mavericks. The Spurs 150, Dallas 155, 5-game difference, and the 7 seed won that matchup in the first round. So this is the most narrow gap between 2 and 7. So it makes sense that the Warriors are favored and that we all expect them to be able to win this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I keep looking at all of this stuff and whatever the history of 7 and 2s throughout the league, whatever that history is, I don't know, maybe this is a Warrior take, but I just don't apply it here. I don't think it applies. This is so different, and every year is different. But If you're truly a contender, you can only lose to a contender. I personally, you're allowed to disagree. I don't see the Rockets as actual contenders. I see them as difficult outs, but that's kind of like the playoffs needs that. That's what the playoffs are. You have to create challenges for the teams that are actually doing this. Look at the NFL playoffs right now. Okay, what do you got from each side? How many teams go in? 7? Is that what we do now?
Yep.
All right. How's that 7 seed doing? That 7 seed is probably never ever going to actually win a Super Bowl. Maybe some year it will, because there's weird stuff. But usually that 7 seed is somebody that took 3rd place in a 4-team division. What are you there for? You're the Washington Generals. Because we need someone to play. But you're not really here to do this. You're here to do that. And that's what the Rockets are here to do. The Rockets are here to essentially see if they can win one series and get some experience doing this so that later on in their careers, maybe they can actually make a deep run. Who knows? Maybe they'll become champions. But the Rockets are not here to win this. There's no Rocket fan that thinks it'll be a disappointment if they go only to the conference semifinals. They would be overjoyed. Their parade would be beating the Warriors. Parade. So if that's who you are, that's all I'm saying. If we're really watching meaningful basketball right now, and we're really to buy into the idea that this pairing of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, as wonderful as it's been, if it's really going to bear the fruit that they have pointed to, then you have to win this series. I'm going to struggle. And again, don't want to spend too much time on future years, but if they were to lose this series, I'm going to have a hard time in future years kind of buying that the Warriors are on a short list of teams that could they could make deep runs or win titles. Is this is your chance. I don't see a chance ever looking better than this with the time these guys have left.
Well, the time and the matchup, and I'm agreeing with you to that extent, but I look at this as the first of 3 chances, and every year they do get older, and every year you don't know what the shakeout will be and the health will be and the matchups and the bracket and all the rest of it. I'm going to give you that part of it, but I'm looking at this as 3 chances. This is the first of 3 remaining with Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, because after 3 more years, this one and then the next 2 seasons, and Steph is 39 and Draymond is 37 and Jimmy's the same. He might not be under contract. They all might be gone. Kerr might be retired. Whatever's going to be, I look at this as the first of 3 bites at the apple. And you said something interesting about Houston. Well, you said a lot of interesting things. But
thank you.
It's hard to find a team who, in their first playoff appearance, they just win the damn thing.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the list of champions going backward, and all of them needed to get there and get a taste of it and get the experience before they actually finally broke through. And even the Warriors themselves, when they won the first title in 2015, they had won a series in 2013. In 2014, they lost in 7 to the Clippers, but they had 2 years of experience, right? And then they went out, they won 67, and they won the title. So almost every team needs to have that run up. And the one I was thinking about is the Toronto Raptors. When they beat the Warriors, KD got hurt, Clay got hurt, whatever.
Circumstances, yeah.
They were good enough to get there.
Yeah,
and
they were good.
You look at the previous 5 years, they went to the playoffs 5 straight years before they went to the finals. They won a couple of series, they won a series, they won another series, and then they got to a spot where they got a break, they got a couple of injuries, they won the whole damn thing. But your point is well made about Houston. This is their first go at it. So if you're a Rockets fan, you're honestly thinking beat the Warriors and then maybe win another series. But honestly, you're not expecting them to win 16 playoff games. Can you win 8? Can you win 4? Can you win 6? I mean, if you're a Rocket fan, you're thinking about this being the year before the year.
Right. But
Absolutely. Part of that is winning the series. If you beat this Warrior team as a Rocket fan, you're thinking, like you just said, that's your parade.
The Rockets are, I believe, they're a less talented version of this year's Washington Commanders, who were overjoyed to make it to the NFC Championship game. But I don't see the Rockets as talented enough to do what the Washington Commanders did. But that's how their fans reacted to that. You know, they're losing the NFC title game, and nobody was like, freaking bums.
Jokers.
Like, no one's going to do that. No one's going to do that. The only reason fans would beg in Houston for the Rockets to beat the Warriors is because it's the Warriors, because they're sick of Steph, they're sick of the brand, they're sick of losing to the Golden State Warriors. But if they beat the Warriors, that's it. That's a wrap. That's the season. That's all that they want out of this. And so that's my point. You can't lose to that team. You can't lose to that team if you're real dudes. If you're healthy and you are actually a contender, you can't lose to that team. You just can't. So I want to throw some of these at you on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Look at some of this fun stuff that just came in. I love this text, 813. I think the Rockets made a mistake by showing their hand on how they were going to defend Steph last week in a playoff-type scenario. This should help the Warriors prepare for this series even more. Interesting point. As it turns out, a game that the Rockets didn't need, and in a way, a game that helped the Warriors end up being their opponent. I mean, where would we be if the Warriors had won that game? It probably wouldn't have gone to the play-in tournament.
Right. They would be the 4 or the 5, and they'd be facing either, the Clippers, perhaps, or maybe you're facing Denver, which wouldn't be as advantageous as this one feels. But to the Rockets' defense, they didn't know in that moment that game wouldn't matter. They beat the Warriors, and then things shook out around them, and then they went out and lost the last 3 games of the regular year, and they still got the 2 seed.
5-1-0 the other night after losing to the Clippers. After the game, Jimmy said, quote, "We're right where we want to be." We thought he was being sarcastic, but he had a plan.
Yeah. And he also said about a month ago, when it's time for me to go, I'm going to go.
I'm going to go.
And turns out now it's that time. And you see the way he played against Memphis, and he's yelling at his teammates. He's yelling at everybody, and he's attacking the basket and getting to the foul line. And playoff Jimmy has been activated.
And then 408, Willard, stop jinxing us. No, this is not, and I know it'll sound this way to a degree, this is not braggadocious. This is not. This is actual, this is the way the NBA works. There's an order to things. It's kind of like why we always talk about NBA 1s, and then there are 2s, and now Jimmy is like, that's Batman over there. I'll be Robin. There's this pecking order to things, and I believe it true about teams as well. You have to do things in a certain order. It is almost unthinkable in the NBA that teams arrive in the playoffs and win the whole thing before it's kind of their turn. You could argue that Steph did it. The year the Warriors won it, you could, and I know why you're shaking your head. You could argue, I think as fans, we were like, ooh, I wasn't expecting that year. But what was their record that year?
They were 67-15.
67-15.
Coming off back-to-back playoff berths.
Exactly. So they had been through some wars, won a few wars, lost some wars, dominant basketball team. Houston is not there yet. And so I'm still at a stage of I really want to believe that they're still a contender. And I think that they are. Not the contender, but a contender. But if that, remember when I was saying the other night, you lose to Memphis, the bubble pops. I kind of feel that way in a less dramatic way. I feel that way about the Rocket series too. Because if you lose this was fun. It was a fling. It was a fling. It was not a relationship. That was a fling. And so
it's a fling, but one of you got knocked up because now you got to keep the baby because you liked it, and so you put a ring on it.
Not necessarily.
You can trade Jimmy Butler. You could trade Steph.
Or you can
trade them all.
No, but there's a bunch of different ways to go about it. You could make more significant changes with regard to what's going on around them. I'm not saying that, if you lose this series, you have to trade Jimmy. But I would argue if you're the Warriors and you do lose this series, it absolutely brings you back to a spot of don't we owe it to Steph and ourselves to look at everything? Remember where the Warriors go whenever something's not right. Everyone not named Steph. We're allowed to talk about anything other than Steph. If you lose in the first round, I I don't see how you could not feel that way again. This is not what they signed up for. They didn't sign up for play-in tournament 7 seed first round out. That'd be unbelievably disappointing.
It'd be disappointing, yeah, but I don't think that it would shake them to the point where they would do anything with Steph, Draymond, or Jimmy. And no matter how this ends, unless it ends with an NBA championship, they're going to look to get better around those three. I don't think that those three would be moved, traded, or shaken in any way. And no matter what happens with this, you lose to the Rockets in 4, you get swept. You go to the NBA Finals and you lose in 7 against Boston on the road or something in between. No matter what happens, if you don't win the title, they're going to look to get better in the offseason. Sure. And I don't believe that any of that will involve any of these three.
But I may agree with you. I do agree with you. For me, this isn't about breaking down, what kind of an offseason you'd have if you lose. It's more about the belief of everyone involved. And I include the fans in that. I don't know how you can sort of believe that this is what we currently believe it is if you lose this series. I just don't. I don't know. And again, looking forward, sure, you try to get better. You also get a year older. A big piece of my point is the likelihood of this group staying largely, not perfectly, but largely healthy for full seasons so that you can make the playoffs and then be ready to perform in the playoffs is low. It just is. Even this, like we've only been watching it for half a year and Steph's got his thumb wrapped and Jimmy's limping around the other night and Draymond's holding his neck, and thank goodness they battled through that and now they get some rest. But man, if you've got to start this all over, the chances of all three of them, 38, 36, 36, being in this position to start a playoff, very low. I think. Very, very low.
I wouldn't say it's very low, and I do know that when you get into next year, and I don't want to skip too far ahead, but if you can have a year next year like you did this year, and like you did last year you won 46, this year you won 48, and you were in the mix to be a playoff team, I don't think that this team is ever going to chase the 1 seed again because you understand that it's not that important. And I wonder where fans are with their confidence level right now, 888-957-9570. Like, what would be, at this moment, April 17th, and you've got Houston, what would be an acceptable end to this season? That is what I wonder. Because I said before...
Well, it's certainly not this round.
Right, but if you got to the next round and lost, would that be acceptable? Because you're talking about...
That's not the right word for it, but understandable.
Right.
Like, not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing.
Like, what would be something that would make you mad at this point? Like, beyond losing to Houston? Because obviously, if you lose to Houston... for me, if you lose to Houston in 7, I guess, not that that's okay, but I could understand it.
But I could only answer that by saying, looking not competitive in any other series. I don't care who you play going forward, but if you lose in 4 or 5 games, you were dominated. I don't ever want to see the Warriors get dominated over a long period with no back-to-backs, not fatigue not setting in. You know what I mean? Like, you certainly can't go play the Lakers next and be like, well, we're old. Well, he's 40. He's 40.
And his teammate is kind of heavy set, and he likes cigarettes.
I mean, he's 26, but yeah.
I didn't say anything about his age.
I know. I did. But yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Yeah, okay, we can play that game too. 888-957-9570. What is the minimum allowable run here for the Golden State Warriors in the upcoming playoffs? We can take some phone calls. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, wrote a banger of an article with regard to the Kaminga situation, and he will join us next on Willard and Dibs.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
hour and a half. And there is just a tremendously revealing article and a fascinating one on the SF Standard, written by our friend and our next guest, Tim Kawakami, on the River Islands guest line that just dropped today. And if you have any questions or opinions about the Kaminga situation, I really think that it is required reading. Hey, TK, what's going on?
How you doing, Mark? Thanks for that. Yep. There's things going on there. I think we'll be talking about it. But yeah, I just try to lay it out as plainly and distinctly as I could, because it's obviously a huge question. I think it's pretty much a settled question in Warriordom these days, but just kind of wanted to get it down there and talk to some people about it. And there it is. There's the column. Read it.
Yep.
SanFranciscoStandard.com.
There it is. And Tim, you know, one of the first things that's been on my mind especially the last few days, with all of the concerned callers that we talk to and everything, how much of this in your reporting really comes from Steve Kerr, or how much of it is from many others in the organization as well?
It's from the whole thing, yeah. It's from weeks and weeks of watching this and talking to people and just watching, more than anything, DMPs for the final two games and trying to go back and figure out why that happened and why it would happen. Kerr has basically been saying it at the podium. Essentially, if you knew what he was saying, if you knew, kind of between the lines when he says that, he didn't think they've been playing as well for the last few weeks when they really had a rhythm going. Well, I guess who the player who was at it a few weeks ago, off of injury. And just, it's natural. It's natural coaching stuff. It's natural when you're honing down for the playoffs. You're going to be picking the players you think are best. And this team changed when they acquired Jimmy Butler, and changed in a way that, it's been decided that Jonathan Kaminga doesn't really fit. Now, they still might need him in the Houston series. I think they will play him in the Houston series. But I don't think that changed the overall pictures. If you're going with a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, all in triple down, which they have won a lot, 24-8, since Butler's arrival, essentially. You're probably not going to move forward with John Kaminga, mostly because his contract's up, and that's a big pressure for everybody. He's a restricted free agent. There's pressures on the whole thing. You understand why he would be thinking about it. So it's coming from the whole thing. Like, that's just the way it happened. This worked out. It feels like it was a snap judgment. It feels like there's something that broke, but it just kind of been going for a while. Maybe it does surprise me it happened this drastically, but it's not a surprise that it did happen. That John Kaminga is a player of great talent. I've supported him playing more, frankly, for many years, but I get the decisions that have to be made, and you just have to track them and say what exactly has been happening here for the last few months. And let's pin it down and just put it down in an article and just say that's, if you want to try to understand this and not just get mad, not just, pick one side or the other. I just tried to not pick a side and just say, here's how it's happening. Even though we know Jonathan Kaminga might be needed and might be playing and might be great in the Houston series, he's still basically behind 4 or 5 other guys in the rotation. We've seen it. And at the wing position, and it probably will carry out through whatever remains of the rest of his Warriors career.
The one that surprised me, Tim, was the Guy Santos insertion in the second quarter, because Mark and I had a little playful bet, and we put the over-under on 30 seconds that Kaminga would play outside of garbage time against Memphis, and then in that spot, Steve went to Guy instead of JK. Is that because, in your opinion, Guy fits more in what Kerr needs out of a ninth man with the hustle plays and the intangibles?
Yeah, I think they're just not going to play Kaminga as a ninth man. They're not going to have him unless he's like the 6th or 7th guy, because you can, run things through him. That's his talent. You can touch the ball, dribble 4 times, get to the rim. Those are the things you can do. You can't really do that if you're just having him be a spot guy. If you're going to play a spot guy, Curry, and I keep using this example, I'm not saying that Curry's picked Santos over everybody, but to close that Denver game, very important game, he said, get Guy in here. And of course, Kerr agreed, put Guy in there over Kaminga, who was in the game at the time, just because he hustles, he gets loose balls, he's versatile defensively. They know he's going to be where he's going to be. And there's a real calmness for them that he's a very energetic player, but for Steph and for Draymond and for Butler, they kind of want to know where everybody's going to go. Steve Kerr would certainly agree with that. And Santos, they feel more confident about that in a bit role. And they're certainly not going to be playing 25 minutes a game, but in a bit role, if you're leaning into the Curry Butler thing, and they are going to mostly want the things that Santos brings, and more than anything, the things that he doesn't do. He doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't dribble into traffic. He doesn't do those things that they are wary of Kaminga doing, and he's been doing it in his career. I still like him as a player. I'll say that. I wrote that column, and people accuse me of writing a hit piece. I like him. I talk to JK all the time. Not lately, though. We haven't been in the locker room very much. But you have to understand what's going on, and you have to give a 4-time champion coach the benefit of the doubt of, like, he's gone through this. They have been winning, and that is the words you get from, very important people on this organization, including the players, who are the most important people in this organization, that it's been going well. Why would we want to change things? It's been going well. Now, the extent of it, the DMPs, there's no opinion about that. That's up to Steve, but you got to understand it. You got to explain it to yourself as this has been going well, and Kaminga's a little different. I've always liked that he does different things, because sometimes, just pass the ball, move, and not shoot it and not dribble can get tough, especially against a team like the Rockets. So again, Kaminga might have some kind of role there. Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield, maybe they're not the best, but they go where they're supposed to go. They move where they're supposed to go. They set up Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and it's been successful. I cannot argue with that. And that's basically what I try to put down there. This is why this is happening.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, with us on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. TK, where's Joe Lacob on this topic?
Well, he doesn't coach the team. He's the owner. He loves Jonathan Kaminga. I was going to put in there. I didn't. It just got too long. But, he loved James Wiseman maybe more than any player. Was personally involved with that selection, number 2 overall. Thought that, he really could redefine who they were. He was going to be a star that would lead, the 2 timelines, all those things in the post-Curry era. And eventually, Steve Kerr decided he couldn't fit with what they're doing. Steve Kerr was dead on right. They win a championship out when he's hurt, and then they trade him. And Joe, there's nobody of these young players that Lacob liked more than Wiseman, and said it very vocally to me and to others. So maybe it's the same thing with Kaminga. He does really like Kaminga. There's no question. That's no secret. He likes these young, very talented players. It kind of goes with his mindset. You just go for talent. Just figure it out. You buy these companies and you just try to make them valuable. You increase the value. And right now, Jonathan Kaminga is a very talented player who isn't valuable for the Warriors. But he doesn't coach the team. He's not the general manager. I think he certainly has his opinion, and he lets it known. But Steve Kerr's the guy who's won championships. Steve Kerr has got to decide what's best for his team. And I don't think the leaders of the locker room disagree, frankly. Again, maybe the extent of it, they're not going to say that, how many minutes you should play, but they like the players who are playing. They've won some big games that way. They won the Memphis game, didn't play great, but they won it without Kaminga, and he was not going to play in that game. I'll tell you that. He was not playing in that game, and he was not going to play in the Clippers game. We'll see about the Rockets, but they've just kind of as a mind meld group, and Lacob is part of it, but not the one making the decisions on playing time, that they are better with doing exactly what they do and not kind of veering from it. And Kaminga's a veer from it. Kaminga does different stuff. Sometimes really well, sometimes really not. They really decided to lean in on who they are, and that's it. And I get it. It's the playoffs. Might have to adjust some. We'll see what happens in the Houston series, but I don't think Joe Lacob is going to get in the way of that. And in fact, he hasn't gotten in the way of that.
What would be the scenario then in your mind that would lead them to play Kaminga? Because you mentioned the Clippers, slower tempo team, he didn't play. Memphis, up tempo, I thought that was a spot where he would. He didn't play there. In your mind, what would lead the Warriors to now lean on Jonathan Kaminga to where he would play a significant role against Houston?
I don't know, down 2-0, something like that. I think he might play some I've said maybe don't spot him, but maybe give him 8 minutes in a game 1 or game 2 just to see, because Houston is so athletic. They are so on top of Steph. They will be on top of Butler. You just need outlets. More so like Clippers, you don't need outlets. You need smart players making smart passes, moving correctly. They're just a fundamental defense. Houston is just a physical, fast defense where if they're overplaying somebody, you need somebody who's got a counter to it. And Kaminga's got a counter. Like, he can grab a pass, take 2 dribbles, and dunk it. And he's played great against the Rockets. That's another huge thing in the past. And I imagine Kerr will just love it when you pepper him questions about Kaminga in a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's up in the air, but I think their main plot will be to go with what they do, and you're going to win with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. It's hard to argue with that. Like, why wouldn't you do everything possible for those 2 guys to feel their best and to have the best players for them around them? But then if things go wrong, if there's a matchup problem, and if Gary Payton is not being defended, and if Moses Moody's not hitting shots, and Buddy Hield's not hitting shots, coach is going to try different things, right? Any coach is going to do that. I don't know how long that will take. I don't know if you try it right away just to see where Kaminga's mind is. My sense is maybe it'll take more than 1 game, but if they're down, you're going to try different stuff. You're absolutely going to try different stuff, I would think. But they can't for sure know that that's going to happen. What if they win game 1, right? Then they're going to keep doing everything they want to do. So, things can change. That going into it. That going into any game, certainly into a playoff. I just don't think the general idea is that Kaminga is going to play a ton in any series that they play.
Yeah, TK, it's interesting because I know you said you haven't talked to him of late, and you kind of touched on his mental space right there. Like, what do you think is his readiness and his willingness to go in there and play the way they all want him to play?
I think he's going to want to play. I think he's going to want to be great. That's part of this. He is very, convinced that he's a great player, and he certainly has great skill, and at times has looked great. So I think he'll want, he will embrace the ability, chance to play if he gets it, when he gets it. Can he play their style? I mean, you can obviously go through a young man's head and his coach has decided I'm not that good. If that's what he's thinking, I don't know, but or that I don't fit in certain situations or in most situations. That's got to be frustrating, but hey, this is the NBA. This is grown up life. And I can't imagine that he's feeling great about the situation. I can't imagine he's feeling great about staying long-term with the Warriors. I think that's the bigger picture of what this is. And everybody I talked to in the league is not going to disagree with that. This is the likely situation. He's not going to be on the Warriors next season. Things could change there too. He's a richer free agent. Weird things happen. But all things being equal, it was probably going to be a tricky situation for him to come back to the Warriors anyway. JK has a say in this. He's a restricted free agent. I don't know that he's going to be galloping to sign a new deal with the Warriors, given all this. Again, what if he might be incredible against Houston, and that changes a lot of ideas. It could. It has happened. That would, I think, be the lowest percentage possibility that everything's changed after this series. Even if he has a very good series, I think it'd be likely similar. But who knows? I'm not gonna say nothing's impossible, but I don't think his mindset is feeling that this is a great time that he's having right now. I would definitely say that. And
you mentioned in the piece, Tim Kawakami here on 95.7 The Game, you mentioned that he's not been seen on the bench a lot, and he's been back in the tunnel to the locker room during games. How common is that?
Other players do that too.
But which other players is it like a Knox and Spencer kind of thing?
No. It's like, the bigger players kind of, it's tight seating in there. So I just said that because Kaminga has largely been on the bench throughout his career, went during games when he's not playing, and he's not been seen there very much. But Looney wanders back there too. Looney sits at the end of the bench, and then he wanders back there. Guys go on the bike. Guys hang out with the guys who are on the bike. Guy Santos is on the bike a lot. GP2 is on the bike a lot. GP2 tends, kind of wanders around. They wander around a lot. And so, and an aggregator got this and made a big deal of it and like, whatever. Other players do this, but it has been notable that Kaminga has not been on the bench very often. He's been there a time or two, and he'll join the timeout huddles. So, me putting in there, I guess people are making a big deal of this. I probably should, if I knew people were going to go crazy over this, I did put in there with other players, other players. So, and players go in the locker room, players wander around. That happens. So, I just don't want that to be the hinge of all.
No. I just was curious about what the scenario was, and you laid it out perfectly because I didn't know if it was like, okay, you're the 4 guys who aren't going to play, so you go stand in the tunnel because we don't have enough seats.
That's not it. No, that's definitely not it.
I'm glad you clarified it.
The guys who are playing or who want to keep their legs fresh and they don't, these are big dudes who have to fold up their bodies to sit. So, they do get antsy and they kind of walk around sometimes. And, not every player, but guys will do that. Some of the bigger players, Quentin Post, sometimes will wander back there. That's right there. The tunnel's right there. They have the locker room, walk down the hall. They can get to the locker room if they want. They can come back. It's just a little notable. I put it in there, so I'll take the heat for it, for people getting mad at me. But it's just been notable for someone who has often been on the bench throughout his career when he's not in the game. Is mostly not on the bench now, just kind of in the tunnel. Always available. Like he's coming in and they check in the game, he'll be available. It's not like he's not going to come in. It's just that's another place where guys go.
No one has ever gotten mad at Tim Kawakami for something that he's written. TK, SF Standard, also Warriors Plus Minus Pod, along with Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson with more good stuff on this situation. Tim, you mentioned talking to people around the league. How do they view Kaminga? What kind of an offer do you think he's looking at from somewhere else this offseason?
Yeah, the answer I guess I don't know. They don't know. It's a very, volatile value, like very talented. People understand that. You can see him sometimes take over games on a very good team. Then you see some things that, makes mistakes and you're not sure. And do you want to pay somebody like that $40 million? A lot of his draft classmates are making $35, $40 million. And I'm sure that's what he wants. There were negotiations, in the summer for the rookie extension, which is when other guys have gotten that deal, and they did not come to an agreement. One tip of how, you don't know. You don't know what the numbers. Joe Lacob Warriors like to keep assets. They would have liked to have him under a contract. I'm sure it just didn't work out. The numbers didn't work out. I don't know. I don't think it's 40. I don't know that he's proven that, but someone that might be very interested in giving him 30, 28. I know that the Jordan Poole deal was right in there. Maybe they live to regret that one, but you understood the value of that. I would say in that realm it was expected. Can't tell you a team. There aren't going to be teams with a ton of cap space. They can get there if they move some things, but at the moment, I'm not really sure who is a team that would have $35, $38 million a year to offer him. But teams do stuff. Like, he's really talented. Like I said, again, I'm a Kaminga supporter in many ways. I just think he's a really interesting player who does interesting things that, a lot of players can't do. He has ambition. You like that. He'll take the shots. Doesn't always make them, so that's a big part of it. But, I think there'll be a market for him. I just don't know. I think it's likely to be a sign and trade just because there aren't teams with all this tons of money available just to sign them outright. Again, the Warriors are historically do not like just giving away assets unless there's a real reason to do it. This would be just giving away an asset if you just let them go. So I can't say what around the league. No one knows for sure just because the market's tight and you're looking at this guy getting DMPs in very important games. I think that's kind of sent a shock through the rest of the league, saying, "Whoa, what's going on here?" Many, many different pieces. It hasn't been decided. Nothing, it gets truly known until the market opens and you start seeing what the bids are, or you see what the Warriors might do. But it's a moving target. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating in the offseason, but in the meantime, it's the question of something you put in there about Kerr not ever going to be tolerant of, quote, messy play. What is it about Kaminga's play that maybe has the coach and some of his teammates perhaps losing faith in him?
That's holding the ball. When they talk about the ball moving, the energy of the ball provides offense energy, and this is something that Kaminga has struggled with, or he likes holding on the ball. He likes kind of taking his own shot. I understand that. If you're a really good player, you kind of want to do that. That is not what the Warriors do. And if he was on another team, I think that runs more an offense where the ball's okay if it stops and go do your thing. And we don't have Steph Curry running around getting open, and we don't have the coaching staff dying because they just want the ball to get to Steph. It might be judged very, very differently. But that's like the thing, move the ball, move your body, move the ball, move your body. Because eventually, if you move the defense enough, even if they got two guys on Steph's going to run around and come open if you just move the ball quickly and smartly. And that doesn't happen a lot with Kaminga. I'm a Kaminga guy. I appreciate his talents. That does not happen with him very often. He tries. He has tried, but it doesn't come naturally to him. He wants to hold the ball. He wants to dribble it. He wants to feel it. He wants to shoot it. Ambitious players who are 22 years old often want to do that. That's not, a unique thing, but it does not fit 4 years into his career with what the Warriors are doing. It certainly does not fit what got them to this 24-8 over the last, Jimmy Butler era. So that I would say, probably a few other things, but or just the big pictures. They don't need him to do that. When they didn't have Butler, they kind of needed him to bail them out for segments of the game because they just didn't have a way to score when Steph wasn't out there. Well, they got Jimmy Butler now. So, and it wasn't that efficient even when he was doing, even when we had some great games, which he did have some great games. I think that they got Butler. You just don't want anybody messing around with the ball when Jimmy Butler could get it and then create something and have guys moving to the spots where that Butler knows they're going to be, get open, take the shot. It would help if they made them more, but that's the way basketball, as we know, is a make-or-miss league. But, it's a complete commitment to the things that they're doing since Jimmy Butler arrived. And Jonathan Kaminga just doesn't do a lot of that. And, again, I get it. Totally understand it. I really like the talent. But Steve Kerr has been right on these things a whole lot more than he's been wrong. And he's, there were people criticizing him in 2022 for the things, for the rotations. And he is not doing things in a way that you can, say that it hasn't worked out. It's worked out for him many, many times. Yeah. You can go back and say, how Kaminga's been handled throughout those 4 years. That's a different thing. Why can't they have gotten into a place where he can do all these things? But, much of this is Kaminga's responsibility. So they've tried. They've really tried. And they really feel like this theme, this philosophy, this tempo, this rhythm was created without him. It started when he was hurt, and it continued when he came back, and basically without much from him. And they want to. That's how they want this team to play. And I can't argue with Steve Kerr on that. It's like that Clippers game was one of the best games they lost, but that was an incredible game. Yep. And it's been pointed out to me, the Memphis game at Memphis, April 1, was when Steph went for 52. They put 134 up on Memphis. It was a great game, one of their most connected games. And Kaminga was out with a pelvic bruise. Like there's things you have to acknowledge, there's things you have to notice. And as a team goes into the playoffs with a coach who has won a ton of playoff series, he made that decision. I get it. It might have to be adjusted for the Houston series, but I get why all this has happened, and this has been over 4 years. It's led to this, and I just think over 4 years you build up, a lot of things that are understood, a lot of things that are weighed, and this kind of 4-year thing has kind of come to a pretty general conclusion that it has not worked out in a way that he's going to be on the team for very much longer.
Tim, fantastic work, and really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much, as always.
You got it, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, TK, SF Standard, Warriors Plus Minus Pod, suggested reading. Go to SF Standard and check out what Tim Kawakami put out about the Jonathan Kaminga situation. That was pretty all-encompassing. And so, I think for a lot of people on this subject, it's time to move forward. But the thought is, and the question in people's minds is, so what does this look like in the Houston series? And that's kind of, obviously that will be among the things that we talk to Steve about. It's not going to all be about Jonathan Kaminga. Well, not even it'll be a very small bit, quite frankly, because I think there's larger things to talk to Steve about. But I think people do want to know, what is this going to look like in the Houston series? And if Tim is spot on, maybe he gets in there, but probably not at the start. Yeah. And if ever, for small bits. And if it's large bits, it's because things ain't going well.
Exactly. I asked him that, and he said, I said, what's the scenario? And he said, maybe you're down 2-0, and things aren't working, so now you got to shake it up. And by shaking it up, you go to JK, and you say, all right, JK, come save us somehow. And he also mentioned that he didn't see him as the short stint guy like Guy was against Memphis the other night, where it was 3 minutes of Guy and get in there and go crazy. That's not Jonathan's strength. Nope. So if you're going to play JK, then you're going to have him as your 6th or 7th man and give him a real run. And so far over the last couple of games, it hasn't seemed like they're interested in doing that.
Well, I mean, look, this is the rest of us, not Jonathan Kaminga. I do think here's what my big overarching takeaway from both the article he just wrote, the conversation we just had, the conversation I think we're going to have with Steve, what Steve has already said about it. Collectively, as we enter the back half of April and the playoff run for the Warriors starts on Easter night on Sunday, collectively, everybody's going to have to figure out how to move on from this, at least temporarily. Because quite frankly, the more I'm gathering on this, it's like, I'm not going to tell you it's not a story, because obviously it is. Tim just wrote a
story. He literally wrote a story
about nothing but it. And so, yes, it's on our minds. But if you are continually wondering when this switches to go the other direction, to where Jonathan Willis reads this thing and comes into the game and saves it, and everybody goes back to kumbaya, and Jonathan becomes a key piece, and the ha-ha, and everybody lives happily ever after. It's not coming. We're not going there. They're not going there. They've made up their mind. Feel free to disagree, but I like, how long does everybody want to bang their head against the wall about when's he going to go in? He's not going to go in for very long, if at all.
Right.
And then that's where we are.
That's it. And, Tim's story is a great one, and it gives deeper context as to the why of it. And Steve Kerr coming up here in about an hour, we'll ask him. We're not going to spend the whole interview on it, because you're right. We're talking about a guy who right now is not even the 10th man. He's back-to-back DNPs, coach's decision on a team where you played 10 guys. And I know that Guy only played a few minutes, but he got 10th man minutes and Kaminga got 11th man minutes, which is the same as Knox and Spencer and Beekman and the rest of the fellas. So it's not a headline story, but it is because he's somebody the fans are really interested in, and it makes you kind of scratch your head as to what happened.
You want to play a game? I got something different for everybody. You want to play a game?
Let's do it.
All right. And don't get mad if you end up being, it's okay if you're wrong. This just showed up.
I don't get mad.
Yes, you do. You get mad
only in certain circumstances.
Well, I know. So I'm saying let's not make one of those.
Let's just not make it go the way it goes when I do get mad, and it's on you guys.
No, it's not on us. It just whatever. Yeah, if there's a buzzer, there's a buzzer. I genuinely wonder your perception on this. Odds for the MVP of the Western Conference Finals are out.
Okay.
Odds for the MVP of the Western Conference Finals, but obviously you could bet on it now without knowing which of the 8 teams are going to be, and actually there's still 9 in this moment, who are eligible for the Western Conference Finals. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, top 5 answers on the board. how many and in what order can you name of the top 5 on the odds list for Western Conference Finals MVP?
Well, it would be helpful if I knew who was playing, but I guess that's kind of the bit.
That's the point. Well, the odds are going to change then because
would figure
you'll be down to like 2 or 3 choices at that point.
Probably, depending on the teams. But
I got no less than 25 names in front of me.
Yeah, of all people who could be.
All humans.
Right.
All basketball players.
Who could potentially be in the Western Conference Finals.
Who do you think the favorite is right now?
Gotta be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
That is correct. He is actually minus 150.
Okay.
Best player on the best team to be Western Conference Finals MVP. Now is where it gets interesting, though.
Right, because Houston's the 2 seed, but they're underdogs, and so I don't believe that the betting markets will think that they're going to even be there, so I won't include Şengün or anybody else. And then the 3 seed is the Lakers, so I'm going to say LeBron James would be next.
LeBron is in the top 5, but he's 5th.
Okay.
He is 5th.
Okay.
On the list at 14-1.
Wow. I kind of like that.
3 other players will get you a better number.
Luka Doncic would be one, I would imagine.
Number 3.
Okay.
Luka Doncic, 10-1.
Okay. Boy, then it gets down to, you got to have Steph Curry in there. He's got to be number 2 then. Number 2.
He's number 2.
As a 7 seed.
9-1 odds.
Wow.
He's the second favorite. And by the way, spoiler alert, we have arrived at why I wanted to do this. He's number
2.
2.
Jeez.
One guess on who number 4 is. You'll
Gotta
get
be
it.
the Joker.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
I was thinking
you
Kawhi.
did great.
Thank you.
Kawhi was number 6.
Yeah, okay.
Kawhi's number 6.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't get them in order, but.
Rounding out the top 10, this one's weird. This really tells you how good the Thunder are. Jalen Williams is number 7 ahead of Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, number 8. Jimmy Bucket is number 9. And Chet Holmgren is tied with buckets for 9/10. Then you get to Harden and Şengün.
The Goon
both sitting at tied for 11th. And they're at 50-1.
Yeah.
And then we get into names like Austin Reeves and Jamal Murray and Jalen Green. There's where you find your Rockets. Your Şengüns and your Jalen Greens are both at 50-1 or higher.
Big number on Kawhi.
You like Kawhi?
If you haven't named him yet.
Yeah, no, we did. He's 6th, 18-1. 18-1, yeah. Thanks for listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7. We're on from 2 to 6.
Not 2 to 4:35.
2 to 6 every weekday on 95.7 The Game and Odyssey Sports Station. Yeah. So anyway, larger point of all this, by the way, Fred VanVleet, 200-1.
If you like it.
200-1, tied with Draymond Green.
There you go, yeah.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Steph Curry is number 2.
Little surprising, but
in the betting market.
They are 3rd as a team in the betting markets.
Of course.
Of course. The Lakers are 2nd, the Warriors are 3rd.
Right.
So you go 1 seed, 3 seed, 7 seed.
And so it would be a Laker, except for there are 2 Lakers who kind of split the Laker.
Yep.
Right? And I know there's a second Warrior too, but further down the list. So I am going to use this factoid that we just uncovered to further the point that I've been making all show. You've got to beat the Rockets. I'm sorry. I don't believe in what I don't believe in what we all believe in anymore if you can't beat the Rockets. The Rockets. The Houston Rockets? So they're very good. They're very good. They're very impressive. They're very well coached. They're very dangerous. But we have all, if you think of this as like a television show, we've all bit. Okay, I'll bite. I'll watch the next episode. Give me the cliffhanger at the end of it, and I'll come back for another episode. All right, fine. I'll buy the Warriors on a championship journey. I'll buy it. And I'll even buy for the moment that this isn't like a 1-year experience. Everybody's all got these contracts to go 2 more years after this. So I will buy all of the stock. Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, you're still playing well. You're still good, and my God, you fit. Good Lord, you fit. It took them 2 quarters to figure each other out.
Yeah, a whole half.
That's it.
They were in trouble in that game.
They were.
In Chicago, right?
It took them a half. And then they're like, oh, I get it now. And they're amazing together. But I can't believe it anymore if you can't beat the 22-year-old Rockets. And Steph Curry is the second favorite to be Western Conference Finals MVP. You don't win that unless you're going to the finals.
Probably not. It'd be tough. I don't think there's ever been a Western Conference MVP off a team that lost in the first round. I'd have to Google it, but I'm pretty sure of that.
You have to at least make the conference finals, but you probably got to win it too.
Right.
Yeah, you're not winning MVP if you lose that series. So that's that. I find that very interesting. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. We would love your calls. Dibs threw it out there a short time ago. What do you sort of find as the minimum that the Warriors need to achieve in this postseason run for acceptability? What do you consider the minimum to not be a disappointing run? 888-957-9570. We would love to take some calls as we lead up to Steve Kerr, who joins us in a little bit over 45 minutes. Steve Kerr will be live with us. Until then, we're taking your calls right now. What constitutes disappointment in these playoffs? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
The all-new Honda of Vallejo, offering competitive pricing on a large selection of new and used inventory, plus the only Honda certified body shop in the Bay Area.
Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I like that. Wheeler and Dibs.
Yeah, Wheeler. Like Zach. Yep. Remember the pitcher? He used to pitch for the Giants.
Dude.
Zach Wheeler.
Good thing you had 2 months of Beltran.
Oh.
Carlos Beltran.
Wheeler's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Dibs.
Giants lost. He's all right.
Wheeler and Dibs. I like you, Gee.
Giants lost a series finale for the first time this year, today. They lost.
Bomel in trouble?
Yeah.
Well, Bomel in the hot seat?
Maybe.
What are they, 12-6 now?
Oh, no.
13-6? Or okay.
Yeah, 13.
Hard to keep track. They play so many damn games.
And now they what a weird, by the way, what's up with the getaway day time? Why the hell? Because that game was in Philly.
Right.
They started at 4 o'clock Philly time. And they play in Anaheim tomorrow.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah.
You're flying back in time.
Start the game at 1 like a normal team. What are you doing? Do you ever see getaway day at Oracle Park? Well, we're starting at 4. What are you doing?
Well, a lot of those teams have to go east, which you lose hours.
Start the game at 12:30 like a normal person. Play the baseball game, day baseball. It's not like people in Philly work.
It was the day there at 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock. It was still the day.
4 o'clock.
They didn't have the lights on.
Started at 1 like be normal. Just be normal. Why? What is the difference? Oh, people will get off work and come to the game. Be normal. Start the game early. Let these people get on the plane and go to bed in Anaheim at a normal hour.
They're going to be fine.
They're going to be fine.
They're going to gain 3 hours on the flight back.
I understand that.
So
I'm not, but their body clock has been on East Coast time for how long now?
About a week.
Yeah. So again, I know what happens every time we do this, and here comes they're millionaires. They're fine.
It's got to be brutal to be on a charter with a first class seat that you can recline fully.
It's not brutal, but just be normal. I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm not saying, oh God, the Giants are going to lose tomorrow. Just be normal. Sometimes I'm not asking for everybody to be cookie cutter. We should just do what people do. The game on getaway day starts at 12:30 or 1. That's what we do. As a society, that's what we do. But apparently not Philadelphia. Oh, because we're Philadelphia. Just be normal.
Well, apparently not a lot of teams, because right now you've got the Guardians at the Orioles, and they're in the bottom of the 5th.
Okay, I don't know what they're doing tomorrow.
Well, the Guardians aren't playing Baltimore.
Well,
I know that.
But they might be playing another team that's an hour away. They're all bunched up.
It's still a getaway day.
I understand that.
They have to get away from Baltimore.
Understood. My point is that Philadelphia to Los Angeles. And by the way, like, in order to get the entire travel team and whatnot to the plane, it takes a minute. So just, again, it's not a problem. It's fine. But will you just do it? Will you just do what we're doing over here? That's all I'm saying.
Baltimore, they got to go from Baltimore to Pittsburgh. That's no picnic.
What is that, 42 minutes?
By train. They might walk, for crying out loud. What's the other one? You got the Tigers hosting the Royals in the 4th.
Okay.
And they play again tomorrow.
They do?
Still in Detroit. It must be one of those.
It's a Thursday through Sunday.
Yeah.
It's a
must
Thursday
be one of those four-baggers.
That's right. That's a stay and play.
Yankees are at Tampa right now. And
where do they got to go tomorrow?
Stay in Tampa.
Uh-huh.
So that one doesn't qualify. You got a whole host of games right now. The Cardinals are at the Mets in the 3rd. And, they're there tomorrow, too.
So we just be normal. Be normal and start the game at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
My heart goes out to the Guardians.
Thank you.
Who have to go from Baltimore to Pittsburgh.
It's
got to be about 600 miles.
It's a big chunk.
Yep.
There was a text on the Boxer and Gersten work injury attorneys text line that I wanted to read. And then, here it is. I found it. 510. I would like to battle against this. And you're not going to like it.
Me?
You're not going to like what I want to battle against.
Just for clarification, it's 247 miles, Baltimore to Pittsburgh.
Oh.
Probably a 22-minute flight. A lot of up, down.
I mean.
Not a lot of cruising altitude, but go ahead.
Are they even going to use a big plane? Or are they just going to, like a little prop, little puddle jumper?
Yep. Go Greyhound and leave the driving to us.
All right. All right, let's see. Please tell Willard they did not lose this series. Okay, please tell 707 that Willard did not say that they lost the series.
I wish you had, because I would have clapped back at you.
Willard said that they lost the finale of the series.
For the first time.
For the first time this year.
I listened.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Listen, as somebody who deals with earwax, I get it. Sometimes you can't hear stuff. I get it. But you need to clean that thing out, and then you can hear the stuff again.
Yep.
And it's all good. All right. That wasn't the text that I wanted to read. I wanted to read this one. Boy, this is if there's ever been a text in the history.
Okay. I think I know where we're going. The refs.
No, it's not about the refs.
Okay.
If there's ever been a text that perfectly sets Willard and Dibbs at odds with one another, this is all about how you look at things. Remember that stupid dress on Twitter a few years ago, whether it was white or blue?
Right.
And there were two kinds of people in the world. And it was like you could look at the exact same dress and be like, that's white. And someone else would be like, no, that's blue. And it was weird because everybody's like, how the hell? You see it your way. And you're like, I don't even understand how somebody could see this differently. Same thing here. Watch this. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. 510. The Rockets are the 2 seed and the Warriors are a 7 seed. Don't diminish them as an adversary.
Don't diminish them as an adversary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any of us are diminishing them as an adversary.
No, he definitely thinks that I am.
Right.
I'm saying the Warriors, You can't afford to lose this series and then still feel. I don't know how you would feel that you are actually still a championship contender if you can't beat the Rockets. And the response is, but Mark, they're the 2 seed.
Right.
And the Warriors are the 7 seed. And I think that perfectly drives a wedge between you and me, because my response, they're not the 2 seed and the 7 seed.
Right.
They are 2 teams that are now playing a playoff series. The little number next to them could not mean less.
It actually means a lot. It determines where you start the series and where you would end it if it goes 7 games. So that actually has great meaning, and you are what your record says you are.
But
which is why there's a 2 seed.
Which is why there's a wedge between us, and we will never, ever have the holidays together because of the statement you just made. And by the way, the 2 and the 7 on its own does not determine who has home court. Simply whoever has the smaller number, meaning it could be a 4-5,
right,
and that's still true.
But in this case, them being the 2 means that they have home court advantage.
Right, but it would be true if they were the 4 and the Warriors were the 5, and no one would look at it as some sort of like massive upset if the 5 beat the 4, because they're right next to each other. Those numbers are right next to each other. But a 2 and a 7, holy hell, a 7 never beats a 2. And I'm literally sitting here telling you today, there's never been a 2-7 matchup like this in my mind in the history of the National Basketball Association, and I find it to be wildly irrelevant when breaking down the matchup.
I don't think it's wildly irrelevant, and if you want to go back to 2003, when they went to a best-of-7 format in the first round, there have been 22 Western Conference 7s, and the 2s in those matchups are 20-2. But what you said is accurate about there's never been a 2 versus 7 like this, because this 2 had 2 more wins in the regular year than this 7. And this 7...
4 more, but yes.
4 more, I apologize.
4 more, but yes.
This 7 is favored over the 2, and that's only the second time that's happened. And the previous 7 who was favored, well, they lost. So
yes,
I'm not going to...
Although I think, correct me if I'm wrong, a smaller favorite than this one is.
Yeah, it was close.
This is the most favored...
It depends on where you look at it. Because right now I'm looking at FanDuel, which is our book of record. Book. And they're minus 166, the Warriors are for the series.
Okay.
So I think the Lakers that year, I will check it on the other side, but I think they were
like minus 135 or something, did you say? I thought.
I don't have, they were plus 120 when they beat Memphis, but I will find that number for you, but it was very close to what this is.
The biggest 7-seed favorite in the history
of the National
Basketball Association. I'll promise you this right now. If the Warriors lose this series, you're not going to hear me go, well, it was the 2 seed. Bleep that.
Lakers were minus 175, according to basketballreference.com.
Okay.
So comparable. Anthony Davis got hurt multiple times.
And we'll see where this one goes off at. We still have 48 hours.
Yeah.
Actually, we still have 72 hours.
And the money has come in on Houston because it had gone up to as much as minus 200, I believe.
Steve Kerr joins us in a half hour. We would love to take your phone calls until then. 888-957-9570. We see some of you coming in and want to weigh in. We will come to you here momentarily. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. Here for Willard and Dibbs.
And I'm glad you mentioned Fremont Bank, Mark, because I get to elaborate a little bit more on Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and it is my bank, and it has been since 2019, thereabouts. As I was heading into my own independence, I thought, you know what? I want an independent bank to go along with my newfound independence, and I found Fremont Bank, and I'm so glad that I did. They've been doing it now for 61 years, and they're a good, solid local bank that started with one branch in Fremont, the eponymous Fremont Bank, of course, being from Fremont, and now they have 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and they've built out a local ecosystem that is structured around relationships that benefit Bay Area communities, and when you put your money into Fremont Bank, they reinvest it into businesses and home ownership and philanthropy and everything else that makes our Bay Area so strong. All the activities that help to buoy and bolster the Bay Area. And a lot of it comes from Fremont Bank. We talk about full service banking with no compromises. You need to go in and see exactly for yourself what they mean. It's Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify.
WGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Well, thanks, you maniac. Quentin Post's a maniac.
He'll get on the floor now.
It's not even what he get on it. He'll make a three, and then he's going to raise his hands in the air and wave them like he just don't care.
Yeah.
I don't know if it qualifies as smack talk, but Quentin Post is not scared. He will use facial expressions. There's stuff going on there. I know when I see a maniac, that man's a maniac. That man's a maniac.
He's been around the world, and
That guy will eat raw meat.
I'm sure.
I bet.
Well, and he's from the greatest city in the world, Amsterdam.
I've never been.
Yeah, it's not your cup of tea. I mean,
what does that mean?
It means
I don't party enough for you. Is that it?
That's one box checked. You don't like the herbal arts.
No, I party plenty. I'm just able to do it au natural.
Sure. So strike one on Amsterdam. I don't think that you're really into art at that level.
What kind of art?
Like
what we do is art.
Sure. I'm talking about Vincent van Gogh and Rembrandt.
Loosely.
The Rijksmuseum. Exactly. The herbal arts. You're not into lettuce. You're not somebody who I think really likes art and going to museums. And you're not big on bicycling. And you don't drink beer. The Heineken Brewery Tour there is epic.
What makes you think I don't drink beer?
Because you like your Manhattan and you like your old fashioned.
I do, but I'll drink beer.
You're going to have to prove it. I don't think I've ever seen you have a beer.
How do you feel about tulips?
Yeah.
The flowers?
Mm-hmm. That's what they're known for. City of tulips.
No huge opinion, but there are some in my house right now.
Oh, there you go.
They're my daughter's.
Okay.
Yeah, she likes them. Yeah. Do you know that my dog Penny was named Tulip when we got her? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And how old was she?
She was only...
I'm only asking because...
3 months old?
Oh, then, yeah.
So we changed
Name
it.
change, yeah.
Yeah.
If she's like 4... then you can't like...
The shelter's like, this is Tulip. And we're like, but it's not.
Exactly.
It's not Tulip.
Apparently, our cat Cliff was one of 3, and they were named by the shelter Larry, Moe, and Curly.
Oh, perfect.
And so Quest, when he got the cat, he picked Moe, and he's like, you're Cliff.
Well, and I would love to know, like, I get curious about things. I would love to know the process a shelter uses in order to name the animals, because they've got no skin in the game.
Exactly.
They literally, like, the whole thing is, we want to find this animal a good home, and which I think is wonderful. And I'm just, Milo Foundation. Whenever I do this, I want to name the shelter out there in Richmond where we got Penny. They were wonderful to us, and Penny has been just an absolute joy in our lives, but her name was Tulip, and I've always wanted to be like, I would love to be a fly on the wall when these 4 puppies came in and ended up at Milo, and like, okay, how'd you name them? Why? Is it just some part-time employee who, or is there like an order of things? Is there a book that you pick up and you go with like the next word in the book?
Right.
Because you don't care. You don't care what they're named. So yeah, we were like, we're not doing Tulip.
I would imagine that you get to a point where you just don't care anymore. It's like, just whatever, because you have so many dogs, and I'm looking at the Milo Foundation, milofoundation.org if you're looking for a dog.
They're
and
fantastic.
You got Crunchy Mojo, Peanuts available.
I like all this stuff.
Pono, Bosworth, Johnny.
Well, and how old?
Shuka, Savannah.
How old is too old for a name change?
Well, for a dog, I would say beyond 1.
Okay.
Because
do you know this, or are you just tossing it out there?
I've never had a dog.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But,
and I'm wondering about, because the dog, you want the dog to respond to their name.
Right.
Penny. But if the dog is like 4 and you're going to change it from, I don't know, Cinnamon, and I'm looking at Cinnamon here, and you want to name Cinnamon Jim, Like maybe Cinnamon goes by Cinnamon. Cinnamon's name is Cinnamon.
Sounds pretty similar, though, so the dog might respond either way.
Some of these people who are naming these dogs, they might have just been to Amsterdam.
I was literally just going to say.
We've got Sandwich, Riley McPitty, who is a pit bull, by the way, Petra, Guinness, Pooh Bear, Red Hawk, Dixie Dog. I mean, somebody at the shelter's like, I'm going to name this dog Chowder.
Why do you do your grandpa daddy voice when you're trying to get across the idea of being high?
That was the holding in a hit voice.
I understand, but it's the same voice that you use for grandpa daddy.
This is the grandpa daddy. Willard and Dibs, I love you guys.
It's the same voice.
It's only the same voice when it's followed by a...
I like beer. I don't drink it very often, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
I'm going to call this dog Chance. Lady Dogiva. Now
okay,
you're doing too much.
No, that's not okay. We're not
now,
doing...
Cookie.
We're not.
So Lady Dogiva has already been renamed Cookie. What are we doing?
No, that's a good thing.
Anyway,
we're not doing Lady Dogiva.
If you want a dog, MiloFoundation.org. Unfortunately, there's about 300 on the homepage, which means there's a lot of dogs that need a home.
Which it means it's not COVID anymore.
Right.
Like you couldn't, I mean, they
couldn't get a dog,
You couldn't get a dog. It was during COVID, and we had to compete. We had to compete. We got like a secret invitation, and you're like, show up at noon. Don't be late. And so we did, and we got a dog, but it was not easy. It was not easy.
If you're looking for a dog, Doug is available.
Doug the dog?
I can go on and on with these names.
I bet you could.
These people.
Are any of them named Rick?
I'll get back to you.
Okay, well, one of our callers is. Hi, Rick. What's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great show as always.
Thanks, man.
I couldn't agree with you more, Willard. There has never been a matchup of 2s and 7s like this before. I mean, you guys talked about how the difference between the two teams is 4 games. But think about this. Between the 7th seed and the 3rd seed, the difference is only 2 games. So this could realistically be a 2 versus 3 matchup, at which point it's a toss-up. So the thing that the Rockets are going to just come in, or the Warriors are going to go in and lose this series, I just don't buy it.
Rick, I'm totally with you. And again, I'm trying to get this thing across without it coming down the road into listeners as if it's some sort of braggadocious or homer or overconfidence. It's not that. I think the Rockets are plenty dangerous. They're a very, very good basketball team. The Warriors are clearly not head and shoulders better than the Rockets. Like, we can make that same point we're making and use it against us. It's like, sure, if they've all almost got the same record, then they're all pretty similar. You know what I think about the Western Conference right now? Outside of Oklahoma City, everybody's flawed. That's what it is. They're all very good, but they all have some flaws, and the Warriors are among those teams. They have flaws.
Houston can't shoot.
And they're babies.
The Lakers' flaw is...
I don't love... I know
deep.
I don't love what they did defensively. Every time I say this, there'll be Laker fans who be like, you don't watch Laker games. You haven't seen what happened.
You're a casual.
It's like, stop. Stop. The Warriors have played the Luka Lakers one time with Jimmy Butler, and it was a very, very different experience. Now, maybe Pods just got hot, but I'm telling you, watching Luka get switched on to Steph Curry, like cue the... What's the like
circus music?
The circus music. It was absurd. Like, dude, you're cooked. You're done. And so I've made the point that the Lakers are not an easy, but an easier matchup for the Warriors without Anthony Davis, and I feel very confident in that. So I think there's a weakness there. They may be more dynamic offensively, but now they are more based on outside shooting and less defense around the rim. And so I think that's a flaw in the Lakers. What's the flaw in the Nuggets? I don't know. Cohesiveness, connectivity.
Depth too, I think.
Yeah, like they're I mean, Russell Westbrook's on the team. So anytime there's a minute left.
Felt personal.
Well, it was. Anytime there's a minute left, your game might go totally haywire based on some of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life.
Tough to find the Clipper flaw after what they after the way they played against the Warriors the other night.
It's tough to find the Clipper flaw when they're playing the Warriors. I think that's a kryptonite type matchup for the Warriors. Doesn't mean they can't win it, but I would like for the Warriors to not have to play the Clippers.
Yeah, they come in hot, winners of 8 in a row.
Yeah, they're very, very good. But what's the flaw of the Clippers? The flaw of the Clippers, I guess, might be similar to the one of the Warriors, which is that you're top heavy with big names and they're old. So they are very injurable very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like and Minnesota, I don't even need to say anything about Minnesota. That team has so much talent, and for some reason, they just don't win as many games as they should. So that one gets weird.
Yeah.
Actually, and Minnesota's got a bunch of players who have this reputation for not the best decision-making down the stretch of big games. And I'm not talking about Anthony Edwards. I'm more talking about like Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert has ticked off his own teammates more than any player in the league, it seems. So they're all flawed.
Yeah.
I don't think Oklahoma City is flawed. Their big flaw is just they haven't done it before.
That's fair. Yeah. They haven't had a chance to do what they're trying to do. And to respond to Rick that we had, quote, never seen this before. 2010, you had the Lakers as the 1 seed with 57 wins, and the 8 seed was the Portland Trailblazers with 50 wins. So from 1 to 8 was separated by 7, including a 50-win season got you the 8.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Right.
And this one is similar, except OKC's the outlier with 68, but yeah, this is the closest win differential between 2 and 7 ever.
I get where you're coming from with the whole home court advantage thing. I personally, this is just me, I don't find it relevant in this series. And so I don't think the seeding matters here. I just think you've got 2 basketball teams. One of them's a lot more experienced. The other one might have more, they definitely have more athleticism. They're taller, all of that. I think they're both really good defensive teams, but here's why I don't think home court matters in this series at all. A, home court is only going to come into play if you go 7 games. And I think it's probably a 6-game series. And if it is a 6-game series, then everybody gets 3 games at home. And the other reason is if it does go 7, the gravity of a game 7, to me, I don't know how you wouldn't favor the Warriors in that series, even on Houston's floor. I would predict it to look exactly like it did when the Warriors went to Game 7 in Sacramento a couple of years ago. When you got a young team against Hall of Fame talent, I think a Game 7 actually skews in the favor of that Hall of Fame talent more so than the other games. More so than the other games. Houston, to me, has one very, very clear way of winning this series, and I actually think it would have to be a 5-game series. I think they would have to sweep the first 2, grind out a game here at Chase, and win it in Game 5 in Houston. If this thing gets to 6, it's either here at Chase Center or the gravity of a Game 7, and I'd highly favor the Warriors in both.
It just depends on how it goes. I think you're right about the Houston result. I'm just looking at the FanDuel odds, and the most likely outcome based on what the odds makers have set is Warriors in 6. Mm-hmm. Warriors win it 4-2. Next up on the list is Rockets in 7. That's the second most likely according to the odds makers.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Then it goes to Warriors in 7. Then it's Warriors in 5. So those are the most likely outcomes according to the FanDuel odds. So the Warriors win in 3 of those. The only way Houston wins according to the odds is Houston in 7. And that would be obviously a home game.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they can't win that, but I'm just telling I favor the Warriors if it goes to 7. Because you watch the gravity of that whole thing, and these guys are so young. I got a really hard time believing that a poor shooting team with a bunch of 22-year-olds is going to light it up in a Game 7 situation against Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
That is some serious stuff.
It is.
And these guys got some moxie that I didn't know they have if they can do that.
The only reason why I would lean toward Houston, because you're right about the vets and the moxie, and Steph Curry's been through a handful of Game 7s already in his career, as has Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, but it's the youth versus the older team getting fatigued, because as you know, when you get to Game 4, I think it's every other day you're going to play. And so when you start to have the succession of games, and if Jimmy Butler's got to play 47 minutes in a Game 6 at home to dig deep, to force a 7, there's ways that the youth and the bounciness of Houston can come to their favor.
There are scenarios for sure, and you know we don't know. We don't know what injuries are going to take place in this series for either team. We don't know if Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green are going to square off and have a boxing match at midcourt, and everyone's going to get suspended. Like, we don't know these things. The series still has to unpack and unfold. But the way that I sort of view it right now, the scenarios that lean the Rockets are just, they're hard for me to believe. But, you know, hard to believe things happen in sports all the time. So, yeah, the Rockets definitely have a chance to win the series. I just think if the Warriors are truly what most of us have come to believe they are, then they win this series. You're not a real championship contender if you can't beat a bunch of 22-year-olds in the first round.
Agreed. Yeah.
You know, Tom in Sonoma. Hi, Tom. Thanks for calling.
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. You know, great minds think alike. So this is what I got to say, man. Warriors going to win Game 6 in 6 games. Kerr is going to drop a 50 games, and we're going to have fun going to the second one.
Woo, Tom, your phone went a little sideways there, but apparently I've got Warriors in 6, and Steph Curry's going to go for a 50-burger. Sounded like multiple times in this series. I hope not. That might be a weird take, but I hope not.
Well, I just want him to win. I don't. If you guarantee me a series win, then have as many 50 burgers as you want.
Of course, and they're fun to watch, but they often come from the idea that others are not knocking down shots. Maybe it comes from Steph is just on one, like the Memphis game a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. That one looked like Steph just came out and he was so hot. He was on one and he's like, fine, we're going to stick with it. But like, I think back to the Orlando one, feels like that was a month and a half ago-ish, scored 56.
Yep.
Had to. Everybody else stunk.
Yep.
Everybody stunk. So he had to.
Steph Curry won 50-plus point game in the playoffs in his career.
The game in Sacramento.
And they won, yeah.
Yeah.
And for the regular season, they are 10-5 when he gets 50-plus. So it's been good for them when he gets more than 50, only once in the playoffs. And I wanted to add this to your Rocket Game 7 scenario. Over the last 4 years of playoff basketball, there have been 12 Game 7s. The home team is 4-8.
Not wild.
4-8 in the last 4 years.
We're pretty conditioned to think that when you have Game 7 at home, you're going to win. And I just think there's something evolving in the current state of the NBA. And actually what I think it is, think of who, when I say face of the NBA, what do you think of?
Probably LeBron James.
And?
Steph Curry.
Right. And they're 37 and 40 years old, which I would argue means that the stars who are coming up, they're capable. I take nothing away from them, but almost all of them are what? Like, they're not multi-time champions. They're not dominant. Nikola Jokic is dominant as an individual, but his team is not. So from Jokic to Tatum to Kawhi, the other players who have kind of come up to be like championship leader players, none of them have been able to produce a dynasty. And so what that tells me is, you know, Giannis, same thing. Should add him to that conversation. What that tells me is you've got a little bit more parity in the NBA than you usually do.
Yep.
You got more people that could take a bite of the championship pie than is normal. We usually go in going, like 3 teams. I think there's 6 maybe now, maybe even more. And so when you have that kind of parity, I think it leads to the opportunity like what you just mentioned, which is more Game 7s that end up going the way of the underdog and the road team. Just happened with Minnesota last year.
Yep.
And knocked out the defending champs.
Yep. Also last year, Indiana beat New York on the road in their Game 7.
Yeah.
And, you know, you go all the way back, as I mentioned, since 2021, 12 Game 7s, and the home team is 4-8. And I do think the way you described it is right. And you could have gone another 5 to 7 stars deeper with, you know, Anthony Edwards and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and you could rattle off a bunch of other stars in the league. And if you name the top 20 players in the league, you're probably covering 14 different teams. And that's where we are now in the association, where they're all spread out. You know, when you think about the 80s, Lakers and Celtics, well, it was an unbelievable Hall of Fame 5 against a Hall of Fame 5, and the rest of the league maybe had 5 stars. Now, there's so many more good players, and they're all scattered throughout the league.
Like, I'm looking around, and like, I don't want to use names like Klay Thompson, because Klay, first of all, was part of this dynasty, and also he was never a one. But like, outside of those two co-faces of the league, LeBron and Steph, is there anybody who's led their team to more than one? I mean, I guess you could say Durant, but that also feels odd because you're talking, that's a shared dynasty with Steph. But from Giannis to Kawhi to Anthony Davis to Jason Tatum to maybe end of list. Like,
Kawhi's an interesting one because he did get 2. He led 2 different teams. He was the MVP for the Spurs.
Right.
And I know that, but he was, I mean, I'm going to give him that because.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And it was an aging core, and he led it, and then he got one in Toronto where, I mean, he gets credit for it. He gets that one.
Kyrie, which also, he was a 2. But
right.
Yeah, like it is much more kind of even Steven than it usually is. I have never been this excited about a playoff as a whole as I am about what's about to unfold with the Western Conference. Like, I'm interested in tomorrow night's game in Memphis. For sure, I'll watch that game. I don't think whoever comes out of it really has much of a chance to scare Oklahoma City. I bet they'd rather have Memphis, to believe it or not. Dallas behind Anthony Davis, I think, is maybe a little bit tougher of a matchup for them, but largely I think Oklahoma City has very little problem with that series. Outside of that, you could convince me of anything in the other 3 series.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty wide open. Like Clippers, Denver, I've been going back and forth. And, Minnesota, Lakers, I lean toward the Lakers, but I do think that Minnesota with their front court,
they can get you.
They can be dangerous. And, Warriors and Rockets, as much as we're feeling pretty confident about their chances against Houston still, they're a matchup team for the Warriors that, depending on how things go, they can give them problems.
888-957-9570 is our number. However, coming up next, Steve Kerr will join us. So get to YouTube. Stay right where you are if you're listening on 95.7 The Game over the airwaves. The long-awaited conversation that we are ready to have is coming up next. Steve Kerr will join us. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking.
started and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Seven the game.
Yeah, that's the voice of Steve Kerr, who's going to the playoffs. And I know after a career like his, maybe that doesn't sound like much, but if you've been following the Warriors, something feels different about it this time around. And it's been 2 years. So here we are.
Here we are.
Getting ready for the playoffs, and let's do it. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Coach Kerr. Presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. And brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Here he is. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We are fantastic. Congratulations. I know after your career, maybe that sounds funny to congratulate you just on making the playoffs, but it feels appropriate this week.
Trust me, I am thrilled, and I will gladly accept your congratulations. So thank you.
Perfect. and you indicated after it became a reality that yesterday was going to be an example of one of your favorite days of the year when you got to just dive into getting ready for a playoff series. So why do you feel that way, and how did it go?
Well, because for 82 games, you basically are an AAU coach. I mean, you're just showing up to the gym and playing games. And obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we just hardly ever have time to actually prepare for an opponent. We play every other day for 5 months, and the players are exhausted from the travel. And you get to the playoffs, it's an entirely different operation, entirely different exercise. You get to put in a lot of practice time, film sessions, game planning. It's just it's so much fun, and it kind of makes the whole regular season worthwhile. And you finally get to really delve into your opponent and put together a game plan.
Deep dive on one team as opposed to worrying about 3 and 4 nights. So what has today been like, and what's the plan for tomorrow and Saturday, and then the lead up to game 1 on Sunday?
Yeah, so we the staff met yesterday, and then all day today. We just finished a walkthrough and a film session with our players where we presented the game plan, the matchups, everything we're trying to accomplish in this series, against Houston, and the guys were really attentive and excited, and we walked through a few things on the court, but I felt it was really important to give them 2 full days off from any real practice time. And so we didn't practice. Well, our first real practice will be tomorrow. Some of the guys got on the court today and got shots up and, got a workout in. But this has been just a fantastic 2 days, for the staff to prepare and for the players to finally get their feet on the ground. It just feels like the last 3 weeks have been insane, even by NBA standards. I don't think we've been able to rest for about 3 weeks and be in the same city for one time. And so I think our guys are really going to feel rejuvenated.
See, Steve, I find that fascinating because now that it's a reality, now that you don't have to play tomorrow night, I wonder if you can speak a little bit more freely about this, because I certainly felt like if you didn't win Tuesday, a scenario was being set up that was going to be kind of preventative for you guys because of what you just talked about. Like, can you speak now on how vital was this rest?
Yeah, that game was huge. To beat Memphis and to get this 4 days, I think gives us such a better opportunity to win and advance in the playoffs and make a run. I just feel like, had we lost that game, we were playing tomorrow, maybe won the game and then flown to Oklahoma City I mean, I was half joking, the other day. I said to my staff, I'm just going to rest our entire starting five for game one. I'm sure I'll get fined by the league, but we are not doing this. I'll just rest, and we'll try to beat them 4 out of 6 with 4 days rest or 3 days rest. So it was a daunting schedule, and that's what made that Memphis game so enormous.
And it kind of came on the back of the Clipper game where you talked about how great you played, and I agree. That was just a high-level NBA game, and you were able to back it up against Memphis. What did you like that you saw against Grizzlies where you had to come back 2 days later in a gut-check spot against a team that was equally hungry?
Well, I just loved how locked in we were with the ball. I think we had 10 or 11 turnovers for the game. It wasn't our best game, but we were dialed in game plan wise. We missed a lot of shots, which is going to happen. But, one of the things we preach all season long is you can still win games when you don't make shots if you take care of the details. And I thought for the most part we took care of the details. I thought Memphis played at a really high level, particularly after, we got up 20. They made a great run, and we were able to gut it out, and that's that's kind of what the playoffs are all about.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs. Steve, we know the rules. When you're about to play an opponent, a coach only says wonderful things about the opponent and how dangerous they are and all those things. And it's not that that's not true, but I do wonder your perspective on what kind of a weapon your team's brains are in this series with so much experience versus a team that's so young.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that way regardless of our opponent. I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been, deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his team, his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win.
Speaking of playoff Jimmy, is this kind of what you expected, and are you guys looking to employ a quote unquote more aggressive Jimmy Butler as you move into the postseason?
We don't employ playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy shows up on his own. And, he reminds me so much of Andre Iguodala from a personality standpoint. He almost doesn't even really want to score. Like Andre always loved the nuances of the game. He loved getting other people open. He loved manipulating the defense. I feel the same way about Jimmy. Like he really loves the game and he loves the chess match. But he really, he's much better scorer than Andre, obviously, much more capable of getting to the line and taking over a game in that regard. But there's a similar mentality in terms of, I'm just going to do whatever it takes to win tonight, and I'd rather pass the ball to my teammates than shoot. And so it's really a beautiful mentality, one that his teammates love because, they love getting his passes for jump shots, and they also love seeing him take over and get to the line 5 straight times down the stretch.
How important is that latter part going up against Houston? And we saw him in the last matchup. They harassed Steph. They held him. They hugged him. They caressed him. How important is it to have Jimmy Butler be playoff Jimmy and be aggressive getting to the basketball, or the basket rather, if Houston's going to guard Steph the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge dynamic for us that's really brand new. I mean, even when we had Kevin Durant, Kevin wasn't a guy who got to the foul line a ton. He was obviously a guy who scored a ton, but it was more, just his incredible, jump shooting and ability to free himself up. But it's a similar dynamic that we had with Kevin in terms of, having 2 guys who can really take over a game when the defense is at its best. And I think, my experience is, over the years, it's kind of what every championship aspiring team needs. You can't rely on one guy. You can't rely on, offensive execution to get you open with 2 minutes left in Game 7 of a series. You got to rely on a person. You got to rely on a star, and that's what Jimmy gives us. I thought the other night was a great example of that. He carried us the first 3 quarters, and Steph carried us the fourth.
Steve Kerr with us every week on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. And now as we get ready for Game 1 on Sunday between the Rockets and the Warriors as the playoffs begin. Steve, just as an observer and a fan of the